Cold, damp, the squeaking of rodents echoed sharply and piercingly by his ear. Chen Luwen struggled to open his eyes, a 90-degree tilted view appearing in his blurred vision, giving him an intense sense of unreality. Hey buddy, how should we handle these guys? Ha! According to the priest, they are to be sacrificed tonight. Chen Luwen clutched his stomach, struggling to rise from the ground. He leaned against the wet, disgusting wall beside him, enduring the fire like hunger in his stomach. As his vision slowly returned to normal, Chen Luwen gradually regained his sense of reality. In the dim environment, he focused his gaze towards the source of the voice, looking past the iron bars of the prison, where two tall, thin figures in leather coats stood at the entrance. They were two men, casually leaning under the torch on the corridor wall, casting a pair of dim, dark shadows. Chen Luwen noticed, both men carried a short sword at their waists. Where am I? Chen Luwen was slightly baffled. He vaguely remembered that he was engrossed in a holographic online game called Era of Mystery, acclaimed as the pinnacle masterpiece of the new generation, singular in its status, with countless global players spending their sleeping hours in this game. Officially utilizing sleep time had long been recognized as the truth by the new generation, with holographic gaming being one of the main methods. Among them, Era of Mystery led the way and was indisputably rated as the most popular game world. Chen Luwen's memory lingered at the last moment. Just when he lay into the sleep pod, the door slowly closed, and he linked to the game world. What happened last? As he recalled, suddenly a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Chen Luwen gasped, reaching to touch the back of his skull, only feeling a warm, sticky sensation on his palm. Not by the faint torchlight, he saw some not fully dried bloodstains on his hand. Chen Luwen cursed under his breath. Fuck. Was I shot in the head? A scene he once saw in a short video flashed through his mind. A robust man at a barbecue stall swung a beer bottle like splitting a mountain. The bottle shattered on another guy's head, and then he just fell straight, with the comments section filled with goodnights. Chen Luwen slightly shook his head, stopping his wild thoughts. He didn't know what had happened to him. Perhaps there was a malfunction with the sleep pod equipment, and he had peacefully passed away in his sleep. What about now? Am I still in the game? Or maybe, Monk Will's team hasn't produced results for several months. Hopefully, tonight these guys will bring a surprise. Hey, I think you're just craving alcohol, already dreaming unrealistically for that 200 copper crow reward. The tall, thin figure couldn't help coughing, as if he had phlegm stuck in his throat. He moistened his throat with saliva, breathed a long sigh, and then chuckled sinisterly. The crap our team's working on, shoving a few hundred more lives into it still won't make a difference. What does it matter? Anyway, these guys were all orphans raised by the church. It's time they gave their lives for the church. The two guards slowly turned their heads, their backs to the light, looking into the cell. If they die, they die. If it works out, the priest will be pleased, and we'll get some money too. Heheha. The two pairs of cold eyes swept over Chen Luwen, who quickly bowed his head to avoid their gaze. After a while, the footsteps receded, and Chen Luwen faintly overheard the two guards agreeing to go out for a drink, with others coming to take over their shift later. But Chen Luwen still kept his head down. If someone were to look up at his face from below, they would see his expression filled with shock. Just now, when the two guards turned back, Chen Luwen caught a glimpse of the symbol on the side of their hats. Under the torchlight, it was a glowing red apple insignia. Red Apple Church. Chen Luwen muttered the name. How is that possible? Hadn't the Red Apple Church from the Era of Mystery completely perished 2 years ago? Why is it appearing again now? Had I traveled back in time? No. Exit game. Chen Luwen raised his head and silently recited in his mind. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, Chen Luwen didn't dare to breathe, but nothing happened. The semi-transparent data frame that he remembered didn't appear in his field of vision, and his heart sank. At the same time, he noticed that the prison was also holding 7 or 8 other young men and women. In the dim and damp environment, they huddled together, curled up against the walls. Most of them wore only a thin, tattered linen cloth, barefoot, discarded like cattle awaiting slaughter. Shivering, they remained silent. Chen Luwen shakily stood up, and he was fairly certain of one thing, that he had most likely traveled through time, not only back to the past, but also into the game world of the Era of Mystery, and what awaited him was the sacrifice mentioned by the two guards. It's tonight. Chen Luwen rubbed his face somewhat frantically, completely unaware that his hand, which had touched the wall earlier, had picked up a lot of moss and dirt, making his entire face filthy. Suppressing a strong feeling of hunger, he weakly lifted his footsteps and slowly walked toward the prison gate. His movements were gentle and slow, but they still attracted the attention of the other people in the prison. Their frightened eyes now held a trace of confusion, not understanding what this fellow locked up with them intended to do. Chen Luwen's hands touched the cold iron bars, then he firmly grasped them. He looked left and right. The corridor where a torch hung every few meters was empty. Chen Luwen took a deep breath, then began to exert force with his hands, slightly shaking the iron bars of the prison, but it wouldn't budge. He tried pushing the door too, which was even more solid and heavy than the bars. Don't waste your energy. The sudden voice made Chen Luan jump. He turned to look at a woman in the opposite cell. Under the firelight, the woman's dirty face was expressionless, her mouth curling into a faint sneer. No one captured here has ever escaped. The woman was sitting at the door of her cell, her head stuck between two iron bars, staring directly at Chen Luan. Even if you did get out of here, there are countless guards outside, not to mention those monsters. At that moment, Chen Luan saw extreme unease and fear in her eyes. Everyone dies horribly, hee. The woman reached out her hand from the cell. Her arm was very pale, but it was covered with wildly moving eyeballs, which destroyed any beauty and instead caused a twisted and grotesque disgust. Look. I'm going to die too, just like them, he had a. Chen Luan suddenly felt nauseous, his head pounding as if it had been hammered. He felt dizzy, and his body stiffly fell backwards. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site. Only a gasp erupted from the people in the prison. In the moment before he lost consciousness, Chen Luan's mind seemed to hear a voice. Frowny face witnessing a mysterious contamination. Sanity value decreased by 1 point. Warning. When sanity value reaches 0, you will enter a death state. Current sanity value is April 5th. Activate character panel. Chapter 2 panel name, Chen Luan race, human, Eastern continent, template, NPC, countdown to 1.0 version public beta, 407 days, 5 hours, 18 minutes, 7 seconds, level, 3 experience, 0/120 life, 2640, hungry, trauma to the back of the head, physical strength, 40/60 sanity, 4/5, slowly recovering. Main occupation, none. Suboccupation, fisherman. LV3, attributes, strength 4, agility 6, endurance 5, intelligence 3, faith 3. Special attributes, charm 7, +2, willpower 5, insight 3, luck 3. Skills, quick reflexes. LV1, passive, seafaring balance. LV1, passive, combat power 4, evaluation, a slightly handsome young fisherman, beyond that completely useless, a small piece of trash. A piercing scream awakened Chen Luan. He swiftly climbed up from the ground, knelt, and looked up to see the woman in the opposite cell screaming in agony. Half hidden in darkness, her legs exposed under the firelight were sprouting numerous erratically moving eyeballs, densely packed and terribly horrific. Get back. Look again and I'll smash your bones. With a shout, Chen Luan's view was blocked by a tall, thin shadow. Looking up, he saw a guard standing in front of him, looking down through the bars of the cell. The backlit figure's eyes, full of malice and icy cold, made Chen Luan feel very uncomfortable, but as the situation was out of his control, he silently returned to a corner of the cell and sat down. Ignorant fool. Wretched creature. Don't be so curious about everything. The guard glared fiercely around at the other people in the cell, his small mustache slightly curving upwards. Nobody is allowed to look out. Look once, and I'll chop off a fingertip. He adjusted the short sword at his waist, the guard and sheath making a slight, sharp noise as they rubbed together. The inmates of the cell shrank back in fear, turning their heads away from the sight outside. The guard huffed coldly, then turned away satisfied, but continued to grumble under his breath, with Chen Luan faintly hearing him complain about words spoken by the Wu monks. Quick! Move quickly! Batch Force Sacrifice has mutated, get her out and handle it. Quick footsteps resonated in the corridor outside. Chen Luan maintained his bowed head, lifting his eyes only slightly to observe through the corner of his eyes as 3 or 4 guards in leather coats and rimmed hats lifted the woman from the opposite cell, threw her into a sack, and carried her away. They moved very swiftly, not wasting a moment, as if any delay would trigger something terrible. Chen Luan slowly exhaled the foul air from his chest, having already secretly guessed the truth. Based on his many years of gaming experience, the woman was very likely contaminated by something mysterious. Her body had mutated, and once her sanity value dropped to 0, she would completely lose control and turn into a monster. By then, she would definitely be dead, only her body moving, a lump of decaying flesh driven by a mad will. What should I do? Chen Luan began to think. Being in the dungeon, he had no idea of the time outside, but he knew that the nighttime sacrifice was drawing increasingly closer. Sacrifice, the term wasn't hard to understand, but in Era of Mystery, a fantasy world containing elements of Cthulhu and new strange tales, it only served as a generic term, not merely a sacrifice to the gods. Chen Luan knew very clearly that the Red Apple Church's sacrifices were intended for the mysterious objects they gathered with tremendous human and material resources, and the offerings included various living beings, humans included, but in a way, these so-called sacrifices were more like a form of research. The Red Apple Church had always been covertly researching mysterious objects. Attempting to fully grasp the mysterious powers they held. At this moment, Qianluan's identity was that of a sacrifice for the mysterious object that the group of monks from the Wool was responsible for. Mysterious objects in Era of Mystery could be understood as spiritual treasures from fantasy martial arts novels, but unlike spiritual treasures, these mysterious objects were even more bizarre and uncontrollable. Their origins were unknown, their mechanisms of effect were unclear, and their characteristics and uses were all mysteries. Even its form of existence was unclear. Common objects such as pens, coffee cups, or a gun, slightly larger items like tables, chairs, or even houses and cars. It could also be animals or living beings, like insects, kittens, puppies, creatures flying in the sky or swimming in the sea. It could even be a person. These mysterious objects, unless a significant or massive number of lives were spent researching and experimenting, no one dared to use them casually, because it was very likely that one might die bizarrely before even beginning to use it. Seeing the woman's grotesque changes just now, Qianluan thought of a notoriously dangerous, mysterious object contaminated by the Red Apple Church. The hallmark of anyone contaminated by it was their body being covered in eyeballs. If it really is that thing, Qianluan wiped off his cold sweat, feeling a bad premonition. In his previous life, he was not a powerhouse player. Unlike most, he was not keen on pursuing strength, only remaining in the middle tier. Instead, he was more fascinated by the game's background stories and worldviews. His favorite activities, aside from digging into the game's side stories and traveling to experience local customs, were browsing various interesting posts about the Era of Mystery world on forums. Qianluan remembered having read a detailed introduction about the Red Apple Church, which included information about that mysterious object. A-grade mysterious object, sun-avoiding potted plant transformed from a saint who renounced the faith of the sun. It possesses a strong repulsion, especially deadly to the transcendence of the solar system. Legend says that the Tresor Empire's Bishi royal city had to be rebuilt once, and it was all because of it. This mysterious object belongs to one of the bosses of the Red Apple Church, the deathly quiet nun, Flowey. Blood rains down on me as I calmly watch the sunflower bow its head after they rain, just as the sunflower watches the sun burn to death. Flowey, I hope this sun-avoiding potted plant is not here. Qianluan felt the sweat flowing more and more, his back soaking wet, with a slightly sticky cold feeling. I don't want to be extremely unlucky and be buried along with these people. I have to find a way to escape quickly. According to the timeline, the sun-avoiding potted plant had not yet been fully mastered by the Red Apple Church at this time. They would definitely keep crazily sacrificing lives to experiment with it, but the problem was that this A-grade mysterious object was too dangerous, like a nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. These damn lunatics keep pushing the limits on the brink of destruction, but I cannot afford to become collateral damage. Qianluan forced himself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, and thought seriously. He remembered fainting from the loss of sanity value after witnessing the woman's deformation, and it seemed that he had also activated his panel at the last moment. That's right, the panel. Qianluan hurriedly pulled up his character panel, planning to find a way to save himself from it. After spending several minutes carefully reviewing it, he knitted his brows tightly. At first, what caught his attention were his NPC template and the countdown to the public test. The initial joy from the panel's appearance quickly faded because it seemed he had lost his player status and the resurrection ability relied upon as the fourth calamity. It also meant that his life was the only one he had. Meanwhile, the countdown reminded Qianluan that his current timeline was set 1 year before the opening act of the game, just before version 1.0 when the Red Apple Church rampaged through the Empire. This signified that the Red Apple Church was still in hiding, with strength far less than their period of full glory. On the other hand, since the headquarters of the Red Apple Church was in the royal city, they dared not sacrifice massive numbers of lives to experiment with mysterious objects. Under the royal family's watchful eyes, hence, Qianluan guessed that the dungeon he was in must be a remote branch of the church. This also means that they are understaffed here, which is good news. But Qianluan did not let his guard down, as he still possessed no supernatural abilities, just an ordinary person. As for his inherent fisherman LV3, forget it. Would he really show these brutally fierce churchguards some high-end fishing skills? The key lies in the charm value. Charm value affected the natural affection of NPCs towards players, along with willpower, insight, and luck points, grouped as special attributes. The special thing about these 4 attributes was that they couldn't be increased by adding points, making them particularly valuable. But the key Qianluan mentioned was not about using his charm to persuade the guards to let him out, but the additional 2 points in the bracket following is charm value. These are charm values added by equipment. Chen Luan was all too familiar with this, which is why he noticed the key point at a glance. He hurriedly stood up and began searching himself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. But like the other prisoners captured, Chen Luan wore only a tattered linen shirt, simply tied at the waist with a cloth band. What could it be? Chen Luan frowned, then suddenly looked down. He had a handmade seashell necklace hanging around his neck. B-grade mysterious object, damaged mermaid's song. Chapter 3. Starting with mysterious objects, Chen Luan was shocked. A B-level mysterious object, even though it had the word damaged, it wasn't comparable to ordinary low-end items. In his previous life, he only had one B-level mysterious object, which he obtained as a reward after spending several months diligently digging into a series of hidden quests. At that time, major guilds backed by consortia even offered exorbitant prices to buy various mysterious objects, but there were few willing to sell, as mysterious objects were too precious, especially the ceiling-level B-level mysterious objects of that version. And now, he started the game with one. But Chen Luan, looking at the dirty, cramped cell before him, couldn't help but remain silent, wondering whether this was luck or misfortune. He didn't think too much because what was urgent was to find a way to escape from here. He took off the necklace and observed it carefully in his hand. The casually twisted hemp rope was unremarkable, probably found at random. The focus was on the seashell the size of a fingertip threaded on it, the shell surface bearing intricate spiral patterns. B-level mysterious object, damaged, mermaid song. Item description: a seashell infused with deep-sea magic power. Putting it to your ear, you might faintly hear the tranquil waves and the enchanting singing, possessing strong hypnosis abilities. Unfortunately, it suffered irreversible damage and retained only a fraction of its power. It seemed to be left behind by a beautiful sea demon, retrieved by a boy from the deep sea and then strung into a necklace with poor craftsmanship. That night, the boy met the sea demon in his dreams, and he grew up. Item effect: upon targeting, a judgment will be made, and those with willpower below 25 points will be affected by hypnosis. Wearing it increases charm +2. Item cost: each use decreases sanity-1. After reading the description, Chen Luan silently put the necklace back around his neck. He was powerless to comment on his original self's dark history. The youthful yearning is always poetic. How could he scorn someone else? Besides, it was just the influence of the mysterious object that caused a spring dream of this boy, who grew up in a small seaside fishing village, was also miserable. Probably, it was because he found this mysterious object that he ended up as an orphan. After all, ordinary people who are in long-term contact with mysterious objects are highly susceptible to corruption, and even if they do not turn into monsters, they could lose their sanity and die in madness. His family members, perhaps, died that way, and the lucky survivor who became an orphan was then targeted by the church and eventually became a sacrifice to the mysterious object. He hadn't even been fed before he was accidentally killed for resisting the guard. Tragic, truly tragic. Chen Luan shook his head inwardly. This was the tone and theme in the era of Mystery World, dark and oppressive, suffocating. Luckily, the ability of this B-level mysterious object was still quite good. Although it didn't possess visibly great destructive power, in certain aspects, it held more value than those mysterious objects used in combat, because the effect of hypnosis was not simply to put someone to sleep as the literal sense suggests, but it leaned more towards affecting the mystical powers of one's mind. In other words, it could manipulate hearts. For Chen Luan, who was well versed in the plot and future direction, this was a great weapon for levering opportunities, but first, he needed to survive. After understanding his situation, Chen Luan had a vague plan in mind. Clang! At that moment, a loud noise. The iron door of the cell was violently pushed open. The crowd screamed in fright. Chen Luan looked up and saw two guards standing at the door. Shut up! The mustachioed guards fiercely ordered. The frightened young men and women immediately fell silent, only their unstoppable trembling revealing their panic. Sister Floey, trouble you. The other guard took off his hat, slightly bowed with the grace of a noble, but paired with his bald head and fierce smile, it looked both absurd and terrifying. As he stepped back, a petite, delicate figure stepped forward and walked into the cell. Chen Luan gradually widened his eyes. The nun appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, draped in a dark red habit with a white headscarf hanging down like a bridal veil, concealing her hair. Her entire figure was hidden under the red robe, leaving only her pale, delicate face exposed. Unfortunately, the beautiful and sanctimonious face had no expression. Like a soulless marionette. Come and receive the Holy Communion. A ethereal voice emanated from the NUN. It was then that Chen Luan regained his senses and noticed that she was holding a plate in her hand, filled with many biscuits and apples. Seeing the nun's harmless appearance and under the impatient urging of the guards, the crowd finally mustered the courage to move forward and take the food. The long imprisonment had left them famished, and they gradually loosened up, picking up the biscuits and apples to eat voraciously. Chen Luan took a biscuit and an apple and silently walked back to the corner. Although he was also very hungry, he did not eat immediately but glanced sideways at the young nun of Flowey. This petite girl would become one of the future bosses of the Red Apple Church, known as the Deathly Silent Nun, a supervillain from the Moon faction sequence, a ruthless character who could decimate a city on her own. But currently, she was still just a mortal. Even so, her presence here meant that the chances of the sun-avoiding potted plant also being here were greatly increased. The slight luck in Chen Luan's heart was shattered, and the sense of crisis in his mind surged. What to do? The beheading meal has already been delivered, next will be the sacrifice. Chen Luan secretly panicked. Suddenly, he recalled the description of Flowey in the post about the Red Apple Church, along with her complete background and life story. Chen Luan's mind raced, piecing together the previous vague plan until it slowly became clear. Suddenly, his restless heart calmed down, and after taking a deep breath, he touched the necklace on his chest and decided to wait for an opportunity, perhaps because the beheading meal was somewhat boring. Two guards glanced at the nun's silhouette and, licking their lips, left. First, Nun Flowey still stood quietly in place, like a serene saintess statue. In the filthy, dim prison surroundings, she seemed to emit a holy light. The sounds of chewing and munching were incessant around her, but they didn't affect her in the slightest. She just silently fixed her gaze ahead, her eyes seemingly piercing through the hungry crowd, through the cold prison walls, looking at the night and gazing at the moonlight. Woo-woo. Suddenly, the prison echoed with the soft sobs, which, though not loud, were quite piercing. Of course, this successfully caught Flowey's attention. She gently shifted her eyes, bringing her gaze back and turning it towards the corner, looking at the dark-haired young man leaning against the wall. The man was of a similar age to her, and though emaciated, he was also handsome. However, due to malnutrition and fatigue from injuries, his complexion was sickly pale. At this moment, his apple and biscuit lay untouched as he sat with his head lowered, shoulders trembling, and cried silently. Flowey suddenly furrowed her brows. A slight fluctuation appeared in her eyes, for she faintly heard the young man calling out two words that touched her icy heart. Little sister. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Chen Luan raised his arm to wipe away his tears, his voice slightly louder. Little sister, where are you? I miss you so much. Flowey's breathing became a bit hurried, and she pursed her lips, seemingly hesitant, but in the end, she couldn't resist and took steps toward Chen Luan. What she didn't notice, however, was the smile that appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Hidden task. The background of Flowey mentioned in the post from the previous life was not extensive. Perhaps it was because the player who wrote the post did not have deep knowledge, but the information was adequate for Chen Luan to come up with a temporary plan of action. Flowey was born in a slum, her father was a gambler, her mother a dancer, and she had a brother who loved her dearly. She was naturally pure and also exceptionally beautiful, but the local ruffians and drunkards all wanted to take advantage of her. But fortunately, her brother always stepped up to protect and shield her. Although her brother was beaten and injured each time, he always managed to turn back to her with a bruised and swollen face, smiling broadly, comforting and encouraging her not to be afraid. It seemed that as long as her brother was by her side, she could feel safe and happy. But the good times did not last. As famine and plague enveloped the town, many civilians died in this natural disaster. Food became increasingly scarce, and prices soared. Flowey's already impoverished family could no longer make ends meet. Her lazy father and harsh mother plotted to sell Flowey to the family of Baron Nate in town. Although Flowey was only 14 and her long-term malnutrition had left her somewhat thin, her features and body had developed, and a future beauty was hidden under her delicate appearance. She would definitely fetch a good price. That's what her parents thought. Of course, even though the family of Baron Nate had a not-so-good reputation, for instance, all the men in the Baron's family had strange or even perverse predilections, and there were frequent rumors of maids dying suddenly. But Flowey's greedy parents did not care about these things. Fortunately, Flowey's brother prevented their parents from going through with this insane action. To protect his sister, he volunteered to work for the Red Apple Church in exchange for a substantial amount of money. At that time, the Red Apple Church was actively recruiting young adults, claiming it was to build a statue for the deity Rose, but many of the young adults who signed up never returned. The church explained that they were unfortunately involved in accidents at the quarry. Because of the generous compensation, coupled with the church's influence, the incident did not cause much of an uproar. Flowey's brother became one of the unfortunate and never returned. Before she could even grieve, she was sold to the church by her cold-hearted parents. It was only because the church was generous. The priest, Carter, who brought the compensation for her brother's death, took a fancy to her. openly stating she was the perfect candidate to serve the deity Rose. What's wrong? Chloe asked softly. The young man was momentarily stunned by the question and looked up at the nun in the red robe, but he quickly lowered his gaze and turned his head slightly, seemingly not wanting the holy girl to see his tearful, weak display. I miss my sister. You have a sister? Yes. Chen Luan hugged his knees, curled up in the corner of the cell. His mind began to frantically recall scenes from his previous life. He was not lying. He really had a sister. Chen Luan once had a happy family, not wealthy, but without worries for food and clothing. But later, his father passed away young due to a hereditary family disease, and both his sister and he suffered from the same affliction. Unable to cope with the pressures of life, their mother abandoned them and left home of the siblings, who depended only on each other for survival, had to rely on social welfare, but there was no extra money for treatment. Their family's hereditary disease was very complicated. Even with the medical technology available at the time, it required a lot of money to control the disease, which was incurable. Later, his sister also passed away. Chen Luan was devastated that he really had no grand ambitions. He simply wished to see more and broader landscapes in the short time he had left. Fortunately, there was Era of Mystery, a holographic game that allowed him to lie in an old second-hand sleeping pod and experience an exciting life. We were orphans. Our parents left us at a very young age. Although the days I depended on my sister were tough, they were also very happy. Sadly, I can never see her again. Chen Luan spoke slowly and calmly with his head bowed. He reminisced about the bits and pieces with his sister, moved by genuine emotions. There might have been a hint of deliberate sentimentality in the tears, but the sadness was real. Chloe could clearly feel the melancholy coming from the young man. That emotion amplified further, involuntarily reminding her of her own brother, and she also overlooked the fleeting glimmer on the necklace around Chen Luan's neck. A brother. Chloe tightened her fingers, appearing to have made a decision. She bent slightly, leaning closer to Chen Luan. Eat the biscuit, but do not eat the apple, remember. After whispering these words, Chloe restored her expressionless demeanor and turned to leave. Gained Chloe's affection, bond with Chloe established, initiated a rank hidden chain mission. Serene none. Chen Luan was slightly stunned, then filled with great joy. It was just an act, yet he unexpectedly triggered a very rare hidden mission, and an A rank 1 at that. He fought off the headache after using Mermaid Song, which again reduced his sanity value by 1, took a deep breath, and hastily perked up to check the mission description. First phase, ensure Chloe's survival and rescue her from the Red Apple Church's branch in Emerald Town. Mission considered a failure if Chloe dies. Mission reward, 2,000 experience points, 40 silver ducats, Chloe's affection, and 1 low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. Note, this mission will draw the animosity and attention of the Red Apple Church. Please decide cautiously. Accept. Without any hesitation, Chen Luan decisively accepted the mission, ignoring what the ultimate reward for the hidden mission was. The reward offered for the first phase was exactly the resource he urgently needed. Moreover, how could he just stand by and watch this poor girl suffer in torment? My biggest flaw is that I like to meddle too much. Alas, being too upright isn't good either. Attracting the attention of the Red Apple Church definitely won't end well. He wiped away the remaining tears from his face, almost moved to tears again by his own sense of justice. Although he played the role of the pitiable to gain sympathy, even resorting to using his necklace's hypnosis ability, it was merely to foster a closer relationship with Chloe and hopefully increase the chances of escaping this place. Receiving the hidden mission was a pleasant surprise. He had already planned to rescue Chloe in his past life. Upon learning about this arch-villain boss's tragic past, he had often felt pity for her. With such an opportunity now, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Chen Luan contemplated his next moves, tearing at the unleavened biscuit in his hand. The biscuit did not taste good, but Chen Luan was so hungry that he quickly devoured it. He heeded Chloe's warning, opting not to eat the apple but secretly stuffed it into a mouse hole in the corner of the wall. Soon, Chen Luan noticed something was amiss. The young men and women who had finished their holy communion stood up one after another. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. They had vacant looks and wide open mouths, smiling foolishly like idiots. Stunned by this scene, Chen Luan realized sitting still would make him stand out, so he quickly stood up. Just then, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the prison, and the shadows on the opposite wall grew closer. Chen Luan cursed under his breath and immediately mimicked the vacant-eyed, wide-mouthed, drooling smile of those around him. He blended perfectly into the group. Chapter 5. The sacrifice begins. Footsteps quickly stopped in front of the prison door. Chen Luan saw a tall middle-aged man flanked by 2 guards holding torches, blocking the prison's iron gate. Chloe followed at his side, her head slightly bowed. The man was clad in a deep red monk robe, and the short cape around his neck and elbows. as well as the black rectangular panel with white edges that hung from his chest to his crotch, and in his hand, he held a large tome. Just these few? The middle-aged man with brown hair furrowed his brow, glanced over the situation in the cell, and turned to question the guards with small mustaches. His tone was deliberately arrogant, tinged with impatience and anxiety. Yes, yes, Monk will. Stetton and his bunch of good-for-nothings, the offerings they find get fewer each time. If that damned fat pig could spend more effort on the church's intentions rather than on eating, drinking, and making money, I'd have been able to leave this godforsaken town long ago. Monk will showed great anger. Chen Luwen could even see his spit flying everywhere, landing on the faces of the guards with small mustaches. The corners of the mustachioed guards' eyes twitched, but he dared not say anything. He should repent. Kneel in Lady Rose's garden and repent. Monk will grew increasingly irate, as if he'd been holding back for a long time and now was erupting. Hurry up. Take them to chamber number 7. Yes, Lord Will. The mustachioed guard immediately entered the cell with the torch and raised a hand to whistle at the group of sacrifices. Chen Luwen noticed a simple red apple tattoo on the back of his hand, perhaps an identifier of the church's guardians. Whoosh, the whistle sounded as if it had some magic power, making the foolish young men and women laugh stupidly as they lined up and walked out of the prison door one by one. Seeing this, Chen Luwen couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful for Floey's warning not to eat that apple. Otherwise, with his miserly 5 points of willpower, he definitely couldn't have passed the test. He would have ended up as an easily manipulated fool, obediently queuing up for death. Bang! Chen Luwen suddenly felt a huge force and pain, followed by him falling to the ground face first like a dog eating dirt. His face hit the hard floor, nearly knocking out his front teeth. Damn it. Playing dirty, huh? Although he didn't check with his hand, Chen Luwen was certain his teeth were loose, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. The intense pain was one thing, but what was unbearable for him was that those damn church guards never wiped their boots. The ground was full of cow dung and dog feces brought in by their shoes, even building up in thick layers. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit and continued to act the fool, maintaining a stupid grin and vacant gaze. Move quicker. You damn plod. Monk will vented his anger on Chen Luwen, who was at the very end of the line. He kicked Chen Luwen in the stomach twice more, nearly vomiting out his gall. Just you wait. Chen Luwen gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the severe pain. He picked himself up and continued to follow the line forward. Along the way, Chen Luwen noted that this underground prison was vast, with at least a dozen cells. But it seemed to hold not many prisoners. With many empty rooms, this didn't mean that the church had victimized fewer people. On the contrary, it was because there were too many that they now faced a supply and demand crisis. After several twists and turns, the group of sacrifices, including Chen Luwen, arrived at the door of a huge underground chamber. On one side hung a wooden sign smeared with blood, on which a number 7 could be vaguely seen. Entering the chamber, the scene inside appeared very spacious. Apart from the torches hanging on the walls all around, there was only a large square altar. In the center. On the altar lay an old leather-bound notebook. 3 or 4 guards wearing leather coats and brimmed hats saluted Monk Will with torches in hand. Then Monk Will gestured with his hand. We can begin now. The mustachioed guard nodded, then blew his whistle again. The man at the front of the sacrifice line walked straight onto the altar, flipped open the leather notebook, and began reading. The environment was incredibly quiet, except for the faint noise of the torches burning. Only the rustling sound of the notebook pages being turned could be heard. But suddenly, a painful and loud wailing broke the silence. Ah! Ah! Chen Luwen only saw that the man appeared to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He straightened up, his hands covering his eyes and his mouth wide open to an exaggerated degree, as he let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and fell straight backward, his arched body no longer moving, dead with its limbs twisted in an unnatural pose. Chen Luwen couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Goodness. Sanity straight down to 0, ruled an instantaneous death. What on earth is the level of this mysterious object? It's not another one on the level of the sun-avoiding potted plant, is it? He secretly wiped sweat from his brow, as there were only a few people in their team, and it was almost his turn. The first man's death didn't cause any stir. The rest of the group was indifferent to the sight, still with the same dumbfounded expressions of Floey merely lifted her eyelids to glance at the scene and then lowered her gaze again as if she had long since become numb to it. Monk Will seemed increasingly impatient, making several hand gestures to signal the man with the mustache to quickly continue. Phew, the mustachioed man whistled, and the next woman stepped forward to flip through the notebook, but, predictably, within a few seconds, she fell to the ground screaming like the previous sacrifice, dying painfully with her hands covering her eyes. Ah! 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 The young men and women in the same room with Chen Luan, one after another, read the weird leather notebook, all without exception experiencing a terrible, invisible assault. Their sanity values dropped to zero, and they died on the spot. Mad. One man even became uncontrollably deranged due to the mysterious contamination. He trembled uncontrollably as if he were a gravely ill old man. His muscles and bones scattered like a disrupted jigsaw puzzle, but instead of dying immediately, he turned into a writhing mass of flesh that even tried to attack those around him. Luckily, Monkwell reacted in time, commanding the guardians to hack him to pieces, then stuffed the remains in a sack and dragged it away. Only a pool of corrupt blood remained, evidence that what had just happened wasn't an unfounded nightmare. Damn it. Useless. Total mess. Monkwell cursed furiously. The unsuccessful sacrifice had made him lose all patience. The pressure from the church and the priest, along with the torment of having no hope of leaving, made him extremely frantic. Hugh. Monkwell pointed at Chen Luan, his gaze full of malice enveloping the latter. It's your turn now, the last sacrifice. He strode up to Chen Luan, seeing the latter with a foolish look on his face, his collar soaked with drool. Monkwell couldn't help but recoil in disgust and covered his nose. If you fail again, I'll chop you to pieces and bury you in Lady Rose's garden. Do you understand? Chen Luan grinned foolishly, as if he heard nothing. Monkwell seemed to realize it was useless to talk to a fool and took a deep breath, instructing the man with the mustache to whistle a few. The whistle sounded the very next second. Chen Luan's heart tightened suddenly. What should I do? Should I make a move? No, my sanity value can't sustain the continuous use of the hypnosis necklace, and with my current condition, I wouldn't survive 2 strikes from a guardian. There's just no chance of success. Run, that won't work either. There are several great gates in the underground prison, and without keys, they can't be opened. Not to mention the unknown number of guardians outside, I probably wouldn't even make it out of this dungeon. He fought back the urge to bolt and slowly lifted his foot, then he moved laboriously towards the altar. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only with each step, the altar loomed larger in his vision. The weird leather notebook lay quietly on it, waiting for Chen Luan to open it, to leaf through it, and then to die miserably like the previous sacrifices. Chen Luan knew that with his paltry 5 points of willpower, he wouldn't withstand the contamination. There was no chance of surviving. Finally, with trembling hands, he picked up the notebook. Chapter 6. I died, but not completely dead. Please stop the sacrifice first, Monkwell. Flowey spoke slowly. A whoosh, the sound of a whistle rose. Chen Luan ceased his actions and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Monkwell, maintaining his raised hand gesture, turned his head to look at Flowey with an unfriendly expression. I hope you have something more important than the sacrifice. None. Flowey looked at Will emotionlessly, shook her head slightly, and said in an ethereal voice, the sacrifice is the supreme command, but the priest has said to prioritize the offerings for Team 4. This notebook has already consumed too many resources and efforts. Since there are no results, there is no need for further senseless waste. Damn it, Will angrily threw the bulky item onto the ground. Don't you threaten me with that old guy, Beaky. He walked up to Flowey, pinched her face, and looked down intently into her beautiful eyes. I know researching that shitty plant secretly transported from the headquarters is his most urgent task, but it's not mine. This place isn't ruled by him. Will pushed Flowey away harshly, then turned around. Continue. Under his command, the man with the mustache blew the whistle again. Chen Luan reluctantly opened the notebook. Wuxia. The title page flipped open, revealing densely packed peculiar handwritten text. His eyes gradually widened, and his pupils constricted. Ah! Chen Luan was seen clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, screaming incessantly. His body contorted as he struggled, exhibiting the same symptoms as the previously dead sacrifices. Flowey furrowed her brow, pursed her lips, and watched Chen Luan rolling on the ground with a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes. On her pale face was a red mark left by Will's rough hand, which evoked pity. Monkwell clenched his fist in disappointment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, and a few guards immediately stepped forward. They picked up the ready sacks and started stuffing the corpses into them, preparing to clean up and remove them altogether. The man with the mustache approached Chen Luan's body, which remained in a twisted pose, motionless. Just as he was about to lift the body into the sack, he suddenly heard a faint, eerie whisper in his ear. The mustached man was momentarily startled. Upon listening closely, he discovered that the source of the voice was the very corpse at his side. It was talking. The mustached man jumped back in reflex. What's wrong? Did the corpse scare you, you fool? Will asked, his face darkening. No, not that, Monkwell. The mustached man's eyes widened as he pointed at Chen Luan's body. It's talking. By Rose above, it's really talking. What? The body is talking? Will was taken aback. but then a thrilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He strode over to Chenluan's body, squatted beside it, and bent down to listen. The murmured phrases were coming through faintly. It indeed was speaking. Will listened quietly to the content, which seemed to be saying, long, long ago, an old man was gathering herbs on a mountain and stumbled upon a cave, its entrance hidden and dim, surrounded by bizarre jagged rocks. Will's pupils shivered, his astonished expression turned into ecstasy the next moment. Quick! Help this guy up! Will's hands trembled in excitement as he pointed at Chenluan. He is the only sacrifice who did not die in the ritual. He understood the notebook's content. None. Quickly note down what he's saying. The mustached man and the other few guards looked at each other, then forcefully pulled Chenluan up from the ground. Chenluan remained with a foolish expression, sitting atop the altar and murmuring strange words as if possessed by an evil god. Soon, a guard clad in a leather coat and brimmed hat rushed over with pen and paper, handing them to Floi for her to record in real time. Floi took the paper and pen, raising her eyes curiously at this man who had not died in the sacrifice. Only she knew in her heart that Chenluan had not consumed the apple. He was not being manipulated. This was all an act, yet she could not stop the ritual process, nor did she know what he had seen in the notebook, nor what state he was in at that moment. Floi's heart stirred slightly. The old man rescued a pangolin in the cave, and the pangolin told him that it had accidentally dug through Gourd Mountain, releasing snake monsters and scorpion demons, but it had 7 gem-like seeds. After these seeds grew and sprouted, they could foster life as powerful as gods and demons. The pangolin also said, including Priest Will. Everyone listened intently to Chenluan's narration. The pangolin also said, Will grew increasingly impatient, but Chenluan just kept repeating those 2 words. What else did the pangolin say? Speak up. Hurry up and speak. Will grabbed Chenluan's lapel in one swift motion, completely forgetting that it was still covered in the latter's drool, but Chenluan, as if stuck in a loop, kept repeating just those 2 words. No more information forthcoming, damn it. Will was extremely frantic. Chenluan watched his flustered look, barely holding back his laughter, keeping a facade of ignorance as if he only knew how to babble. Ignoring Will, his attention shifted to the notification that had popped up when he opened the notebook earlier. You have uncovered hidden supernatural pathways. Complete. Destiny Faction Sequence 9 Beast Tamer, you have met the promotion requirements. Would you like to make this your main occupation? Hidden Paths. Chenluan suppressed his joy, silently choosing yes in his heart. On his panel, the main occupation column went from blank to suddenly displaying an entry of main occupation, Sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV1, Destiny Faction. The notifications triggered by the notebook weren't just these. You have discovered a mystic book of the Destiny Faction. Beast Tamer's Handbook, progress 4%, through careful reading, you gain 40 experience points. Through careful reading and comprehension, you have gained the skill Beast Speech. Beast Speech LV1, Skill Description. Years of beast taming have allowed you to barely understand the language and emotions of animals, enabling you to communicate with them rudimentarily, but please promise me, don't make them solve calculus problems anymore, okay? Treating animals kindly is everyone's responsibility. After all, they haven't asked you to eat their excrement, have they? Chenluan hadn't paid much attention earlier, but looking at it now made his face darken further. If someone were to draw a crescent moon on his forehead right now, he could immediately debut as Judge Bao on the spot. Chenluan began to reflect on himself. He had erred tremendously. Due to the Red Apple Church's style of operating, their obsession with mysterious objects was substantial. Furthermore, with the continuous deaths of the previous offerings, he had prematurely assumed that the sacrificial object would be a high-level mysterious object. Yet, he had overlooked one fact. Apart from himself, other NPCs couldn't see the panel, they couldn't trigger quests, let alone receive quest items. Thus, in their eyes, Philip's diary was just a book containing mystic contamination, a mysterious object, but in front of Chenluan, it was merely a simple quest item. Though he wasn't a player, he still retained certain privileges only players have. Chenluan let out a long sigh of relief. Having narrowly escaped one disaster, he resolved to lay low for a while. Revenge is a dish best served, even 10 days is too. Later, once he finished reading the hidden content in the diary, the Beast Tamer's Handbook, and accumulated enough experience points, he was determined to show them a thing or two. I understand now. Will thought for a long while, as if he had realized something. He only flipped through the first 2 pages of the notes. That's why he saw so little. His expression became increasingly excited, and his breathing grew more rapid. But from the broken phrases he recounted just now, the notes must record lost, valuable mythical history, and they might conceal supernatural knowledge not known to mankind. Great! This is excellent! Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only Will, struggling to contain his nearly insane joy, ordered with a flush face for the guards to take Chen Luan away. At the last moment, he hesitated, then added, "Give him something good to eat and let him have a bath. I've had enough of his pig-like stench. We need him to continue deciphering the notes for the church." "Yes, priest will." Chapter 7. Trust me before I knew it. 3 days had passed. The sunless life in the underground prison made it so Chen Luan could only gauge the passage of time by the number of times and the frequency with which the guard delivered meals. During this period, he had made no small amount of progress. Every day, he was taken to cell number 7 to interpret the diary. While Flowey was responsible for standing by and recording the mythical history he dictated. As more and more content was recorded, Will's mood gradually became less volatile. It seemed that the monk was beginning to see a bright future full of hope, and his spirits improved day by day, but Chen Luan just couldn't stand to see him that content and immediately slowed the pace, sharing less content by the day. Much like certain authors whose writings became increasingly brief, Will felt like strangling Chen Luan on the spot, but he dared not because, so far, Chen Luan was the only one who could survive in front of the diary, and the only one who could interpret its contents. Will even had to wait on him hand and foot, lest his impatience caused Chen Luan to read too much and lead to an irreversible accident. He was firmly in Chen Luan's grip. Chen Luan had advanced the Hidden Beast Tamer's handbook within the diary to more than halfway, amassing about 500 experience points in various small increments. Beyond that, his luck exploded again as he comprehended another exclusive skill of the Beast Tamer, animal mimicry. LV1, skill description. By spending a long time with animals, you've learned to perceive certain techniques and traits from them, thereby obtaining superhuman strength that humans do not possess. Humans have limits, so stop trying to be human, but remember this, you're supposed to learn their strengths, not their quirks or specialties. If you have a genuine interest in things like headless fish or dead crabs, then pretend I didn't say anything. Clank. The prison door was opened once again. Flowey walked in, holding a tray. Chen Luan stopped his push-ups in contemplation to get up and greet her. "You're here." Chen Luan first peeked into the corridor to check for any guards nearby and, finding none, he took the bread and mushroom soup from her hands and thanked her. He took advantage of the guards' slacking off periods to secretly exercise, and even though this did little to boost his attributes, in his current dire situation, every little bit helped. Prison workouts were nothing to be ashamed of. In his previous life, he worked out at home in the same way, and it worked brilliantly. His body deteriorated by the day. In truth, it was just because his hereditary disease was so stubborn that exercise was no longer effective, and his fate when he would die remained unchanged. "You're doing weird exercises again?" Flowey sat down beside Chen Luan and watched as he voraciously tore at the bread. These past few days, she would occasionally take advantage of the times the guards sneaked out for a drink to come over, and with increased contact with Chen Luan, she grew more and more curious about this man. In such an environment, he didn't seem to be afraid and even managed to convey a sense of optimism and positivity to her. Strange indeed. But Flowey enjoyed this feeling. Ever since her brother died, she had been abandoned by her cold-hearted parents and was eventually sold to the Red Apple Church. Everything she saw and heard was among the darkest and most bloodstained in the world, plus the malicious words from the guards, the crude and harsh languages of Monk Will every day, and the occasional glimpse of evil intent in Priest Carter's eyes, had made Flowey, already pessimistic and numb, even more desperate. But after getting close to Chen Luan, she found the sense of peace and security she once had when she was with her brother. Chen Luan ate quickly and choked, managing to swallow his food only after drinking a hot sip of soup. "Yeah, exercising." He put down his bowl, turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and felt an indescribable, strange emotion. She was a significant figure in the future, one that could make players cry out for their fathers and mothers. Chen Luan had seen more than one call to arms post on the forums attempting to rally players to fight her, but every time they ended up soundly defeated. In total disarray. No matter if you were a top-ranked player or a wealthy major guild, all were but flies to be swatted in front of the renowned Dead Silent Nun. Perhaps in the future, players might conquer Flowey, but in that version of the game, she was the ceiling, the insurmountable challenge, and remained so for several versions after. It wasn't just players who grew stronger, NPCs did too. Era of Mystery was a complete and authentic world, where every character had their own trajectory in life, their own growth. They were flesh and blood, had their own souls. This was the enduring charm of the game all along. Even so, no matter how often Flowey tormented the players, they still sought her out, day after day, as if she were their first love. It wasn't just because she had stunning looks and a first-class temperament, but also because of her regrettably tragic backstory. Alright, the vast majority of players were admittedly drawn to her because of her beauty. In that major update, countless players harbored Complex feelings towards Flowey, a mixture of love and hate they could not easily forget. Chen Luan was no exception, but what he cared about most was Flowey's miserable fate. He knew that Flowey's strength was inseparable from the A-grade mysterious object, sun-avoiding potted plant. And this was the crux of the tragedy. Flowey had been cultivated from the very beginning to serve as the vessel for the sun-avoiding potted plant, a pawn of the church. They had ruthlessly snuffed out the innocence of a young girl and crudely forged her into a humanoid weapon. This also resulted in Flowey's eventual erasure of personality, turning into a soulless shell at the mercy of the Red Apple Church's sharp blade. Chen Luan had once lamented this, but he was powerless to change it, because this was the setting of the game, and Flowey's destiny had been determined from the moment the players entered its world. But now, I can change her destiny, Chen Luan thought to himself. A faint smile appeared on his face. Flowey blinked in surprise, then quickly averted her gaze. Are you planning to escape from here? Yes, Chen Luan admitted bluntly and then fell silent for a moment. I plan to take you with me. Flowey's gaze snapped back to Chen Luan, her eyes widening. Don't look at me like that, I'm serious. Chen Luan wore a serious expression. I can tell that you don't really like it here, but you feel trapped, unable to leave. Flowey remained silent. He raised his palm, bent his index finger, and moved it slightly, a glimmer of light flashing at his fingertip. Then he opened his mouth slightly and emitted a sharp, squeaky sound, identical to that of a rodent. Quickly, under Flowey's astonished gaze, 7 or 8 fist-sized black rats swarmed from the corners and crevices of the cell, gathering at Chen Luan's feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One of the rats jumped into Chen Luan's palm, rearing up and squeaking at him. Chen Luan responded, and his small companions at his feet occasionally added their input, prompting him to nod and reply. They say there are 3 layers here, a total of 14 iron doors, with the great gate leading to the surface being especially sturdy. Also, there are more than 20 guardians scattered about. Flowey covered her small mouth, and it took her a while to confirm softly, You are a transcendent? Chen Luan nodded and waved to disperse the group of rats. Now I believe you can take me away. What do you need me to do? Flowey pursed her lips, her small hand hidden beneath the red robe clutching tightly. Ever since her brother died, she hadn't experienced such a surge of emotion, not even when her parents betrayed her, and had remained silent through it all. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only those who have been through the darkness yearn more for the light. Chen Luan leaned in closer and began to whisper in Flowey's ear. I need you to do this. Whispering indistinct sounds, Flowey felt the warmth by her ear, slightly uncomfortable, her cheeks beginning to flush, yet at the same time, the light in her eyes grew brighter. Chapter 8, 3 Gases. Well, what are you staring for? Let's go. Chen Luan stood at the prison door, turned his head back, and spoke to Flowey. Go. The latter was still immersed in the plan Chen Luan had laid out, sitting in place without coming back to reality. It's time for the sacrifice today. Don't forget that my identity is still that of the sacrifice here. Chen Luan shrugged his shoulders. To tell the truth, he was looking forward to this. If he wasn't afraid of arousing Wol's suspicion by looking at the notebook for too long, he would prefer to live in the basement, taking care of all his eating, drinking, and other needs right on that altar. There was no chance of deciphering it. Philip's words in the diary were pleasant to hear, and he loved it there. Flowey uttered an "oh" in response, obediently stood up, and briskly walked out of the prison, leading Chen Luan towards chamber number 7. Just then, the little mustached man who had been slacking off returned with another guard. Chen Luan instantly got into character, turning back into the drooling simpleton. The slightly alcohol-scented little mustache broke into a smile and tipped his hat in a salute. Sister Flowey, you really are a troublemaker. Flowey responded coolly, her eyes always looking straight ahead. As they brushed past one another, the other guard turned his head and unabashedly swept his gaze over Flowey's figure. The malice in his eyes seemed to want to penetrate her wide dark red robe and see the scenery beneath it. Flowey, sensing something, slightly furrowed her brow. The guard licked his lips and chuckled softly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt his vision darken. Squeak, 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 squeak. Several bats, appearing out of nowhere, flew onto his face, their sharp claws slashing across his eyes. Ah! The guard cried out in pain, swatting his hands to fend off the bats, but they seemed fixated on him, chaotically tearing at his face with their sharp teeth. After struggling for a while, he managed to drive the bats away, but just as the bats took off a slap, the little mustache delivered another heavy slap to his face, sending 2 teeth flying out with blood. This guard collapsed to the ground with a bloodied face, his torn eyes no longer seeing clearly. He was confused and frightened, utterly stunned. What happened? What happened? Hey buddy, I was only trying to help you. Okay, I admit I might have been a bit too forceful, but I really, bastard. The little mustache's drunken haze instantly cleared as he saw his companion draw the short sword from his waist. Whoa, calm down. Calm down. The little mustache placed one hand on the hilt of his own sword and stepped back a few paces, but the guard, burning with anger, had already started to lose his sanity. Stop it. You two idiots. Just as he was about to take action, Monkwell arrived at the scene in time, but he strode forward, his face grave as he reprimanded the two guards. Out of respect for the monk's usual authority, they could only bow their heads and take the scolding. Throughout the whole incident, none of them noticed the inaudible sound emanating from the mouth of the simpleton standing by, giggling foolishly, nor the faint glow that flashed from the shell necklace on his chest. Having sent the guards away, Will, still bristling with indignation, walked up to Flowey, glanced at the idiotic sacrifice behind her, and his eyes flashed with disgust. Well done, none, but you made me wait too long. I am sorry, Monk Will. Will snorted coldly and turned to walk towards chamber number 7. Now let's move quickly. Flowey didn't say another word, tugged at Chen Luan's sleeve, and followed Will's pace. Soon, the three of them arrived again at the familiar basement. Back here, Chen Luan felt as comfortable as if he were at home. Delighted, after Will whistled, he couldn't wait to step forward and opened Philip's diary. Russell, through careful reading of the Beast Tamer's Handbook, progress 63%, you've gained 10 experience points. You've gained 10 experience points. Chen Luan entered a mode of leveling up through reading, voraciously absorbing the knowledge within, watching experience points swish into his grasp, filled with a sense of accomplishment. If Will wasn't staring at him with eager eyes, he might have even exclaimed to himself, knowledge changes destiny. When the progress in the Beast Tamer's Handbook reached 70%, Chen Luan chose to stop it. His time was limited, and looking too long would likely arouse Will's suspicion, so he needed to plan his time. Wisely, he flipped through his notes again, arriving at today's leisure activity, commenting on the diary. Solar calendar 4399, February 23, clear skies. I can truly say I'm a genius in every respect. Since I stepped into the mystic realm of the supernatural sequence, I've met countless people, none as genius as me. Ha ha. Chen Luan maintained a stiff, silly smile as he quickly skipped past these unimportant bits. After flipping through a few pages, he suddenly stopped his fingers. I'm very fortunate that at the stage when I had just advanced to sequence 9 Beast Tamer, I developed and created this skill using my cleverness and intellect. I named it Friend of Animals. Without it, how could I possibly have such a wonderful life? That was truly an incomparable experience. The majesty of the female brown bear, the wild nature of the lioness, the frenzy of the zebra herd. Dolphins are the cutest. Mwah, nice Dotto, I forgot, except for the males. The feeling was terrible. Chen Luan looked at the bottom of this page of the diary where there was also a crudely drawn smiley face. He slowly closed the notebook and shut his eyes. Philip, oh Philip, one's hobbies can be unusual but should never be immoral, brother. Chen Luan looked at the notebook in his hands with disgust. Resolved to continue tomorrow, TSK. From the corner of his eye, he saw Will's face turning angry with impatience. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, so he slowly opened his mouth to start murmuring about that unfinished, forgotten myths about 7 gourds. Flowey was very dutiful in lifting her quill, ready to scribe on the parchment. The purple angel got lost in a poisonous mist, not recognizing her great-grandfather and her 6 angelic brothers after she was born. She shot beams of light with the mysterious object called the purple gourd, shattering her brothers' hearts, causing them to fight and kill each other. In the end, she sucked them into the purple gourd, and the great-grandfather wept tears known as sadness. Will's eyes reddened with excitement. He kept urging Chen Luan to continue, instructing Flowey to record every word precisely. Rose above. I actually peeled back dense layers of history, understanding the true essence of the olden days. He grew increasingly uncontrollable in his frenzy. Yes, that's right. It can't be wrong. They correspond exactly to the 7 true gods of the current world. This is their history. But who is that supreme great-grandfather? The serpent and scorpion demon that pushed them to desperation, who could they be? Will's intense curiosity had him staring fixedly at Chen Luan, waiting for the latter to reveal the answers, but Chen Luan once again cut off at a critical juncture, perfectly timed. All he could keep muttering was pangolin, snake, scorpion. These 3 nouns repeated back and forth as he entered the loop mode. Will was inflamed with impatience, the veins on his forehead prominently visible. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. At the same time, he couldn't help but speculate if there were some truths hidden within. Maybe it's symbolic of a high sequence pathway in the supernatural realm. Flowey set down her quill and softly expressed her own conjecture. Monk Will, upon hearing it, had a moment of realization, his face lighting up. I understand now. Chapter 9 Me, the pangolin. Will, although notorious for his low character, wasn't entirely devoid of virtues. For instance, he had a high work efficiency that Chen Luwen greatly admired. Believing he had understood some truth, Monk Will quickly called the guards and had them fetch a poisonous snake, a scorpion, and a pangolin. Snakes and scorpions were easy enough, but pangolins were a bit harder to find. Fortunately, the dungeon was built in the wild, right next to barren hills. After some effort, the guards finally caught a dozing pangolin in a cave. Too slow, you idiots. The guards, carrying iron cages and glass jars, rushed over but were met not with praise from Will but a tongue-lashing instead. Several guards, including a small mustached one, hung their heads in reprimand, feeling a bit unjustly treated in their hearts. Monk Will didn't care about that and took the 3 adorable little creatures from them. After sending all the guards out, he placed them in front of Chen Luwen on the altar. Chen Luwen silently commended Will's dedication to service. He continued to feign ignorance and first opened the small iron cage with the pangolin. Taking it out, the pangolin was a little dim-witted, lying still on Chen Luwen's hands. You have used the skill, Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Anteating, you have learned to eat ants, termites being your favorite, though bees aren't off limits. The corners of Chen Luwen's mouth twitched as he activated the skill again. You have used the skill, Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Tree climbing, you have learned to climb trees, where you can be the happy creature you're meant to be. Chen Luwen cursed inwardly and once again expended physical strength to release the skill. Of physical strength quickly dropped below half, and he felt as if he had been through 3 fierce battles in a row. Drained and trembling, you have used the skill, Animal Mimicry LV1, learning corresponding traits from the target. Burrowing, you have learned to dig and are extremely proficient at it, being able to excavate passable or concealed tunnels in the ground or walls in a short time. Heave-ho! At last, Chen Luwen suppressed the joy in his heart, gently stroking the little pangolin's head as a sign of encouragement. Monk Will, on the other hand, stared unblinkingly but couldn't discern what Chen Luwen was actually doing, for in his eyes, Chen Luwen was just smiling stupidly at the foolish pangolin and then creepily touching it. By now, Chen Luwen's plans for the day had been perfectly achieved. He planned to make a clean getaway, his contributions hidden deep. To return tomorrow. Chen Luwen knew that if things ended here, Will would not be convinced, so he decided to throw in something cryptic to steady him, letting him ponder over it slowly. Earth, vast earth, the sin of greed. Looking at the pangolin in his hands, Chen Luwen, with a quick twist of thought, came up with a mystic supernatural sequence pathway that somewhat fit. Sequence 9, Tomb Robber. So he spouted some terms after making them up on the fly. Then, with an he fell to the ground, unconscious. Will immediately showed an expression of not understanding, but profoundly shocked. The Earth Faction, supernatural sequence pathway, the sin of greed. Could he be referring to those people from the History and Ritual Association? Will racked his brains, and a glimmer of light flashed through his mind, his expression slowly becoming grave and serious. Based on the bad news received from other churches recently, and snippets of clues, he quickly pieced everything together and found a clear direction. No, this message is important, I must pass it on to the bishop immediately. Will casually instructed Floey to take Chen Luwen away, while he himself hastened out, laden with heavy thoughts. Only after the footsteps had faded away, you can get up now. Floey squatted down and whispered softly. Chen Luwen didn't move a muscle. Of Floey slightly frowned and poked Chen Luwen's body with her finger. Still, he didn't move a muscle. Did he really pass out? Floey turned her head to glance at the basement door. Finding no guards nearby, she continued to look down at the young man in front of her, with his slightly curly black hair somewhat long, messily draping over his face. It appeared very clean, probably due to a recent bath. She hadn't had the opportunity to observe closely before, but she had to admit that he was indeed handsome. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze quickly shifting first to Floey, then sweeping over the surroundings. He swiftly got up and patted the dust off his body. All right, let's go. Floey was startled for a moment, then silently smiled and nodded. Just as they were about to leave the basement, she suddenly turned her head to Chen Luwen and said, Priest Carter is about to return. If you truly plan to take me with you, then please hurry. He is also a transcendent, with formidable power. I have witnessed him single-handedly kill a band of 20 robbers with ease. Chen Luwen stopped in his tracks. Priest, he had already learned about his geographical location through Floey, the remote town of Emerald Town in the eastern part of the Tresor Empire, and this priest was the person in charge of the Red Apple Church's local branch, commonly known as the Big Boss. Even if it was just a minor place, it was still the Red Apple Church, a major force that ravaged the entire empire in game version 1.0. But this priest was not to be underestimated. I know, don't worry, it's almost ready. Another deep night came 2 days later. The jail where Chen Luan was held was very quiet, however. Curiously, there was no one there, only the large black rats that occasionally scurried out from beneath the pile of straw in the corner. These rats had tiny rocks and soil in their mouths and on their little paws. Nimbly slipping out of the jail cell, they were very cautious, stopping now and then to listen and sniff, only moving when the guards weren't paying attention, and in the blink of an eye, vanishing to who knows where. But after a while, they would run back again, over and over. Suddenly, the pile of straw heaved up, shook twice, then was gently pushed aside, and a dirty hand emerged from below. Following closely was Chen Luan's sweaty head. He climbed out from underground, not too quickly nor too slowly, then carefully covered the pile of straw back up. The whole process was smooth and nearly silent. Chen Luan sat on the ground, letting out a breath. He casually scattered the prepared breadcrumbs, and the big black rats swarmed over, happily taking their rewards and departing. After 2 days and nights of hard work, I finally dug my way out. Chen Luan wiped off his sweat, smiled, and grabbed a handful of clean straw to wipe his hands while thinking to himself, to avoid attracting the attention of the church, he could only dig when the guards slacked off. And these times were mostly at night and deep into the night, because the little mustached one would always coax the others to go out drinking and causing trouble. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only there were few people left in the nearby cells, and it had been a long time since the church sent any new prisoners over. Chen Luan was grateful for the emptiness of the place, which reduced the likelihood of being discovered, but to increase his chances of escape, he deliberately dug a longer distance for the tunnel, so he wouldn't be caught as soon as he emerged, hence the extra time spent. Tomorrow, I'll finish reading the Beast Tamer's Handbook, and everything will be ready. Just wait and see if I don't take care of you. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Don't expect to survive late at night. On the western edge of Emerald Town, a towering, solemn Gothic building stood, its spires adorned with 2 angel reliefs on the exterior walls. The angels held a basket of fruits, filled with bountiful red apples, crowding around a goddess whose face was unclear. An elderly man with brown hair, dressed in a deep red robe, slowly walked along the desolate street. He wore a gold apple pendant on his chest and held a large tome of scriptures in his hands. The elderly man finally stopped at the entrance of the church. The moon has many believers, missing a few doesn't matter, does it? He chuckled, pulling out a vial the size of a pinky finger from his bosom, filled about 2/3 with blood. The blood gently swirled inside the vial, emitting faintly glowing bubbles. Hopefully, it will enjoy this delicacy. The old man stepped onto the stairs and strode into the church. Snap, snap, snap. The next morning, Chen Luan was awakened by the slap of Brother Will. Well, in fact, he had been awake earlier, but since it was all part of the act, one shouldn't give up on the last day. However, Chen Luan decided he shouldn't suffer without payback, so he noted this in his little book against Brother Will. Lazy swine. Get up, it's time to fulfill your great endeavor. Brother Will looked at the foolish young man and disgustedly kicked him twice. Let's go. He adjusted his monk's robe, stood up straight and confidently, and left the cell. Chloe pressed her lips tightly, glanced at Chen Luan, and followed closely behind with a cold expression. Whistle. The small mustache blew the whistle. Chen Luan grinned foolishly, and obediently walked out. When everyone re-entered the basement number 7, Chen Luan suddenly felt a bit reluctant. What a great place for leveling, and they were about to leave it. He was very familiar with the workflow, and upon hearing the whistle, he immediately got to work. Pretending to be controlled, he obediently climbed onto the altar and went through the notes, his actions so sincere he could be called a model sacrifice. By reading carefully, you gain 70 experience points. You have completely read the mystic book Beast Tamer's Handbook, progress 100%. You have earned 1 skill point and 2 attribute points. Through careful reading, you have realized the skill Friend of Animals. Friend of Animals LVMAX, passive, skill description. You seem to have a unique attraction that makes animals very close to you. Even the most cold-blooded and irritable beasts are willing to befriend you when interacting with animals. Charm plus 10. Hey, friend, I believe you have finished my book and learned my skills. No need to thank me. I just want to benefit more people, allowing them to experience a wonderful life different from others. For some reason, every time Chen Luan saw Philip's message, he felt a violent urge. He flipped to the last page of the notes, and the content of the diary was also nearing its end. Solar calendar 4407, February 4th, cloudy. Ah, Queller, that old fellow truly is a big shot in the rat's nest. I totally couldn't match him after he transformed. Gargoyle's skin greatly restrains me, not to mention he is a sequence higher than me. They stole everything from my teacher, honor, status, even life. They are the most disgusting thieves in this world. But I may not have a chance for revenge anymore, because I am about to die. To kill me, those stinky rats really spared no expense. Endless alchemical potions worth hundreds of gold pounds each were thrown at my face. Oh heavens, they even ruined my handsome looks. Maybe this is destiny, stepping onto this extraordinary path of the Destiny faction. I knew this day would come. I will miss the days of traveling. My dear Maggie, I will think of you. Philip, oh yes, I have hidden all my savings and the extraordinary items I collected over the years in the backyard underground of Viscount Pompey's house. I dug it. The diary abruptly ended there, the ink trailing off into a long slanted line as if the writer's hand had dragged the pen down while falling. Chen Luen closed the notebook, sighing softly at the timeline in the diary was considerably long, spanning about 8 years from the beginning to the end. It essentially recorded the adventurous journey of a foreigner named Philip after he stepped onto the mystical and extraordinary path. How lamentable. How poignant. I just don't know if Philip's legacy is still around, Chen Luen thought to himself. He remembered that the official launch of version 1.0, when the game actually began, was in the year 4419 of the solar calendar, counting back 1 year and 1 month. The current time was approximately the year 4418 of the solar calendar. This meant that the content recorded in this journal was all a decade-old story. God knows what had happened during this period. Triggered a sea-level hidden quest. Philip's legacy, quest description. Based on the content recorded in the quest item Philip's diary, Philip had already anticipated his own death. On the eve of the battle, he hid all his savings from over the years underground in the backyard of the Pompey Viscount's house in Amber City. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, then it's yours. Go find it. I've placed it all there. Quest reward, unknown. Chen Luen accepted the quest and immediately felt that his power to complain had risen again. He just wanted to know the real reason Philip was killed. Was it because he had drawn too much hate? Monk Will saw Chen Luen closing the notebook, walked up expectantly, and gestured for Flowey to start writing at any time. Good. It looks like the notebook has been fully deciphered. He revealed a cruel smile. None, after he dictates the last part of these notes. Take him to basement number 4. Feed him to that pot of plant. Consider it recycling waste. Yes, Monk will. Flowey turned to look at him with a strange expression on her attractive face. Will's smile paused, and he couldn't help frowning. What are you staring at me for? None. Flowey did not answer him. Will suddenly realized something and sharply turned his head. Whoosh. Whoosh, snap. After a screeching sound of breaking wind, there was a crisp snap. Will only saw a swiftly moving blur, and the next second, he was choked by the hand of the dark-haired young man. What was horrifying was that the other's arm, like a writhing snake, illogically coiled around his neck again and again, tightly locking it. Animal mimicry LV1, serpentine incarnation. You have learned to temporarily twist your body like a snake, along with other partial serpentine characteristics. Will stared at Chen Luen's disappearing grin, his face emotionless, and he immediately realized he had been tricked. The other was not being manipulated at all. All these days had been an act, all a pretense. When had he gained such strong power? It must have been that notebook. Ugh. Ugh. Will tried to speak, staring fiercely with bloodshot eyes, but he couldn't utter a single word. Incapacitated by the sensation of suffocation, he fell into an unparalleled fear. He grabbed at Chen Luen's snake arm with both hands, desperately pounding, but it was to no avail. I really should thank you for sending the guards away to keep the secret. It saved me a lot of energy. Crack, read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. Chen Luen exerted force with his hand, the coiled snake arm suddenly jerked, instantly twisting Will's neck around. 58, bright red fatal damage popped up above Monk Will's head, and his life bar was instantly emptied. Monk Will collapsed to the ground, his body face down while his head was turned up in a bizarre posture. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. I'm not playing this role anymore. Kill the Will Priest of Red Apple Church, gain 20 experience points. Warning, your actions have attracted the enmity and attention of the Red Apple Church. Chen Luen curled his lip. He had never intended to be on good terms with the Red Apple Church anyway, so let them be hostile instead. He was more concerned that the death of Will only awarded him 20 points of experience. How stingy, but there was nothing he could do. Even though the other party had some status in the Red Apple Church as a monk, he was just an ordinary person in the eyes of the system's judgment. He wasn't worth much. Triggered a sea-level mission. Mercy, mission description. You've killed Will, a monk of Red Apple Church, and you must be prepared for their retaliation. Will you have mercy and take the opportunity to free the wretched prisoners? Mission reward, 500 experience points and 800 copper crow. Chen Luen thought for a moment and decided to accept the mission. The money reward was pathetic, but he urgently needed the experience points. Moreover, rescuing those sacrifices was also a blow to the Red Apple Church. Rewards, saving people, backstabbing. 3 birds with 1 stone, indeed a beautiful deal. What should we do next? Flowey approached Chen Luen, glanced at Will lying on the ground gazing up at the starry sky, and then looked away, no longer concerned. You've killed Will, and it won't be long before the guards outside notice something's wrong, and then they will heavily surround this place. Chen Luan leisurely collected the diary from the altar and then turned around. "I've dug a tunnel in the corner of my cell that leads outside, escape through there first." "What about you?" Flowey asked with a hint of confusion. "I have other things to do, and with me drawing their attention, you'll have an easier time escaping." Chen Luan crouched down, called a large black rat using beast speech, and then sent it outside the basement to look around. Soon, the big black rat scurried back in and reported the situation with a couple of squeaks. Chen Luan stood up and looked at Flowey. "There are only 2 guards outside now, you can easily slip past them." Flowey silently stared at him for a while before she finally said, "All right, then I'll go first." "Yeah, take care of yourself." After speaking, Chen Luan sat on the altar and began to ponder his next move. Hints about the prison's layout that the rats offered slowly emerged in his mind, along with the patrol distribution of the guards. "I still don't know your name, can you tell me?" Flowey's ethereal voice came through. Chen Luan lifted his head and saw her standing at the door. Turning back to look at him, he was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "You can call me Chen Luan." "Okay. My name is Flowey." "I know, that's what they all call you." For the first time, Flowey smiled. She looked back at the man on the altar deeply before leaving the room. "You be careful too." After Flowey left, Chen Luan purposefully waited some time, his thoughts becoming clearer by the minute. Then footsteps echoed from the entrance of the basement side by side. A man with 2 small mustaches and another guard cautiously pushed open the iron door. "Monk Will?" What greeted their eyes was Will's angry face, blocking their path. "You 2 idiots. Didn't I tell you not to come in?" The men with the small mustaches were startled and immediately lowered their heads submissively. "I'm so sorry, Lord Will. We just came because..." Mid-sentence, Small Mustache realized something was wrong. The voice of Monk Will had changed, and why was his back turned to us? Not good. Before Small Mustache and his companion could draw their swords, they looked up to find Monk Will's body already hurtling toward them. Bang! The 2 were knocked off balance by the tremendous force, while Chen Luan's figure agilely darted out from behind the door. His hands shot out simultaneously, his arms transforming into sinuous serpents, tightly winding around the necks of the 2 guards. The mustachioed man and his companion's eyes bulged, their faces flushed red with no sound escaping their throats, as they watched their bodies being slowly dragged into the underground basement. Bang! The door to the basement closed slowly. A while later, when the great gate opened again, a figure clad in a leather coat and wearing a brimmed hat walked out from inside. "Killed a Red Apple Church prison guard, gained 10 experience points." Killed a Red Apple Church prison guard, gained 10 experience points. The guards weren't very strong, perhaps because they had the profession of prison guard. Their panel attributes were slightly higher than Chen Luan's current ones. But they were still just ordinary people and were no match for a transcendent. Stepping into the mystic realm, Chen Luan pulled out the set of keys he had taken from the mustachioed man and headed straight for the cell where the sacrificial offerings were kept. The key ring had keys for all the cells in the prison. On the way, he casually opened his panel and invested the accumulated 1,000 plus experience points entirely into his main occupation, Beast Tamer, leveling up 7 times on the spot. Main occupation level increased. You feel your body has been strengthened. Life limit plus 140, physical strength limit plus 70, sanity limit plus 1, strength plus 2, agility plus 7, intelligence plus 4. You gain 7 skill points, 7 attribute points. Then Chen Luan spent 4 skill points to upgrade Animal Mimicry LV1 to max level 5. Chen Luan's panel then changed to the following name: Chen Luan race, human, Eastern continent, template, NPC, countdown to version 1.0 public beta. 401 days 11 hours 12 minutes 25 seconds, level 11 experience, 10/190 life, 180/180 physical strength, 110/130 sanity, 6/6 main occupation, sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV8, Destiny faction, suboccupation, Fisherman LV3, attributes, strength 6, agility 13, endurance 5, intelligence 7, faith 3 special attributes, charm 7, plus 2, willpower 5, insight 3, luck 3 remaining points. For skill points, 9 attribute points. Skills, quick reflexes LV1, passive, seafaring balance LV1, passive, beast speech LV1, animal mimicry LVMAX, friend of animals LVMAX, passive, combat power, 17, evaluation, a newbie stepping onto the mystic path, the floor combat power of a transcendent. Apart from Arandi Gorilla, perhaps no one would take you seriously. Chen Luan ignored the comment, then he nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was passing a corner, 2 guards walked toward him. As they drew closer, one of them turned his head in confusion and took a few good looks at Chen Luan, who pulled his brimmed hat down. "Hey, wait a minute, buddy." One stood in front of Chen Luan with a torch while the other placed his hand on the hilt of the short sword at his waist. Chen Luan noticed that their gaze fixated on the back of his clean hands, immediately realizing they had become suspicious, because there was no simple red apple tattoo on the back of his hand. It's an intruder. Take him down. Shenluan sighed inwardly. He knew he couldn't hide for long, but he didn't expect to be discovered just after leaving, though he had never intended to rely on stealth and assassination to pass this level. The guards drew their swords with a cling, but Shenluan was faster and had already drawn the regulation short sword at his waist, sweeping it horizontally. A cold glint flickered, crossing the throats of the two men. -97, -98, two bright red damage numbers popped up, ripple blood spattered as the burning torch and the guards' bodies fell to the ground. Clang! The sword that was just drawn by the guard now fell as well. Hey! What's going on over there? Quick, check it out. Voices and footsteps approached rapidly from the end of the corridor. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. Shenluan remained calm, merely waving his hand, and his index finger shone with light while he emitted a piercing cry. Suddenly, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of large black rats scurried out from all directions of the dim hallway, squeaking wildly as they pounced forward against the mottled walls lit by firelight. The shadows of 3 or 4 guards coming in for support were instantly brought down. Then, accompanied by the rats' squeaking and gnawing sounds, terrified screams echoed through the corridor. Arg. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Leaving without disturbing. In the dimly lit number 4 underground chamber, flickering flames danced, with a lit white candle standing at each of the 4 corners of the central altar. A potted plant that resembled a sunflower stood quietly on the altar, its head bowed and body bent as if wilting. A wrinkled, aged hand held a small glass bottle, carefully pouring the blood within onto the plant. A blood bead, glimmering with dull specks of light, fell and dripped onto the sunflower. The blood bead was immediately absorbed by the leaves of the sunflower. Within the next second, the sunflower seemed to regain a bit of vitality, slowly straightening its body, revealing its true face. In the middle of the sunflower was a baby's face, eyes tightly closed, as if in a sweet slumber. Wah! Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing pupils filled entirely with pitch blackness and malice, bursting into loud cries. The eerie, owl-like raspy wails, accompanied by rings of black light, vibrated in all directions. Whoosh! All the torches and candles in the chamber were extinguished. The priest was forced into a corner by an inexistent gale, even feeling his soul about to be blown from his body. Fortunately, the wailing only lasted a few seconds before the bizarre sunflower drooped its head. Again, plunging into silence, the priest wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken, and said in a deep, hoarse voice, "It seems it doesn't much like the scent of the moon. But it clearly belongs to this sequence, so why is this happening?" The old priest approached the altar once more, looking down at the powerful mysterious object with a profound gaze. Suddenly, he noticed the potted plant extended a thin tendril, pointing in a certain direction outside the underground chamber. It seemed something out there was drawing its attention. Following the tendril's direction, the old priest turned to look, but could only see the iron door of the chamber. Clang! The prison's iron door was opened. "Hurry up and seize the chance to escape. I've killed the nearby guards," Shenluan said softly, standing before several sacrificial victims who huddled together like frightened quails, but they acted as if they hadn't heard him and huddled together even more fearfully, shrinking into a corner. "Please, please don't kill us." Shenluan paused, then looked down at his attire, a leather duster and cap, with a short sword at his waist. Realizing that these poor souls mistook him for a church guard, he casually removed his disguise, returning to his usual humble cloth clothes. "I'm not a bad guy, got it?" Shenluan shrugged helplessly. Upon seeing this, the sacrificial victims finally believed Shenluan's words, but they still didn't dare to step through the prison's great door. Shenluan sighed softly. "I've given you the chance. If you don't want to die, then you better hurry and go," he said, dropping the statement and walking away. Thank you. Please tell us your name, benefactor." Shenluan turned back to see one of the girls bowing to thank him, her eyes filled with hope. Unconcerned, he waved his hand and strode towards the upper levels. "Hi, Shenluan, never leave a name when doing good deeds. If you really want to know, just call me Red Scarf." Leaving the girl bewildered, Shenluan had already arrived at the great gate leading to the upper level. He unlocked the iron gate with a key, immediately drawing the attention of several guards in the area behind the door. Before they could react, Shenluan commanded a swarm of rats in beast speech to surge toward them. He himself followed closely behind with his short sword, making sure they were finished. Previously, he had given a large black rat a set of keys with instructions to deliver the keys to each imprisoned sacrificial victim. As long as those people weren't too foolish to not know how to open a door, they should be able to take advantage of the chaos and escape. With him drawing fire here, the mission to rescue the sacrifice was essentially accomplished. Shenluan wiped the neck of the last guardian, and in the eyes of the other party who died with their eyes wide open, he cleaned his blood-stained short sword on their body. Before sheathing it, clang a crack, "You have killed a Red Apple Church Guardian, gaining 10 experience points. Chen Luwen stood still, glancing at the church guardian's bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. Without exception, they had been savagely bitten by the great black rats, their faces a bloody, unrecognizable mess, with a fatal slash across their throats. Woof! Woof woof! A burst of ferocious canine beast roars followed. Chen Luwen turned his head and was met with the stench of blood and a gaping maw full of dense, sharp teeth that blocked his vision. Crack! The gaping maw snapped shut, the sharp fangs clashing and grinding with a loud noise. Chen Luwen rolled away like a donkey dodging the attack, but he still got a fine cut on his cheek that oozed beads of blood. You have been attacked, health -1, you have been infected with bacteria, fallen into the state of minor rotting poison syndrome, life -1 per second, lasting 10 seconds. He frowned and sized up the assailant. It was a strange, big dog with skin so ulcerated it revealed the muscles underneath. On one side of its hideous head, there was an additional, deformed half head, only one eye filled with madness and the desire to kill was visible, along with half a set of sharp teeth, another one of those infernal creations researched by the Red Apple Church. Chen Luwen recalled information about the monster as he watched the half-dog drooling from its open mouth. This was a supernatural creature created by the Red Apple Church using diluted, flesh-faction mysterious substance, not as powerful as a real transcendent, but far stronger than the ordinary church followers. If it were to kill those ordinary church guards, it would be all too easy, crunching them one by one like snacks. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Go go go? Chen Luwen stood up, short sword in hand, and slowly walked toward the rotting hound. Woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Soon, 3 or 4 more ulcerated figures burst from the darkness, their ferocious eyes all fixated on Chen Luwen. Chen Luwen smirked with contempt, then started walking backward at double the speed. Besides, he kept an eye on 2 large figures clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, who were slowly approaching from behind the rotting hounds. The dim armor bearing the Red Apple insignia clanked as they moved, indicative of its weight and sturdiness. Swoosh! The heavy armored guardians pointed their spears at Chen Luwen, closing in slowly, clearly engaging in battle mode. Good fellows, so the elite monsters have come too. Chen Luwen didn't intend to tangle with them here. He turned and ran. As long as he got back to his own cell, he'd be able to escape through the pre-dug tunnel. Both parties were in a chase, and even with Chen Luwen's agility attribute at 13 points, it wasn't easy to shake off the pursuit of the 4 rotting hounds. Chen Luwen sprinted through the cramped corridors, the wind whistling in his face. But the sounds of pursuit and the beast's breaths didn't fade, they grew even closer. This won't do, I must deal with the 4 dogs behind me, Chen Luwen thought. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only judging by the relentless rotting hound's form and speed, even if he managed to escape into the tunnel, they would catch up. At that time, in the narrow space of the tunnel, his fighting ability would be impeded. Damn it. Die, all of you. Chen Luwen, in the midst of rapid movement, made a split-second decision, turning abruptly and swinging his sword in a vertical slash, striking right at the rotting hound coming at him head-on. Chapter 13, You Can't Leave. Hiss. The dagger plunged deeply into the decayed hound's brain, splattering rotten flesh mixed with filthy blood. 72. The yellow critical damage popped up, but even striking the vital part was not enough to kill it, and Chen Luwen only felt a more turbulent force from the dagger. The severely injured decayed hound resisted violently, and Chen Luwen pressed down his sword-holding hand, wrestling with it, while his other arm shot out fiercely. In this process, he employed his serpentine incarnation trait, tightly coiling his arm around the rotten dog's neck. Then he forcefully pulled out the dagger. Die. With a twist of the dagger, he stabbed upward into the decayed hound's jaw with a muffled put. The dagger deeply penetrated its skull and promptly poked out from its fontanelle. 110, the bright red fatal damage number. Chen Luwen flung his hand, sending the dog flying, crashing against the wall before falling to the ground. Yet the decayed hound was still breathing. It wouldn't die anytime soon, which showed its tenacious life force. Chen Luwen knew that such supernatural creatures possessed a passive skill that granted immunity to fatal wounds, similar to the real man 5 seconds from an old MMORPG in his previous life. The difference was, once the time was up, they would still die. Arg woof woof. Arg. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the next second, 3 more decayed hounds followed, pouncing towards Chen Luwen. They spread out in a triangle, squeezing Chen Luwen's remaining space to dodge. Any ordinary person would definitely be tackled and bitten to death under such an attack, but Chen Luwen contorted his body in an unnatural way, slipping through the gap of the encirclement. His neck that had bent 180 degrees slowly returned to normal, and he turned his head and shouted, "Invisible." Sound waves dispersed, and the attracted bats immediately fought with the 3 decayed hounds. Chen Luwen didn't stop, taking up his dagger to join the fray. At the same time, he switched to beast speech again, calling forth a swarm of rats. The decayed hounds, being monsters fused with mysterious substances, were not opponents for the bats and rats. The three large dogs didn't care about these small creatures' nips and bites. Swinging their heads to bite without hesitation, they could kill several large black rats or bats in one bite. Qianluan knew the bats and rats wouldn't last long, but at least they served to momentarily distract and entangle the enemy. Seizing this opportunity, he stepped forward and swung his dagger harshly, decapitating half the head of a decayed hound that failed to dodge in time. Half a head, dragging torn skin and spinal bones, this prevented the dog's head from hitting the ground. Bang! Qianluan delivered a sidekick, powerfully striking the injured rotten hound on its abdomen. The latter whimpered and rolled away, unable to get up from the ground. He took several deep breaths, sighing helplessly. These large dogs were supernatural creatures catalyzed by mysterious substances, lacking any sanity. Otherwise, with his professional skill level, he could have made them turn coats on the spot and recognize him as their master. The swarm of rats and bats was steadily defeated by the decayed hounds. Seeing this, Qianluan did not dare waste time and, grasping his dagger, entered the battle. In less than 10 seconds, Qianluan had knocked down the remaining two large dogs. With no time to finish them off, two armored guards also arrived, thrusting their long spears at him. Hoo-hoo! The spears, flickering with cold light, stabbed directly at Qianluan's chest and abdomen, barely giving him time to breathe, forcing him to dodge urgently. Fortunately, relying on his high agility attribute, he narrowly escaped. Qianluan leaped backward into a roll, quickly widening the distance between him and the two armored guards. He looked up at their towering figures and impenetrable armor, then at his own dagger, now nicked, and his expression changed. Living holds no pleasure, dying no fear, Qianluan roared, his face grimacing as he hurled his dagger. Come, let us decide life or death. Even barehanded, I will smash your tin cans to pieces. In his hysterical roar, the dagger flew, hitting the chest of one of the armored guards. Bang! The dagger wailed mournfully as it spun helplessly to the ground. The two armored guards looked up, but the corridor was now empty. Qianluan had already made his escape after throwing the dagger. He would be foolish to fight them to the death, as their heavy spear would either kill or seriously injure him if it struck, and breaking through their defense was another problem altogether. Without the four dogs entangling him, those two lumbering fellows were only fit to eat his dust. Huff! Qianluan, panting heavily, returned to his original cell and without a moment to rest, dove into a pile of straw. Flowey must have escaped by now, right? He thought to himself. In the pitch-black, cramped tunnel, Qianluan crouched down and used the serpentine incarnation, his tongue transforming into a long snake's tongue. Hiss, hiss, the scent tells me there are remnants of Flowey here. This also meant that Flowey had indeed escaped from the tunnel. He transformed back into human form, let out a deep breath, and felt a weight lift from his heart. After spending some time, Qianluan crawled through the winding tunnel. He pushed aside the dead branches and leaves covering the exit and crawled out. The harsh sunlight poured down, causing Qianluan to be extremely uncomfortable for a moment. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and slowly stood up. Breathe in. Qianluan squinted, taking in big gulps of the fresh air outside. Of the fragrance of flowers, the freshness of the soil. As well as the long-lost scent of freedom. At this moment, all he wanted to do was shout, Davi is free. I'm curious, how did you manage to do it? An elderly voice came from not too far away, startling Qianluan abruptly. He bent down reflexively and looked to the side. To avoid being discovered by the church, he had purposely taken a long detour to dig here, a deserted grove a few hundred meters from the underground prison. In theory, there should be no one here. He saw an elderly man with brown hair standing under a tree, clad in a deep red priest's robe, holding a withered sunflower plant. At his feet, Flowey was sitting against the tree. She looked desperate, her lips pursed as she cast a complicated glance at Qianluan. Flowey, seeing this, Qianluan inwardly cursed. No wonder he hadn't received a notification about completing the mission to rescue Flowey. The culprit was that old man. Run! Flowey suddenly spoke, her voice filled with urgency. He can't escape. The priest said emotionlessly. He slowly put down the potted plant. The half-dead sunflower seemed to sense something attractive nearby, stretching a branch slowly towards Flowey. It seems indeed that it has undergone some new mutation stimulated by the power of the moon. The priest watched with interest as the small branches moved closer to Flowey, who shifted back in fear. Suddenly, he heard a series of small but dense noises that grew louder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The priest turned his head in surprise. From the tunnel behind Qianluan poured out a massive swarm of large black rats, accompanied by a large group of bats. A dark mass surrounded Qianluan as if he were their king. Qianluan watched the old man coldly and pointed a finger, directing the swarm of rats and bats towards the priest. A transcendent, Priest Carter, realizing the means by which his opponent had escaped the prison, remarked, "But this is far from enough." Smack! Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only he waved a hand, and 7 or 8 bats rushing towards him exploded in midair, their flesh and blood scattering like rain. The priest charged forward, thunderously stomping countless rats to death, grinding them to a pulp. Carter revealed a cruel smile and reached out a large hand towards Chen Luwen. Interesting, a rare destiny faction transcendent. I must study you thoroughly, you cannot leave. Chapter 14. Priest. The dry, pale hand, like an eagle's talon and bulging with veins, tried to crush Chen Luwen's head. Chen Luwen, relying on his flexible body and high agility attribute, suddenly ducked his head, and the whoosh of the wind passed over his head. A cold glint flashed in the priest's eyes, his fingers clenched into a fist and smashed downward. Bang! Chen Luwen's back was struck by this punch, feeling as if a hammer had slammed into him, his body bending downward again. He felt a sweetness in his throat and immediately coughed up blood. 68. White characters emerged. Priest Carter's punch took away 1/3 of Chen Luwen's life force. If he sustained 2 more punches like that, Chen Luwen would be done for right there. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Luwen enduring a punch was not out of stupidity, but for the sake of this moment. He suddenly stretched out his hands and clapped onto the priest's arms. The hands of the serpentine incarnation twisted and writhed, climbing up the priest's arms like 2 pythons, tightly entwining around them and restraining him. The priest's brows furrowed slightly, sensing something bad. The next second, a large swarm of rats and bats rushed from behind and piled onto him. Squeak, 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 squeak. The huge, black rats and bats, as if mad, opened their mouths and swung their claws, ferociously tearing at Priest Carter. In no time, Priest Carter's body seeped fresh blood, turning him into a bloody figure. Get off! Disgusting reptiles! Priest Carter roared angrily, struggling to break free. Bang! Chen Luwen's hands, taut like 2 strings, suddenly snapped back, feeling an intense, burning pain. The rats and bats clinging to the priest were also scattered, flying in all directions. The priest's robe was riddled with holes from the biting. Standing raggedly in front of Chen Luwen, looking extremely pitiful, Carter lifted his blood-drenched face, revealing a fierce smile, his fingers clenched into a fist, making a crackling noise of bones. You shouldn't have angered me. He finished speaking, stepped down, and like a cannonball, charged straight forward. Die. A wildly fierce punch smashed toward Chen Luwen's head, and the sound of the air exploding resounded once again. Chen Luwen dared not contend head-on and had to use his agility advantage to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the furious sound of tearing air, Chen Luwen faced peril at every turn. Priest Carter hardly seemed like an elderly old man, but more like a fierce humanoid beast. His fists swept through with afterimages, fiercely attacking Chen Luwen, who often had to dodge 4 or 5 times before finding a moment to counterattack. But his counterattacks were nothing more than a slight nuisance to the priest, adding up to a mere dozen points of damage, even less severe than the rat and bat swarm from earlier. Roar! Priest Carter let out a monster-like roar, and a powerful, heavy crosspunch came hurtling forward. The strong gust nearly lifted Chen Luwen's hair, making his scalp tingle and his eyelids twitch. He was going to be killed in an instant, he was going to die. The fist, buzzing with explosive force, barely grazed past Chen Luwen's nose. A droplet of sweat splashed and disappeared into the ground. In a critical moment, Chen Luwen deployed the serpentine incarnation again, his entire body leaned back, his neck twisted to one side, narrowly avoiding the lethal punch without stopping. His neck suddenly extended forward, his head turning around facing the priest as he opened his mouth. Buzz. Animal mimicry. LVMAX, ultrasonic wave. Skill description. You have learned the vocal techniques of bats, temporarily acquiring the ultrasonic wave trait. A strong ultrasonic wave accompanied by air pressure burst from Chen Luwen's mouth, aiming directly at the priest's face. Priest Carter paused for a moment, his ears ringing, as if countless insects were buzzing beside them. His vision suddenly blurred, and a strong wave of nausea surged, with blood slowly trickling from his ears. Die. Strike him while he is down. Chen Luwen, taking advantage of the priest's momentary control by the ultrasonic wave, raised his right arm high, his fingers together like a blade, and swiftly chopped down. Bang. The handchop brutally landed on the priest's neck. The priest's eyes immediately scattered, his head bending at a 90-degree angle. Chen Luwen could even clearly feel the vibration from the opponent's bones breaking. Crack. With his head askew, the priest collapsed to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust. Chen Luwen gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. He felt his physical strength was nearly depleted. Standing with wobbly legs, this old guy is really tough, Chen Luwen remarked, looking up. He saw Chloe firmly bound by the branches extended from the sun-avoiding potted plant, her face filled with fear yet unable to move. But no kill notification, trying to deceive me? His gaze hardened, and he stomped his foot down on the priest's head. Crack. The priest's pale, withered hand, moving faster than it seemed, grabbed his ankle. Quite smart, but you are too weak. The priest sprung up from the ground, kicking Chen Luwen in the stomach. Bang. Chen Luwen's eyes widened. He had prepared in advance, so why couldn't he react in time? His body bent like a cooked shrimp, flying backward. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful kinetic energy let him maintain inertia, rolling and dragging across the ground, stirring up dirt and gravel. Only when Chen Luen crashed into the base of a large tree with a loud noise did he stop. Chen Luen was covered in blood. Lying on the ground and struggling to lift his head, Priest Carter's robes were torn, his body seemingly inflated by 3 sizes, like a balloon turning into a muscular giant. Butcher. Chen Luen spat out a mouthful of blood, uttering the supernatural sequence term, Flesh Faction, Sequence 9, Butcher. Most of the Transcendents from the Red Apple Church pursue this sequence, known for their strong life force, healing ability, and combat capabilities. Of the burly priest revealed a ferocious expression, his eyes filled with madness and murderous intent. You are undoubtedly going to die. At this moment, the priest's figure was 3 meters tall, charging like a giant bear, the ground trembling. Chen Luen, shakily standing up, saw this and once again unleashed an ultrasonic wave attack, but this time, he saw a hint of scorn on the priest's face. The gold apple pendant hanging around the priest's neck suddenly burst into a golden glow, emanating a calming aura. The muscular giant like Priest Carter continued his advance with a powerful sense of oppression, unaffected by Chen Luen's sonic attack, as if it were a mere breeze. Wow! At this moment, the sun-avoiding potted plant erupted once again, the baby face in the sunflower crying loudly, its branches extending more rapidly, wildly dancing in the air. The branches binding Flowey tightened abruptly, and as a mere mortal, she couldn't withstand it. Instantly feeling asphyxiated, her eyes widened, filling with bloodshot streaks, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Luen knew it was bad. If things continued like this, Flowey might die here first. He grabbed the seashell necklace at his chest and performed hypnosis on the oncoming priest. Sanity 1, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only Chen Luen endured the intense headache, staring straight at his enemy. A faint blue light flashed by. The priest's raised foot suddenly froze, his fierce expression seemed to struggle, but as a member of the Flesh Faction, his willpower attribute was not outstanding, and the priest couldn't pass the high demand of a 25 points in willpower assessment. He was successfully hypnotized. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. You call this tickling, but the next moment, Chen Luen nearly burst into tears. Damn it, what the hell? Even if it's crippled, it's still a B-rank mysterious object, and you can't control it. The gold apple pendant on the priest's chest once again burst into light, stronger and more intense than before. The hypnosis effect released by Chen Luen through Mermaid's Song was dispelled. The crying of the sun-avoiding potted plant grew louder, causing Chen Luen's eardrums to sting. A black light ring fluctuated, passing through the bodies of both the priest and Chen Luen, making them tremble simultaneously. It was a pain like one's soul being dragged out, accompanied by a profound emptiness, as if their heartbeats were about to cease. Chen Luen knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and gasped heavily, like a fish out of water. Flowey screamed miserably. Chen Luen's heart tightened, and he looked up. He saw countless branches of the sun-avoiding potted plant weave into 2 giant pythons, plunging violently into Flowey's eyes. The petite girl had already collapsed on the ground, letting the strange plant bore into her brain. The baby face in the center of the sunflower closed its eyes and fell into slumber, yet its mouth revealed a sweet smile. The scene was incredibly eerie. Chen Luen clenched his teeth and was about to rush forward to rescue her, but was blocked by a massive figure. Where do you think you're going? The priest stood with his back to the sun, his cold eyes gazing down at Chen Luen from beneath the shadow. I told you can't escape. He brought his hand down with a violent slap, the pressure of the wind growing intense. In his desperation, Chen Luen had no choice but to dodge to the side. Boom! The ground caved in, forming a large pit, and debris flew towards Chen Luen, causing an intense stinging pain. Flowey's body trembled slightly, as if she were enduring unimaginable pain, her life slowly ebbing away. Her brother, Flowey whispered softly and then fell completely unconscious. Chen Luen looked at her and clenched his fists. Since crossing over, Chen Luen had come to see this girl in a new light. She wasn't the cold-hearted, influential person who only knew slaughter and treated people like ants. The villainous boss from his memory of the future. Chen Luen had crossed over to a time before Flowey was completely transformed by the Red Apple Church into a soulless, human sharp blade. The current her still retained her humanity, warmth, and innocence. He would not allow his appearance to cause Flowey's premature death. This was not the destiny he wanted to change. If you make me fail the A-rank hidden consecutive mission I've finally received, I will show you what cruelty is, Chen Luen said. Without a trace of emotion on his face. Boom! The priest bared his teeth in a hint of madness and violently punched Chen Luen in the face. Cruel? Do you mean your concept of cruelty is just tickling me? The priest's deep and hoarse voice slowly said. The next second, Priest Carter narrowed his eyes and looked down at the motionless black-haired young man beneath him. Shenluen somehow had raised his arm in time, blocking it beside his cheek, holding off the priest's heavy punch. His entire arm was covered in dark golden scales, neatly arranged like a puzzle, radiating extreme beauty under the sunlight. Animal mimicry LVMAX. Carp armor, skill description, you learn to grow scales like a pangolin, temporarily gaining strong physical defense capabilities. Shenluen slowly raised his head, revealing pale yellow vertical pupils of a snake, his expression fierce. The scales spread slowly, covering half of Shenluen's face and neck in dark gold. All sacrifices have escaped. You have completed the C-rank mission, Mercy. You have received the mission reward, 500 experience points and 800 copper crow. You have killed a supernatural creature, the Rotting Hound, and gained 70 experience points. Asterisk 4. Shenluen received a prompt the moment before the priest made his move, with 2 waves of rewards coming one after another, as if they had agreed to arrive together. He thought, that's just in time, and spent all of the nearly 1,000 experience points he had accumulated to level up 5 times. As his panel received an all-around upgrade, Shenluen allocated all 14 accumulated attribute points into Strength, which surged to 22 points. It was comparable to the priest's and even slightly surpassed him. And now? Shenluen lifted the arm blocking the punch and twisted, transforming into the serpentine incarnation. His arm, covered in scales like a golden python, coiled around the priest's thick arm. Then he violently twisted it. Oh! The priest's inhuman scream pierced the air as Shenluen ripped off his arm, tearing it completely from its root. The pangolin's scales had a strong cutting ability. Paired with the snake body's entanglement, it was virtually a living meat grinder. Priest Carter staggered a few steps while howling in agony, holding the stump of his arm as blood spurted wildly. Shenluen knew that such an injury was not fatal to a transcendent from the flesh faction. Perhaps, before long, the priest could even grow a new arm. So he once again unleashed the hypnotic power of the mermaid song, enveloping the priest. The priest's golden apple pendant on his chest autonomously protected him, once again emitting a gentle golden light that neutralized the hypnotic effect. Don't bother, scum. Gasping for breath, the priest mockingly whispered, it can defend against most mental-type supernatural powers, allowing me to remain alert at all times. But Shenluen was not discouraged. He hadn't run out of tricks. In fact, he never intended to use hypnosis to control the priest in the first place. Everything was within his expectations. Wah! Wah! The sun-avoiding potted plant, finally provoked, opened the black eyes on the baby face in its sunflower middle, and a branch shot out piercing the air. The spear-like branch, moving with a speed beyond the priest's reflexes, penetrated his chest from the back. A spurt, blood jetted out. What? The priest's eyes widened, his mouth gaping. The branch wrapped around the golden apple pendant on his chest and then violently retracted, placing it into the baby's mouth to be crunched down to nothing. A valuable mysterious object was just eaten like that. The priest had no time to grieve because he now truly felt heartache. A large hole gaped in his chest, and one could even see his damaged heart still stubbornly beating within his ribcage. Seeing this, Shenluen revealed a cold, triumphant smile. The poor priest knew nothing of the sun-avoiding potted plant. NPCs couldn't see the panel information. Of course, they didn't know it originated from a high-sequence transcendent who had renounced the sun faith and turned into this after death, repelling all forces associated with the sun faction. As the priest kept using the golden apple pendant imbued with the sun's power before the plant, it was like he was seeking trouble with the Xie family by boldly entering their latrine with a lantern, looking for Siete Arg. Die. Enraged like a madman, the priest charged at Shenluen. His remaining arm fell like a hammer, but with a slap, it was firmly caught by Shenluen's hand. You're the one who's going to die. Die. Shenluen roared, turning his waist, lifting his knee, then ferociously kicked out. With a sonic boom accompanied by waves of air, the kick landed on the priest's forehead like a meteor strike. Bang. Animal Mimicry LVMAX, Scorpion Tail Needle. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. Skill description: you've mastered the traits of a scorpion's tail flick when hunting or defending, and can temporarily poison your enemy. Shick. A large head soared into the sky, trailing hot blood in an arc before tumbling to the ground. The priest's robust torso, now without support, spewed a column of blood and fell thunderously to the ground. You have killed Carter, a transcendent of the Red Apple Church, Sequence 9 Butcher from the Flesh faction, and you've gained 1,000 experience points. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. 2 months. Shenluen let out a breath. The kill prompt has already appeared. Try jumping up to punch me again? Saturated with sweat, he looked at the headless corpse on the ground and curled his lips. No longer wasting time, he stepped over the body and walked under a nearby tree, approaching Chloe. By this time, Chloe had completely lost consciousness, her eyes a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Two streams of bright red blood flowed from the empty eye sockets, making her already pale little face even more pitiable. The nearby sun-avoiding potted plant was left with an empty pot, the mysterious sunflower within it having vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Shenluan's expression condensed. It had already burrowed into Chloe's body. Why did this happen? Shenluan subconsciously thought of Chloe in his previous life. Back then, she had already been successfully merged into a high-sequence killing weapon by the Red Apple Church, given the title Nun of Silence. But she hadn't integrated with the sun-avoiding potted plant. She merely possessed it and treated it as merely a weapon. The current state of being parasitized and entangled was clearly beyond Shenluan's expectations, generally speaking, let alone sun-avoiding potted plant, which was a high-risk A-level mysterious object. Even the lowest-level D-level mysterious objects posed a death risk to mortals who came near. Chloe, merely a mortal, hadn't been killed outright by it, which was truly strange. A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 1, complete. Successfully rescued Chloe alive from the Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch. Task reward, 2,000 experience points, 40 silver ducats, Chloe's affection, and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, *1, Chloe's affection increases. Unlocked A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 2. Sequence 2, under the premise of ensuring Chloe's survival, steal the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant from Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch. Task failure if Chloe dies. Task reward, 4,000 experience points, 10 gold pounds, Chloe's affection, and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, *2, warning, A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant possesses powerful mysterious powers, please act with caution. Shenluan's eyebrows rose, his expression turning strange just as he received the task prompt. The next round of prompts popped up again. A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 2, complete. Successfully stole the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant from the Red Apple Church's Emerald Town branch, with Chloe alive. Task reward, 4,000 experience points, 10 gold pounds, Chloe's affection, and low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, *2, Chloe's affection increases. Shenluan, looking at the flooding prompts, felt extremely odd. I haven't even done anything, and it's already complete. What a stroke of luck. Why not just go ahead and settle a dozen more rounds of rewards for me? Shenluan hoped thus. It was like when your dad sends you to buy soy sauce, but the storekeeper hands you a pack of your dad's favorite cigarettes. When you get home, your dad praises you for being thoughtful, and what was initially meant to be another errand turns out to be perfectly arranged. Not to mention, I deserve rewards. Must have rewards, 2 sets of math homework. Plus a grand package of mock exam papers for all subjects. Unlocked A-level hidden chain task, Silent Nun Sequence 3. Sequence 3, under the premise of ensuring Chloe's survival, obtain a piece of high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, to counteract the mystical pollution of the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant, maintain relative balance, and help Chloe gain basic control of the A-level mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant. Task failure if Chloe dies. Task reward, 10,000 experience points, 30 gold pounds, Chloe's affection, and B-level mysterious object poem of blood and soul, *1, warning, Chloe will be thoroughly polluted and die 59 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes from now. Hurry up! Shenluan's complexion changed. 2 months, just when he thought Chloe had escaped one disaster, it turned out to be just an extension of her time until death. He couldn't help but think from another perspective. Why did the sun-avoiding potted plant give Chloe this kind of preferential treatment? That's right, it's preferential treatment. An ordinary person, if it burrowed into their brain like that, would have died countless times. Others would directly lose control from pollution and turn into monsters, not be allowed to struggle on for 2 months. It seemed intentional. It was as if there was something in Chloe that attracted it, making it unable to resist drawing close to her. Yet, due to the vast difference in their life hierarchy, Chloe was unable to bear it and was bound to collapse. The sun-avoiding potted plant seemed to be trying to integrate with her while also striving to protect her body. But the most it could do was merely delay the time of death. It needed help. Shenluan paused. Recalling the key item described in the third ring of the mission, a portion of the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. I've got it. Shenluan finally understood why the Red Apple Church had chosen Chloe to be the vessel for the sun-avoiding potted plant. It was precisely because of Chloe's unique nature. coupled with the fact that the Red Apple Church was never short of supernatural materials related to the flesh faction. A portion of the high sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, they could absolutely produce it, but it would certainly be tampered with, in order to make the rapidly strengthening Floey immediately bow down and become a compliant sharp blade of the church. But now there was a problem: where could Chen Luen find a portion of the high sequence flesh faction mysterious substance? In this world's pathway through the supernatural sequences, those called high sequence were all above sequence 4.at this stage. For him to scheme for something of this level was no different from a Y actively seeking out Brother J, but now was not the time to linger. With the prison having caused such a commotion, the members of the Red Apple Church would surely begin a manhunt soon. He had to leave this place quickly. Chen Luen exhaled a breath of foul air, set aside his worries, and composedly picked up the unconscious Floey. He carefully checked his surroundings and saw that the priest's body had disappeared, transformed into a thumb-sized red badge, gleaming under the sun. Chen Luen didn't linger, picked it up, and quickly left. 10 minutes after he left, a fat man dressed like a monk in a red robe, leading several dozen sword-carrying guards, came to this location. Among them were several heavily armored spear-carrying guardians, with 7 or 8 rotting hounds at their feet. Sniff sniff, the leading heavily armored guardian led a rotting hound, which collected scents with its grotesquely fierce big head on the ground, finally barking madly towards the woods. The fat monk held a handkerchief in his hand, incessantly wiping sweat. Seeing the chaotic signs of the battle on the ground and the pool of priest's blood leftovers, he turned pale with fright. Wobbling his ball-like body, he ran over. Then, bending down painfully, he picked up a piece of the priest's robe fragments, and shivered as he said, "Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. Oh my god, this is the end, it's all over." Monk Stetton's fat face was streaming with sweat, his mouth quivering. By rows above, Priest Carter has already gone to the ladies' garden. Even the priest has fallen in battle. He quickly turned around and shouted to his subordinates, "Quick! The murderer has not gone far, catch him." Chapter 17, Caravan hitching a ride with the wind. The lush grasslands spread under a thick canopy of trees. Through the gaps between the branches, one could even spot a distant small village and a few tall windmills, slowly rotating in the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew, dispersing some of the stifling heat. A small merchant caravan was making its way along a country trail. About a dozen horses of various colors, grouped in threes, pulled 3 wagons, surrounded by a dozen leather armored guards for protection along the way. All 3 wagons were of the same specification, with smaller front wheels and larger rear wheels. The front and rear wooden planks of the wagons, including the tops of the boxes, were loaded with well-packaged goods, securely fastened with tarpaulins and net ropes. The exterior of the carriage was painted with the image of a silver dragon head, the emblem of the Silver Dragon Trade Association. Leading the caravan at the front was a middle-aged bald man on horseback, accompanied by a young rider. The youth sported a comical yellow mushroom haircut. At that moment, the young man looked back at the last wagon, pondering something. "Jet, what's the matter?" the bald man asked softly upon noticing. "Ah, Mr. Walsh, it's nothing, but I just find it odd. Why would a nun from the Red Apple Church be attacked by wild beasts out here in the wilderness? Perhaps it was an unfortunate encounter on the way to that apple orchard. I heard that the Red Apple Church has an orchard outside the town, and the fruits they pick are distributed to the town's poor." Bald Walsh shook his head in pity. "Oh, the poor nun. She was so young too." He then brought his fingers together at his brow, and afterwards raised his fist towards the sky with a backhand gesture. "May the constellation bless her." This was the prayer gesture of the constellation sect. Jet, standing by, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How could the deities of the constellation ever bless a nun from another church? Were the luminous Queen and Lady Rose very familiar with each other? But he dared not voice these blasphemous thoughts. Jet kept his gaze fixed on the last wagon. He always found the 2 people who sought the caravan's help mid-journey suspicious, but since Mr. Walsh had agreed to let them ride, he couldn't say much else. The curtain of that wagon was pulled back. A black-haired young man popped his head out, giving him a bright, innocent smile. Taken aback, Jet returned an awkward smile, then turned away and looked no further. Chen Luen displayed a playful gaze, leaning against the window edge as he fiddled with the seashell necklace on his chest. Had it not been for this, catching a free ride would have been impossible. After escaping from prison, he had no clue about his bearings. In the wilderness, he didn't know how far the nearest town was. Rather than staggering around like a headless fly, it was better to find someone to lead the way. Fortunately, having encountered this caravan, he used the mermaid song to persuade the caravan steward, catching a ride. Although the wooden carriage, clad in iron, was constantly jolting, it was better than walking on foot. Even though Chen Luen was a transcendent, he was not known for his endurance. and he also had to take care of the frail Flowey by his side. This not only saved him energy but also gave him brief moments to think and space for reflection. Gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, Chen Luwen's slightly restless heart gradually calmed down. There's no lead on Flowey's third-level task for now. The primary goal is to find a place to rest up first. Let's head into town. Flowey and I are too conspicuous right now. A wounded nun and a ragged young man certainly look suspicious. Then, Chen Luwen took out the loot he got from killing a priest. A small red ghostface badge, D-level mysterious objects surging badge, item description, a badge infused with the power of flesh, wearing it grants surging strength and vitality. The ghost face on it seems lively, showing a ferocious smile when you're not staring directly at it. It seems to have been left by a church priest, containing mysterious substances and transcendent properties from his death. Eat more. You are the hungry butcher. You are the incarnation of strength. Item effect, after wearing, strength +2, endurance +2. Item drawback, more prone to hunger, increased appetite. Chen Luwen casually pinned it to his chest. A mysterious object that added 4 attribute points. The side effects weren't too severe. Not bad, I'll just use it for now, and when the players arrive later, I can sell it at a high price. To help them, I'm really kind. Too righteous. Chen Luwen wiped away the tears he shed from his own sense of righteousness. Although this was just a low-level, mysterious object, if it was called a divine artifact in the early version, then it was a divine artifact, because such items are rare. Chen Luwen stretched out his hand to caress the breeze coming through the window, squinting his eyes, before crossing over. That tiny elite at the top of the pyramid was beyond his reach. He hadn't even made it into the first tier, but that didn't diminish his influence among the players roaming the world alone. He embarked on a solitary journey, exploring countless hidden side quests within this vast world and the stories behind them, experiencing customs starkly different from reality. He recorded and posted them on the game's built-in forum for players to relish. The players affectionately called Chen Luwen Mysterious Crawler. Wherever he crawled, he wrote, seemingly privy to every little secret. Of course, he needed to make a living. Chen Luwen frequently compiled some of the more intense side quest narratives and bizarre stories into volumes, accompanied by screenshots of landscapes he collected along his travels. They sold incredibly well for his regular customers. He also produced some cherished scenic screenshots. Just how exceptional were they? Well, he had visited every somewhat notable female character, the proper kind. Of course, how could players' screenshots be called sneaking shots? I'm just checking if they are clipping. Chen Luwen turned to look at Flowey beside him. Her eyes were currently wrapped simply with a strip of burlap, her body leaning against a pile of leather and wool fabrics. Deep in sleep, despite the substantial bumps of the carriage ride, Flowey showed no signs of waking up. Her nun's coif was removed, revealing light golden long hair that made her resemble a delicate porcelain doll. I'll take it one step at a time. I still have plenty of options. Chen Luwen muttered to himself, not only to change her destiny, but also for the third ring of the hidden quest. The reward is too generous. I can't get stronger without it, and if I can't get stronger, I can't help the players, which would leave me crying with guilt. Just then, Chen Luwen suddenly noticed that the caravan had slowly stopped. Noisy human voices gradually came from outside. Stop. Halt. Who's in charge of this merchant caravan? At that moment, a commanding shout came from outside the coach, followed by heavy footsteps. Chen Luwen didn't peek out curiously but silently lowered the curtain, observing through a crack in secret. He hadn't noticed they had already arrived at the bridge checkpoint leading to the town. The caravan steward Walsh dismounted his horse and approached a burly officer clad in chainmail armor. That would be me. Walsh presented his identification along with the trade association's pass, handing them to the burly officer. I am one of the stewards of the Silver Dragon Trade Association. You can call me Walsh. What happened in Emerald Town? Walsh noticed that the number of guards at the checkpoint far exceeded the norm, arousing his suspicion. The burly officer glanced at the documents briefly before handing them back to Walsh. Nothing much, just that a priest from the Red Apple Church in Stitton mentioned there is a highly dangerous murderer lurking nearby. We have to inspect your caravan's carts. Sir, that is not in accordance with the rules. Walsh objected. The burly officer shrugged his shoulders, stepping aside to make way. Sorry, I trust there's no issue with your caravan. But these are the orders of the Red Apple Church. According to the Sun Codex, they have the authority to do so. As the burly officer spoke, a fat man in a deep red robe led the church's guards toward the front of the caravan. A tall armored guard even held 2 large dogs draped in red cloth. The purpose of hiding the rotting hounds was probably to avoid causing panic among the common folk. Although the Red Apple Church wasn't afraid, the priest from Stitton didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Make way. Several guards in Red Apple Church leather coats brandishing swords ordered, causing the caravan guards to step aside. Watching the church guards inspect his caravan's 3 carts and cargo, Assistant Jet was not only indignant, but rather expectantly anticipating that he was looking forward to the scene of these guards dragging that young man out of the cart. Perhaps some yokel from the fields abducted a church nun, even blinding her eyes, then desecrated her. Jet indulged in his fantasy, vaguely excited.as for the deadly murderer the Red Apple Church mentioned. Jet hadn't considered that angle. It hardly seemed likely for that young man. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only soon. A church guard came to the front of the last cart. Under Jet's anticipative gaze, the guard lifted his dagger, parting the curtain inside the cart. A church nun and a young man dressed in tattered burlap, resembling a beggar, lay there. The young man was looking at him, a politely smiling face. Hello. Chapter 18. Are you trying to harm me, boy? There are no suspicious people. The guard moved the short sword away, and the curtain fell back into place. Not here either. Same here. Several other guards reported loudly in succession. Monkstetton wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and waved his hand to let them pass. All right, go ahead. Praise the rose. Walsh took a deep breath, tipped his hat with a slight bow to the fat monk, and then motioned for the caravan to continue moving forward. Jet was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. What's going on? No suspicious people. My God, you have a Red Apple Church nun lying right next to a homeless man, right under your noses. Are you blind? Open your eyes and look, Jet roared inside his heart. Half of the caravan's wagons had already crossed the bridge, but the rotting hounds led by the armored guard had become somewhat restless. Woof. Woof woof woof. Just then, the rotting hound suddenly started barking furiously at the wagon where Chen Luan was. Chen Luan's brow furrowed inside the wagon. Have they detected it? These dogs are really annoying. He had previously used Mermaid's Song to hypnotize the church guards and avoided the inspection, but inevitably caused some fluctuations in supernatural strength. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, and nor could most transcendent beings, but the rotting hound, a kind of supernatural creature, sensitively sniffed out the traces. The guards were suddenly alarmed. As if facing a formidable enemy, they all drew the swords at their sides and stood on guard in front of the wagon. Two armored guards with long spears walked with heavy steps, one from the left and one from the right, closing in a pincer formation. Jet, this youngster on the sidelines, watched the commotion excitedly, almost applauding the dogs. Well done. Such good dogs. Chen Luan sat in the wagon, slowly straightened up, and inclined his ear to listen to the noise outside. I still have 7,000 experience points in reserve, enough to max out my sub-occupation and boost my attributes. It's not hard to fight my way out. He was not panicked at all, ready to burst into action at any moment. What are you doing? Monkstetton suddenly shouted at the guards. The subordinates halted in confusion. I said let them pass. Are you disregarding my orders? The fat monk scolded them angrily, then commanded them to move aside and not block the way. Jet was shocked. Has this fat man eaten so much he's lost his mind? It's clear there's something wrong with that wagon. Monk sir, I want to report, there's something in that wagon. Seize him. Stetton turned sharply, staring fixedly at Jet. Two church guards immediately went forward and grabbed Jet, leaving the mushroom-haired young man stunned. I suspect this man has connections with the murderer. Detain him here and gag him. No, monk sir. Stetton paid no heed, waving his hand to have his subordinates gag him. Caravan steward Walsh was taken aback, not understanding what had gotten into his assistant to have angered the Red Apple Church. Sir, Jet is enough, don't speak anymore. The fat monk kept wiping his sweat, visibly impatient. You folks can go in first, come back later to pick up the people. Walsh seemed to understand something, stayed silent for a moment. He thanked the fat monk, bowed, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, he gave Jet a helpless look, watching the caravan slowly disappear at the end of the bridge. Monkstetton breathed a sigh of relief. He had only been going through the motions to avoid reprimand from the bishop, or something major had happened at the Emerald Town branch. The Apple Orchard prison was almost completely wiped out, Priest Carter was killed, and the sacrifice had escaped. The most serious issue was the theft of two mysterious objects, especially the sunflower potted plant. He knew how much the upper levels of the church valued that item. The matter had blown up, and it frightened him just to think about it, but he didn't want to confront the mastermind behind it all directly. No matter whether the transcendent was hiding within the merchant caravan or not, Stetton wasn't willing to gamble. His own life was more precious. I'm not getting involved in this mess. I'd better report to the bishop early. Stetton, trembling, threw his soggy handkerchief onto Jet's head. Rose above. This guy almost got me killed. Beat him hard for me. His hairstyle reminds me of the disgusting roasted mushrooms from yesterday. Absolutely revolting. Jet suddenly started crying grievously. You want to beat me just because of that? Upon entering the town, Chen Luan parted ways with the merchant caravan. Before leaving, the caravan steward, Walsh, stopped Chen Luan. You You're a transcendent, aren't you? Walsh asked somewhat uncertainly. Despite hitching a ride all this way and even being searched at the outpost, this bald steward hadn't exposed him, although hypnosis was part of the reason. Chen Luen still felt the man was decent and easy to get along with. So, he tactfully dodged the question. Transcendent. What's that? Chen Luen waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just an ordinary farm youth. I don't understand a word of what you're saying. However, hearing this made Walsh even more certain. So the bald steward quietly passed him a coin. Sir, this is a Silver Dragon Trade Association token. Presenting it will get you high-end treatment at any of our association's branches, including but not limited to commissions, storage, auctions, and purchasing, etc. Chen Luen took the coin, casually pocketing it. Don't talk nonsense. This is a misunderstanding. I really am not any transcendent. Alright, I have things to do, I must be going now. After saying this, Chen Luen waved his hand and quickly left with Flowey in his arms. Watching his retreating figure, Walsh smiled softly and led the merchant caravan towards the town's trade association, Silver Dragon Trade Association. Chen Luen avoided the crowd, walked past several streets, and stopped in an alley. He took out the coin he had just pocketed and placed it in his palm. You have discovered a token, Silver Dragon coin. Item description: a rare coin carved from special stone, silver white in color, with the Silver Dragon Trade Association's unique dragon head logo engraved on it. Presenting it at the Silver Dragon Trade Association will grant access to high-end treatment only a few can enjoy, Chen Luen was aware of. This trade association, having dealt with them frequently in his previous life, they were somewhat unscrupulous as traders, but as the saying goes, it's all relative to the competition. Compared to other smaller associations, Silver Dragon Trade Association might have been a bit tough on prices, but they had never shortchanged clients on quality or service. Importantly, they had significant backing. The headquarters of this association was in Barrow Royal City, standing unchallenged for many years, which spoke to their substantial strength. Moreover, after realizing his identity as a transcendent, that bald steward hadn't made a big fuss. It seemed he was quite experienced and knowledgeable about the mystic realm. Chen Luen secured the coin safely. Well then, now that I have this thing, I might as well try that plan, he had a nearby inn. Planning to settle down there, Emerald Town was far from bustling, rather, it appeared quite desolate. To read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only this remote town was nothing like other advanced cities. The sceneries it offered were exceptionally backward. The buildings were all ancient styles, not renovated in hundreds of years, and the deteriorating stone roads were filled with manure and garbage. The attire of the residents more resembled those from the medieval era in his previous life, entirely different from what Chen Luen remembered. Curved Blade Inn. Chen Luen looked up at the dilapidated wooden sign and walked into the inn, carrying Flowey. Chapter 19. The boss opens a room. Ding-a-ling. He pushed open the inn's door, and the old bell clanged to life. It was still the afternoon, and there were only a few scattered patrons on the ground floor. Most of them were aged drunkards, shabbily dressed. They glanced up at Chen Luen and then paid him no more attention, returning to their poor-quality drinks. A few patrons, reeking of alcohol, noticed Flowey cradled in Chen Luen's arms and flashed understanding smiles. The innkeeper was a plump middle-aged woman, who was napping behind the counter with her head wrapped in a scarf. There was also a big orange and white cat on the counter, lazily staring at Chen Luen. The plump woman raised her head when she heard the noise. What do you need? She glanced at Flowey passed out in Chen Luen's arms and scoffed disdainfully. Mostly vacant rooms upstairs, 30 copper cross a night. Chen Luen didn't waste words with her. Pretending to take money out of his pocket, he secretly drew several silver ducats from the panel. Several silver coins appeared in his palm, then he placed them on the counter. Pick a quiet one for me, I'll stay for 2 days, and prepare some food and water, the rest is a tip. The world's monetary system was unified. Copper cross, silver ducats, and gold pounds exchanged at 100-to-1 progression. By standard living costs, 10 to 20 silver ducats could easily meet the needs of a 3-person civilian family for a month. The panel was very user-friendly in this regard, allowing free deposit and withdrawal of currency. It functioned as a sort of alternative money purse between the panel and reality. The plump woman raised her eyebrows, surprised by Chen Luen's generosity. She scooped the silver coins which clinked as they dropped into a drawer below the counter. Then she turned to find the keys on the wall. Meow. The big orange and white cat approached Chen Luen and rubbed his fingers with its head. Chen Luen smiled and played with it for a moment. The plump woman took down an old set of keys and handed one to Chen Luen, somewhat astonished by her cat's reaction. It seems to like you, strange. She then pointed upstairs, the third room from the end of the corridor. Thank you. Although a young man bringing a wounded nun from the Red Apple Church to an inn seemed suspicious, stranger magical things weren't unheard of. Moreover, Emerald Town was just a remote little town in the eastern part of the empire, where the local sheriff was virtually non-existent. As long as there was money to be made, the innkeeper didn't care much. Hey, kid, you're much bolder than I was at your age. Just as Chen Luan was about to head upstairs, he suddenly heard a drunkard shout, a nun from the church. Aha, she's a woman who serves the gods. Who doesn't want to play God once in their life? Chen Luan turned and glanced at him. The old drunkard grinned, showing his uneven yellow teeth. What are you trying to say, sir? 10 copper cross, let this old ham take a turn at being a god, how about that? He guzzled down his drink, emptying the wooden cup in one go. After belching, he staggered over to Chen Luan. He leaned in and whispered, don't worry, it's our secret. I won't report you to the Red Apple Church, damn it. Ham, I'm warning you, stop causing trouble in my inn. The plump woman furiously chided, hands on her hips. Ham just shrugged his shoulders innocently, ignoring the innkeeper. He chuckled softly, reaching out to touch Floey's face, but his hand stopped midway. Meow wow. The plump woman's cat suddenly bristled, yowled, and pounced on the drunkard's head, wildly scratching his face as if mad. Oh. You damn cat. Get off. The drunkard was knocked to the ground, struggling desperately. The other patrons nearby didn't help. Instead, they stepped back, laughing heartily. Chen Luan kicked the drunkard gently in the chaos. It was so soft that the latter didn't even notice. Then he nonchalantly picked up Floey and turned to go upstairs. If he was seeking his own death, he couldn't blame Chen Luan for that. Chen Luan gently placed Floey on the bed and poured himself a glass of water. A panel. He pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a sip of water. Name, Chen Luan. Race, human, Eastern Continent. Template, NPC, countdown to version 1.0. Public test, 401 days 5 hours 25 minutes 47 seconds, level, 16 experience, 7000/240 life, 140/230 physical strength, 90/150 sanity, 4/6. Slowly recovering, main occupation, sequence 9 Beast Tamer LV10, max, Destiny faction, suboccupation, Fisherman LV6, attributes, strength 24, +2, agility 15, endurance 8, +2, intelligence 8, faith 3 special attributes. Charm 7, +2, willpower 5, insight 3, luck 3 remaining points, 7 skill points, 3 attribute points remaining assets, 10 gold 37 pounds silver ducats 800 copper cross, low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, asterisk 3 skills, quick reflexes LV1, passive, seafaring balance LV1, passive, beast speech LV1, animal mimicry max, friend of animals max, passive, combat power, 21, evaluation, transcendence are ashamed of you, but at least you have learned how to climb in the mystic realm. Chen Luan allocated the surplus experience points and maxed out his fisherman sub-occupation, bringing his total level to 20. His attributes rose as a result, and he gained 2 skill points and 2 attribute points. The fisherman sub-occupation is a common lifestyle career, so its growth attributes are not strong. It's mediocre. Every 2 levels provided Chen Luan with 1 point of agility and 1 point of endurance. Better than nothing. Next, he maxed out the skill, Beast Speech LV1, the skill's limit was level 3, which only cost Chen Luan 2 skill points. The maxed, Beast Speech, was no longer limited to ordinary animals, giving Chen Luan the ability to communicate with some supernatural animals or conceptual animals. As for the 2 passive skills of Fisherman, Chen Luan did not plan to waste skill points on them because there were many more uses for skill points in the future. Therefore, he had a surplus of 7 skill points and 5 attribute points. He wasn't going to use these saved points now, but would keep them in reserve to deal with various unexpected situations. Chen Luan nodded in satisfaction. He had improved in all the areas he could. If he wanted to level up further, he would either have to add a sub-occupation or consider advancing his main occupation. Advancing the sequence now is premature, and I also lack the corresponding supernatural knowledge as a prerequisite. Chen Luan sighed. In his past life, he followed the mystic path of the Moon faction. Now, he was with the Destiny faction. Because the Destiny faction was a hidden path, Chen Luan was very unfamiliar with it. There weren't many posts related to this path, and few players who took it. Chen Luan's impression of this path was that it was barely noticeable, because the Destiny faction had no significant presence in the game version at the time, neither among players nor NPCs. Perhaps it would be prominent in later versions, but that was irrelevant to Chen Luan. He couldn't see it. From now on, I can only grope my way forward. Chen Luan didn't consider this path weak compared to other paths at the low sequence stage. His evaluation of his main occupation, sequence 9 Beast Tamer, was very high. It had strong adaptability and versatility, and the upper and lower limits depended on the individual. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only take the skill, Animal Mimicry, for instance. Although it could only retain up to 10 animal characteristics, the effects of freely mixing and matching combinations were Quite nice. Chen Luwen got up and walked to the window, contemplating his next planning. At that moment, Chloe made a slight noise on the bed, slowly waking up. Where is this? Chapter 20. Why are you so nice to me? Chloe weakly rose to her feet. She began by looking around her, realizing she was in darkness, and reached out to touch the strips of linen wrapped around her face. Then she fell silent. Chen Luwen slowly walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her face. Can't see anymore, huh? Well, your eyes were damaged after all. He propped his elbow on his knee and cupped his chin, thoughtfully observing the nun sitting at the edge of the bed. Although young and wearing a baggy robe, she already had the makings of the authoritative figure from her previous life. Given Chloe's current affection for me, I guess doing something shouldn't cause any trouble. Are you staring at me because you want to do something shameful? Chloe shook her head and raised her face towards Chen Luwen, staring straight at him. I thought you couldn't see? Chen Luwen was startled. Could it be that she had seen through his thoughts? I'm only blind, not completely sightless. Chloe sorted out her hair, tucking the messy light golden strands behind her ear. It has given me heightened senses. I can't see, but I can feel. The Chloe mentioned clearly referred to the sun-avoiding potted plant. Chen Luwen rolled his eyes. You should have said so earlier. I was planning to buy you a new set of clothes. You can go buy it yourself later. New clothes? Chloe looked puzzled. Was he staring at her just to buy clothes? Chen Luwen pulled a chair over and sat down by the bed. Would you like to keep wandering around in the robe of the Red Apple Church? I'm really afraid they won't be able to find us then. He grabbed his own linen garment and sniffed it. A strong scent of sweat almost overwhelmed him. My clothes need changing too. The inn offers bathing services. I'll take you there after we eat something. Chloe quietly watched him, and after a while, she said softly, thank you. The food provided by the innkeeper was quite good, perhaps because Chen Luwen was quite generous. They were served not just bread and water, but also 2 large pieces of roast lamb and a pot of stewed meat. After eating and drinking their fill, Chen Luwen took Chloe downstairs. The bathhouse was a separate single-story building on the side of the inn. He did have a bit of a gentleman's demeanor after all and didn't make the blind girl go buy clothes by herself after sending Chloe into the bathhouse. Chen Luwen went shopping nearby. He bought several ready-made outfits at the tailor's shop, as well as shoes, a backpack, and some other miscellaneous items that might be needed. He neatly folded Chloe's clothes and placed them outside the door, secured by a pair of ladies' leather shoes, and then he went to enjoy a refreshing bath himself. Upon exiting the bathhouse, Chen Luwen saw Chloe, dressed in a long black dress, waiting for him outside. Under the setting sun, her light golden hair fluttered with the wind, and a black silk ribbon was wrapped around her face. That was something Chen Luwen had secretly taken from the tailor's shop while the proprietress was not looking. Not bad, looks good, Chen Luwen commented. It wasn't just good looking, it was impressive. He had underestimated Chloe's ability. He was at fault. Chloe seemed a little surprised. Really? Since being sold to the Red Apple Church, she had never worn attractive clothes, always donned in a nun's robe, but soon her tone dimmed a bit. Too bad I can't see it. Chen Luwen sighed silently. You might have a chance to recover in the future. Since you know about the transcendence, you must realize that the mystic realm offers many possibilities. Restoring your sight is not entirely out of reach. Chloe seemed convinced by Chen Luwen's words, and a smile appeared on her pristine face. It's okay, I already know from it that I may not live long. She slowly spread her arms, letting the breeze pass through her. Chen Luwen could see, her joy was from the heart. But even if it's just a month or 2 of freedom, I'm happy, and whether I can see or not doesn't matter much anymore. Chen Luwen shook his head. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Chloe paused for a moment, lowered her hands, and slowly approached Chen Luwen. Why are you so good to me? I don't seem to have done anything to deserve your sacrifices. Chen Luwen was at a loss for words. He could hardly say it was because he had seen her tragic future. To prevent her from becoming the villainous boss who would later be sent by the Red Apple Church to hunt him down, he had no choice but to rewrite her destiny. Of course, Chen Luwen had another ulterior motive. That was because Chloe was extremely popular. Perhaps she could serve as his poster girl after the players arrived. In any case, it could never be because of the rewards of a grade A hidden serial quest. I, Chen Luwen, am a simple, kind-hearted, and just person, Chloe, because you remind me of my own sister, Chen Luwen said earnestly. Chloe was slightly stunned. Seemingly convinced, she lowered her head, pursing her lips, and whispered in an ethereal voice, thank you. Other than my brother, no one has been so kind to me. Late at night, the purple moon hung high. A monk from Stitton hurried to an inconspicuous apartment. He hesitated, pacing a few steps, continually wiping sweat from his brow. Although I've already reported the situation to the bishop is far in Amber City. It will take a while for him to arrive. The stout monk looked around. This was the central area of Emerald Town, the environment relatively better, with guards carrying lanterns occasionally seen patrolling the empty streets. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he stuffed a letter into the mailbox outside the fence, then turned and left. Just to be safe, I should notify the shelter as well, and have them start a manhunt around the town. Stetton walked briskly, as if something terrifying was chasing him. That guy who killed Father Carter and destroyed the Apple Orchard prison is probably hiding in town. Rose above. Please don't let me run into him. On the surface, there were only 3 transcendent powers in Emerald Town: the Red Apple Church, Moon Church, and the Empire's official organization, the Shelter. Because the relations between the churches were not good, in the absence of his own bishop, Stetton chose to seek help from the neutral Shelter. Reporting on his fellow monks might be embarrassing, but Stetton didn't care. Even if it was the face of the Red Apple Church at stake, it was nothing compared to his own precious life. Stetton walked through several blocks and returned to the front of the Red Apple Church on the west side of town. He suddenly noticed a figure stumbling and falling at the church doors. Huff! Huff! The figure collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, apparently in great pain. Stetton cautiously approached. He soon realized it was just a drunken drunkard. Relieved, he cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to step over the man to enter the church, the drunkard suddenly called out to him, wait a minute. If you wish to receive Rose's aid, listen to the lady's gospel. Please come early tomorrow and line up, said Stetton impatiently, turning to leave. Don't go. The drunkard grabbed hold of Stetton's robe. The stout monk immediately frowned and shook him off in disgust. Get away. Damned drunkard. Watch it, or I'll immediately call the church guards to lock you up. Monk, sir. I have to denounce someone. The drunkard lifted his head. It was old Ham, who had caused trouble at the Crescent Inn during the day. He was now sweating profusely, his face turned black, speaking tremulously as if he had contracted some bizarre illness. He has kidnapped a nun from your church, right in. Before he could finish, Ham suddenly screamed. Immediately thereafter, he collapsed to the ground, spitting black bile, and died on the spot. Stetton was startled, and after examining him closely, he realized that the man had been poisoned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. Could this be a warning from that transcendent to me? The stout monk was horrified by his own speculation. I must call back all the church guards outside. He immediately turned and ran towards the church. Stumbling along the way, he almost slammed his head into the great gate. Chapter 21. Departure. Today Chen Luan stood by the window, watching the purple moon and the night sky. High-sequence flesh faction. Mysterious substance. This type of supernatural substance generally forms when a transcendent or supernatural creature dies. The spirituality-less corpse can no longer contain the mystery within, thereby releasing the remnants as mysterious objects. If the corpse is severely damaged, or if the process of transforming into a mysterious object is interrupted, it will result in an incomplete residual mystery, turning into mere mysterious substance. Moreover, if a mysterious object is subjected to an attack much stronger than itself and its structure is completely destroyed, it will also turn into corresponding mysterious substance, varying from one piece to several pieces. But the mysterious substance cannot be destroyed. It seems to be the most fundamental unit of manifestation in the transcendent domain. Chen Luan calmed his mind and recalled for a while, indeed thinking of several methods to obtain the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. However, most of the methods involved tasks, events, and locations that were far away and currently inaccessible. Or they were too dangerous. With his current strength, the possibility of even making an attempt was almost zero. The risk of death was too high, not worth the gamble. After several rounds of screening, to his knowledge, there was only one viable method to obtain this high-sequence material at the current stage: Amber City, Big Stomach Dolly. The reason he remembered so vivid was because of an incident that had caused quite a stir on the forums at the time. In his previous life, a small guild had accidentally triggered a side mission in Amber City that required them to protect a distinguished council member. Initially, they thought it was not difficult, but subsequently, the guild members involved in the mission died one after another, eventually leading to the failure of the mission. They didn't get any reward, and instead were investigated by the authorities due to the council member's death, causing the guild members' levels to nearly drop by 1. The president of this small guild then complained on the forum, which actually attracted the attention of many large guilds and top gamers. As they delved deeper, the gamers unearthed an assassination organization called Circus. The assassin responsible for assassinating that council member was named Dolly, nicknamed Big Stomach, a transcendent of the flesh faction who was halfway into the mid-sequence. Although Dolly was strong, he was not invincible. In the face of the fearless fourth calamity, he soon expired. After killing him, one of the lone gamers who had come just for the excitement luckily snagged a piece of loot. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. At that moment, the gamer smartly fled, hid, and logged off, executing a series of maneuvers that were exemplary. It was only after some time that this gamer handed over the high-sequence material to the force he had joined, reaping substantial benefits before being accidentally exposed. Some were angry, some were curious, some envied, and others were puzzled. How did a mid to low sequence NPC drop high sequence material? No one knew, and it remained an unsolved mystery. Chen Luan had another reason for seeking out this big stomach dolly. It was the place where Philip's legacy was buried, the home of Viscount Pompey, located in Amber City. Thus, although Amber City was far, it was a must-go destination for Chen Luan. Dolly became the most feasible option among the many. What was uncertain, however, was whether Dolly at this time point would be in Amber City. Even if he was, it was not clear whether he had the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance on him, because the incident happened a year after the public beta, which was still over 2 years away from the current time. I won't think about it too much. Nothing is ever certain. Trying is always better than doing nothing at all. Chen Luan made up his mind and planned to start his journey immediately, but before that, there's another thing I need to do. In the evening, Chen Luan made a trip to the town's Silver Dragon Trade Association. Using a Silver Dragon coin, he met Walsh again and submitted a commission to him. Thinking about this, he felt a twinge of pain. 5 gold pounds, having my assets. He picked up the water glass from the table and took a big gulp to extinguish the bitterness in his heart. Then he glanced at Flowey, who was sound asleep on the bed, draped his cloak, and leapt straight out of the window. After landing, he vanished into the night with a few quick moves. Once Chen Luan had left, Flowey slightly turned her head, gazing toward the window. I hope you return safely. The enchanting purple moon cast moonlight into the room through the window. In the dim light, a broad figure was leaning against the chair behind the desk. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking arose. Come in. The door opened, and a young man wearing a white uniform walked in. He marched straight to the desk and placed a letter on it. Team leader Ralph, this is a tip-off letter we just received. The man named Ralph, a middle-aged man, sat up, the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing a rugged man with a beard. He picked up the letter and asked in a deep voice, who brought it? The station investigators saw that it was a Stitton monk from the Red Apple Church. Poor Stitton thought that no one would notice his sneaky behavior, but every move had been observed. Ralph let out a cold laugh, then opened the letter to read it. No wonder his subordinates specifically brought it to him. Ordinary tip-off letters are usually reviewed by the investigators below. Since it's related to the Red Apple Church, it mustn't be a trivial matter. After a while, Ralph put down the letter, his disdainful smile growing even more apparent. He actually said that a dangerous wild transcendent had appeared in town, hoping that I could sniff this guy out. Stitton furiously denounced the Transcendent's arrogant behavior in the letter, and speculated that it might have bigger schemes that could cause unimaginable harm to Emerald Town. Although the Shelter indeed is an official organization of the Empire for containing transcendents and mysterious objects and suppressing any unstable elements from the roots, Ralph somewhat couldn't understand why the Red Apple Church, which was no community service organization, would disclose this information for no reason. Either it's a trouble not even the Red Apple Church can resolve, or they want to use us to achieve some purpose. Ralph lit a cigar. He tapped the desk with his fingers, knocking twice. Send some investigators to stake out near the Red Apple Church, and monitor their every move. Yes, team leader. The young investigator in white uniform placed his left hand on the right chest, bowed slightly, and then left. Remember, don't draw the attention of Priest Carter from the Red Apple Church. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. The investigator responded again, exited the room, and closed the door. Click. Ralph swiveled his chair to face the window showing the purple moon, puffing rings of smoke. That old lunatic even dares to kill believers of the Moon Church. Truly a madman. Let's observe for a while and let them bite each other. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Tonight, the hunt for the church. The solemn Red Apple Church. Under the nightfall, the side profile of an angel reliefs on the outer walls of the spire overlapped with the purple moon, casting an enchanting glow. A dense flurry of footsteps approached from the end of the street. 2 heavily armored guardians with the Red Apple emblem on their chests led the way, holding torches as they advanced toward the church. Dozens of church sentries formed a long procession behind them. Some guards even held dog leashes, the rotting hunting dogs draped in red cloth immediately following the group. Upon arriving at the church, the procession streamed inside through the great gate in an orderly fashion, leaving only 2 sentries at the entrance. Inside the church at the prayer room, a young woman lay crumpled on the floor in disheveled clothing, a deep gash on her throat, her blood spread all over the ground. Clearly, she had been dead for some time. Stetton's plump figure, garbed in a monk's robe, stood not far from the body, and in his hand, he held a beautifully crafted short knife, its shining blade still dripping with blood, rose above. Why is there no response yet? Stettin wiped sweat from his brow with a handkerchief in his other hand, his beady eyes fixated on a golden goblet upon the praying altar. The goblet was filled with fresh blood that occasionally rippled outward. After a long while, an old voice came from the goblet at Stettin. This is the third time you have called upon me. I hope you can provide a convincing reason. Bishop, sir. The rotund monk was overjoyed, hastily drawing closer to the goblet. When will you journey to Emerald Town? The transcendent who destroyed the Red Apple prison is likely hiding right here. As long as you arrive, that guy won't have a chance to escape. The blood in the goblet stilled for a moment, and just as Stettin began to doubt, the old voice spoke again. Will warn me before, and now it seems that the criminal is most likely a transcendent from the History and Ritual Association, who disguised himself as a sacrifice to infiltrate the prison, and eventually rebelled and killed our priest Carter. Their goal is clear, it's the sunflower, mysterious object. The upper echelons of the church have made some guesses about it. It's highly likely to be what remained from a saint who caused the collapse of the royal city of Beryl over 10 years ago. Had not the Sun Church and the shelter put on dual pressure, Laffa would not have secretly transferred it to a remote small town like Emerald Town. But how exactly did those damned rat people come to know of this? Suppressed fury resonated within the old voice, and Stettin mopped his brow frequently. He wanted to remind but dared not remind the bishop, not wanting to know these secrets at all. Could there be a traitor within the church? Stettin asked in a low voice. The blood in the goblet paused again. You really have a pig's brain, Stettin. Who among the followers of Rose would dare to betray? The old voice scolded, then seemed to temper its rage, gradually calming. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Right now, all you need to know is that the sinner will not escape. The church will make him into fertilizer for the garden. After Carter's death, there's a gap in the church's transcendent combat power in Emerald Town, but you don't have to worry about him. No matter where he flees, he will eventually reunite with his accomplices, bringing along the stolen items. The church has already identified those behind this operation, such that I cannot leave at the moment, but their time of death is near. Just keep yourself hidden for a while, and do not call upon me again unless it's for something significant. The old voice faded, and the blood within the golden goblet became still. Stettin felt more anxious rather than reassured after hearing the bishop's words. Since the priest's death, he had been in a state of extreme insecurity. I'll just stay in the church and not go out for a while. He exhaled deeply, turning to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a large black rat on the floor, staring up at him. A rat! Stettin was startled. The large black rat squeaked, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The portly monk, watching the mouse flee, felt an increasing unease. Why has a rat suddenly appeared? He had heard of some strange transcendent abilities in the mystic realm and, just to be safe, he hastily chased after the rat in the direction it had gone. But as he stepped out of the prayer room into the courtyard outside, he unexpectedly saw a chaotic array of guardian corpses on the ground, without exception. Each of their necks was twisted 180 degrees, and their bodies bore numerous tiny bite marks. The flesh was a mutilated mess, utterly horrific. Stettin jumped in fright, trembling as he took a few steps back. It's here. That guy really did come to kill. Why didn't I hear anything? How did it get all the way inside the church? Stettin immediately ran back to the prayer room, picked up the golden goblet, and grabbed a hand crossbow hidden underneath the prayer altar. Then he returned to the courtyard and ran towards the back door of the church. As he pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, he suddenly heard a shrill dog yelp, followed by that. The rotten carcass of a hunting dog was flung at his feet. It was gasping for air, clearly on the verge of death. Looking up, he saw a man concealed in a cloak seizing a short sword from the hands of a church guardian, forcefully piercing it through the other's body. The guardian let out a scream, spraying out glaring fresh blood. Thunk, the body fell, the rimmed hat rolling off to one side. Then Stettin saw several large black rats gathering around the cloaked man, one of the familiar rats jumping into his palm, squeaking as if it was whispering secrets to him. The scene was exceedingly eerie, causing Stettin to feel chills down his spine. This man, could he be the criminal who killed the priest and stole the mysterious objects? Shenluen let out a wry smile upon hearing the little rat's report. Turned out the nonsense he had spouted on the spur of the moment was actually reported to Red Apple Church by that guy. No wonder they were so off the mark. The transcendents of the History and Ritual Association, who walked the path of the Earth faction, did indeed love to steal, especially from other people's graves. However, what Shenluen didn't know was that it was precisely because the History and Ritual Association had recently excavated the grave of a certain high-level member of Red Apple Church that they were utterly convinced of this deduction. Shenluen bent down to let the rat go, then turned his head to look at Stettin. The latter felt a cold shiver down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Heretic! Accept your death! The hoarse roar exploded in his ears. Two armored guards strode forth from behind Chen Luan, their long spears aimed directly at his head as they brought them crashing down. Crack! Chen Luan turned and raised his hands, grabbing the spear shaft below the spearhead. The fierce and heavy strike instantly halted. The two armored guards hesitated for a moment, noticing that the cloak-wearing man's hands, now visible, were covered in dark golden scales. Glancing slightly, they could see under the hood of the cloak a pair of vertical pupils like those of a venomous snake. Die! They heard a single, indifferent word. The next second, bang! Bang! A surge of tremendous force accompanied by intense pain sent the two armored guards flying outwards. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Boom! Their heavy bodies crashed onto the stone pavement, fracturing it with cracks. Numerous bricks shattered into gravel, flying everywhere. The armored guards' breastplates were dented as if hammered, creating a large crater, and the bodies inside were probably not spared. Beneath their fully sealed helmets, fresh red blood slowly began to seep out. Chapter 23. No escape. Chen Luan pulled off the helmet of a heavily armored guardian, revealing the face beneath. It was a face covered in tumors, grotesque and hideous. He still had faint breaths. Even though he had sustained such severe injuries, he had not died. Indeed, they are all freaks catalyzed by the Red Apple Church using diluted mysterious substance, Chen Luan thought to himself. Just like the rotting hounds, products of the underworld, the Red Apple Church experimented on living people. The monsters they created were immensely strong and resilient in their life force. It could be said that these monsters were no longer human but should be classified as supernatural creatures, devoid of self-awareness and personality. They were like wild beasts. Chen Luan violently stomped down, crushing the skulls of two creatures. You have killed Red Apple Church heavily armored guardians. Gained 100 experience points. *2. Turning his head to look where the fat monk had been, he found it empty. Chen Luan chuckled softly. Can you escape? Escape? As long as I get to the shelter, I won't die. Under the purple moon's night, Stettin ran frantically down the deserted streets, gasping for air. He had run out of the back door of the church courtyard, heading straight for the shelter in the town center. Along the way, he continuously prayed to the golden goblet in his embrace, but even though the blood in the goblet was nearly spilt, there was still no response. At that moment, a stray cat crossed the street, nearly tripping Stettin. Damn it! He cursed angrily and continued to run forward, but he suddenly realized that more stray cats had appeared in the middle of the road ahead. Sets of green eyes stared at him, making his heart nearly stop. A tap. 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 The sound of boots on the cobblestone road echoed slowly from behind. Stettin spun around in a panic. He saw a figure cloaked in a cloak, who had appeared at some point, slowly advancing towards him. He shouted loudly, whether to boost his courage or to attract the attention of others. He then quickly pulled out the hand crossbow and aimed it at Chen Luan. As he squeezed the trigger, although there was no crossbow bolt loaded, nor did he draw the string, a crimson arrow flew out, streaking a straight red line towards Chen Luan. A whiz. Chen Luan had been on alert since Stettin drew his hand crossbow, but he still couldn't react in time as the arrow shot towards him. The arrow was too fast. Chen Luan could only violently twist his body to the side to avoid vital spots, letting the bolt only graze his arm as it passed. The red line grazed the scales on the armor, sparking as it disappeared into the air behind Chen Luan. A small cut was left on his arm, oddly, with not a drop of blood flowing out. You have been attacked by the sea level. Mysterious object. Tongue of gluttony, health -12, you were in an extreme state of hunger, health limit temporarily reduced by 23. Suddenly, a strong sense of hunger surged. Chen Luan felt weak, as if he needed to have a huge meal right then. Even if a live cow was placed in front of him, he could tear and devour it alive. The wound on his arm began to worsen, the surrounding flesh as if being gnawed by an invisible maw, disappearing tracelessly. Fortunately, the mysterious power attached to the wound was minimal, and the disappearance of the flesh soon stopped. It was as if the invisible maw had stealthily withdrawn. Chen Luan, enduring the pain, saw this happen and grew even more cautious of the hand crossbow-shaped mysterious object, preparing himself for Stettin to continue firing. But after pulling the trigger once, the fat monk collapsed to the ground, out of breath as if lacking oxygen. The hand crossbow and the golden goblet fell to one side, with blood slowly streaming out of the goblet. Chen Luan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a normal person, unable to bear the cost of using the mysterious object a second time. His thoughts raced, and he violently charged towards Stettin, but just then, the blood spilled on the ground suddenly boiled, flowing back into Stettin's mouth and nostrils like rivers returning to the sea. Erg. Ah! Stettin's body convulsed, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. Whoosh! he leapt up all at once, lunging at Qianluan with more agility than before. Clang! Hiss! Crack! 5 pitch-black claws scraped across Qianluan's raised arm, sparking against the scales. Sinner! How dare you attack the Red Apple Church? The voice that came from Stitton's mouth had changed, as if it were another person, old and deep. His face was contorted with bulging veins, his eyes were white, and he bared his teeth in a ferocious grimace. What's there not to dare? Qianluan kicked him away. I'll also dig up your church's graves and burn your church down with fire. Heretic! The possessed Stitton no longer seemed human, but like a monster. He swung his sharp claws and attacked again. During the battle, Qianluan found that his opponent's strength and agility had been forcibly enhanced, making him extremely difficult to handle. Hiss! The claws scraped the ground, sending sparks flying and leaving several deep scratch marks. Qianluan narrowly dodged the claw attack, reaching out with both hands. His arms, transformed into snakes, wrapped around the opponent's arms, immobilizing his most dangerous claws. Stitton frowned deeply, sensing trouble. Then, Qianluan's serpentine arms violently churned, the sharp dark golden scales slicing through, instantly tearing off the claws. Phut! The corpulent monk retreated a few steps, lifting his bleeding severed arm with a ghastly expression. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Damned Ratman! Whose grave did you dig up? Or was it some sort of alchemical potion? Watching the guy wildly speculate, Qianluan sneered silently. When you're dead, you can go down and ask for yourself. You dare desecrate the rose? Stitton roared in fury. Ah! He began to scream hysterically, and the skin on his entire face peeled off instantly, turning into a bloody, skinless beast's head within moments. Shameless! Qianluan critically remarked. Die! Stitton attacked again, his speed significantly increased. The beast's head snapped viciously, the air exploded with a loud bang. Qianluan bent his neck to dodge the deadly attack and countered with a punch to his face. Bang! Stitton's body swayed. Qianluan heightened his figure, and once more an elbow fell from above like a warhammer, striking the back of his head. Bang! Stitton faced down, smashing into the cobblestones and sinking deep into them. His body twitched a few times, then lay still. Qianluan looked down at the corpse, the sound of snapping bones echoing in his ears, and a sudden sense of danger overcame him. He swiftly dodged backwards. Just as he leaped, Stitton's body suddenly swelled, and then exploded like a bomb. Boom! Blood rained down like a shower, accompanied by fragments of bones and viscera, solemnly closing the scene of the battle on the desolate street. Fortunately, Qianluan was quick enough to avoid the blast. Otherwise, with the power akin to real explosives, he would have been injured. Gurgle gurgle. Stitton's disfigured beast head rolled to Qianluan's feet, its one remaining eyeball swiveled, locking onto the figure in the cloak, filled with rage and a hint of madness, history and ritual association. Scum, this battle is not our church's failure but merely the prelude to your sinner's judgment. Well, you better come find me then. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Qianluan kicked the head with the tip of his boot. He then looked down from a height, staring into that eyeball, making eye contact. I'll be in Emerald Town waiting for you. If you dare come, I'll smash your brains out. Damn you! The beast head tried to say more but was suddenly kicked away with a foot. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. I am about to set sail. The beast-head statue from Stitton had flown through the air like a leather ball. It then followed an arc downward and, with a splash, fell into the nearby river, disappearing without a trace. Beneath the cloak of night, not a single ripple remained. You killed a monk from the Red Apple Church, Stitton, possessed by Bishop Newman, and earned 500 experience points. Your actions have had far-reaching impacts. The Red Apple Church now considers you an enemy and will initiate a manhunt. Qianluan disregarded the glaring red alert box with disdain. He walked a few steps to the spot where Stitton had fallen, bent over, and picked up 2 items. D-level mysterious object, golden goblet, item description, a specially made goblet from the Red Apple Church, functional in pairs, capable of long-distance communication. Pour the fresh blood of a virgin into the goblet to establish vocal communication with another goblet holder for 24 hours. The bright red craft, the aroma of a virgin, your soul shall serve as the messenger, bringing forth my gospel. Qianluan looked at the golden chalice and frowned slightly. He squeezed it forcefully, and the goblet in his hand creaked. Suddenly, a tremendous strength seemed to exceed its threshold, and with a bang, it shattered into pieces. D-level mysterious object was thus destroyed. Hateful thing, mustn't be left intact. Qianluan destroyed it not solely because the item's description was disturbing. It was more because it came from the Red Apple Church and could very likely have been tampered with. It would be troublesome if it were used to track him down. It was of little use to him anyway. Better to destroy it. The golden fragments in his hand slowly softened and then turned into a golden mud. The color gradually faded, merging into a red ball resembling flesh mud. You've obtained a low-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance. Chen Luan added it to his panel, bringing his total to 4 portions. This was incredibly precious and useful, whether for crafting transcendent items, forging artificial, mysterious objects, or advancing in sequence. It had its uses. Next, Chen Luan examined the hand crossbow, sea-level mysterious object, tongue of gluttony, item description. An old, wooden mini-hand crossbow, easy to carry. On one side of the crossbow, there are sharp, tooth-like patterns indicating it's imbued with the power of flesh. No need to load crossbow bolts, simply pull the trigger to fire a bait arrow, attracting spirits from the spirit world to devour the target. It seems to have originated from a benevolent gourmet. He was passionate about cooking various delicacies to entertain guests, until one day, a visitor from the spirit world knocked on his door. Thus, the gourmet made himself into a delicacy, serving himself to be enjoyed. Item effect: the person hit will temporarily lose 10% of their life limit, up to a maximum of 30%. They will also fall into an extreme state of hunger. Item cost: each bolt fired will significantly reduce physical strength, depending on the circumstances. Chen Luan found this mysterious object surprisingly high quality and effective, even comparable to some of the lower tier, B-level mysterious objects. A hand crossbow that, in a sense, came with unlimited ammunition. Its lethality was stunning. The higher the health of the target, the greater the benefit, making it a nemesis for blood tanks. The cost of drawing physical strength was insignificant. Chen Luan even wanted to shout out loud, "Oh come, drain me." Chen Luan tucked the hand crossbow into his waist and turned to walk back. As hunting down Stitten had taken him away from his path, there were still some remnants near the Red Apple Church that needed clearing. To provide a better gaming experience for all players arriving in this world, Chen Luan decided he would manually weaken the version's antagonistic forces. His spirit of heroic sacrifice for the players brought tears to his eyes once again. Who knows what else is hidden inside that church? These heretics undoubtedly oppress their neighbors and exploit the common folk. I must confiscate all their illicit gains. The more Chen Luan thought about it, the faster he walked. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the Red Apple Church of the prayer room, Chen Luan quietly stood by the female corpse. He sighed softly and closed her wide-open eyes. Behind him, on a long bench, was a small box. It contained all the valuables Chen Luan had collected from scouring the entire church. During the search, he found some flatbreads, which he ate to alleviate his hunger. The remaining guards of the church and the rotten hounds were also slaughtered by him, earning him a decent amount of experience points. Moreover, Chen Luan uncovered a secret passage leading to the outskirts in a hidden corner, which he guessed connected to that previous prison. With silence all around, Chen Luan transferred all the brimming coins in the small box to his panel. 176 gold pounds, 684 silver ducats, and 3,455 copper cross. It was indeed a substantial gain, and Chen Luan unapologetically accepted it. Bang! Chen Luan quickly turned his head. A fiery gust of air and a piercing sound passed by his ear, followed by a hole suddenly appearing in the prayer podium, sending wood splinters flying. Don't move. Shelter investigator. Please cooperate with the investigation. Chen Luan slightly tilted his body and saw 2 young people at the door wearing white uniforms. Each of them held an old-fashioned single-handed flintlock gun, with one of them having smoke rising from the muzzle, clearly having just fired. Chen Luan narrowed his eyes and raised his hands towards the 2. The Shelter, an official transcendent organization of the Empire specializing in containing and suppressing mysterious objects and rogue transcendence through force, Chen Luan was very familiar with them. In his past life, this force had the most players joining. Although the Shelter was not one of the 7 true gods' forces, it was backed by the royal family. It possessed immense power and offered numerous advancement paths and rewards to choose from. Just the 2 of you? Chen Luan asked, his tone as if he were chatting with 2 old friends. Don't think about playing tricks, our colleagues are guarding outside, and the group leader is already on his way. Although you are a transcendent, we have captured countless transcendents with our own hands. You can try it if you don't believe it. One of the investigators said coldly, but now you have only 2 guns, are you sure you can hit me? Why are there always arrogant fools like you, daring to challenge the authority of the Shelter? The 2 investigators exchanged glances almost imperceptibly. Reaching a consensus, they prepared to open fire together, to take down this guy in front of them. But the next second, they heard a strong yet seemingly distant noise. The 2 immediately saw stars, a nauseating feeling washing over them. Before they had time to pull the trigger, they felt overshadowed by a tall figure, and the next second, severe pain came from their abdomen. Bang! Bang! Chen Luan knocked the 2 down with 2 punches, picking up their flintlock guns. This kind of firearm was a black tech weapon crafted by the Transcendent Workshop under the shelter, capable of loading 10 lead bullets at once. Although not a mysterious object, it was popularized among regular investigators. Almost everyone had one, and it was extremely intimidating. If more than 3 investigators fired at once, even low-sequence Transcendents would likely kneel. After all, those of a low sequence had not yet escaped their fleshly bodies, with almost a certain death under dense firepower. 5 minutes later, Chen Luwen stood at the church door, looking at the group of 4 investigators lying in a row on the ground, still clasping each other in unconsciousness, and shook his head slightly. Then he moved the female corpse over there, placing 2 gold pounds on the eyelids of the dead woman's eyes. "This is all I can do." He raised his hand and fired a shot into the church door. Bang! The bullet hit a prearranged oil jug, igniting sparks that set ablaze the straw stack below. The flames rose high, gradually engulfing the entire church. Chen Luwen turned and left behind him a sea of fire. Boom! The long-standing church collapsed, with the fire becoming more terrifying. Like daylight, many residents, awakened in the dead of night, hid behind their windows, witnessing this unforgettable scene, some excited, some silent, some calling out to the gods or whispering prayers. Ralph stood not far from the church, quietly stopping the investigators Chen Luwen had knocked out had now awakened, standing behind him with their heads down, not daring to make a sound. "Team leader, should we pursue him? That guy might not have gone far." "Pursue?" Ralph snorted coldly, turning around and took a puff of his cigar. The smoke blew in the face of the talking investigator, stinging his eyes so he couldn't open them, yet he dared not really close his eyes, having to endure, tears streaming down, "with just a few of you acting on your own?" After he finished speaking, silence fell on the scene for a moment. "You should thank her." Ralph pointed to the female corpse on the ground. The few investigators looked at each other. Ralph bent down to pick up the gold coins from the eyelids of the female corpse, holding them in his palm, somewhat lost in thought. "The reason he didn't kill you might also be because he hoped the shelter could provide her a decent funeral." He flicked his finger, and the gold coin fell into the hand of one of the investigators. "Go then, find the Moon Church, bury this female corpse, and also find her family and give them some compensation." Ralph rubbed his temple, looking troubled. "Consider it as cleaning up the Red Apple Church's mess." "Yes, team leader." Ralph tossed away the cigar, stamped it out, and looked into the distance. Miscalculated, huh? Outside the town's big bridge, Chen Luwen sat in the carriage compartment, taking one last look at Emerald Town. Under the dim light of dawn, the town appeared incredibly peaceful. Completed B-level side quest, The Shattered Emerald Apple. You successfully destroyed the Emerald Town branch of the Red Apple Church and received the following rewards: 5,000 experience points, 20 gold pounds, Flowy's affection, 3 * low sequence flesh faction mysterious substance, and 1 point of regional renown. Red Apple Church's affection for you has decreased. They will regard you as a mortal enemy, pursuing you relentlessly until death. Chen Luwen smiled slightly at the last prompt. This mission was triggered when he infiltrated the Red Apple Church and killed the first guardian. He was very satisfied with the rewards, especially the regional renown. It was akin to a type of reputation, effective on all NPCs. It was not just a charm value, there were more unexpected benefits. For example, after joining a faction, some rare items and precious rewards required a certain level of renown to qualify for access. However, correspondingly, obtaining renown was extremely difficult, hardly accessible to ordinary people. "Where are we going now?" Flowy sat beside him, quietly asking. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only to the future," Chen Luwen jokingly said, chuckling lightly. Then he shouted to the outside of the carriage, "Uncle Walsh, let's go." "As you wish, Your Excellency." Chapter 25. 6 days the carriage traveled along the main road. Though it was known as the main road, it was really just a wider gravel path, far from smooth. The ironclad wooden wheels of the carriage bumped and jolted, making the ride less comfortable for Chen Luwen inside the carriage. Thankfully, the seat and backrest were padded with soft leather filled with cotton, easing some of the discomfort from the rough journey. Flowy appeared quite pleased. However, leaning against the window, she gazed around curiously. If her eyes hadn't been covered by a piece of black silk, one might truly think she was fascinated by the scenery around her. Chen Luwen noticed that Flowy slightly tilted her chin up and twitched her little nose twice, as if smelling the fresh air of the outside world. The light from the rising sun made her face seem radiant and clear. "Uncle Walsh." Chen Luwen stuck his head out and called towards the bald man driving the horses at the front, "Lord Jack." Walsh turned his head and, lifting the round hat off his head, respectfully replied. Jack was just a pseudonym made up by Chen Luwen, and he was aware that he might need other identities in the future. The story he told the Silver Dragon Trade Association to hire them to escort him and Flowey to Amber City was also concocted by Chen Luan. A brother and sister from the countryside, on their way to their relatives in the big city. As for why they could afford to pay £5 for the journey without batting an eye, it's because the siblings were lucky enough to have touched the hearts of the Red Apple Church. It was the Red Apple Church that sponsored the impoverished siblings, thanks to Monk Will Monkstetton and Priest Carter, and Bishop Newman in a distant land, all of them, such very, very good people. Chen Luan had it all figured out. Should someone inquire about his origins, he would shower them with gratitude, adopting an air as if he simply couldn't wait to tell everyone. As for the fact that the Red Apple Church in his hometown of Emerald Town was burned down by evildoers, Chen Luan would profess ignorance. A single outburst of pain ought to bring tears to people's eyes. How long will our journey to Amber City likely take? Chen Luan asked. If all goes well, we should arrive by the evening of the 7th day. Walsh considered and answered truthfully. Generally, for common people to travel such distances to another place, they would usually take a train or steamship, combined with walking, but Emerald Town is too remote for that. The nearest train station or dock requires trekking through difficult terrain to reach, very backward and isolated. On the roads through the wilderness, one also has to be wary of bandits and thieves that could appear out of nowhere. A lapse in attention could cost one's life. The world of Era of Mystery is certainly fantastic. Advanced cities with steampunk, backward countrysides with swords and magic, bizarre areas with outright sci-fi technology. It's a blend of Elizabethan, Victorian, and Yanan-like eras across dimensions. 7 days. Chen Luan couldn't help but glance at Flowey beside him, knowing the girl had less than 2 months left to live. Spending over a tenth of that time on the road reduced even further the time they had to seek the materials needed for their mission. The situation was truly urgent. Flowey seemed to sense Chen Luan's gaze upon her, turned her head to look at him, and smiled. She naturally also heard what Walsh had said. It's okay, let's think of it as a trip. I've never been to faraway places, and now that I think about it, I'm quite looking forward to it. Then I can't let you die even more. Since you love traveling so much, once your illness is cured, I'll take you to even more distant places to see. As Chen Luan spoke, he suddenly envisioned a scene in his past life. He had traveled alone to those rarely trodden places, the journey filled with stunning and breathtaking vistas. If Flowey were there with him, the players might just kneel on the spot. My goodness, the boss is taking someone for a walk. Of course, that was impossible now. With his intervention, Flowey's destiny was already shifting. That emotionless older sister who killed without batting an eye, the solemn nun of the Red Apple Church, would no longer exist. What remained was just herself. Flowey seemed to pick up on Chen Luan's amusement, and although she didn't know what he was thinking, his positive emotions affected her, making her smile grow even wider. The coachman Walsh was feeling sentimental. Lord Jack truly was a good older brother. For the sake of his seriously ill sister, he braved the long and arduous journey to seek treatment for her. He was so moved that he even thought of giving a discount on the fee to the young miss and the young master from his trading company, returning some of the hiring charge. But then he remembered, Lord Jack surely, as a transcendent, wasn't lacking in money, and the thought of refunding money was immediately dismissed. Another thought crossed his mind. I should charge more. 6 days later, the carriage was suddenly stopped by someone. It was quite irritating to be intercepted close to Amber City, and Chen Luan couldn't help frowning. After a journey full of hardships, he hadn't been able to properly bathe or enjoy a good meal. The inns they stopped at along the way weren't up to much, and Chen Luan was looking forward to properly indulging once they reached Amber City. At that moment, clamor was heard from outside the carriage. The curtain of Chen Luan's carriage was tapped twice, and then lifted. A member of the accompanying guards stood outside with his head respectfully bowed, speaking to Chen Luan. Lord Jack, unfortunately, we've encountered robbers. But please rest assured, with the reputation of the Silver Dragon Trade Association, we pledge to protect you and Miss Flowey to the death. Chen Luan nodded silently. I believe you. Typical escort hires like this usually involved 7 or 8 fully armed guards. Small bands of robbers stood no chance against them and didn't intimidate them. The curtain was drawn again, and Chen Luan could hear Walsh negotiating with the other party, but for some reason negotiations fell through, and soon the clear clinking of metal scraping and cursing sounded from outside. That was followed by the clashing of swords. Should we go down and take a look? Flowey whispered. Chen Luan suddenly felt it oddly strange that such a group of robbers would appear when they were not far from Amber City. Moreover, they dared to directly confront the well-equipped and coordinated guard team. These robbers either had overwhelming numbers or some backing, or they were simply foolish. Stay in the carriage and don't move, I'll go have a look. Chen Luan nodded and said, lifting the curtain and stepping down from the carriage. As soon as he got down, he saw the guards engaging with the robbers not far ahead. The situation was as Chen Luan had expected. Dozens of robbers were being butchered in a one-sided slaughter before the guards. Their rusty axes and sickles chopping on the guards' armor caused no real damage, while the guards' sharp swords easily sliced through their leather armor and hemp clothes, drawing blood with every strike. Lord Jack Walsh, who was standing by the carriage, saluted Chen Luan. What caused them to start fighting all of a sudden? Chen Luan nodded in response and then asked. Walsh appeared to be somewhat angry as he pointed at the bandits and said, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. At first, I wanted to give them some money to send them on their way, but those scoundrels insisted on checking the carriage. Even if I, Walsh, should die in battle here today, I would never allow these filthy bastards to violate the Lord and the Miss. Chen Luan knew the bald man was making mere pleasantries, aware of his own status as a transcendent. If it really came down to it, he couldn't simply stand by and watch others die. Chen Luan had no intention of intervening until Walsh's next words piqued his interest. Lord Jack, I suspect these people are involved in human trafficking. Chapter 26, Stop Fighting Continue. Chen Luan was intrigued. Usually, bandits like them, upon seeing a convoy not carrying goods, would not bother too much, since it's a thankless task. But just now, these men were very aggressive, insisting on searching the carriage to see who was inside. At this moment, Walsh leaned over and whispered, actually, in big cities like Amber City, it's common for noble ladies and madams to go missing, only to be auctioned later in the black market or other small circles. Even if they aren't women, some handsome young men are also very popular. Realizing something as he spoke, Walsh hastily added, Lord Jack is elegant and as dazzling as the constellation, and Miss Floey is stunningly beautiful, more mesmerizing and radiant than the moonlight. I fear these disgusting fellows might harbor ill intentions. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Walsh. You really don't know how to speak, picking such blatant truths to say. It's embarrassingly frank. Although I am thin-skinned, you could speak a bit more to toughen up my fragile heart. Big cities are indeed chaotic. So the bandits would not kidnap those who are less attractive or older men? Are these bandits discriminating? Chen Luan complained indignantly. Well, not exactly. If someone looks wealthy and of high status, they would also directly kidnap for ransom, Walsh explained. Chen Luan shook his head. Nowadays, even bandits choose their targets based on benefits. Without a solid backing, it's tough to survive. Just then, when everyone thought the battle's outcome was sealed, the situation suddenly changed. The leader of the bandits pulled out 2 iron gloves and slipped them on, each knuckle embedded with sharp steel spikes. The man caught a guard's slashing attack barehanded, producing a crisp sound, then clenched his fist and hammered the guard's abdomen. Bang! As the iron gloves collided with the armor, Chen Luan noticed small holes at the edge of the gloves opening, ejecting a stream of air. The guard cried out in pain and was thrown backward. All onlookers were shocked. How did these refugee-like bandits suddenly become so powerful? And what kind of black technology was in those black iron gloves? One punch could dent the armor and render a guard incapacitated. After defeating his opponent, the bandit leader, with a face full of excitement, rushed towards the next guard. The initially routed bandits were suddenly reinvigorated, while the guards became hesitant and chose to avoid this man. Just as the bandit leader thought he could wreak havoc, a blast suddenly rang out. Bang! The next second, pain struck. His raised fist had not yet fallen when he noticed a blood hole in his left chest. He staggered back a few steps, then thudded to the ground. Blood began spreading from under him. You have killed the bandit leader, gaining 10 experience points. The onlookers turned their heads and saw a young man in a white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes, with slightly curly black hair, standing straight in front of the carriage, holding a flintlock gun aimed their way, with wisps of smoke rising from the gun's muzzle. Stop fighting. Chen Luan twirled the gun, blew on the muzzle, and holstered it. Thanks to the brother investigator from the shelter, he too had enjoyed the thrill of dispatching someone instantly. With the death of the bandit leader, coupled with the deterrent of the firearm, the bandits scattered like birds and beasts. At Walsh's shout, the guards did not pursue but instead turned to attend to the injured. At that moment, Chen Luan received a notification. Trigger D-level task. Pursue the defeated bandits. Task description. You encountered an ambush by bandits, but they crumbled before your formidable strength. Being provoked, will you choose to pursue them? This group of bandits blocks the road, kidnaps hostages, and there seems to be some earth-shattering secret hidden behind them. Task reward, 300 experience points and 500 copper crow. Chen Luan had grown accustomed to the cheeky prompt box. In his previous life, when he first started playing Era of Mystery, he often got lectured by the prompts. At that time, many players cursed and complained on the forums. One of them mentioned receiving a task that supposedly involved a peerless mysterious object, only to struggle through the task and end up with a D grade, self-refilling coffee pot. If that were all, it would have been fine, at least providing a constant supply of drink on the go until one day, the player poured a mysterious yellow-brown liquid from the coffee pot. The catch with this mysterious object was that you had to finish drinking it, or you would forcibly enter a state of thirst, reducing all attributes for 10 days. A 10-day debuff of weakness was almost worse than being killed. With no choice left, the player had to steel himself and gulp it down. Not to mention, this coffee pot was mostly likely irritating. The task prompt was not wrong, this pot was indeed peerless. Oddly enough, later on, many curious wealthy individuals sought to buy it from him, turning the affair quite magical. Chen Luan originally did not want to accept this task, as the rewards were too meager. But he soon realized, he should not get arrogant just because he had become wealthy. Experience points and money could never be too much, the journey to strengthen oneself must never stop, so after accepting the task, he had Walsh and his group stay put at the original location. Meanwhile, he had them securely store the suspicious iron gloves for him to examine upon his return. He then nodded to Floey, and turned to chase in the direction the bandits had fled. Chen Luan followed the footprints of the bandits, leaving the main road and entering a dense forest. The place was somewhat eerie, with very tall trees and lush branches and leaves blocking the sunlight. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched underfoot, and every now and then various strange sounds could be heard from around. Caw-caw, a crow flew through the woods, dropping feathers of black. It flapped its wings, slowly landing on Chen Luan's arm. The crow turned its head, its intelligent little eyes looked at him, and then it caught a few times. Chen Luan handed over several beetles he had casually caught along the way, and the crow swallowed them one by one after tilting its head back, then cawed 2 more times before flapping its wings and flying away. Chen Luan had obtained the information he wanted and continued onward in one direction. There's a camp, isn't there? With roughly a dozen people, about 10 more minutes of walking, Chen Luan fatally saw some firelight. He slowed his pace and parted a few bush leaves to clearly see the scene in a clearing up ahead. It was a bandit camp about the size of a small basketball court, with a large fire burning in the center, next to which hung large animal thighs, and a few scruffily dressed men were boiling a pot of unknown soup. A few other men were sharpening weapons, axes, sickles, daggers, kitchen knives. A whole mess of things. In a corner, the stolen goods were stacked up neatly in crates. A slit that looked like it had been cut open revealed some metal ingots and coal. Next to this pile of goods were several large iron cages, containing exclusively men, who were all without exception both old and ugly. How is this different from what Walsh described? Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site. Only Chen Luan was puzzled. What did these bandits capture these men for, or could there really be buyers with such strange tastes? A burly man sat legs akimbo on a chair, toying with a short sword in his hand. Beside him stood the bandits who had earlier blocked the road, now looking dejected like grade schoolers being scolded for failing an exam. What a bunch of rubbish, the burly man cursed. That hyena bastard is even worse. Messing up is one thing, but he also lost the mad hands sent by the higher-ups. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Double Guns will tell me the answer. It's none of our business, boss. One of the underlings complained. It was the hyena boss who sent us up, he said with mad hand. We could definitely handle that group, 7 or 8 guards escorting, mostly someone with a status. We couldn't lose by capturing them, but we didn't expect that the kid who came out of the carriage had a firearm, and shot the hyena boss dead with one shot. A firearm? The burly man frowned, seeming to realize things were a bit tricky. It seems the kid you're talking about is no small fry, but we can't afford to lose Mad Hand. Since there's only one firearm, it's not like we don't stand a chance. He stood up and pulled out a pair of iron gloves identical to those worn by the former bandit leader and put them on himself, fist against fist. They clanged twice. Let's go. Catch up with them. Move out. Upon hearing the command, all the underlings instantly raised their weapons, pumped as if injected with chicken blood. No need to chase, I've come myself. Just as the bandit leader was gearing up to leave with his henchmen, sharply preparing to set off, they suddenly heard a man's voice. He was startled and looked up. He saw a young man walking out of the bushes at a leisurely pace. Boss. It's him. The sidekick next to him recognized Chen Luan and immediately alerted his leader. The burly man first surveyed the surroundings, found nothing suspicious, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Just you alone? Chen Luan responded indifferently and slowly walked towards them. The bandit leader's smile became more ferocious and terrifying, and he signaled. His underlings surrounded Chen Luan, holding various weapons in a pinching trend. You dare to follow us here alone? Who do you think you are? A hero? He raised his iron fist, flexing his fingers, making a crisp metallic friction sound. Chen Luan then drew the flintlock gun from his waist holster and pointed it at the burly leader in front of him. Oh ho, wow. Look everyone, what is this, a firearm? The burly man seemed not to care at all. He spread his hands and looked at his underlings. Didn't your mom ever tell you, read less of those lone hero stories and stay home and drink your milk? Laughter erupted from the underlings surrounding them, their eyes filled with excitement and mockery. To I in the corner of the camp, the people locked in iron cages, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh silently. They had thought there might be a rescue, but it was just a young man full of notions of heroism. Why didn't you call more people before coming here to die alone? One of the men cursed angrily, slamming the iron cage, muttering some ugly words. I quite admire him. Another young man with blonde hair was sitting in another cage, wearing a top hat with a white feather and draped in a dirty cloak. A pair of dark green eyes watched the standoff in front, his handsome face showing a look of satisfaction. He has a bit of my youth's grace, admirable and pitiable. Shut up, you blabbering pretty boy. The enraged man shouted. The blonde young man rolled his eyes and immediately stood up, pointing at the man, and shouted back, if you bark like a dog one more time, believe it or not, I'll knock you out with 2 punches when I get out. Oh, bring it on. Could you have been caught by just keeping your mouth shut? The others locked up pressed their hands against their ears, looking speechless, clearly used to such quarrels. While facing off with the bandits, Chen Luan raised an eyebrow and asked, I'm very interested in those iron gloves you have, can you tell me where you got them from? The bandit leader looked at Chen Luan, his eyes turning icy. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Without your guards, just with one firearm, what can you do? At most, fire 1 shot, and we'll capture you, then clean you up and sell you to the black market. Seeing you've been coddled quite well in your greenhouse, delicate and tender, I believe many buyers will like you. Now, Chen Luan silently pulled out a second gun. The bandit leader's eyes twitched, and the words died on his lips. No worries, you don't have to tell me, the dual guns will give me the answer. Chen Luan, holding 2 flintlock guns, one pointed at the burly man, the other at the surrounding underlings. Go. Don't be afraid of him. Even with 2 guns, he can only fire 2 shots. After 2 shots, he's no threat. At that, the underlings roared and charged forward, but as the gun barrels targeted them, they simultaneously took a step back. Though those were the words, no one wanted to be the unfortunate one to take the first bullet. Damn. A bunch of useless fools. The burly man cursed angrily. He immediately took the lead, striding forward and swinging his fist at Chen Luan. Seeing this, the other underlings also rushed forwards. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots sounded almost simultaneously. 2 flowers bloomed, almost simultaneously. 1 underling's forehead burst into a spray of blood, falling to the ground. Another bullet was blocked by the muscular man's iron gloves, sparking a flame. Quick, get him. He can't shoot anymore. Capture him. I want to torture this kid harshly. The muscular man, still frightened, looked at the bullet mark on his glove and roared angrily. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunshots echoed continuously, instantly stiffening his expression, then revealing a look of disbelief. What's going on? Flintlock guns are supposed to load 1 bullet per shot, right? What is this? Which shot is this already? The black-haired young man swiftly moved his hands as if playing a beautiful piano melody, walking, turning around, pulling the trigger. His dual guns continuously spat out flames and smoke, as one underling after another screamed and fell. They were powerless to fight back. It was like a slaughter, thud, until the last bandit fell. Chen Luan looked at his flintlock gun with a helpless expression, smoke still trailing from the barrel. Well, out of ammo. His barely audible mutter was heard by the bandit leader, who suddenly shuddered. Opportunity. The burly figure lunged at him like a fierce tiger, his iron fist raised high and then smashing down on the black metallic glove, emitting a blast of air, shot straight towards Chen Luan's head. Bang. The bandit leader's face filled with disbelief as he stared wide-eyed. He slowly lowered his head, seeing the flintlock gun pressed against his left chest, emitting smoke. You aren't. A heart-piercing pain struck, draining all his strength. After that, he followed in his underling's footsteps, falling to the ground, dead on the spot. Chen Luan holstered his gun and crouched down, looking at the corpse. Gotcha, fool. Unfortunately, the bandit leader could no longer hear him. Eliminate bandit camp, D-level task. Pursue the poor until complete. Task reward, 300 experience points and 500 copper crow. Chen Luan disregarded the prompt box and directly stripped the iron gloves from the corpse, examining them closely. Is this glove the Mad Hand? Originally, he had planned to go back and study a pair, but here was a ready-made one. He was quite curious about this gadget, equipped by an ordinary person. Its combat power soars, and in some ways, it could be considered black technology brass knuckles, mad hand mechanical glove, item description, an inferior imitation of a masterpiece by craftsmen that ended up being birthed. The crude craftsmanship has castrated the originally precise and powerful function, retaining only the most basic. Striking enhancement effects. Of course, you could also use it for handling hot pots and pans, at least the heat insulation is still pretty decent. Is this all? Shenluen immediately lost interest in it. To an ordinary person, the glove might be a decent weapon, but for him, it was hardly useful, not to mention the slight increase in striking power. For the current Shenluen with 22 strength attributes, plus the surging badge, which could reach 24 points, it was basically ineffective. As for the added protection, just covering the hands with a layer of scale armor would be several times tougher than this glove. Moreover, wearing it even affected the experience. Here, it's about combat experience. However, he could consider finding an opportunity to throw it to the shelter for research, scooping some benefits, as they would certainly be happy to equip each investigator with a pair of such gloves. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only with a flintlock gun for distance and iron gloves for close combat. Perfect. Furthermore, Shenluen discerned some trickery from the prompt description and noted down this information. He stood up and walked into the camp past the scattered corpses. The place was very spacious, everything was clearly visible. Heading straight to a corner of the camp, he first noticed 7 or 8 people locked in a cage, casting hopeful glances at him. Chapter 28. The Bard. By the stacked goods, an axe leaned. Shenluen walked over, hooked the axe with his foot, and it spun into the air, which he then grasped by the handle. Clang! With one swing of the axe, the brass lock on the iron cage clattered to the ground. He then went on to break the locks on the other cages one by one, freeing the people captured inside. We really can't thank you enough. Several men who had gained their freedom hurried over to Shenluen, bowing deeply. Among them was the previously irate older man, who now held nothing but genuine admiration. Looking at this black-haired youth's attire and considering the strength he had shown by single-handedly wiping out the entire bandit camp, he certainly was no ordinary person. For such a powerful figure, even though he looked young, it had become instinct to respect him sincerely. We are all craftsmen from nearby and not wealthy. We have no idea how we could ever repay your kindness. Someone asked. There's no need. Shenluen waved his hand. He had originally just come to hunt down the bandits. Saving people was just something he did incidentally, yet the identities these people revealed reminded him of the descriptions of Iron Glove's items. Craftsman, huh? Why did these bandits capture you? Well, we are not sure, but in their previous conversations, they seemed to mention needing to make something, which is why they were kidnapping people everywhere. Shenluen nodded. That made sense, but he quickly noticed that among these burly, sizable craftsmen, one did not fit in. Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing a pointy hat adorned with a flamboyant feather, draped in a cloak, with a small harp tucked at his waist. Most importantly, even though covered in dirt, his unique aura and handsomeness could not be concealed. He was only perhaps a tiny bit less handsome than himself. You can't possibly be a craftsman too, can you? Seeing Shenluen's puzzled look focused on him, Alec confidently smiled. He stepped forward, placed his left hand over his right chest, and bowed deeply, nodding as a gesture of respect. I am Alec, a great wandering bard. Shenluen raised an eyebrow. The blond young man raised a finger and said loudly, although I am very grateful that you offered assistance, Alec actually didn't need it. I could have escaped by myself, but I chose to stay to observe the bandits' daily lives more closely for inspiration. They too are a reflection of the oppression under the Empire, and I wish to compose poetry about this. Don't listen to his nonsense. One of the craftsmen, the irate older man, suddenly shouted, this guy claims he once forged divine artifacts, which led the bandits to capture him, a guy who can't even lift a hammer, boasting to the heavens. It's an insult to us craftsmen. Alec, veins popping and face flushing red, hands on his hips, yelled back, shut up. I was not boasting. I've tolerated you for too long, you big talker. The irate older man charged forward and punched Alec right in his handsome face, knocking him to the ground with his mouth bleeding. Bastard. Angrily, Alec got up and started fighting back. However, due to the huge difference in build and the fact that the big and strong irritated older man worked daily with hammers and bellows, he knocked Alec down again with just a few strikes. Shenluen did not intervene, his arms crossed, watching with interest. The irate older man, having blown off steam, led the way once more and bowing to Shenluen. There are many villages nearby. We forge farming tools here to make a living. If you ever need anything, you can come to us. Yes, although our skills might not match those in the military camps, the weapons we produce are definitely not inferior. Chen Luwen smiled and nodded, and the group of craftsmen then left together. He turned to look at Alec, who had gotten back to his feet and was wiping the blood from his mouth corner with his sleeve. You said you forged divine weapons? Of course. Alec seemed to have completely dismissed the recent beating. Regaining his confident demeanor, he flicked his blonde hair and took out the small harp from his waist, beginning to play and sing. It was a nearly 2-meter-long greatsword forged from seabed metals mixed with celestial debris, adding the blood of the extreme west evil dragon and the fangs of the Lord of Blood, and embellished with tricolor crystals and multicolored gems. I once used it to slay the great beast of the North Sea and also used it to chop off the head of the Nightmare Knight of the South. Alas, it broke during the battle with the Overlord from the Far East and was lost. Clap clap clap. Chen Luwen applauded enthusiastically. Well done. A captivating song, and the story is great too. It seems you are indeed suited for this line of work. This is not a story. Alec, enraged and embarrassed, stopped playing. Although you saved me, you can't insult me. This is so rude. It's not something a gentleman should do. I challenge you to a duel. I need to restore my noble dignity as Alec. Alec looked around and then picked up a kitchen knife from the ground. As he raised his head ready to fight a life-and-death battle with this dark-haired young man, he found that the latter had already turned and walked away. Wait. Don't go. Alec chased after him, frustrated. I am telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? Alec gasped for air. Chen Luwen glanced at him and continued to walk briskly forward. Alec gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, running back to Chen Luwen's side. Hey, listen, fine, I believe you. Chen Luwen finally lost his patience and spoke seriously. Alec's eyes widened, joy spreading across his face. Really? That's great. He suddenly regained his confident expression and coughed twice, having already concluded that Alec probably had issues with his head. Chen Luwen ignored him and continued walking on his own. Alec silently followed beside Chen Luwen. After walking for a while, he glanced at Chen Luwen and couldn't help but speak again. Well, do you want to hear more about my glorious past? Absolutely not. Chen Luwen shrugged his shoulders. Alec had a conflicted look on his face, seemingly stifling hard feelings. All right, go ahead. Chen Luwen resigned himself, hoping this modern-day torture would end soon. Alec seemed to hit a switch and started to sing vividly. During the process, he even pulled out a small harmonica for accompaniment. Truth be told, aside from his tall tales, he actually sang quite well. The guy's voice was intrinsically magnetic, clear, and ethereal. Coupled with his handsome looks, if his mind were a bit more normal, he could probably sweep countless young girls off their feet. Oh wait, and countless noble women too. Chen Luwen filtered out most of his embellished bragging, and roughly made out the content of Alec's song. It was essentially about his travels around the world, where he went from place to place ridding folks of evils and slaying monstrous dragons to become a hero. Beyond the Tresor Empire that incorporated the central and eastern parts of the continent, he also stepped foot in the northern Byron Kingdom, the western Beelzebub Kingdom, and the southern Shili City, the three major vassal states. He even drifted across the endless oceans of the continent and encountered numerous formidable foes, but by this point, Chen Luwen could hardly listen any longer. Fortunately, they had already walked out of the dense woods and back onto the main road. He hurried to the carriage, taking 2 steps at a time. Hey, why don't you become my sidekick? You must greatly admire me after hearing my stories. Alec shouted from behind. Chen Luwen acted as if he heard nothing, and just told Walsh to get moving, then climbed into the carriage. The carriage started moving again, and Alec continued to chase behind. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Hey, Jack, I have lots of fans, are you sure you don't want to consider this? Exhausted from the chase, he ultimately gave up and watched the carriage disappear down the road, cursing under his breath. Inside the carriage, Chen Luwen breathed a sigh of relief, finally shaking off that guy, but then, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Hold on, I never told him my name, so how did he know it? Chapter 29, Outer City District. That guy, Chen Luwen mused. In his past life, he had never heard the name Alec. He was supposed to be just an ordinary bard. But when he called out his assumed name, Chen Luwen always felt that something was off. Peering out the window of the carriage and looking back, Alec's figure was no longer on the road. What's wrong? Flowey, sensing Chen Luwen's mood, spoke up. Chen Luwen sat back down and shook his head silently before adding, nothing, just ran into a strange fellow. Flowey did not press further and changed the subject. Will we reach our destination tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow we'll arrive at Amber City. Chen Luan stopped dwelling on it, as the most urgent task at hand was to find Dali in Amber City and acquire the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance from him to maintain the balance of the contamination in Flowey Eye. In the process, he hoped to complete the third stage of the hidden quest and hopefully find Philip's legacy. These were all things that could boost his strength. There was anticipation in his heart, and even more so, visions of the future to grow stronger and establish a foothold, to have enough power and reach a certain height before the arrival of 1.0 version beta players. Only then would Chen Luan feel truly secure. Having lost the unique player interface, he did not know if he could still resurrect after death. Although he was an NPC, he still retained the ability to accept quests and inspect item information, but he dared not gamble on the privilege of resurrection that only players had. One has only one life. Amber City, this major city in the eastern part of the Tresor Empire, was far more developed and bustling than the backward small town of Emerald Town, not to mention much larger in area. According to the administrative divisions of the entire continent, 1 empire and 3 affiliated kingdoms, not counting other smaller self-proclaimed kingdoms, aside from Barrow Royal City, the Tresor Empire was divided into the 6 states. Each state had 10 cities, each city was composed of a central city, 72 markets, and countless small towns. Amber City was one of the more prominent cities among the 72 markets of Fossil City in the Gem State, known for its culture, nature, and art.as. The carriage gradually approached Amber City. The main gravel road gradually turned into neatly paved stone pathways. Along either side of the road stood square stone pillars and black iron street lamps. Each of these street lamps, every nightfall, would be lit with kerosene by lamplighters, brightly illuminating throughout the night. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the carriage moved slowly. In the distance, the tall city walls became increasingly clear, with densely packed low houses on both sides leading to the city gate. It's the smell of stewed beans. Flowey lifted the curtain and sniffed with her delicate nose. Murmuring softly, she was very familiar with this scent, as it was often part of her childhood meals. From within the carriage, Chen Luan could see numerous women with aprons and headscarves busying themselves with cooking and cleaning. They were working right at the doorsteps of their humble homes, with children playing around them and then darting into the dense houses nearby. Their men mostly go into the city to work during the day and come back out to their homes after work is done. At that moment, Walsh, the driver of the carriage, spoke. Chen Luan was well aware of this fact. Those living here were the poor who did not qualify for permanent residence inside the city. They were also an indispensable part of keeping Amber City running. Among the crowd preparing to enter the city, there was no shortage of carriages, but even more were pedestrians with backpacks and hawkers carrying baskets selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Walsh presented the trade caravan certificate along with 5 copper cross per person for the entry fee, and the Tresor Empire soldiers waved them. Passing through the long city gate corridor, under the dim lighting, Chen Luan could see walls plastered with notices and warrants. But most were yellowed and torn due to the wear and tear of time, and due to neglect in cleaning, they had accumulated in thick layers. Soon, the surrounding clamor rushed into their ears. Entering the inner city is what truly counts as entering Amber City, where it's a completely different world from the outside. The carriage is slowly passing by with the jingling of bells, the newsboys running about, hawking cigarettes and newspapers, the vendors setting up stalls in the large squares, and the church monks preaching loudly. Flowey seemed very excited, constantly listening to the sounds of the new world. It was only at this moment that she appeared to be a girl her age should be. Master Jack, we've arrived at our destination. Walsh prompted. The carriage soon stopped in front of a 3-story building, the location of the Silver Dragon Trade Association in Amber City. However, this was not the inner city district. Although there is another branch in the inner city district, Chen Luan asked to stop here. It wasn't that he didn't want to move around in the inner city district, but that area belonged to the wealthy elite and was very strictly secured. With Chen Luan's current unregistered identity, plus having to take care of Flowey, moving around there would be difficult. Therefore, he planned to settle down in the outer city district for the time being and make some plans. Thanks, Uncle Walsh. Chen Luan got off the carriage first, then turned to extend his hand, but suddenly remembered Flowey wasn't actually blind. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Flowey's small hand reached out first. Chen Luan was momentarily startled. Flowey gave him a sweet smile. Master Jack, you truly are an admirable big brother. Walsh took off his hat and extended his large hand. The commission entrusted to our Silver Dragon Trade Association has been successfully completed. It was a pleasure doing business, and I hope we can relieve your worries again in the future. It was a pleasure. Chen Luan extended his other hand and shook his. Walsh suddenly felt a chill in his palm. Looking down, he found 2 glittering gold pounds. Master Jack, this, consider it a tip for all of you. One of the escorts even got injured for me and my sister, and I feel very remorseful. Well then, farewell, Uncle Walsh. Walsh looked up to see the young man already walking away with Miss Floyot. He couldn't help but feel that Master Jack was a truly generous gentleman. I didn't even ask for more money. The two walked a long way along the street. Chen-Luen originally wanted to let go of Floey's hand but didn't succeed. Floey's small hand clung tightly, and she whispered in a low voice, "Isn't it very conspicuous for a blind girl to walk without someone leading her?" That seems to be true. So Chen-Luen stopped worrying about that and started to survey the surrounding area to see where would be suitable to settle down. Soon he saw a sign for renting lodging at the entrance of a flower shop. Chen-Luen, leading Floey, stopped in front of the notice, noticing that a metal plate was mounted on the wall, Denton Street number 7. After looking at the rental sign for a while, his gaze moved through the glass window of the flower shop next door to a woman inside. The elderly woman, with her hair turning gray, was meticulously tending to the flowers in the shop. Past many colorful fresh blossoms. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. Knock knock. Someone tapped on the glass twice. The lady turned her head, revealing a kind-looking face. Despite the wrinkles, one could still see traces of her former beauty. When she saw the young man leading the blind girl, she smiled and waved her hand while mouthing the words, "Come in, children, come in." Chapter 30, Chapter 30 Number 7 Denton Street. Chen-Luen and Floey pushed the door open. After polite greetings, he expressed his interest in renting an apartment to the flower shop owner, and then received a warm welcome through a pleasant chat. Chen-Luen learned her name was Caroline. Mrs. Caroline was the landlord of the entire building and ran the flower shop downstairs. Located on a street corner, there were also two adjacent shops, which were a coffee shop and a bookstore, both of which had already been rented out. The building wasn't tall, just 4 stories high. Besides the ground floor shops, each floor could accommodate 2 households, and now there was only one apartment still available on the top floor. "Come, have a cup of flower tea, children." Mrs. Caroline enthusiastically poured them both a hot cup of tea. Chen-Luen thanked her. After receiving the hot tea, he placed one cup in front of Floey and reminded her to be careful as it was hot. Mrs. Caroline nodded to herself, feeling very satisfied with the siblings. The brother was gentle and honest, while the sister was demure and quiet. Both had manners and deportment that suggested a well-bred upbringing, not like ordinary folk. Another important point was that they were both very attractive, which would make her happy every day. It was just a shame that the girl named Floey was blind, which was quite pitiable. Luckily, her brother had stood by her side, bringing her all the way to Amber City to seek out relatives, just to treat her eye condition. Mrs. Caroline, who was sensitive and emotional, felt her heart melt inside to herself several times. "Little Jack, if you want to rent the empty apartment on the 4th floor, it will only cost you 5 silver ducats a week. Oh, of course, if you're short on money for the time being, you can owe it." Though located in the outer city district, this area was on the main thoroughfare and close to the bustling downtown district, and the rent should have been several times higher according to the market rate, but Mrs. Caroline deliberately lowered the rent. Even the other tenants weren't paying the standard market price to live here. Though Mrs. Caroline wasn't short on money, she did have certain requirements for her tenants. They must be clean, have no bad habits, hold a decent job, and most importantly, have a kind heart. "Thank you, Mrs. Caroline. Here are 20 silver ducats, we'll stay for a month first." Chen-Luen handed over a small bag filled with silver coins. He added, "Since we've come to stay with relatives, we're not sure how long we can stay, so we'll just stay for a while." "Oh, little Jack, you don't have to do that." Mrs. Caroline pushed the money bag back and lowered her voice, saying, "You and your sister have just arrived in the big city, and there will be many places you'll need to spend money, so don't rush to pay me the rent." She then took both their hands and walked them out, and Chen-Luen, having no choice, took back his money bag. "Come, I'll show you upstairs. Your neighbors are all friendly people, and I believe you can become friends." "That's very kind of you, but will the flower shop be all right without anyone to look after it?" Chen-Luen and Floey were escorted out of the flower shop and asked. Mrs. Caroline waved her hand with a smile. "No problem, business isn't good at the flower shop, I just tend to it when I feel bored." Saying this, she led the way into the stairwell. Just as Chen-Luen and Floey followed Mrs. Caroline and disappeared into the stairwell, 2 youths emerged from a small alley across the street. Both were wearing brown leather jackets and striped skinny jeans, one of them smoking a cheap cigarette, laughing as he said, "I didn't expect that staking out the kid would yield such an unexpected find." He gave a look to the other. "Go back and report to the boss, bring more people, I'll keep watching here. So we don't let these 2 little fat sheep get away." "Alright, then keep a close eye. That man and woman are definitely worth a high price." The other youth licked his lips and left first, especially that girl, TSK, prettier than the honorable congressman's daughter, makes the maids at the Bird and Flower Tavern look like a pile of siete. Mrs. Caroline led Chen Luen and his companion up the stairs. The wooden floor seemed rather old, creaking softly with each step. Sorry, this house was handed down from my husband's grandfather, it's quite old. Mrs. Caroline explained as they walked. Upon reaching the third floor, she pointed to a door down the left corridor. This apartment is where Connie and her father live. Connie is a diligent girl, attending classes at the nearby technical college during the day and working outside at night to take care of her sick father, Mr. Hood. After finishing, Mrs. Caroline pointed to the right, and here live the three Moriarty siblings, all good children. The brother goes to work at a foreign trade company in the city center early every day, taking care of the life of his younger brother and sister. Oh right, I've heard that the sister Melissa and Connie are classmates. Chen Luen felt that the introduction sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard of these three siblings somewhere. Without delving deeper, he and Chloe followed Mrs. Caroline up to their new home on the fourth floor. Mrs. Caroline led them into the room on the left side. The room was not large, a classic 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, and 1 balcony setup. The furniture was all complete, and though somewhat old, it was very clean. Chen Luen was very satisfied with it. You've really gone to a lot of trouble, Mrs. Caroline. Chloe and I really like it here. Oh, is that so? That's just wonderful. Mrs. Caroline also seemed very pleased, and she then cautioned, now, little Jack, you will probably need to buy some household items and other sundries. You should be frugal with your money. If you don't mind, in the mornings and evenings, you could bring your sister to join me for meals on the second floor. Thank you, Mrs. Caroline. Chen Luen had been somewhat worried. He had so many things to do, with so little time, and couldn't take care of Chloe much. It was a relief that she could have meals at Mrs. Caroline's, saving him quite a bit of trouble. I'll pay you additional compensation, Mrs. Caroline. Mrs. Caroline was about to refuse, but seeing the young man's earnest expression, mature and handsome, it's a matter of proper courtesy for a gentleman, please don't decline it. Well, okay then. Seeing this, Mrs. Caroline truly couldn't refuse such a kind and handsome young man, and her opinion of the siblings rose once more. An extra silver ducats each week, then it's settled. She laughed a few times, covering her mouth, then turned and left the room. Oh, by the way, your next-door neighbor is a young man who lives alone. He might seem a bit cold, but he's actually quite a nice person. Mrs. Caroline paused at the doorway, said her piece, and then bid them goodbye and left. After closing the door, Chen Luen took a look around. He set down his backpack first, then poured a cup of water for himself and Chloe and comfortably sank into the sofa. It's been a long time since I've rested like this. What are we going to do next? Chloe sat opposite Chen Luen, her ethereal voice reaching his ears. I'll go out later to buy some stuff. You just stay home and don't go out. As he spoke, Chen Luen seemed to realize that this might not seem fair to Chloe, almost like another form of confinement to read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. So he continued, if you feel bored, you can walk around the neighborhood, but don't go too far. After all, your situation is quite complicated right now. Chloe nodded lightly. Okay, I know. I'll just wait here for you to come back. As she spoke, she paused slightly on the word home. Chapter 31, Amber? Gotham, evening. Passers-by on the street hurried along, seemingly all quite busy. Chen Luen walked among them with his hands in his pockets, appearing somewhat out of place. He had planned to go out and buy some things, and also to take a stroll around, to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and see if he could gather some useful information. That's when he suddenly remembered, when he left his apartment, he had bumped into that gloomy young man in the corridor. At that time, the other party didn't seem to care about Chen Luen, their new neighbor. They passed by each other in silence, and the young man went straight into his own room. The sound of the door closing was a bit loud, revealing some annoyance. In that brief glance, Chen Luen saw anxiety and fear on the young man's face, presenting a worried look, but Chen Luen wasn't curious about his affairs, so he didn't take it to heart. It was just when passing by the flower shop that he casually inquired about it with Mrs. Caroline. Mrs. Caroline informed him that the young man's name was Kent, who seemed to be a middle-class youth who had come to Amber City to study. Excuse me, sir, I need to get past. A man's voice came through. Chen Luen looked up and saw a group of people wearing short, blue capes. He stepped aside to make way. One of them held a long pole with a fiery tip, while another tacitly opened the cover of the street lamp, allowing their comrade to light the wick inside. As the street lamps were lit, they continued on to the next one, their lamplighters. Only then did Chen Luen realize that it had gotten dark. He had wandered the vicinity for over half an hour without any result, however. The way he had been looking around nervously throughout his walk seemed to attract the attention of the patrol guards. Luckily, seeing that his dress did not resemble a hoodlum, plus the points he got for his good looks, they let go of their suspicion. However, this also served as a reminder to Chen Luan that he needed to get a proper identity for himself and Chloe soon. Otherwise, getting caught would be troublesome. Just as he was about to turn back and stop by the general store to pick up some household supplies, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Chen Luan silently quickened his pace back. When passing a narrow alley, he suddenly turned and walked in. Soon after, four youths wearing leather caps and rough hemp dusters with cinched waists appeared at the entrance of the alley. He went in here. Could he have seen us? Is he trying to run? No worries, this is a dead-end alley, he can't escape. Chase him. The few youths exchanged a few words and dashed in.by. Then it was completely dark, and the cramped alley was pitch black. One couldn't see one's own hand in front of them. The four of them almost tripped over a garbage can as they ran in and cursed under their breaths before they had to slow down. Damn it, where did that kid go? How could he see in the dark like this? Bang, a muffled sound, followed by the noise of someone falling to the ground. What was that sound? Did you guys hear that? Bang, another sound similar to the first one rang out. The remaining two felt chills go down their spines. Hey, guys, what do you say we get out of here first? Mike, I just felt something beside me. Bang. The man spoke halfway and then there was silence. The last one left. Mike trembled as he stepped back. Boom, Arino, are you guys still there? Hey. Answer me. Stop messing around, damn it. Suddenly, he saw a pair of emerald green vertical pupils light up in the darkness in front of him. His heart skipped a beat. Urban legends he had heard flashed through his mind, and he felt a shiver, his heart stopping for a moment. The next second, however, he heard a deep, icy voice from the darkness. Answer me, who are you? Why are you following me? Mike was about to spout some nonsense when a faint blue glow flickered across his field of vision, and without realizing it, he found himself blurting out the truth. My name is Mike, and these are my companions. 5 minutes later, Chen Luan walked out of the alley as if nothing had happened, heading towards number 7, Denton Street with a resigned expression on his face. Through hypnosis, he had already gleaned information about that group of people. They were just 4 low-level thugs who, seeing him alone and well-dressed like someone with money, had decided to try their hand at extortion. It was that simple, no complex schemes, no mastermind behind the scenes. He had thought he might stumble upon some big fish, but it had been a false alarm. However, he had not killed them. After all, he was new in town and didn't want to cause too much of a commotion over a trivial matter. The guy he had hypnotized would wake up remembering nothing. I need to remind Chloe when I get back. The security around here is terrible, Chen Luan thought to himself. The area did have patrol guards, but their work attitude could not compare to even a tenth of that in the inner city district. He was 1 block away from the flower shop. He suddenly heard a faint scream. Through the light of a nearby lamp post, Chen Luan saw a figure being beaten at the corner of the wall. Are you sure this place isn't called Gotham City? The thought flickered through his mind. How come just wandering around today? He had encountered this kind of thing twice. Remember, kid, if you don't pay up by tomorrow, your body will end up in the sewers of the cesspool. Cough, cough. Stop hitting me, I'll pay you back tomorrow. As Chen Luan approached, he suddenly realized that the man being beaten looked familiar upon closer inspection. It was the neighbor he had met when leaving the house, a young man named Kent. His appearance was pitiful, kneeling on the ground with a blue and swollen face, begging 2 men in leather jackets and tight pants. We actually know you don't have the money. How about this? We'll give you a bit of advice. Just introduce the girl living in your building to the Bird and Flower Pub, and you can hold off on paying the money for now. How does that sound? The man said with a sinister tone. You mean Connie? Cough. I'm not close to her. Not close? You're fooling nobody. With that, the 2 men started pummeling Kent all over again. It wasn't until Kent's screams turned hoarse, and he began to beg incessantly, that the 2 men stopped. I indeed used to be her classmate, but I dropped out after just 2 months of classes, Kent said in a strained breath, struggling to speak. Seeing that the 2 men were about to hit him again, Kent hurriedly said, but I know where she works, I know the boss there. I can get her fired first, and then force her into your territory. After saying this, Kent seemed to resign himself, took a long breath and leaned against the wall to rest. Good, then we'll wait for your news. Remember not to drag it out too long, or you'll regret it, the 2 men threatened before turning around and leaving. Chen Luan seemed to overhear something and had not planned to get involved, but because they were neighbors, he decided to ask about the situation. Hey, do you need some help? Chen Luan spoke as gently as he could. To his surprise, Kent glared at him fiercely, looked down sullenly, and continued to mutter to himself. Chen Luan shrugged silently. It appeared he was not needed, then came the sound of footsteps in the street. Chen Luan looked up to see a young girl passing by who happened to look in his direction. She had a delicate and attractive face, but at the moment, she was looking at Chen Luan with disdain before quickly moving on. Chen Luan was puzzled to read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Why would she look at me like that? He turned to look at Kent, who now resembled a beaten pig, and suddenly understood something. Don't tell me I've been mistaken for one of the extortionist thugs. Am I the clown here? Chapter 32. Iron Fist strike Outer City District, the sewage slum. This area is the edge of the city's waste discharge, close to a huge sewage channel. To call it a channel is an understatement. It's more like a spacious moat for the city. Enormous drainage pipes, like train tunnels, are lined up beneath the embankment, tirelessly discharging the city's sewage night and day. This wastewater follows the channel out of the city, merging into rivers, and ultimately reaching the eastern ocean. But because of the inefficient discharge, the sewage slum constantly accumulates a vast amount of wastewater, causing the district to be filled with a foul stench. Hence the Amber City residents dub it the Stench District. Though despised, the sewage slum attracts countless lower-class residents who flock here to live. For those who don't wish to hustle in and out of the city every day, or who take pride in staying in the city long-term, the sewage slum is simply the best choice. Of course, being a hotspot for crime due to the mixture of people and poverty, even patrol guards and police officers refuse to set foot here, leaving it in a state of near anarchic self-determination. It is also the shadow beneath the great city. The only tavern in the sewage slum, the Flower and Bird Tavern. This is one of the few places where the residents of the sewage slum can find entertainment, and because it's cheap. For just 1 copper crow, you can join the fun, whether it's to gaze at scantily clad maids or to cheer on brawls and fights. Currently, the tavern is packed with patrons, noisy and muggy, with maids weaving through the crowd with their trays. A man dressed in a short leather jacket and striped tight pants pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, Lenny, the heavily made-up landlady greeted him warmly as she saw him. I've got some things to take care of. I'll come find you to play after I'm done. He smirked as he groped her, then made a beeline for the interior. The patrons quickly got out of his way upon seeing him. An inattentive fool bumped into him, about to curse out loud. When he saw who it was, he immediately stepped back and bowed apologetically. Fortunately, the man didn't want to waste time and merely gave him a cold glance before walking away. The drunken bumbler broke out in a cold sweat. This was a member of the Iron Fist gang. Offending him would definitely lead to suffering. The Flower and Bird Tavern was Iron Fist gang territory, and playing here required sharp eyes or nobody would know if their own body might be floating in the sewage channels tomorrow. The man in the leather jacket passed through the kitchen to reach the courtyard out back, which had a large open space with wooden posts and targets set up. These targets were dressed in ragged clothes and straw hats as if to simulate human figures. A tall building and 2 warehouses enclosed the area behind the open space. He briskly walked into the building, where dozens of gang members, all wearing leather jackets and tight pants like him, gathered. On an extended couch at the farthest end sat a broad-shouldered, bear-like man. He was dressed in a suit and shiny shoes, combing back his hair neatly, and smoking a cigarette. Boss Gary, I've got it all figured out. The man in the leather jacket bowed respectfully. Talk. The sturdy man exhaled a puff of smoke, uncomfortably loosening a button on his waistcoat. That kid came here by horse carriage, an outsider with a very pretty girl, seems to be his sister. They are both well dressed, but they only moved into number 7 on Denton Street. Well done, Gary praised him, drawing the last puff before crushing the cigarette in the ashtray. So it seems they're probably young folks who've come to the big city to seek out relatives or for education. He seemed to remember something and became noticeably restless. People like them, with no status or background, are the perfect targets to strike at. Find an opportunity to kill the boy and snatch the girl, but be discreet, don't cause too much of a scene. It may be chaotic in the Outer City District, but Iron Fist gang doesn't call all the shots. Understood, boss. The man in the leather jacket acknowledged and then gestured to several card-playing brothers as they left the building. Gary slowly leaned back on the couch, exhaling deeply. Hopefully, this will buy us some more time from Lord Fedman. Click, 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 clack. Fingers stuffed a row of lead bullets into the chamber and slid the cover shut. Chen Luan looked at the 4 flintlock guns and 2 pairs of iron gloves on the table with satisfaction. It's a pity that there isn't much ammunition left. Those investigators didn't think to bring more, always scrimping and scraping, so disgraceful. Chen Luan's face showed his displeasure. Pity their misfortune, angry at their lack of spirit. This was out of concern for their lives, definitely not because he hadn't scrounged enough bullets to complain about. Here, take this gun for self-defense. Chen Luan handed a flintlock gun to Floey. Floey took it and caressed the engravings, revealing a slight smile. Thank you. Chen Luan packed up the weapons on the table and stood up, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 9:20 in the morning. Let's go, it's time for a meal. Are we dining with Mrs. Caroline on the second floor? Chen Luan nodded in surprise. Of course, we've paid for it. Although he knew that 1 silver ducat for meals was definitely not enough, Caroline's generous food and warmth couldn't be bought with money, but Chen Luan had taken note of this kindness. If any short-sighted fool dared to cause trouble at the flower shop, he would certainly carve a flower in their arsehole. If possible, it would be better if the troublemakers knew where Dolly was. Even better if it was Dolly himself causing the trouble, and maybe inform them of Viscount Pompey's residence. Getting something for nothing is always delightful. Chen Luan's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of such troublemakers. As he and Chloe left the room and descended to the 3rd floor, they suddenly heard a bout of quarreling. I won't go. How many times must I say it? The medicine from the Red Apple Church is definitely problematic. Why won't you listen? Dad! A girl's angry voice shouted, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. Chen Luan then saw the chestnut-haired girl from last night come storming into the corridor, apparently preparing to go downstairs. Her features were not stunning, even flawed with some freckles, but they were pleasant to look at. At this moment, Connie's face still bore some tear stains, and she seemed surprised to see 2 peers in the corridor. Then, noticing Chen Luan, she seemed to remember the scene from last night, frowned, and turned to leave. Chen Luan felt helpless and couldn't be bothered to explain that. He proceeded with Chloe to the 2nd floor and ran into Mrs. Caroline just in time. Oh, little Jack, and the beautiful little Chloe. Come on in, I was just about to come up and call you too. Thank you for your trouble, Mrs. Caroline. Following her inside, Caroline had already laid out the prepared breakfast on the dining table. Mrs. Caroline's room layout was the same as the other tenants, but her decorating made it look more elegant and luxurious. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. And with a touch of girlishness, the room was dotted with vases of neatly trimmed flowers everywhere, and one could smell a fresh fragrance as they walked in. Eat up, this is a rice dish with fish and eggs I carefully prepared. I believe you'll like it. Caroline walked to the dining table and lifted the cover off the dishes. A rich scent of cream assailed their senses, and Chen Luan's appetite was greatly piqued. Chapter 33, 33rd chapter, A Day in the Life of a Runner. This was Chen Luan's first breakfast at Mrs. Caroline's place, and his first meal of rice since he had crossed over. He was silently moved to tears and expressed great satisfaction. Mrs. Caroline's cooking was stunning. The aromatic rice was stir-fried in butter with eggs, and topped with chopped celery, cod, and shrimp, all very fresh and tender. Although Chen Luan wasn't a fan of fish, he ate everything up and then contentedly drank a cup of floral tea. Is that your husband, Mrs. Caroline? He noticed 2 picture frames on the cupboard and couldn't help but ask. Turning around, Mrs. Caroline looked back, smiled, and responded, oh yes, that's my husband, Henry, and our son, Oliver. Then, are they also in Amber City now? Chen Luan asked aloud. Mrs. Caroline fell silent for a moment. No, Henry sacrificed himself for the Empire many years ago, and so did Oliver. Mrs. Caroline stood up, picked up the photo album, and wiped the dust off it with a handkerchief. The photographs showed a young Mrs. Caroline and Mr. Henry in military uniform, and another one of their son, Oliver. They bravely gave their lives in an overseas landing operation. May the sun's radiance shine on them forever. Mrs. Caroline said a prayer quietly, then put the photo album down. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Caroline. Chen Luan said apologetically. Chloe glanced at him, and through her black silk scarf, her look seemed to carry a slight reproach. It's okay, little Jack, it's all in the past. Mrs. Caroline's smile returned, and she came over to refill Chen Luan's floral tea. Flowers bloom like fire, as does loneliness. Time may make us forget, but as long as I remember them, that's enough. Chen Luan looked at this white-haired woman, unsure of what to say. Mrs. Caroline had spoken of a battle, of which he had heard. The Tresor Empire had long coveted lands beyond the mainland. The nearest huge island to the Tresor Empire was beyond the Far East. This island was known as Mist Island, inhabited by people and civilization alike. The overseas landing operations launched by the Tresor Empire were essentially colonial wars, yet for many years, all had ended in failure. Even until several versions later in a previous life, the Empire's plan to colonize had still made no progress. What unknown, powerful force resided on Mist Island, able to repel the Empire's incursions? Mrs. Caroline, your cooking is wonderful. May I learn from you? Chloe put down her spoon, looked up, and asked with a smile. Mrs. Caroline, surprised and then delighted, sat down next to her. Of course, little Chloe. Chen Luan was also surprised by Chloe's question, but he guessed her intention was likely to divert Mrs. Caroline's sorrowful emotions. Indeed, a good girl, remember to cook the cod in milk beforehand, and do not break it into pieces. Listening to Mrs. Caroline excitedly discuss the nuances of making fish and rice casserole, Chen Luan gave Chloe a thumbs up. Chloe responded with a faint smile. Afterward, Chen Luan expressed his gratitude for the hospitality to Mrs. Caroline and then left, walking out of the building. He planned to start his day's routine. Passing by a coffee shop next to the flower store, he noticed Connie and Kent sitting under an outdoor parasol. Kent was talking animatedly, gesticulating wildly, but Connie was unmoved. She sat with her arms crossed, somewhat lost in thought. Chen Luan didn't bother with them, nor did he care, and chose to leave directly to eye in the alley across the street. Two young men from the Iron Fist gang listlessly smoked. Hey, buddy, why not just go in and nab that foreign girl? You must be crazy. This street is under the special care of Viscount Pompey in the inner city district, especially that flower shop. I heard the landlady, Mrs. Caroline, is the widow of a war comrade of Viscount Pompey. If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. The young man who proposed the capture was startled. How did you know about this? Don't forget, the boss often goes out to drink with the big shots from the inner city district. I overheard a subordinate officer mention it last time. The young man discarded his cigarette but tugged at his leather jacket. Another guy, however, was somewhat impatient. So what do we do now? That out-of-towner girl hides in there all day. It's the guy who comes out to stroll around. Why not tie him up first, then make him bring out the girl? The one who had thrown the cigarette but helplessly took off his felt trilby, scratching his head. He looked at his companion as if staring at an idiot. You could try that, but if he calls the police, by the next day, we'll definitely be in the drains. All right, let's wait a bit more. Chen Luan bought a newspaper and sat down on a bench in the square. On a temporarily constructed wooden platform nearby, a monk from the Red Apple Church still stood today, tirelessly preaching. Ah, magnificent Lady Rose, thank you for bestowing upon us health and vigor, passion and fervor. Your compassionate gaze showers upon humanity, casting seeds in the garden that grow into trees. The holy insects consume the apple, their secretions turn into nectar, showing mercy to the ailments and the suffering of mankind, easing their pains and misfortunes. The monk descended from the platform with a face full of pity for the world. Two church guardians, whose origins were unknown, each held a tray with several small boxes on them. Many excited observers rushed forward, eagerly purchasing those small boxes. Praise Rose. The monk lightly touched his left chest and forehead with his forefinger, spread his fingers wide, and made a prayer gesture as if holding up the sky. Chen Luan watched the red-robed monk and could not help but snort and ridicule. Oh, Red, you're deceiving people again, eh? Why not take a break and do some sacrifices or something? Chen Luan was well aware of what was inside those small boxes. It was a secretion from a supernatural creature known as nectar, which had healing and health-enhancing effects on the human body. The side effects were not significant, just morally wrong, because it reduced lifespan and had a slight addictive quality. Small, supernatural maggots excreted these secretions after consuming the apples, creating the nectar. Chen Luan felt disgusted just thinking about it, but these common people did not know this and were instead willing to give huge donations in exchange for this miraculous medicine. He sighed lightly. The Red Apple Church was indeed very good at this. Hey, do you think the tax cut proposal by Viscount Daniel will pass? How likely is that? It's totally impractical. Two office workers were chatting on a nearby bench, catching Chen Luan's attention. He felt that something sounded familiar, so he flipped over his newspaper. Sure enough, he saw a slightly overweight middle-aged man holding forth in a large section, the very Viscount Daniel who had been the subject of much discussion lately. Sigh, Viscount Daniel is a kind and upright good person. It's just unfortunate that the council never considers such views. A good person? I doubt it. His proposals are clearly impractical and doomed to fail. Mostly they're just published to attract attention and gain votes. I heard he's planning to run for a seat in Fossil City. The tone of the speaking office worker was somewhat disdainful, indicating he wasn't quite fond of the legislator. His companion seemed slightly annoyed. How can you regard Viscount Daniel like that? He's one of the few in Amber City who truly considers the common people. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Oh please. With this proposal, for example, Amber City's finances simply can't support the operations of the city after such a tax cut. If that happens, there won't even be a lamplighter to light the street lamps at night. Just don't fall into a ditch when you go out. The two office workers started arguing, but Chen Luan wasn't paying close attention, because he suddenly remembered something of the Viscount Daniel was, indeed, the very person the small guild had protected in his past life, and it was the same Viscount who would end up being killed by Dolly. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Kent is willing to guide you. Chen Luen folded the newspaper neatly and tucked it into the slit of the bench's backrest before walking away. Perhaps the next resident to rest here could catch up on the recent major events in Amber City for free. He glanced at the sky and slowly made his way to number 7, Denton Street, where the flower shop was located. On his walk, he continued to ponder the connection between Counselor Daniel and Dolly, hoping to find some trace of Dolly's current whereabouts through this thread. But after all, Dolly's attempt to assassinate the counselor wouldn't occur for 2 more years, and current clues were too scarce to make any deductions. Chen Luen sighed to himself. It had already been 2 days since he arrived in Amber City, and he still hadn't made any substantial progress. Time is of the essence. If that doesn't work, I'll have to take a risk and probe into the inner city district. The inner city district had ample security forces, backed by the shelter and various churches. The strength of Amber City's official transcendence was not something a small place like Emerald Town could compare with unless absolutely necessary. Chen Luen did not want to take such risks with his own safety. Returning to number 7, Denton Street, he went straight upstairs to his home. When he opened the door, he was taken aback for a moment. In the living room, he saw Chloe chatting with a visitor. And the visitor was none other than Connie, who lived downstairs. "You're back," Chloe's ethereal voice said with a hint of joy in her tone. "This is..." Chen Luen poured himself a glass of water and looked at Connie with curiosity. With her lips pursed, the girl looked up at him with some struggle, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Jack, I think you must be in need of a maid. Miss Chloe can't see with her eyes, and daily life must be inconvenient. I should be able to help." After an initial hesitant start, Connie spoke more fluently as she continued, "And I can also clean, launder clothes, and keep the room tidy. I would only need 2 silver ducats a week. No, 1 silver ducat and 50 copper crow is enough." Having said that, Connie looked expectantly at Chen Luen. Chen Luen frowned slightly. He and Chloe had too many secrets and did not want to come into close contact with ordinary people. Connie was constantly paying attention to the expression of the dark-haired young man. Seeing Chen Luen frown, her heart sank. Just as Chen Luen was about to decline, Chloe spoke up. "Connie has lost her job, and she doesn't want to trouble Mrs. Caroline too much, because Mrs. Caroline has helped her a lot." Upon hearing this, Chen Luen recalled the words said by Kent, who was beaten up the night before. Perhaps Connie's job loss had something to do with that fellow. He looked at Chloe and thought that having someone to talk to her might not be a bad thing after all. He trusted that Chloe, with her intelligence, would not casually reveal anything about the mystic realm. "Aren't you still in class?" Chen Luen sat down with his glass of water and asked as he drank. "I get off class at 4 in the afternoon every day. I'll come here on time to clean, and on weekends, I can accompany Miss Chloe for a walk." Connie said uneasily. All right then, you can take care of the cleaning. Let's make it a weekly salary of 2 silver ducats, is that all right?" "Yes. Thank you, Mr. Jack." Connie was visibly happy. She stood up, clutching her small hands, and then turned her gaze to Chloe. "Thank you too, Miss Chloe." Chloe responded with a smile. "So should I come to work tonight, Mr. Jack?" "Ah, no need, you can come tomorrow night instead." Chen Luen sensed a lively change in the girl before him. She had seemed somewhat run down before. Although he did not want to dampen Connie's enthusiasm, he still needed to think about his next plan for the evening without interruptions. "Okay, Mr. Jack." Connie curtsied to the man, who seemed younger than she was, and respectfully left the room. She carefully closed the door behind her as she exited. Turning around, Connie took a deep breath and revealed a radiant smile. At this moment, her heart was filled with immense joy. After losing her job, the world felt dark, but now, a ray of hope had appeared. Her family's finances were dwindling, she still needed to attend classes, and her father depended on timely doses of fruit nectar from the Red Apple Church to sustain his life. If she couldn't find work quickly, things would only get worse. She was filled with gratitude towards Mr. Jack, who had provided her with hope. She also slightly changed her initial impression of him, no longer simply seeing him as a bastard who enjoyed bullying others. The Riverside slums, the Flower and Bird Tavern's courtyard. Gary, the boss of the Iron Fist gang, had just seen off a distinguished guest from the inner city district, the Fedman butler. His face was gloomy as he violently swung his hefty arm, throwing a punch forwards. Bang! The straw hat spun off into the air, as a deep imprint was left on the wooden post in front of him. "Damn it!" Then he rushed forward, unleashing a ferocious barrage of punches at the post, seemingly venting his inner restlessness. Money. Bang! Craftsman. Smack! What's the use of hurrying me? I'm already looking for a solution. Gary roared, leaping up with a turning whip kick, the powerful strike cutting through the air and screeching loudly, bang, dash. The kick uprooted the post, sending it flying away with a whistling sound. "Boss, we've captured the guy." A gang member in a leather jacket approached, speaking with reverence. Gary turned, maintaining a stern face, as two more men tactfully moved close. One cut and lit a cigar for him while another draped a felt coat over his shoulders. Then, two gang members brought in a battered and bruised young man, Kent, who was Chen Luan's neighbor, and forced him to kneel before Gary. The man trembled, not daring to look up. He had just witnessed the boss of the Iron Fist gang kick the post into the air and was terrified. I've already caused Connie to lose her job. Just give me a bit more time, and I swear I'll force her to come work here." His voice was filled with begging, but Gary just shook his head, as if he found Kent too slow or had little hope for the situation. Despair filled Kent's heart. He could almost see Gary waving his hand in the next second, and then imagine himself being dragged away to be cruelly killed and thrown into the drainage ditch. Perhaps it was a burst of desperate instinct to survive that sparked an idea in Kent's mind. "Boss Gary, in the building where I live, two outsiders have recently arrived, and they look very rich. One of them is a very beautiful girl, and she's blind. I can figure out a way to help you capture her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only." Gary stopped smoking his cigar and stared at him, pondering in silence. As Kent anxiously awaited a response, Gary finally spoke. "What's your plan?" Joy sparked in Kent's heart. After a moment's thought, he shared his plan. Chapter 35. Little Rich Lady Flowy. Another day had passed. Evening, Chen Luan once again finished his day's patrol, returning to number 7, Denton Street full of guilt. When he opened the door, however, he didn't see Flowy's figure. Where is she? He looked around the room but still couldn't find her. Chen Luan walked out of the room, puzzled, ready to ask Mrs. Caroline. Just then, he happened to meet Kent coming upstairs. The scene was just like their first meeting 2 days ago, only this time, Kent's face had less gloom and more hurt. As he looked up and saw Chen Luan, Kent quickly averted his gaze and tried to pass by with his head down. "I know everything." As they brushed past one another, Chen Luan suddenly spoke. Startled, Kent nearly tumbled down the stairs. His heartbeat quickened, and he tried hard to control his emotions, maintaining an appearance as normal as possible. "No, what exactly?" Kent turned back, a look of confusion on his face. "Your name, of course, Mr. Kent." Chen Luan answered as if it were a matter of fact, or what else could it be? Kent breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately, an inexplicable irritation arose. He frowned and snorted coldly, no longer paying any attention to Chen Luan, and walked straight into his room. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand stopped it at the threshold. "Wait a moment, Mr. Kent." Kent looked up and saw the black-haired young man with a polite smile, looking straight at him. "What else do you want?" He was impatient, wanting to get rid of the annoyance as soon as possible. He still had lots of unpacking to do, and the Iron Fist gang members were waiting for him outside. "Have you seen my sister? The Miss Flowy who lives next door?" "Sorry, I haven't seen her." Kent's voice was harsh, his indifference palpable. Chen Luan was somewhat surprised, slightly furrowing his brows. "That's odd. What about Miss Connie? Have you seen her?" "She's currently part-time maid at our place, and according to her, she should have finished classes by now and would be here to look after my sister Flowy." Upon hearing this, Kent's impatience instantly transformed into anger. The mere mention set him off. In fact, he had already learned about this from Connie. At the time, he had wondered why his smooth-talking couldn't persuade Connie to go to Silver Ducats, concluding that it was this guy's interference. Damn it. All my efforts gone to waste, everything was messed up by this foreign bastard. I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen anybody. Kent struggled to control his expression, speaking in a cold voice. "Is that all? Sir? Now would you please move your hand from the door? Otherwise, don't blame me if it gets crushed." "Oh, sorry." Chen Luan withdrew his hand, looking embarrassed. "Really sorry to disturb you, Mr. Kent." With that, Chen Luan turned and left. Kent watched the black-haired youths disappearing back, his facial expression growing more and more fierce. The Iron Fist gang should have dealt with those two girls by now. "Next up is you son of a bitch. I'll watch as they throw you into the sewer. You'll choke to death on sewage, you bastard." Cough, cough. Connie's face turned red as she coughed twice, so sour, she held a cold drink in her hand, walking along the street with Flowy. It was nightfall, and the black street lamps on the side of the road lit up, one after another. "Miss Flowy, how does your Gold Pounds Earl taste?" Connie curiously looked at the sealed paper cup Flowy was holding. "It's delicious." Flowy maintained a smile. She turned her head slightly towards Connie and offered the milk tea enhanced with cream. Do you want to try it? No, thank you, Miss Flowey. Connie was startled and quickly waved her hand. She was simply curious why Miss Flowey would enjoy milk tea without a hint of sugar. She herself was silly for having chosen a fruit tea that was too sour and couldn't bear to throw it away, because she was strapped for cash. Connie seldom afforded herself the luxury of consuming at a coffee shop. This time, it was Miss Flowey who had paid for the outing, and Connie was witnessing for the first time someone carrying a bag containing dozens of gold pounds, proceeding straight to a coffee shop to buy a drink. When Miss Flowey opened her purse, Connie could only see the glow of gold before her eyes. Oh my, she was so wealthy. Miss Flowey must be of noble lineage. At that moment, Connie was extremely surprised and secretly guessed in her heart. Then she nervously scrutinized every customer in the coffee shop, as if worrying someone would notice the money and harbor ill intentions. Fortunately, there were few customers in the coffee shop at the time, and they did not pay much attention to them. However, Connie still softly reminded Miss Flowey, asking her to not bring so much money the next time. The outer city district was not very peaceful, and it would be unfortunate to encounter a robber. Miss Flowey was surprised upon hearing her words, not having realized that what was in the purse were gold pounds. As Connie had thought, it was indeed the case. The money was given to Flowey in advance by Chen Luen, and Flowey simply assumed it was just a bag of silver ducats. Mr. Jack is too kind to Miss Flowey. Connie truly envied her, but that gave way to a sense of inferiority. Perhaps only a girl as angelic as Miss Flowey could be treated this way. She felt somewhat disheartened, but why would Mr. Jack bring Miss Flowey to live on Denton Street? Many questions arose in her heart, yet Connie did not dare to ask aloud, as that would be rude. She held Miss Flowey's hand and strolled by the street. Turning her head to see the black silk ribbon covering Flowey's eyes, Connie felt somewhat sad for her. She is such a sentimental and kind-hearted girl. Flowey looked ahead, her face maintaining a smile. Her strong perception allowed her to see Connie's expression and emotions clearly. Then, Connie pulled out 2 blue tickets from her pocket and said to Flowey, "Tomorrow is the weekend, and I originally planned to take you for a walk in the park, but since Kent has 2 tickets for tonight's Dolphin Opera House, let's go see an opera instead." After speaking, she realized something and hurriedly added, "Actually, the seats in the opera house are all too far from the stage to see clearly, but the sound is loud, you can hear it." Perhaps feeling that her explanation was weak, Connie looked dejected. On her way back from class today, Kent had stopped her, wanting to invite her to the opera house tonight. Connie turned down Kent, indicating that she had to work a part-time job cleaning and take care of Miss Flowey in the evening. Kent walked away sadly, but he left the 2 tickets with her. She had initially planned to decline, but then she thought of Miss Flowey, thinking they might enjoy going together. Tickets to the Dolphin Opera House weren't cheap, costing 3 silver ducats each, and Connie usually wouldn't indulge in watching a play. If they didn't go, wouldn't that be a waste? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only after hearing what she said, Flowey paused. An opera? This was something completely new to her as well. Immediately, her face broke into a smile. "Okay, let's go to the opera, I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 36, Big Brother, Don't Kill Meth. Dolphin Opera House was located near the inner ring of the outer city district, a few blocks away from Denton Street. If one took the main road, it would be a longer detour. Connie, who was familiar with the area, knew a shortcut that only took about 15 minutes to walk. When Flowey heard that the shortcut wouldn't take long, she suggested they walk. The 2 of them, one in front of the other and holding hands, slowly made their way to a secluded alley. Passing through here and turning a corner, they could see the Dolphin Opera House. The shops on this street were all old ones selling second-hand items and clocks, and most were closed at this time. The few that still had lights on showed no signs of life. Connie, who had previously worked nights, was used to this and wasn't scared. She even comforted Miss Flowey beside her, telling her not to worry. "Kent did a good job," she said. But just then, Connie suddenly heard a deep male voice in front of her. Looking up, she immediately felt chills run down her spine. More than 10 men had surrounded them. "Grab them, and be quick about it." At the command of their leader, the rest of the men rushed forward with fierce smiles. Connie's heart raced, and a wave of fear and dread overwhelmed her. "Miss Flowey, run!" She grabbed Flowey's hand, trying to turn and escape, but before they had taken more than a few steps, those menacing men in leather jackets blocked their way, reaching out to grab them. "Got you, Beaky." The man's hand firmly grasped Connie's arm. Crack. Kent had just shut the door when he suddenly heard an odd noise. He carefully observed and realized something was stuck in the door. Glancing up along the door gap, what met his eyes was a pitch-black gun barrel. Kent's heart skipped a beat, feeling as though his soul was about to leap out of his body. Looking up further, he saw the black-haired young man who should have already gone downstairs, staring emotionless at him. "I'll ask you once more, did you really not see them?" The flintlock gun was pressed against Kent's forehead, the cold touch making him shiver. No. I didn't, he stammered. Cold sweat streamed down his face, but Kent dared not wipe it away. A hint of disappointment crossed the black-haired young man's face. Since that's the case, you're of no use to me, time to die. His finger lay on the trigger, ready to pull a thump. Kent suddenly dropped to his knees. Don't kill me. I know everything, I know it all. He collapsed in a moment, crying out in agony. Kent was truly scared. He feared being shot by the other party at any second. The man before him seemed like a lunatic, unpredictable, and mercurial. This fear was far more intense than any threat from the Iron Fist gang. Shenluen pushed the door open and then slowly closed it behind him. But he held a gun in his hand, pointing it at Kent, and casually sat down on a chair. Tell me everything you know, he commanded. The seashell necklace on Shenluen's chest emitted a faint blue light. Kent's eyes went blank, and he began to speak involuntarily. It was the Iron Fist gang leader, Gary, who told me. 10 minutes later, having heard Kent's story, Shenluen understood the causes and circumstances, as well as the despicable tricks of the Iron Fist gang. From the moment he had met Kent in the stairwell, he had noticed something was off about him. After a brief exchange, he sensed that everything about the man, from his heartbeat, breathing, facial expressions, sweat secretion, to even his blood flow, indicated that Kent was hiding something. A regular person could not deceive Shenluen. A transcendent, what? What have you done to me? As Kent came to his senses, not understanding what had happened, he was suddenly filled with terror and confusion. He didn't have time to think much, and what seemed to lay before him now was a dead end. Please don't kill me. The Iron Fist gang forced me. They scammed all my money and then demanded it back. If I didn't pay, they threatened to kill me. I had no choice but to work for them. I'm sorry. I repent. Please spare me, Kent pleaded, but seeing Shenluen indifferent, he seemed to think of something else. He then began trembling as he got to his feet and started frantically searching the room. Shenluen raised an eyebrow but didn't stop him. What did he want to do? Shenluen was curious. Soon, Kent, with a look of joy, came up to Shenluen holding an old book. He handed it over like presenting a treasure. This is a treasured heirloom of our family. My grandfather gave it to me when I left. He said it was very valuable and definitely worth a lot of money. Shenluen, however, didn't even give it a glance and simply scoffed. If it's so valuable and expensive, why didn't you sell it to pay off your debt? Or give it directly to the Iron Fist gang? Kent's smile stiffened. He felt the last sliver of hope in his heart shatter completely. That he was not lying. This book was indeed a treasured possession of his family. His grandfather had repeatedly told him to look through it often, saying it would be of great help to him and might even lead their family to prosperity in the future, but he had never seen anything special in it, considering it merely a sentimental old book. Shenluen casually took the book, glanced at it. Recorder Ken Burney's memoirs. His eyes slightly narrowed, a possibility flashed through his mind. Kent suddenly noticed that the flintlock gun he had pointed at himself had been put down by the dark-haired young man. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. The cool breeze blew through the quiet street, carrying a pungent scent of blood. Connie stood frozen, unbelievingly staring at the scene before her. The man who had been holding her arm just a moment ago now lay in a pool of blood, with a gaping hole in his chest. Slowly oozing blood. Turning her head, she saw Flowey holding a flintlock gun, its barrel still smoking, which had appeared out of nowhere. Siete. That bitch has a firearm. Don't be afraid, she has already shot Lenny dead, she's out of bullets. The other men, after their initial shock, had regained their composure. After a brief exchange, they charged again. Bang. Bang. 2 more gunshots rang out. The first 2 men who rushed forward fell under Flowey's flintlock gun. What? The members of the Iron Fist gang stopped in their tracks. They never expected that the 2 women they thought would be easy targets were so tough to handle, especially the beautiful blind girl, who had pulled out a flintlock gun capable of multiple shots. It's unheard of. How could there be a flintlock gun that can fire multiple shots? Everybody, put on your mad hands. At that moment, one of the men shouted. In a flurry of delicate metallic friction sounds, the remaining gang members from the Iron Fist gang put on iron gloves. Beaky, don't think you're the only one with a firearm. They then each pulled out a strangely shaped firearm, short in body and flared at the muzzle like a trumpet. Then they aimed their firearms at the 2 women. Miss Flowey, what should we do? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only with so many firearms pointed at them, Connie felt her heart jump to her throat. Her mind was blank, not even wondering how Miss Flowey could accurately shoot and kill 3 men. Being blind, Flowey couldn't help but frown slightly. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she worried about Connie suffering the same fate. All right, don't hurt Connie, I'll go with you. Chapter 37, Chapter 37 Hunger Blossoms. Under nightfall at Denton Street, number 7. Kent burst out of the pitch-dark corridor like a madman. Across the street in the alley, two members of the Iron Fist gang who had been waiting spotted him, and couldn't help but frown. What's this kid doing? Made us wait so long for nothing. Hey, something seems off, he looks panicked. Kent dove into the alley, and upon seeing the two young men in leather jackets, he saw them as saviors. His face lit up with joy. Let's go. Hurry, take me with you. He immediately lunged into the arms of one of them. The two Iron Fist gang members exchanged a glance, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Damn it, get off me, hey! The leather-jacketed man who got a full embrace from Kent was somewhat disgruntled. A grown man like himself shouldn't be hugged like this by another man. He didn't want to be misunderstood by his brothers in the gang and attract countless fencing enthusiasts. Leave, take me out of here. A faint voice came from his embrace. Kent's mind flashed back to the last scene before he fled through the door. Those indifferent eyes of the dark-haired young man, his regretful expression, and his flat voice. You shouldn't have touched my people, Mr. Kent. The other party extended two fingers and lightly stroked his neck. The cold touch made his body tingle. A sudden pain followed, and Kent was puzzled. But fear surged, driving him to run out. At this moment, the two Iron Fist gang men quickly flipped Kent over. Seeing his condition, they both jumped in fright. Kent's face was congested with blood, veins protruding, eyes bulging and filled with blood vessels, his expression terrified. One of them crouched down, placed a hand on his chest, and bent down to listen for breathing, but there was none. Damn it! He's dead. The man cursed. He had just run over, full of life, and looked more than capable of competing in a sprint race, but how could he just, like that, look at his neck? What is that? Reminded by the other, the leather-jacketed man turned to look and saw two dark holes on Kent's neck. They looked like wounds, but there was no bleeding. Urban legends he'd heard flashed in his mind, and it was easy for him to associate them with some monster. Could it be vampires? Bullshit, it's clearly snake bites. He was poisoned to death. The two guys exchanged a few words in a low voice and then fell silent, both feeling incredulous. He was supposed to go home and pack his bags. How did he suddenly get bitten by a venomous snake? Then they heard slow but clear footsteps. Looking up, they saw a man walking towards them with the light behind him. Hey! Get lost! Did you hear me? The two Iron Fist gang members laid down Kent's body and stood up to shout at the stranger. Suddenly, the figure of the man vanished before their eyes. They were stunned for a moment, then both felt fingers lightly brushing their necks. After a cold sensation came a slight sting. When they turned their heads, the stranger had already walked far down the street, leaving only his back in sight. Damn it, you. Ugh. Two thuds. The two Iron Fist gang members fell to the ground, their eyes wide open. Their death unable to be said. Similar to Kent's, it was exactly the same. Snake's kiss marks appeared on their necks just like those on Kent's. Killed ordinary members of the Iron Fist gang, gained 20 experience points. *2, triggered C-Class task, King of the Sewage Beach. Task description: the Iron Fist gang from the outer city district of Amber City has bared their claws at you. Will you respond with sharpened fangs? Kill them. Destroy them. Or enslave them. Show them who the King of the Sewage Beach is. Task reward: 1,000 experience points, 1 gold pound, and Mad Hand prototype diagram, palm fireworks. *1, accepted. Chen Luan walked forward indifferently, heading towards the Dolphin Opera House. Animal mimicry LVMAX, snake's kiss. Skill description: you have learned to imitate the bite of a venomous snake and inject toxins, and the trait is not limited to your teeth. He didn't choose to shoot rashly. Such a loud noise would easily draw unwanted trouble. Previously, there hadn't been much use for this animal trait, but now it was quite suitable. Chen Luan's chilly whisper faintly echoed through the streets. Iron Fist gang, welcome to Sewage Beach, you two lovely ladies. The entrance to Sewage Beach at night. A group of Iron Fist gang members surrounded Connie and Floey, intending to take them to the Floral Tavern. At the edge of some steps, there was a rusty iron plate covered in filth, marked with the word Sewage Beach. One only needed to walk down the broad staircase to reach the area of Sewage Beach. Not even the lamplighter would come here to light the street lamps, so it was pitch dark all around. Move it, Gary, the boss must still be waiting for our good news. One of the men urged, admiring the flintlock gun he had snatched from Floey's hands. What a fantastic gun. It's so much better than our raging fire. Definitely need to show it to the boss, and then have those craftsmen really learn. At that moment, Connie suddenly cursed, get lost. Don't touch me. She defiantly shook off the hand trying to grope her. The men in leather jackets laughed, not caring about her wrath at all. One of the guys turned to leer at Floey, eyeing her up and down before licking his lips. Hey, this foreign girl is really something. I wonder if Boss Gary will let us have a go. Aha, keep dreaming. This is a present the boss plans to give to a big shot in the inner city district. If you dare touch her, the boss will definitely twist your head off. And not just the one on your neck. The others burst into laughter, ha ha ha. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a scream. Everyone was shocked. An Iron Fist gang member had a scarlet crossbow arrow sticking out of his chest. The crossbow arrow dissipated like smoke, but the man who had been shot screamed even more miserably. The wound expanded at a visible rate, as if an invisible mouth was tearing and nibbling at it. Hungry. I'm so hungry. He suddenly roared in a low voice, eyes red, and grabbed a companion next to him to bite. The special axe startled the others. The unlucky one caught by him wasn't quick enough to react and was bitten through the carotid artery, blood spattering out. In just a moment, 2 people lay in a pool of blood, one dead and one severely injured. The remaining Iron Fist gang members were both shocked and furious. Across a road, under the dim moonlight, a man slowly walked over. His face wasn't clear, but he was holding a hand crossbow, and there was a stray dog at his feet. Lift hand, aim, pull the trigger, get down. An Iron Fist gang member shouted, but it was too late. The light twang of the string was accompanied by a red streak across the night. Whoosh! Another man in a leather jacket fell to the ground, screaming in pain, I'm so hungry. His flesh disappeared out of thin air as he struggled to get up, wanting nothing but to gorge. Eat. I want to eat back what I've lost. Bang! The nearest man in a leather jacket punched him in the face to avoid being bitten. The mad hand unleashed a burst of air, greatly increasing the force of the punch. The powerful impact immediately broke his neck. The guy's head tilted to one side. He staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground with a thud, dead on the spot. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only a few Iron Fist gang members lay on the ground, shivering with fear. As the man slowly approached, they could see his true face. A young man with curly black hair, looking at them expressionlessly. His emerald green vertical pupils radiated coldness. Have you ever seen Hunger Blossom? Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Everyone must die. Fuck it. Let's go all out. A member of the Iron Fist gang cursed aloud. He scrambled up and charged at Chen Luan, swinging the iron fist of Mad Hand fiercely, wanting to smash the strange man's head with one punch. Smack! Chen Luan casually raised his hand and caught his fist. Hiss! Steam jetted out from the air holes on either side of Mad Hand, but the flesh that enveloped it remained perfectly still. The Iron Fist gang member's eyes widened in disbelief. Mad Hand, blocked? Woo! Chen Luan's other hand clenched into a fist, drawing a long shadow. The next instant, it landed heavily on his face. Bang! The entire face of the Iron Fist gang member fractured. Like crumbling blocks, his body reeled backward, flung several meters by the powerful impact, and smashed to the ground with a thud. Mr. Jack, so amazing. Connie couldn't help but cheer secretly. When the chaos had erupted, Flowey had taken the opportunity to pull her aside to hide. Now, seeing Chen Luan arrive, both of their hearts experienced different changes. Connie was incredibly excited. She had already despaired, knowing what it meant for her and Miss Flowey to be brought here. The notorious Iron Fist gang was the nightmare of Outer City District's residents, and the muddy riverside was a place even more feared. Akin to hell, facing these men, the future for 2 young girls would likely be worse than death. Kill them. Mr. Jack. Connie gritted her teeth and quietly cheered Chen Luan on. Flowey turned her head towards her with some surprise. Seeming to notice Flowey's gaze, Connie awkwardly shrank her head back. Oh my god. That's so unladylike. Why did I say such vulgar words? Flowey turned her attention away from the socially dead Connie and focused entirely on the man. He has appeared again, at a time when I am in trouble, just like brother. Flowey pursed her lips, then shook her head slightly. No, not the same. Bang! An explosion sounded. Countless fine nails and shards of glass sprayed towards Chen Luan. Feeling a trace of danger, Chen Luan quickly dodged to the side. Hiss hiss hiss. The strangely shaped blunderbuss, much like a short-barreled shotgun, had an even broader area of destruction. Even with Chen Luan's level of agility, he couldn't completely dodge it at such close range. He took a hit on one arm, his pristine white shirt tearing open in several places. He's been shot. Fire at will and kill him. The Iron Fist gang member who had fired the gun shouted excitedly upon hearing this. The other men in leather jackets also pulled out their blunderbusses and began shooting at Chen Luan. Bang! Bang bang bang! A continuous barrage of blasts, as small objects overwhelmed Chen Luan. Nails, glass shards, steel pellets, and even pebbles struck him all over, covering several meters around him. But he had no space to dodge. Mr. Jack. No! Connie cried out, unable to watch and covering her eyes. Although Flowey knew Chen Luan was a transcendent, She had never witnessed him fighting in battle. Her heart couldn't help but race, crackle and pop. Such saturation firing tore Chen Luwen's clothes to shreds. Dust filled the air. The Iron Fist gang members looked thrilled. "You blind son of bitches, daring to mess with us, this is what you get." Tui, a man in a leather jacket, spat on the ground out of spite. "Woof. Woof woof." The stray dog that had followed Chen Luen barked furiously at the Iron Fist gang members. "Shit. And you damn dog." An Iron Fist gang member loaded his blunderbuss with nails and raised it towards the stray dog. "You go first, little dog." The dust cleared, revealing the figure of Chen Luen. He waved his hand behind him, and the stray dog understood his gesture, whining twice before scampering off. "Good boy." The leading task was complete. It could now retreat with its mission accomplished. Hell. The members of the Iron Fist gang stared with wide eyes. This guy is still not dead. With that intense gunfire just now, even an Iron Man should be riddled with holes. Beneath Chen Luen's tattered clothes shimmered a dark golden light. He lifted his head and grinned ferociously. Although the carp armor protected him, the sheer number of forced -1 damage still caused him to lose a chunk of his health. "Everyone present here is going to die." As his words fell, his figure had already vanished. The guy who was about to shoot the stray dog suddenly shifted his arm, firing the blunderbuss forward. Bang! An accident occurred. The blunderbuss in his hand exploded in a flash, scattering fragments and nails in every direction. "Damn it!" he cursed, his body covered in fine wounds. Luckily, the protection of the Iron Fist covered his hands, or he would have lost his entire palm. Whack! A sidekick, the Iron Fist gang member, who had just been relieved that he wore the mad hand and escaped the blunderbuss threat, had his head and above parts vanish in an instant. As if wiped away by an eraser, the headless body fell with a thump, stirring up dust. "Kill him. Kill him now." The remaining few members of the Iron Fist gang screamed with rednecked horror. Bang! 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 The one who had taken Flowey's flintlock gun fired 3 shots in a row. The figure bathed in a dark golden glow dodged left and right like a specter, appearing in front of the shooter the next second. All empty shots. A pair of killing intent-filled green vertical pupils stared squarely at him. No. An arm shot out like a python, the hand grasping and biting down on his neck. Arg! Chen Luen grasped him like a rag doll, tossing him toward the others. With a few clinks, they all collapsed twistedly on the ground. Let hunger blossom. Chen Luen pulled the trigger twice. The bowstring of the tongue of gluttony trembled, and 2 crimson crossbow bolts hit 2 men squarely. Hungry. The men struck by the arrows suddenly rose in a frenzy, grabbing and savagely biting into the person beneath them. Screams and gnawing sounds intertwined. Unable to stomach the bloody scene, Connie looked away. The last 2, mouths filled with blood, turned on each other, biting and consuming one another until they were destroyed. Phew. Chen Luen exhaled. Using the hand crossbow had drained quite a bit of his physical strength. He could have killed these Iron Fist gang members in a more effortless way, but he chose not to, and not just because they dared to lay hands on Flowey and disrupted his plans. Another reason was, he wanted to test the hand crossbow in real combat. The results satisfied him. "Mr. Jack, are you all right?" Connie hurried over. Flowey picked up her flintlock gun and secretly hid it behind her back. She looked at Chen Luen as usual, then in silence, her expression softened with concern. Chen Luen shook his head. The animal-like features on his body had vanished, and he had returned to his original appearance. "I'm fine." Connie was quite shocked to witness Chen Luen's inhuman performance, but she dared not ask too much, feeling that Mr. Jack was becoming more and more mysterious. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only the supernaturals were too much of a worldview shock for Connie to digest all at once. Flowey, you go back first, Chen Luen instructed him. Flowey didn't ask what he was going to do but nodded obediently. Chapter 39. I'm here to kill, please follow. Woof woof, the stray dog appeared again. It wagged its tail and darted to Chen Luen's feet. "You haven't left yet? Perfect, I need your help with something." He patted the dog's head, then his fingers moved slightly, and a faint light appeared on his fingertips. He opened his mouth slightly and let out a loud meow, meow, meow. Responses came from all directions immediately. Countless green eyes emerged in the darkness. Connie and Flowey were startled. There were at least 30 to 40 different stray cats gathering around. "They will escort you back, don't worry." Chen Luen turned his head to look at the 2 girls. Is this all real?" Connie was first startled, then somewhat dazed. What a surreal night this has been. They encountered danger, experienced a rescue, witnessed a perilous battle, and now were being escorted home by so many kittens. Woof. The stray dog, like a lead big brother, led the other cats around the feet of Flowey and Connie. It seemed to signal, "Don't worry, big brother, with us here, no horny dogs will come harassing them, be careful." Floey said softly. Chen Luan nodded, giving a reassuring look. Just don't know if Floey could understand it. Afterward, Floey took Connie and followed the cats and dog away, watching them disappear from view. Chen Luan bent over and picked up a blunderbuss from the ground. Raging fire, homemade firearm, item description. Craftsmen have developed this gunpowder flintlock gun through self-study and creation. With rough craftsmanship and distinctive ideas, this weapon was made. The widened muzzle endows it with potent lethality at close range and does not restrict the ammunition used. A handful of crushed iron sand, and it blasts a person to bits. Of course, its negligible flaw is that it's not very stable, prone to barrel explosions, and a bit cumbersome to use. After reading the description, Chen Luan couldn't help but think of those iron fist gloves. Mad hand. Could it be specifically crafted to be used with this thing? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed so. He also admired the craftsmen who created these items. Their thought process was incredible. He turned to glance at the sign next to the stairs labeled the drain and walked straight down. When he truly entered the drain, his first impression was that it was filthy, messy, and stank. A foul smell hit his nose right away. Chen Luan frowned slightly and quickened his pace. He passed by many cottages along the way, most of which were dilapidated, since the lamplighter would not come here to light lamps. The residents would hang a simple lantern at their doorways. It was like a candle covered by a fishbowl. The faint light shone across the embankment walkway, directly opposite the large and wide sewage moat. Not far away, a neon sign flickered, and he could vaguely make out the words Flora and Fauna Tavern. Soon, Chen Luan arrived at the entrance of the tavern and pushed open the great gate. Clang, noise and heat waves hit him in the face. Inside, it was bustling and extremely lively. In stark contrast to the dead silence and chill outside, it was like a different world. A bunch of drunken patrons glanced at him, then paid no more attention and continued to immerse themselves in the pleasures of gambling and flirting with the maids. Hey, handsome, looking for some fun? The flamboyantly dressed proprietress came over, smiling obsequiously. A hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. Although the young man with black hair was dressed in tattered clothes, his appearance and demeanor clearly did not fit in with the surroundings. Moreover, the chill emanating from him now made people shiver involuntarily. Madam, may I ask if the Iron Fist Gang's stronghold is here? Chen Luan asked politely in a soft voice. The tavern mistress leaned in close, and the smell of her cheap perfume was somewhat overpowering, making him want to sneeze. Excuse me, sir? Are you in the wrong place? The landlady vehemently denied entry, revealing a strained smile. She had a strong premonition that this man was definitely here to cause trouble. An officer from the security office? Or some guy from another gang. Chen Luan gave her a slight smile, pushed past her, and headed straight inside. He had already gotten his answer from the woman's behavior. Sir? Sir? Where are you going? The landlady suddenly became anxious, feeling that she couldn't stop this man, so she ran back to the counter. She took out an old walkie-talkie from the drawer below, ready to tip off the Iron Fist gang members in the courtyard. Squeak! At that moment, several large black rats darted out and bit her hand. Damn it! The landlady was startled, and the walkie-talkie fell to the ground in pain. Then those few rats immediately picked it up and carried it away like a coffin, quickly fleeing the scene. The landlady froze. The rats took my walkie-talkie. Chen Luan roughly pushed past the drinkers and maids blocking the way, causing a chorus of grumbles and gasps. You little punk! A scruffy drunkard who looked like he hadn't bathed in decades glared, reaching out to grab Chen Luan's collar, ready to give him a good lesson, but a flintlock gun was promptly pressed against his forehead. Sir? If you want to die, I can assist you, Chen Luan said with a smile. Sorry. The drunkard instantly broke into a cold sweat, his raised hand retracted to his chest, showing an ugly smile as he slowly backed away. A scream erupted. The maids in the store were so frightened by the scene that they hid. Other patrons also began to get up in a frantic rush, distancing themselves amid a clamorous uproar. Chen Luan ignored them and kept moving forward. A number of cautious drinkers had already sensed something was amiss and quietly left the tavern. Chen Luan passed through the kitchen, snatched up a chef's knife on the way to. He then pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Who's there? A voice called out in challenge. Iron Fist gang members were practicing their strikes on wooden targets in the yard when they heard the door open and looked over. Your good friend, Jack. Two men in leather jackets exchanged glances. One ran towards the building, and the other came forward. Jack? Don't know him. He said coldly, if you're in the wrong place, get lost already. Hat, not likely. Whoosh, a flash of cold light. The sharp chef's knife slashed across the man's throat. The leather jacket man gurgled a few sounds, clutching his neck as he collapsed. Then Chen Luan threw the chef's knife in his hand, which sliced through the air with a shriek and struck the other man in the back. Due to the momentum of running, that man lunged forward several meters, convulsed on the ground, and then lay silent. Chen Luan strode forward. The light from the tavern behind him shone through the window, casting his shadow long, dragging it toward the building. Passing by two large warehouses, Chen Luan faintly heard the sounds of clanking inside and pondered for a moment, but he didn't have time to care, heading straight into the building. At that time, there were only a handful of Iron Fist gang members in the hall, and Boss Gary sat on a sofa like a king, reading some documents. Hey, who are you? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only seeing a stranger waltzing into their gang's territory, a few of the card-playing Iron Fist gang members abruptly stood up. They stared at Chen Luan with wariness. Gary also shifted his gaze from the documents in his hands to the stranger at the door, his eyes narrowing. Who might you be? Coming to our Iron Fist gang this late, do you have pressing business? Murder. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. From now on, listen to me, please follow. Kill him. At Gary's command, the Iron Fist gang members immediately charged toward Chen Luan. The lackeys in the courtyard had been silent, mostly already killed by this man. He squinted, pondering. He casually took out a cigar from the box, cut it, and lit it up. Aside from the big shots in the inner city district, no one dares to talk to me like this. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant you your wish. Gary spoke slowly, puffing out smoke, looking unfazed. He had faced men seeking revenge before, but those men had long since merged with the sewage in the drainage ditches. Bang bang, two gunshots rang out. The two Iron Fist gang members who were in front fell to the ground. The rest of the gang members were startled, halting their advance, a repeating firearm. Gary's finger paused, fixating on the flintlock gun in Chen Luan's hand. Are you an investigator from the shelter? He rose slowly, his expression grave. Gary was not just a simple gang leader, he had connections with many prominent figures in the inner city district. Many shady and dirty tasks were entrusted to him, through which he gained relationships and assistance from those figures. It was these intricate connections that allowed him to become the king of the sewage beach in the outer city district. Naturally, Gary had heard some secrets about the mystic realm. What about an investigator? Kill him. Gary's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. If that was the case, he couldn't let this man leave alive. There were secrets hidden here, and if the investigator found out, the big figures behind him would surely make him regret it. The sewage beach wasn't lacking others who could take Gary's place as boss. As for the possibility of offending the shelter by killing an investigator, Gary believed someone would help him smooth over the trouble of fire. On hearing their boss Gary's order, the lackeys pulled out their iron gloves and blunderbusses. They then surrounded and attacked Chen Luan. Bang 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 bang. Shotgun pellets and glass shards burst from the barrels, crackling like fireworks, showering towards Chen Luan. Chen Luan, already on guard, didn't take the hits like before. The moment these men pulled out their weapons, he leaped forcefully, grabbing one to use as a human shield. A burst of muffled thuds followed, and the Iron Fist gang member used as a meat shield was riddled with holes on the spot, covered in blood. He was as good as dead. Holding the body with one hand, Chen Luan leaned out to counterattack. Bang bang, several gunshots, the lead bullets accurately hit the enemies' heads, bursting into blossoms of blood. Seeing the blunderbuss couldn't harm Chen Luan, the remaining few leather jacket men decided to tighten their iron fists and charged for hand-to-hand combat. Bang. The body, riddled with shards of metal and glass, flew out, crashing into one man, knocking him down. Chen Luan followed immediately, landing a punch on another Iron Fist gang member's face. The punch, driven by 24 points of strength, was an immense pressure that a regular person couldn't withstand. The man's skull shattered instantly, and he flew backward, spitting out blood and broken teeth. Enough. A bunch of useless trash. Gary dropped his cigar and leaped forward, kicking straight down from above. Whoosh, his burly body fell down, his kick chopping like a battle axe. Crack. Chen Luan turned and raised his hand to block, staunchly catching the kick. Gary's pupils shrank, taken aback. He was very clear about his own strength. Due to regularly injecting the high-concentration nectar provided by the butler-fed man, he had developed physical abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. His kick that could penetrate a steel plate was blocked by this investigator with one hand. Haven't you eaten, sir? Chen Luan's face appeared from behind his arm, with a polite smile. You don't have the strength to hit people, and you call yourself a gang member? Bastard! Gary was infuriated. He leaped into the air, and as he twisted his body, another foot shot out like a cannonball. In the process, the bulging of his muscles even tore the leg of his suit pants. Bang! The leather shoe hammered mercilessly into Chen Luan's palm, but the next instant, the rebounding force caused Gary's leg to go numb. The other's handprint didn't budge at all, and he himself felt as if he had stepped on an iron wall. The strength is decent, but it is still far from that old fellow at the Red Apple Church, Chen Luen said softly. Gary's heart tightened, knowing that he had encountered a formidable enemy. Yet he took a leap back to create distance, catching sight of the dark golden scales slowly retracting on the back of Chen Luen's hand. His heart pounded wildly. A transcendent! Gary exclaimed as sweat poured down like rain, and he felt as if he had hit rock bottom. Why did he have to provoke a transcendent? Who exactly are you? If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize to you. Gary said gravely. He was someone who knew the score. Facing an opponent he could not contend with, he immediately chose to bow down. The other was most likely not an investigator. The transcendents of the shelter were all the big shots with group leaders' status. Although Iron Fist Gang was rampant in the outer city district, it was not significant enough to attract such attention. Seeing this, the other members of Iron Fist Gang looked at each other, a sense of fear growing within them. Even Boss Gary was softening up. How terrifying was this man? Haven't you been looking for me? Chen Luen moved closer step by step, and even planning to capture my sister? Gary quivered violently, his body freezing in place. He instantly understood the identity of the man before him. This was the out-of-towner his men in Kent had been talking about. Damn it, an out-of-towner. This was not a little lamb with no background or status, but rather, a bloodthirsty python. A terrifying beast. Gary no longer had time to vent his anger on his subordinates and that idiot Kent. Now he only wanted to save his life. Plop. Gary Bent, the leader of Iron Fist Gang, knelt before this young man. His burly, strong body could not withstand the fear at this moment. Gary Bent, apologize to you. I am willing to pay any price, only begging for your forgiveness and to spare my life. Gary lowered his head, speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. The members of Iron Fist Gang who were lucky enough to survive could hardly believe their eyes at this scene. Their boss Gary, who was decisive in killing and has a heart of stone, was actually kneeling. He was begging that dark-haired youth for mercy. Gurgled. A man in a leather jacket swallowed, not daring to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead for fear of drawing attention. Chen Luen looked helplessly at the spineless guy in front of him. Can't you show a bit of backbone? Rise in rebellion, rush at me in a fit of hysteria, let me slaughter you effortlessly. No, you're making this difficult for me. Suddenly, Chen Luen seemed to think of something, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. You said, any price is acceptable? He slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up the documents Gary had been looking at earlier. They contained some financial reports, funds from the sewage beach and the outer city district industries, as well as certain expenditures that were not specified. Yes, sir, any price. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only, Gary said through clenched teeth. He had already prepared himself for a significant loss, but as long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. Since that's the case, Chen Luen tossed the documents in his hand away. From now on, this place answers to me. Chapter 41, King of the Sewage Beach. Gary jerked his head up. Your Excellency? What do you mean by this? He looked utterly shocked. He had only intended to bleed himself dry to save his life, but now the other party was indicating they wanted to take over the place. Those two warehouses outside, they're full of the craftsmen you've captured, aren't they? Chen Luen's tone was light, as if he was discussing something perfectly ordinary. However, to Gary's ears, the words rang like a thunderclap. You. Gary quickly suppressed his emotions and took a deep breath. It seems you're already aware, he said. Chen Luen nodded and casually threw a pair of Mad Hand and a blunderbuss onto the table with two clattering sounds. You kidnapped so many craftsmen just to make these two things? A faint light radiated from the seashell necklace at Chen Luen's chest. A struggle flashed in Gary's eyes, then he sighed and his expression became one of resignation. You guys, come over here. He beckoned without turning his head. Boss. The remaining members of the Iron Fist Gang looked at each other and hurried over. Just as they arrived at their boss's side, however, Gary suddenly exploded into action. He sprang to his feet, punched one man in the throat with crushing force, elbowed another in the temple, and then grabbed the last one by the neck. The man's face turned red, staring at his own boss in disbelief. Grimness spread across Gary's face. Sorry, but tonight's events can't get out. The things I said can't be heard by you guys either. With that, he squeezed tightly and snapped the neck of his underling. Thump. The body fell to the ground. Chen Luen watched the scene with interest, gaining a deeper understanding of the Iron Fist Gang leader's ruthlessness. Only then did Gary turn around to face Chen Luen, with a respectful expression on his face. Your Excellency, capturing the craftsman was not my idea, but an order from Butler Fedman. Chen Luen became intrigued. Butler Fedman? He's the butler of Councillor Daniel of the Amber City Council, Gary said in a grave voice. A long time ago, Butler Fedman found me when I was still just a nobody lurking around the sewage beach. He had me establish the Iron Fist Gang and gave me a great deal of help. Later, one day, he gave me a blueprint and told me to capture craftsmen to make something for him, but the results have never been satisfactory. Chen Luan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the Iron Fist Gang to be connected to that counselor. Could there be a relation to the future glutton Dali? Do you still have that blueprint? Chen Luan asked. Gary shook his head slightly. The original blueprint has been taken back. Now there's only a copied version left. It's underneath the second to last drawer to the right of where you're standing. There's a hidden compartment. Following Gary's direction, Chen Luan opened the hidden compartment in the drawer and retrieved a copy of the blueprint, but after a glance, he shook his head in disappointment. Mad Hand prototype drawing, poem fireworks, copy, item description, structural analysis and manufacturing drawings for a mechanical glove. A badly deformed copy that had significantly diverged from the original design. No wonder the iron gloves that were made were such rubbish. It's not entirely the craftsman's fault that their skills weren't up to par, Chen Luan mused to himself. He then recalled the mission he received before arriving, in which one of the rewards was the original blueprint. Looking at the worthless copy in his hand, he felt a sudden sense of disappointment. Recently, Butler Fedman has been urging ever more insistently, and the Iron Fist Gang has to hand over a large portion of their monthly income to him. Gary continued. Do you know what his purpose is? Chen Luan asked. Gary shook his head, saying, I don't know, Your Excellency. Chen Luan pondered. Intuition told him that everything was the will of Congressman Daniel. What exactly did he want to do? An ordinary politician, gathering funds and weapons. Could he be thinking of rebellion? Chen Luan couldn't help but be amused by his own speculation. In the face of the two colossal forces, the Sun Church and the Shelter, no one or organization dared to talk about overthrowing the Tresor Empire, not even the Red Apple Church. In his previous life, they ravaged the empire but still met their ultimate demise. If Congressman Daniel was really that naive, he didn't deserve his many years of high-standing influence. Only the mysterious can confront the mysterious, only the extraordinary can kill the extraordinary. This was the unwritten rule of the mystic realm. Of course, except for the low sequence. Chen Luan fell silent. How much liquid funds does the Iron Fist Gang have now? He asked a question of personal interest. Gary hesitated and slowly said, yesterday, Butler Fedman already took this month's income. There are still 7 gold pounds and over 40 silver ducats in the gang. He looked a bit embarrassed, raising his head cautiously and noticing the polite yet eerie smile on the young man with black hair. His heart skipped a beat. Thus, he quickly added, I have also stashed some money myself, about 40 gold pounds. He had originally intended to use this money to save his own life, but now it seemed he still couldn't keep it. Chen Luan nodded in satisfaction. Good, then you take 45 gold pounds for me, and have your craftsman make me a batch of lead bullets. After offering praise, he issued the order directly. At the same time, he used the mermaid song once more to perform deeper hypnosis on Gary. This was to prevent a betrayal from Gary once he left. Gary's eyes became vacant for a moment and then returned to normal, but his expression became more respectful, even with a hint of eagerness to please. I shall obey your will, Your Excellency. He placed his left hand on the right side of his chest and bowed in salute. Then he turned and went upstairs, returning after a short while with an exquisitely carved wooden box, which he gently placed on the table. Chen Luan opened the box, and inside, the glittering coins shone brightly, pleasing him greatly. Using the box lid to block the view, he secretly extended a finger into the box to touch the gold coins, bringing them all into the panel. Clap. The lid closed. Next, I will entrust you with 2 matters, which you must treat as your most urgent tasks. Chen Luan spoke gravely. Please instruct me, I will do my utmost. Gary seemed somewhat excited, showing a readiness to complete the tasks as if fulfilling Chen Luan's wishes was a great honor for him. Chen Luan silently marveled at the astonishing effect of Mermaid's song. It was almost like turning an enemy into his madly devout follower, akin to brainwashing, but there were significant limitations, as it had little effect on those with strong willpower. Also, many psychic defensive mysterious objects had a restraining effect on it. The golden apple necklace once worn by Priest Carter was a typical example. Help me investigate recent news about Viscount Pompey, and get me his family's detailed address. Also, keep an eye on someone named Dali. Any related intelligence must be reported to me immediately. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Yes, Your Excellency. You have slain many members of the Iron Fist Gang and successfully enslaved their leader, Gary, completing the sea-level task, King of the Sewage Beach. You receive the task reward, 1000 experience points, 1 gold pound, and Mad Hand prototype drawing, Pom Fireworks, *1. Chen Luwen stood up and slowly left the territory of the Iron Fist Gang. He left behind a ground littered with corpses and the Iron Fist Gang's leader Gary, who remained bowed in salute for a long time. Chapter 42, the new sub-occupation. When Chen Luwen returned to number 7, Denton Street, it was already late into the night. The purple moon was obscured by drifting clouds, dimming the light. He dimly made out a petite figure standing in front of the stairway. "You're back." A familiar ethereal voice drifted over. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Luwen realized the person waiting for him here was Floey. "Haven't you slept yet? Standing here waiting for me?" Chen Luwen replied, then added with a light chuckle, "Let's go, head upstairs to rest." Floey quietly stood in the darkness without speaking, merely giving him a slight smile. Floey followed Chen Luwen upstairs, returning to the room on the 4th floor. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Luwen saw a furry creature pouncing toward him. "Hey! It's you again, you dog!" Chen Luwen exclaimed in surprise. It had been dark outside, and he hadn't paid much attention, but it appeared this fellow was a black and white border collie. It had been roaming outside for quite a while. Its fur dirty and matted. At first glance, it looked like a black dog. The dog licked his hand, eyes pleading for favor. "You aren't planning on sticking around, are you?" Chen Luwen eyed it sideways, his expression curious. The dog whined softly a few times, and its wagging tail slowly stopped. It lowered its head and slowly walked toward the door. At the doorway, it turned its head for one last look at Chen Luwen. Seeing no reaction from Chen Luwen, it turned to glance at Floey. Unfortunately, Floey, being blind, didn't catch the dog signaling with its eyes. Truly a drama queen. Chen Luwen sighed internally, then beckoned with his hand. "All right, you can stay for now." The stray's tail shook like a windshield wiper, and it trotted back with its tongue out. It tried to jump up to give Chen Luwen a doggy hug but missed as Chen Luwen dodged. It thumped onto the ground with a flop. The dog looked up at Chen Luwen with a pitiful expression, but Chen Luwen turned to Floey. "Floey, have Connie give it a bath tomorrow?" "Sure." Floey nodded. She stood in the living room, sensing Chen Luwen turning to head to his own room, and spoke softly, "Thank you." It was unclear if she was thanking him for taking in the dog or for saving her just in time. Chen Luwen didn't turn back as he waved his hand. "Get some rest soon, it's very late." With that, the door gently closed. Chen Luwen pulled up a chair and sat down. The table faced a window, through which he could see the purple moon, half hidden behind clouds. He silently claimed his mission reward in his heart. Suddenly, a blueprint appeared in his hands, drastically different from the one he had seen at the Iron Fist Gang stronghold. Mad Hand prototype blueprint, Pom Fireworks, item description. A painting imbued with supernatural power. A mysterious realm's master painter had copied a mysterious object, a peculiar mechanical glove. If a highly skilled craftsman were to study it long enough, there might be a small chance to create an exact replica. Chen Luwen nodded. This was indeed how the Mad Hand should look. Whatever the Iron Fist Gang had created was a mess. Having secured the blueprint, he had a premonition it would be useful in the future. Then, he took out an old book he had received from Kent, recorder Ken Burney's memoirs. When he first saw the book, he had a hunch, and now was the time to test it. He opened the book and began to read. Soon, he felt invigorated. "You've discovered a book containing valuable knowledge about a sub-profession. By careful reading, you've gained complete knowledge of the sub-profession. Recorder, you meet the conditions to inherit it. Would you like to make it your new sub-profession?" Chen Luwen's eyebrows shot up, and he naturally chose to inherit it. "You've learned the skill, transcription LV1. Just as he had guessed, this book indeed hid that sub-profession. He was secretly delighted. Recorder was a rather special sub-occupation. One might say it was useless or that it was incredibly powerful because its contribution to combat power was minimal, yet it was a top-tier logistical sub-occupation. In the past life, it was exclusive to a small group of high-end lifestyle players, and only those large guilds had the resources to nurture one, because it was very rare and cost a fortune. In the era of mystery, transcendent sequence knowledge was a consumable item. For instance, after Chen Luwen finished reading the Beast Tamer's Handbook, if a second person read it, they would gain nothing, but having the recorder sub-occupation allowed one to transcribe any transcendent sequence knowledge by consuming corresponding mystical substances. This transcribed transcendent knowledge was effective. Simply put, it could achieve mass production of transcendence. However, this was limited to knowledge of low sequences, and each transcription consumed a large amount of sanity value. Therefore, the large guilds had to provide sufficient mystical substances and precious items that could restore sanity value to continuously acquire transcendent knowledge. This was where the cost came in, and aside from the consortium-backed large guilds, ordinary people couldn't afford it. But even though it was costly, any large guild would desire to have more recorders, only then could they have a core competitiveness and attractiveness greater than other forces. Lone wolves would be more willing to join them, just for a ticket to the transcendent world. Era of Mystery was different from the usual holographic online games. The main occupation was not preset from the beginning. To become a transcendent, one could only rely on their own efforts and opportunities, otherwise, they would remain ordinary for life. Many players entered the game and were unable to find transcendent knowledge, which left them frustrated. In the late phase of the past lives version 1.0, Chen Luan had seen many ordinary players stuck at level 30, without a main occupation. It was quite tragic, but in fact, they just needed to join a large guild, and after signing a contract, they could get a piece of transcendent knowledge for free, thus becoming a transcendent. But clearly, these players were not willing to kneel and accept restrictions. They would rather be mediocre than lose their freedom. But was there a way to obtain transcendent knowledge while standing upright? There wasn't before, but now there was. Chen Luan thought that once players arrived, he could use this sub-occupation to duplicate various transcendent knowledge for sale, to help. But knowledge isn't free, as you understand this. Was to cultivate the players' respect for knowledge, to let them study diligently, and understand the noble principle that knowledge changes destiny. Chen Luan was very moved by his own good intentions. He decided he must charge even more, to make them feel the weight of knowledge. He believed that compared to freedom, money was nothing. Chen Luan spent nearly 3,000 experience points to max out the recorder sub-occupation level. He then invested 4 skill points to max out transcription LV1. Transcription Ulmax provided an additional memory function, which imprinted acquired transcendent sequence knowledge in his mind. He no longer needed the original books to transcribe. Sub-occupation level increased. You feel your body has strengthened. Life limit plus 20, physical strength limit plus 10, sanity limit plus 2, intelligence plus 4, faith plus 2. You have gained 9 skill points, 9 attribute points. Total level reached 30. This was the level cap for players in public test version 1.0. But not Chen Luan's level cap, because he was not a mystical player. And now, I only lack the transcendent knowledge for advancing to sequence 8, no rush for that. Chen Luan pondered, then silently thought. Panel name: Chen Luan. Race: human, Eastern continent. Template: NPC. Countdown to version 1.0. Public test: 391 days, 2 hours, 34 minutes, 15 seconds. Level: 30. Experience: 11,000/380. Life: 234/280. Physical strength: 112/180. Sanity: 6/8. Main occupation: Beast Tamer. LV10 Max. Destiny faction: Sub-occupations: Fisherman. LV10 Max. Recorder. LV10 Max. Attributes: Strength 24, 2, Agility 16, Endurance 9, plus 2, Intelligence 12, Faith 5. Special attributes: Charm 7, plus 2, Willpower 5, Insight 3, Luck 3. Regional fame 1. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only remaining points: 12 skill points, 14 attribute points. Remaining assets: 221 gold pounds, 721 silver ducats, 4755 copper crow. Low sequence flesh faction. Mysterious substance * 7 skills: Quick reflexes LV1, passive. Seafaring balance LV1, passive. Beast speech LVMAX, animal mimicry LVMAX, friend of animals LVMAX, passive. Transcription LVMAX. Combat power 32. Evaluation: you are a qualified low-end transcendent, very adequately low-end. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. A man who loves to read is really handsome. Thanks in additional updates. The following morning, Chen Luan sleepily pushed open his bedroom door. After a battle the previous night, both his body and mind were wearied. He glanced up to find a striking figure mopping the living room floor. Good morning, Mr. Jack. Connie stood up, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and gave him a radiant smile. Clearly, her mood was good today. Good morning, Connie. Chen Luan responded and entered the bathroom. After freshening up, he came out just in time to see Flowey coming in through the door. The freshly bathed dog, wagging its tail excitedly, darted out from behind Flowey and pounced at Chen Luan's feet. Did you go to Mrs. Caroline's for a meal? Chen Luan asked Flowey while patting the dog's head. I learned how to cook some dishes from Mrs. Caroline. I made these with her. In Flowey's hands was a plate filled with some meatballs and pies, along with an apple and a cup of tea. She pursed her lips, facing Chen Luan, her tone filled with anticipation. I brought some over. Would you like to try? Chen Luan smiled and took the plate. Of course. Flowey revealed a smile. She quietly listened to Chen Luan's footsteps until he stopped by the dining table. Chen Luan set down the food and noticed Connie, still cleaning. Have you eaten, Connie? Would you like to join me? Connie seemed somewhat flustered and quickly shook her head. No need, Mr. Jack. She pointed in the direction of the door. I'll go downstairs to make breakfast soon, and I need to prepare one for my father too.
All right then.
Chen Luen shrugged and started eating. He picked up a meatball, and under Chloe's expectant gaze, he popped it into his mouth. The delicious juice overflowed, with a hint of the unique smoky flavor of smoked meat and a touch of fruitiness. Delicious. Chen Luen exclaimed in surprise, "It seems you have a real talent, Chloe."
Thanks for the compliment.
Chloe giggled softly, covering her mouth, and elegantly sat down on the sofa. It could be said that Chen Luen was very comfortable with his breakfast today. Perhaps it was psychological, but he could feel the care put into making this meal. After eating, Connie promptly came over to clean up. Chen Luen wiped his mouth with a napkin and took a sip of tea. "Connie, I heard you were taking courses at the technical college?"
"Yes, Mr. Jack. I study mechanical theory at Cypress Leaf Technical College in Amber City. I'm very interested in that area of knowledge."
Connie's lips curled up as she mentioned this. Chen Luen silently nodded. He got up and returned to his room, soon coming back with 2 items that he placed on the table. "Connie, take these things and study them."
"Are these the weapons from those thugs last night?"
Connie picked up the mechanical glove and blunderbuss, her face showing surprise. Then she looked excitedly at the items in her hands. Although they look roughly made, the ideas behind them are quite unique.
"I'm glad you're interested,"
Chen Luen said with a smile. Then he got up and walked towards the door, turned his head back to Chloe and said, "I'm going out for a walk, I'll be back later."
"Okay, be careful out there,"
Chloe said softly, facing him. The news about Viscount Pompey and Dolly had been handed over to Gary. Chen Luen alone could never match the efficiency of the entire Iron Fist gang. They were an underground force in the outer city district, skilled in gathering intelligence from various sources. Moreover, with Gary's familiarity with the inner city district and his acquaintance with many important figures, it wouldn't be long before they had some results. Now, Chen Luen had other plans, such as reading. After descending the stairs, he headed straight to the bookstore next to the flower shop from Kent. He had obtained recorder Ken Burney's memoir, which had successfully granted him the recorder sub-occupation. This had given Chen Luen an insight that was to seize every opportunity to acquire supernatural knowledge, as a seemingly unremarkable book might conceal a treasure. The old cripple's bookstore. Chen Luen glanced at the wooden sign and pushed open the door. An old man sitting behind the counter looked up at Chen Luen but didn't plan to stand up. "Please feel free, but do not soil or damage the books." He stroked his presbyopic glasses and continued to look down at the thick tome in his hands. Chen Luen walked a few steps inside and noticed that although the bookstore was small, it was not short on books. Bookcases filled 3 walls, and another lay horizontally across the middle. He walked to the back and even noticed a mini spiral staircase leading up to an upper partition. Chen Luen looked back at the old man, who was absorbed in reading, paying no mind to him. So he quietly climbed the spiral staircase to the upper level. The space was cramped and narrow. He couldn't even stand straight but had to bend over. There was a window in the wall, and the lighting wasn't too dim. Similarly, the bookcases against the walls here were filled with books. Some books even piled up in a corner because there was no space left on the shelves. "I'll start from here then." Chen Luen nodded in satisfaction. With such a large base, his chances of finding a book containing treasures were greater. Time always slipped away quietly while reading. He didn't know how much time had passed. Chen Luen's attention was suddenly caught by a familiar voice. "Mr. Tao Te, I'm here to return a few books."
"Oh, Miss Caroline, please do, and by the way, you look beautiful today."
Then Mrs. Caroline's light laughter followed. "You're always so witty, Mr. Tao Te."
"The sun is my witness, I'm just an honest old chap."
Chen Luen put down the book in his hands and descended the spiral staircase. Mrs.
Caroline was holding 2 books, chatting with the bespectacled old man behind the counter. "Hey, little Jack."
Mrs. Caroline was somewhat surprised to see Chen Luen, but she quickly greeted him. "I just went upstairs looking for you. Little Chloe said you had gone out, turns out you were here reading." She walked over slowly, smiling kindly. "In my hometown, Amethyst City, there's a saying, a man who loves to read is like the sun, not even with both hands can you block his brilliance." "Miss Caroline is saying you're a bright young man, lad," the old man interjected. Mrs. Caroline gave him a playful glance, which elicited a chuckle from the old man. "While loving to read is a good thing, you shouldn't skip meals.
Luckily, we can still make it back in time for dinner."
Mrs. Caroline set down the books in her hands and motioned for Chen Luen to leave with her. Chen Luen looked outside at the evening sky. It was already night. "Thank you for your trouble, Mrs. Caroline."
"You're too polite, little Jack."
"Speaking of which, little Chloe and I learned a specialty dish that's perfect for dinner tonight, and you can have a real taste soon."
"I look forward to it."
The two of them chatted briefly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. He followed Mrs. Caroline out of the bookstore, heading toward the hallway, yet, he sighed to himself. Unfortunately, he had rummaged through every book in the bookstore's upper partition and hadn't found any with supernatural knowledge. Although this was to be expected, today's lack of findings still bothered him slightly.
I'll come back tomorrow and take another look. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. I'll just take a look. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed to Mr. Jack. Shenluan opened the great gate, and Connie stood outside, her face full of excitement, holding a mechanical glove and a blunderbuss in her hands. Mr. Jack, I think I have some ideas, but I'm not sure if they're feasible. Come in and talk. Shenluan invited Connie into the house. The two sat down in the living room, where Shenluan made her a cup of tea, which made Connie somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Jack.
You're welcome.
Shenluan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 8:30 in the morning. It seemed that Connie was very interested in Mad Han and Raging Fire, full of enthusiasm, coming over early to share her accomplishments. Fortunately, it was the weekend, so Connie didn't have to go to school. Otherwise, she probably would have been preoccupied with this matter. Even there, if we modify the internal structure as I envision, and reinforce the barrel, the firearm could likely have its stability significantly increased, reducing the chances of a burst barrel. Connie pulled out a piece of paper filled with structural drawings and annotations. Shenluan glanced at it briefly, not fully comprehending but simply appreciating the neat handwriting of Connie. Moreover, this weapon seems not to be too demanding on the ammunition, but I still think steel balls would be most suitable to decrease wear and increase its lifespan. As for this mechanical glove, I always feel like it's missing something, leading to some structurally redundant and ineffective designs. Connie spoke continuously for over 10 minutes, still appearing somewhat unfulfilled at the end. During this process, she talked about the effect of the ratchet pawl, the basic law of gear meshing, as well as the number of instantaneous centers of mechanisms and the three centers theorem, to all of which Shenluan simply nodded. He maintained an expression that said, "Continue, I understand you." She took a sip of tea and glanced at Shenluan with a slight embarrassment. Connie, it seems you indeed have a gift in this area. If you believe this approach is correct, then go ahead and try it. Shenluan complimented her, sipping tea to conceal his own ignorance of the subject. In fact, he had allowed her to study Mad Han and Raging Fire not truly to make improvements, but purely to see how talented she was in this field. It turned out, the girl was mostly a genius. Thank you. Being recognized was very fulfilling, and Connie felt very happy. She suddenly remembered something, her expression turning troubled. It's just, Mr. Jack, if I am to modify the firearm, I need some tools and materials. I don't have them at home. I need to borrow them from a nearby workshop. Connie spoke very tactfully, but Shenluan knew she was short of money, so he generously gave her 10 gold pounds. Mr. Jack, that's too much. I just need to buy some materials and pay some usage fees. Plus, I know the people at the workshop. However, Connie only took 1 gold coin and pushed the rest back. Shenluan smiled, taking out another and placing it in Connie's hand. The extra is your reward. Thank you. Mr. Jack, you truly are a generous gentleman. I must have misunderstood you before. Connie blushed, visibly embarrassed. It's all right. Shenluan shook his head unconcernedly. Well then, Mr. Jack, I should get going now. Connie bowed slightly, took her things, and left. After she was gone, Flowey appeared behind Shenluan. You seem to admire her a lot? Yes, she is very talented in mechanics. I was only trying her out, but it turns out I really found a gem. Flowey nodded, not continuing the topic about Connie, but instead asked, Are you going to Mrs. Caroline's for dinner? No need, you go today. Shenluan waved his hands awkwardly. He couldn't help but recall last night's dinner at Mrs. Caroline's. Mrs. Caroline first felt regret over Kent's sudden departure. She seemed to know something too. She lambasted those gang members from the outer city district at the dinner table, suggesting that Kent was likely driven away by them. Shenluan just kept his head down and ate. Kent had been killed by him, and he didn't feel it was appropriate to say much. Wearing the surging badge, he had a big appetite and just focused on his meal. Besides, Mrs. Caroline continually inquired whether he had found work yet, discussing how tough life in the outer city district was and asking about matters concerning moving in with relatives. Shenluan couldn't possibly tell the truth, so he glossed over it with a few words. That time, Flowey was quietly observing on the sidelines. Fortunately, she eventually spoke up to ask Mrs. Caroline about cooking, which shifted her attention away. Shenluan couldn't help but feel appreciative. She truly was an understanding and considerate girl. Shenluan had settled for breakfast with 2 bread rolls and a cup of coffee from a cafe downstairs. After crumpling the paper wrapper of the finished rolls, He threw it into a trash bin and walked straight into the bookstore he had visited yesterday. The old man, hearing the sound of the door, was a bit stunned. He probably didn't expect Chen Luan to come over to read books so early. In the morning, good morning, Tao. Mr. Tao Te? Chen Luan remembered that Mrs. Caroline had called him that yesterday. Yes, Tao Te. The old man pursed his lips and adjusted his glasses. Good morning, you lad. After greeting him, the old man pulled out the thick tome he had been reading yesterday from the drawer behind the counter. Chen Luan couldn't be bothered with the impolite old fellow. Everyone else calls me Mr. He walked to the very back, planning to start reading from there. He had covered the upstairs entirely yesterday and hoped to find something today. Time passed, the sun rose to its zenith and then set into the evening sky. Chen Luan put down the biography he was holding inside in resignation. He had flipped through all the books on the first floor, yet he had found nothing. Fortunately, he didn't have to read them thoroughly. Just skimming a few pages was enough to know that if no notification box popped up, then it was certainly just an ordinary book. The old man cast a glance at Chen Luan. Are you looking for a book? Chen Luan nodded in admission. Yes. He replied offhandedly. Getting ready to leave. Searching for books containing supernatural knowledge was a tricky matter to explain to this old man. However, as he was about to leave, he suddenly shifted his attention to the thick tome in the old man's hand. Surely it couldn't be this one. Tell me what book you're looking for. I know every single one here like the back of my hand, Tao Te said, with a hint of pride on his face. Seeing his confidence, Chen Luan said, Do you have any old books that look like they've seen years, or some strange books with mysterious content? Chen Luan knew well that regular bookstores generally didn't house supernatural knowledge. Even if they did, it was only the very low-tier kind. High-tier supernatural knowledge, if accidentally seen by ordinary people, could lead to the reader's sanity value resetting to zero, causing death or the loss of control that ultimately provoked terrible chaos. Thus, if there really were any high-end supernatural knowledge, it would have been confiscated by the shelter long ago. The bits of supernatural knowledge that lingered among the public were mostly the ones that got away. But these two were limited to low-sequence knowledge. If seen by ordinary people, they wouldn't trigger major incidents of mystical contamination. At most, they would find the books strange and the contents mysteriously unclear. Only those who really understood could extract the mystical supernatural knowledge from them and thus step through the great gate of the transcendence world. The old man shook his head decisively. Chen Luan was speechless. Was this old guy messing with me? Mr. Tao Te, may I take a look at the book you're holding? No, the old man refused. Mr. Tao Te, if I find the book is good, I will pay money for it. Chen Luan looked earnest. Tao Te looked up at him, removing his glasses. I got this book a few years ago, but the content is all about tomb and mausoleum knowledge. I'm planning to carefully choose and design my future tomb. Just let me have a look. 10 silver ducats. Slap. Chen Luan slapped a gold pound onto the table. Hey, you really are rich, kid. Tao Te grinned, handing over the thick tome. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. You have discovered a mystic book of the Earth faction. Tomb Art Appreciation Collection, progress 4%. By rigorously reading, you have gained 20 experience points. You have discovered complete knowledge of a pathway to becoming transcendent. Earth Faction Sequence 9, Tomb Robber. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Tomb Robbing Ancestor Chen Luan. Could it really be a mystic book? Chen Luan felt surprised. At the same time, he had already made up his mind in his heart to get his hands on this book. Although he currently did not have any mysterious substance from the Earth faction to transcribe this supernatural sequence as mystic knowledge, it did not hinder his stockpiling. Once he prepared the materials in the future, he could carry out the transcription. Mr. Tao Te, are you really not going to sell this book? I've said many times, it's not for sale. The old man grew a bit impatient and extended his hand to signal for Chen Luan to return the book to him. Give me back my money. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow, unwilling to show weakness. The old man was somewhat overcome with anger, blowing his beard and glaring at the young man. We had an agreement, just a look, and you, lad, wouldn't happen to be eyeing a plot of land in Amber City for tomb raiding, would you? The old man looked at Chen Luan with suspicion. Mr. Tao Te, although you are older than I am, you cannot use that to insult my character. Chen Luan looked disdainful. You should be able to see that I am not so destitute that I need to sustain myself by tomb raiding. The old man didn't take his words to heart and said with a peculiar tone while adjusting his glasses, That's hard to say, you might just be psychologically twisted, simply wanting to satisfy your own desires by desecrating others' graves. Chen Luan could tell that the old man probably wasn't worried about him doing anything bad, but simply didn't want to sell the book to him. Mr. Tao Te, just tell me straight, what will it take for you to sell the book to me?
Chen Luan said bluntly, until the last resort, he was not willing to use supernatural means to profit. Although the old man was detestable, he himself was not so unfair as to bully the weak and snatch away his belongings. Mr. Tao Te chuckled twice. I hear you've been dining at Caroline's place? I'd like to taste the dishes she prepares. His expression turned serious right after. You get what I'm saying to you, lad? I get it. Chen Luan nodded, turning and walking out of the bookstore. As the old man started to imagine himself having dinner with Miss Caroline, the door to the bookstore was opened once more. Chen Luan had returned, but this time, he was followed by Mrs. Caroline. Oh, Mr. Tao Te, I hear you wanted to taste my afternoon tea? Mrs. Caroline held a platter in her hand, filled with a few leftover baked cookies and some crumbs. Unfortunately, this is all that's left. Mr. Tao Te's face immediately stiffened, but he quickly regained the composure befitting an old gentleman, smoothed his reading glasses, and smiled politely as he took the plate from Mrs. Caroline's hands. Oh, the beautiful Miss Caroline, yes, I'm famished. Then he turned around. The young man had already vanished without a trace with his book, and even the gold coin on the table had mysteriously disappeared. Chen Luan was in a good mood. He held in his hands the Future Homebuyer's Guide belonging to Mr. Tao Te. For some reason, he could always picture a scene in his mind: a group of players carrying shovels posting on forums, gathering before vanishing into cemeteries late at night. They dug the earth while discussing topics like striking it rich, climbing the ranks, and woohoo, takeoff. The air was filled with cheer among the graves, the nobility was frustrated, the police officers were under tremendous pressure, and the History and Ritual Association was utterly bewildered. Where did all these shameless rats come from? That's none of my business. Chen Luan whistled a tune and carefully put away the Tomb Art Appreciation Collection. This book could represent a ticket to a supernatural sequence, and with his sub-occupation as a recorder, it was truly a hen that could lay golden eggs. When he reached the third floor, he suddenly heard Connie arguing with her father. Mr. Hood, once again, I need more nectar. Can't you go buy some for me quicker? A feeble yet irritable voice came through. Dad, you really can't take that stuff anymore. I've looked into it, and everyone who has used that drug never ends well. Connie retorted, what do you know? They ended up like that because they didn't continue taking it. You can't stop nectar abruptly. But we're out of money, Dad. Connie's tone was somewhat helpless. If there's no money, then go make some. Do you still expect me, an old man, to go out and earn money now? Oh my God, how can you talk to me like this? Connie ran out of the house heartbroken again. She bumped into Chen Luan in the corridor, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chen Luan handed her a handkerchief. Thank you. Connie took it and lowered her head to wipe the corners of her eyes. Connie, take this money and buy medicine for your father. Chen Luan handed her a gold pound. Did you hear all that, Mr. Jack? Connie shook her head and refused, gritting her teeth and saying, I'm not going to give Dad that medicine from the Red Apple Church anymore. Chen Luan sighed silently. Her father's condition was probably beyond salvation, not to mention the deep affliction by nectar. Abruptly stopping might also lead to sudden death within a short time, but this was Connie's family matter, and as an outsider, it wasn't his place to say much. I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, I think I need a walk. Connie's emotions were somewhat downtrodden. Chen Luan stepped aside to let her pass, and Connie walked out in silence, watching her figure disappear from view. He shook his head slightly and returned to the fourth floor to open the door to his room. Seeing him return, Chloe got up from the sofa and handed him a letter. What's this? Chen Luan took the letter, puzzled. Mrs. Caroline sent it, said a strange man gave it to you. Chloe explained. Chen Luan already had a hunch it was probably from a lackey of the Iron Fist gang. He took the letter back to his room, sat at the table, and opened it. Dear Sir, Butler Fedman has sent a message that he will come again tonight. If you need, you can be present in person, and I will cooperate with all your actions. Your humble follower, Gary. Chen Luan crumpled the letter in his hand, rubbed it into scraps, and scattered them in the wastebasket. He pondered for a moment. Since Fedman was the butler of Congressman Daniel, he must possess a lot of information. If he could control Fedman, he might gain more insider details. If through him he found out Daniel's intentions, perhaps he could leverage those clues to find Glutton Dolly. Chen Luan wasted no more time. He greeted Chloe and left the house again. Using the gradually dimming twilight, Chen Luan concealed his form and hastened towards the swamplands. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Flower Bird Tavern again. He pushed the door and entered. The heavily made-up landlady's face changed drastically upon seeing Chen Luan, but then remembered something, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. She forced a smile and approached. Sir, Boss Gary is waiting for you in the back courtyard.
Chen Luan noticed the vintage intercom in her hands and revealed a polite yet odd smile. Aren't you going to notify him? Don't worry, there won't be any rats causing trouble this time. The landlady suddenly widened her eyes. Chapter 46. You threatened me. A carriage slowly came to a halt at the entry stairs leading down to the waterside dock. The door of the carriage opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit vest stepped out. His hair was meticulously combed back, with a few strands of white adding a touch of mature charm. Let's go. Fedman covered his nose with his hand, his face set in a grim expression. Every time I come here, I feel as if I've taken a bath in a cesspool. A hint of disgust flickered in his eyes. Two tall bodyguards in black suits flanked him, descending the steps together. Clang! The door to the Mermaid Song Tavern was thrown open and the landlady, her face almost brimming with obsequiousness and fawning, approached them, but before she could speak, she was pushed away by the bodyguards. I've told you many times, keep your distance, lady. He emphasized the word lady with a pause. Fedman didn't even grant her a glance, walking straight in while still holding his nose. The landlady's eyes twitched, and she stepped back. Feeling aggrieved, the tavern patrons all stood up to clear a path, taking off their dirty hats and bowing. A few serving maids, carrying trays, watched Fedman carefully, making the charming middle-aged man feel uneasy. He frowned and, accompanied by the two bodyguards, made his way through the kitchen to the backyard. The underlings of the Iron Fist gang seemed to have received notice of an important visitor. About a dozen of them were waiting in the courtyard for Fedman's arrival and saluted in unison upon seeing him. Although some brothers were missing, this was normal for them. The outer city district was chaotic, and the waterside dock was even more so, a battlefield of gang violence. The Iron Fist gang, stationed here, was occasionally harassed by other gangs. Deaths in these scuffles were common. The good thing about the waterside dock was that it was never short of people. Many strong young men wanted to join the Iron Fist gang. In the past 2 days, 20 new recruits had been inducted. Sir, Boss Gary is waiting for you inside, said an elderly member of the Iron Fist gang with respect. He recognized this well-dressed figure who often came to see Boss Gary. Although he didn't know the specifics of their discussions, it was clear that Gary held this man in high esteem. Fedman hummed a monosyllable and entered the building, but when he went in, he found not Gary waiting for him on the sofa. It was a black-haired young man. The other person did not look like a member of a gang, but more like a young student deep in his studies at the academy, handsome and extremely neat. His demeanor and poise revealed a confidence that was intimately familiar to Fedman. He had seen it in the nobles of the inner city district. The black-haired youth smiled at him politely, with a hint of appraisal in his gaze. Gary stood by his side respectfully, looking every bit the part of a sycophant. Who might you be, sir? Fedman's brow furrowed tightly, a bad feeling rising within him. Then, he glanced at Gary again and asked with suppressed anger, Gary, what is the meaning of this? The sturdy man did not answer him. Standing there like a humble statue, Chen Luan stood up. Are you the butler of Councilman Daniel? It seems some disloyal dog has told you some things. Fedman let out a cold sneer, but you shouldn't interfere in matters here because that's asking for death, no matter who you are. Chen Luan was too impatient to waste words with him. If this guy wasn't willing to talk, Chen Luan had his ways to make him talk. With a flick of his hand, a flintlock gun appeared in his grasp. He raised his hand, pulling the trigger and firing at the two bodyguards. Bang bang. The lead bullets hit the bodyguards in the arms, piercing through their suit jackets and blossoming into flowers of blood. The bodyguards reacted swiftly. The moment Chen Luan drew his gun, they shielded Fedman with their bodies. They quickly raised their arms and turned, using their arms to protect their heads, thus avoiding being instantly killed by a shot to the head. Chen Luan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected two ordinary people to be able to react to his speed. After being shot, the two bodyguards grunted and quickly drew their guns, returning fire at Chen Luan. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Their flintlock guns, like the one in Chen Luan's hand, were products of the Transcendent Workshop with rapid-fire capabilities. The bodyguards, having undergone professional training and likely military veterans, were extremely accurate shooters, and the rapid-fire firearms in their hands were an added advantage. But Chen Luan was faster, darting through the tables and columns like a spirit cat. Not a single lead bullet hit its mark, as they only kicked up clouds of wood and stone dust. In a flash, he was in front of them. A sweeping leg kick, with a whoosh of wind, the complexion of one of the bodyguards changed drastically as he attempted to block with his crossed arms. But it was clearly in vain. It was like being hit by an iron bar as the powerful kick not only shattered his arms but also penetrated through his chest and back. His bones cracked loudly as he screamed and was thrown aside. With several loud bangs, after crashing through a few tables and chairs,
That bodyguard was buried under debris and did not move again. Kill, professional bodyguard, high concentration nectar enhancer, awarded 100 experience points. A notification popped up, but Shenluen paid no attention to it and dodged the incoming dagger with a sidestep whoosh. The other bodyguard's face was stern as he launched a continuous ferocious attack on Shenluen with a short dagger. In the brief pause after the fourth stab, Shenluen threw a powerful punch at his dark gold fist, covered in carp armor, not only broke the dagger in the bodyguard's hand but also smashed into his abdomen, spewing out blood. The bodyguard staggered backward a few steps and then fell to his knees. Kill, professional bodyguard, high concentration nectar enhancer, awarded 100 experience points. All of this happened in a few breaths, before the others even had time to react.
Damn it! A transcendent!
Fedman cursed, turning to run towards the door. Stop him. At that moment, Gary shouted. The remaining members of the Iron Fist gang, unaware of the truth, paused momentarily before rushing to block the entrance. Seeing the way out blocked, Fedman turned around with a gloomy face. Do you know what you're doing? He stared at the slowly approaching young man with black hair and said in a deep voice, noticing the scales on the back of the young man's hand receding slowly. His eyes twitched. Even if you're a transcendent, you can't kill me. You have no idea what you'll face.
By your logic, is Daniel the congressman not the real mastermind then?
Shenluen asked with a polite smile. Spill everything you know. He activated the mermaid song hypnosis ability and covered Fedman with it. A dark light burst forth from Fedman's arms, neutralizing Shenluen's psychic influence. Then, a painting flew out from under his vest, unfolding swiftly in midair. Whoosh! The rough oil painting depicted the back view of a long-haired woman, with 4 or 5 vague black spirits swirling around her. Fedman screamed. 4 or 5 dark shadows flew out of the painting and entered Fedman through his mouth and nose. The power of the soul.
Is this the Moon Faction Sequence 9 medium?
Shenluen frowned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only in just a few seconds, Fedman had turned into a black figure, covered in shadows and emitting black smoke. He glared at Shenluen with a fierce look on his face. You troublemaker, you deserve to die.
Are you threatening me? Shenluen asked with a polite smile. Chapter 47, The Clue was broken. Bang.
Fedman, contrary to his usual behavior, leapt over like a specter and landed a punch on Shenluen's face. Shenluen's head shook slightly. Half of his cheek was covered by carp armor, and one of his eyes turned into a green snake pupil. The young man with black hair revealed a sinister smile even more ferocious than Fedman's. I thought it was some incredible ace up your sleeve, but it turns out it's just a medium.
Shenluen was all too familiar with the Moon Faction's supernatural sequence, as he
had followed this path in his previous life. Sequence 9, medium possessing mysterious powers of mediumship, capable of simple communication with the lost souls, and temporarily strengthening oneself by borrowing spirit. This is not your power, but the power recorded by that strange painting. Fedman turned a deaf ear and roared as he threw another punch at Shenluen.
The latter shifted his position and easily dodged the attack. 5 lost souls blessing?
That's all there is to it.
Die. Fedman lunged forward with a heavy elbow strike. Crack.
Shenluen casually waved his hand and knocked his arm away, causing him to lose balance completely. Not to mention you're just an ordinary man. How much supernatural power can you exert? The young man's indifferent voice reached Fedman's ears. Fedman's eyes widened in disbelief at the outcome. Bang! A blur of a shadow so fast it was almost indistinct crossed his retina. The next second, Fedman felt a severe pain in his abdomen. A stepping kick from Shenluen sent Fedman flying. He spun in the air, tumbling twice before crashing heavily onto the ground. Ugh! Fedman coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 dark shadows emerged from his ears and dissipated into nothingness. Damn it!
How can he be so strong? Fedman was frantic, struggling to get up but failing to do so.
If it weren't for the support of the lost souls, that kick would have killed him. An image flashed through his mind as silhouette glimpsed in the study, conversing with Daniel. A fear and loyalty spread in his heart, eventually erupting. You won't get any information from me, so die. Fedman roared hysterically, eyes blackened as he leaped from the ground. Mid-air, he lunged directly at Shenluen, face filled with madness as he bellowed, even if we have to perish together, I will not betray.
The black smoke on Fedman's face grew denser, now obscuring his features.
His voice emanated from the smoke, low and firm yet twisted and distorted. This guy's lost it.
He wants to die with me?
A thought flashed through Shenluen's mind. Immediately, he took decisive action. Not wanting to capsize in a gutter scorpion tail needle, he rotated and stomped, shattering the air with a kick. Bang! Fedman was sent flying out, over the doorstep of the building, landing on the stairs, unable to rise for the moment due to the supernatural toxin fire. Shenluen signaled, and Gary immediately understood, issuing an order. The underlings of the Iron Fist gang donned their iron gloves and fired their blunderbusses at Fedman. A barrage of crackling and popping shots rang out. Fedman exploded into a grotesque monster, with 3 anguished human faces emerging on his neck and chest. Arg! Nails and shards of glass showered upon him. He howled in agony and eventually ceased struggling. After the dust had settled, Shenluen walked out of the building, looking down at the slightly twitching Fedman. He stomped on his head, crushing it. By killing Daniel's butler Fedman, with the Lost Soul's blessing, you've earned 500 experience points. Ugh. Ugh. Many of the Iron Fist gang's underlings knelt on the ground, painfully vomiting after witnessing the uncontrollable transformations of the supernaturals. Some of them even rolled on the ground, clutching their heads. Fortunately, Fedman had died quickly. If they had watched for too long, they likely would have all dropped dead. Had a few more undergone mysterious contamination and uncontrollable mutations, it would have spread like a plague, causing an uncontrollable chain reaction. Of course, Chen Luen wouldn't allow such a scenario to unfold, lest he attract the attention of the shelter, have someone clean up his body, seal it up, and find a place to bury it. Shenluen was worried that the Iron Fist gang would carelessly throw Fedman's body into a drainage ditch, so he specifically gave this instruction. Yes, Your Excellency. Gary bowed behind him. He had been enhanced with high-concentration fruit honey and had a higher resistance to mysterious contamination, so he wasn't vomiting like his underlings. He just felt some mild discomfort, which he could tolerate. Shenluen frowned, nudged Fedman's body with the tip of his shoe, and found nothing of value on it. The scroll had also become a useless sheet of white paper. He sighed inwardly. The clue had ended here, but Shenluen was not discouraged, for he already knew this whole affair involved Counselor Daniel. Now that he had a target, he would eventually clarify things. Sooner or later, finish the 2 tasks I've assigned you as soon as possible. If you encounter trouble you can't handle, notify me just like you did this time. Shenluen instructed Gary one last time before leaving directly. I shall heed Your Excellency's will. Gary touched his chest and bowed. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Shenluen began reading in his room. With the time from last night included, he had almost finished the Tomb Art Appreciation Collection. Around noon, through careful reading, you have gained 220 experience points. The Earth Faction Mystic Book Tomb Art Appreciation Collection, Progress 100%, has been fully read. You have gained an additional 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Shenluen exhaled deeply, having finally exhausted the resources within the book. Although his main profession could only have 1 entry, preventing Shenluen from inheriting Tomb Robber, he could still gain the corresponding experience through reading. However, since it was not from his own Destiny faction, the gain was halved. The original 1000 experience points were reduced to 500 points. The books in the bookstore downstairs no longer hold any value for exploration. I hope the Iron Fist gang will bring some good news soon, Shenluen mused. After putting away the Tomb Art Appreciation Collection, Shenluen planned to go downstairs to Mrs. Caroline's and grab something to eat. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a commotion in the hallway. Rushing to the 3rd floor, he found it crowded with people. Many of the local neighbors were present, and even residents from across the street had come over in considerable numbers. Oh, little Connie, don't blame yourself. Mr. Hood has simply returned to Lady Rosa's embrace, Mrs. Caroline consoled, holding Connie in her arms. Connie clung to Mrs. Caroline, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Sob, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have decided to stop Dad's medicine on my own. It's all because of me. It's my fault. Connie cried, her emotions running high. Shenluen stood outside the crowd, peering through the half-open door. He could see into Connie's living room. A man lay motionless on a rocking chair. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Connie's father has died. Chloe appeared beside Shenluen, speaking softly. She shook her head slightly and sighed softly. It's because of the withdrawal from fruit honey. Shenluen nodded to show he was aware. Chapter 48, Funeral. According to the laws of the Tresor Empire, the requirements of the Sun Codex, and traditional funeral rites, the dead must be buried on the same day. A taciturn monk from the Moon Church, about 30 years old, stood quietly in the corner of Connie's room, waiting. Mr. Hood had already been placed in a plain coffin, now positioned in the middle of the living room. Mrs. Caroline's flower shop was closed for the day, as she wanted to spend more time with Connie, the poor little girl. This time, several neighbors on good terms with Mrs. Caroline were sitting on the couch, surrounding Connie in the middle, whispering words of comfort to her, but Connie's spirits were not high, and she responded sporadically. Shenluen watched them, thinking about certain matters. His future plans lacked a technical talent like Connie, because he needed to establish an organization. Similar to a shelter's extraordinary workshop that could continuously produce equipment, whether it was for trading with other powers or for harvesting the wallets of players upon their arrival, it would be very useful. He appreciated Connie's talent and planned to take her with him when he moved to the inner city district, but obviously, now was not the time to speak of such matters. Shenlong glanced at the Moon Church monk in the corner and turned to whisper to Flowey by his side, "Take extra care of Connie these next few days." Flowey turned her head to gaze at Shenlong for a few seconds and nodded lightly with pursed lips. Shenlong seemed to sense a slight sense of grievance in Flowey's emotions, and he was momentarily taken aback before realizing his tone was not right. "Sorry, I know." Flowey's ethereal voice came through. "Connie has enough talent in mechanics, she can help you." "No, I'm not apologizing for that." Shenlong smiled at her. "My words just now might have given you the wrong impression, and I didn't mean to command you. I don't want you to do things you're reluctant to for my sake. Moreover, you are my greatest support for the future, Flowey." Flowey looked somewhat surprised, then serious. "But I am going to die soon." Shenlong exhaled deeply, his gaze returning to the living room. "I won't let you die." His tone was very calm. Flowey's heart trembled, but she felt the weight of his words. This was the second time she heard Shenlong make a promise to her. Unlike the first time, she had taken it merely as consolation, because the entity within her had told her the chances of survival were slim to none. Perhaps there was a slight chance if she returned to the Red Apple Church, but she preferred death over going back. Hearing these words again, Flowey felt an inexplicable sense of relief. For some reason, she actually believed him. "Can I really help you?" Flowey murmured softly, almost inaudibly, as she gazed at the side profile of the dark-haired young man. Time swiftly moved towards evening. The setting sun bathed the entire city in orange red. The Moon Church monk conveyed to everyone that it was time for the burial. Giving relatives an afternoon to say their farewells was quite humane. Mrs. Caroline and the others stood up, and Connie, with tears in her eyes, expressed her gratitude to the monk. The monks of the Moon Church slowly walked in from outside and carried the coffin away. They were dressed in black robes, with hoods covering their heads, their strong and muscular arms visible from the sleeves. Two monks easily lifted the coffin and carried it off. The crowd followed the people from the Moon Church to the cemetery. At dusk, the monk recited an elegy for Mr. Hood, as the black-clad neighbors and locals bowed their heads in silence. A funeral is a sacred affair, expressing the living's respect and remembrance for the one who has passed. Death, for people, is a significant process. And in such a world where supernatural existences are commonplace, it's filled with mystery and enigma. The Moon Church handles funeral-related matters in the Empire, dealing with death day in and day out. In his past life, Shenlong had personally participated in some activities of the Moon Church. His assessment of this church could be summed up in 2 words: solemn. Unlike the eye-catching Red Apple Church, the Moon Church is rather low-key. Church members, regardless of rank, from top to bottom, all carried a solemn demeanor. They spoke little, as though they regarded themselves as servants of death. Death, after all, is a journey from clamor to silence. The death of one person is but an additional grave to the world, but to those who rely on each other for life, it's as if the entire world has been buried in graves. Miss Connie, please restrain your sorrow. We will all reach the moon after we die, and leaving this world is merely stepping onto the road towards the moon, said the Moon Church's monk in a soft voice. His finger traced an arc in the air, finally touching his own lips with a point. This was the prayer gesture of the Moon Church. Soon after, the monks began to lower the coffin into the grave and used iron shovels to dig up earth to cover it. "I once longed for death, but then I became indifferent." Flowey stood beside Shenlong, watching this scene, and murmured softly. Shenlong glanced at her, offering comfort. "None of what happened in the past was your fault, Flowey. The shadows of her childhood and the darkness within the Red Apple Church had nearly destroyed her heart, but I seem to have become more timorous. I now begin to fear death." Flowey turned her head, her black satin gaze fixed on him. Shenlong was startled. He suddenly thought of that countdown. 47 days left. Flowey's life had only 47 days left. If they could not find the high-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance within this 1.5 months, then Flowey's body would no longer be able to maintain the massive supernatural strength of the great and mysterious object sun-avoiding potted plant. Flowey would be inundated by corruption, ultimately extinguishing her personality and losing control, turning into a monster. Shenlong took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I've already come up with a plan." "Michem, I believe you." Flowey gazed at him for a while, finally nodding and showing a small smile. It was then that the Moon Church's monk, holding a glass bottle, approached each of the mourners at the funeral. "Please let your sorrow fall and turn into a remembrance for the deceased and a consolation to the living," he said, holding the tear bottle, collecting the tears of the crowd. Perhaps Mr. Hood had not had a good relationship with the neighbors and locals during his lifetime. There were few who shed tears for him. Only Connie cried the most grievously. Creed latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Lastly, the monk handed the tear bottle to Connie, whispering a few words to her. Connie nodded as she accepted it, expressing her gratitude to the monk. Chen Luan knew what he had said. It was mostly instructions for Connie to place the tear bottle at home. When the tears inside the bottle dried up, it would mean that the departed had reached the moon, but Chen Luan was curious. How could a believer of Rose possibly reach the moon? He couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Even a dog would shake its head after the funeral ended. The sky had already darkened once the crowd had dispersed. Mrs. Caroline invited Connie to dine at her home, back at number 7 Denton Street. Chloe and Mrs. Caroline were busy in the kitchen while Chen Luan and Connie waited in the living room. "Thank you, Mr. Jack." Connie's eyes were somewhat swollen, and she said softly with her head lowered to Chen Luan, "The gold pounds you paid for my father's funeral, I will work hard to repay you, but I'm sorry, right now I may not be able to engage in the research on weapons." Chen Luan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and waved his hand. "Don't be under pressure, Connie, you don't need to hurry to repay me the money." After setting down his teacup, he consoled her. "Research won't suffer from a little delay. What's most important right now is that you take care of yourself, and not let sorrow take control. If you have time, you can go for a walk in the park with Chloe to clear your mind." Connie nodded silently and gave Chen Luan a forced smile. The dinner that followed made Connie feel a warmth she had never experienced before. The kind Mrs. Caroline told her many past stories about how she had pulled herself together after losing her husband Henry and son Oliver. Miss Chloe encouraged her by her side, and with Mr. Jack sharing some interesting anecdotes, Connie felt her grief lighten a little. The dinner was sumptuous, and it was said that most of it was personally made by Miss Chloe, which surprised Connie greatly. The dishes were delicious and healing. What healed her even more was the kindness of people. Late at night, Chen Luan came out from the washroom, heading back to his room to prepare for bed. As he passed by the window, however, he noticed two figures standing under the street lamp across the street. "Hey, buddy, are we just going to wait here?" A man from the Iron Fist gang, smoking a cigarette, said sullenly. "What else?" This was a task personally assigned by Boss Gary, and don't forget, the one living here is a non-human entity. Let's just complete our mission properly. His companion seemed to remember something. Shuddering at the thought, immediately he stretched out a hand. "Give me one, I've smoked all mine." "Damn it, you always say that." As the two talked, they suddenly saw a dog dart out from the opposite building's hallway. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, they could just make out its shiny black and white fur. Woof woof. The dog ran straight up to them, barked twice with its head upturned, and then lifted a front paw and gestured. "The hell? It's like it's talking to me. Give it the letter." "What?" The Iron Fist gang underling suddenly realized his mate was staring up at the building across the street. He followed the gaze in that direction and vaguely saw a dark-haired young man watching them from the fourth-floor window. "Give it the letter." His companion urged him again. It took a moment for the man in the leather jacket to come back to his senses. Trembling as he handed the letter he had in his embrace to the dog took the letter in its mouth, gave him a disdainful look, and then slunk back into the hallway without a backward glance. The Iron Fist gang underling stood dumbfounded for a while until the cigarette burned his mouth, snapping him out of it. Truly bizarre. "I've just been snubbed by a dog." The border collie returned to the room, and Chen Luan took the letter. Petting its head, the dog happily wagged its tail. Tearing open the envelope, he inspected the contents in the moonlight. "Respected sir, I have gathered information about the recent situation of Viscount Pompey as per your instructions. He often went out to meet friends and attend various large events and venues, and occasionally went to the artificial forests in the inner city district to hunt. Beyond that, he mostly stayed on his estate and read books. There's another piece of news. This information comes from a good friend of Viscount Pompey, Baron Barney, and its authenticity is very high. It's said that Viscount Pompey's daughter, Miss Rebecca, fell off a horse and injured her leg and is currently recuperating at home. He is very distressed and wants to find a private tutor for Miss Rebecca. Here is the detailed address of Viscount Pompey's home, number 9, 2nd Avenue, Inner City District, Pompey Manor. Additionally, regarding this person Dolly you mentioned, no clues have been found so far. I hope you can forgive my incompetence. I and the Iron Fist gang will do our utmost to search for his whereabouts for your sake. Your humble follower, Gary. Chen Luan read the letter, crumpled it up, and destroyed it. He leaned back in his chair, finding a comfortable position. His eyelids drooped as he pondered. A moment later, he struck a match and lit the oil lamp on his table. Then he picked up a feather quill and, dipping it into ink,
wrote another letter. The content of the letter requested Gary to create a fictitious identity for him and Flowey. Although it was to be fabricated, the identity had to be legitimate, capable of withstanding scrutiny from the security office of the inner city district. This wouldn't be too difficult for Gary, given his connections with many influential figures in the inner city district. It was akin to fabricating the identities of two individuals, followed by registering them at the security office. Chen Luen specified his own identity as a scholar from out of town, whose research focus was literature and nature. One of his plans was to apply for a job as the private tutor of Viscount Pompey's daughter, thus infiltrating Viscount Manor before opportunely searching for the Phillips legacy. However, this was just a backup plan. Not if there were a simpler way to infiltrate and directly snatch the item, all the better. As for Flowey's identity, Chen Luen had Gary fabricate the title of an impoverished noble from out of town and apply it to her. While nobility was rare, when considered across the entire Tresor Empire, it was a vast group. An obscure noble's title, especially from out of town, would be difficult for someone to verify its authenticity. As long as Flowey didn't often attend noble gatherings and large events, and her behavior and dress fit her identity, she was unlikely to be exposed. In fact, Chen Luen wasn't worried about this at all. With Flowey's looks and demeanor, even if she were dressed as a maid, she wouldn't be able to hide her unique charm. Chen Luen put the letter he'd written into a brand new envelope. He looked down from upstairs and saw that the two Iron Fist gang members had already left. He felt a bit helpless and was fretting when he caught sight of the dog at his feet, still wagging its tail and looking at him. "You really are a good dog." "Woof, dog." "What?" Two members of the Iron Fist gang walked down the quiet street when one of them suddenly exclaimed. Looking back, they saw the familiar dog charging towards them. "It's that again. Why is it chasing us? Could it be that his lordship is dissatisfied with us and wants to have it chew us to death?" The two looked at each other. Run. Two men in leather jackets sprint for their lives down the street, with a large black and white dog hot on their heels, until one stumbled over rubbish on the ground. When he looked up, his companion was already far away, leaving only a receding figure. "Damn it." The fallen guy cursed, enduring the pain. "Am I going to die? Oh my goodness, I'm still so young. I haven't even touched the hand of a maid from the Flowerbird Tavern. I haven't." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only the dog, too, was panting heavily. Having run up to him, the Iron Fist gang member had closed his eyes to await death, but no pain came after a long while. Slightly opening his eyes, he saw a dog face staring at him, a letter in its mouth. Most importantly, its eyes seemed to regard him as if he were an idiot. Siate. To think I'd be looked down upon by the same dog twice in one day. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Preparation and invitation. 2 days later, Gary from the Iron Fist gang had brought Chen Luen what he desired. 2 sets of identity documents and the corresponding tokens. The identity document was a newly inked card, encased in a thin leather wallet. Chen Luen opened it to see that on his identity card, the name column read Jackspet. His status, as he had requested, was an out-of-town scholar from Peacock City and Bronze City, Rock State. The other document, a diploma, noted his studies at Oakwood Academy, with a focus on literature, history, and nature. These proofs bore the seal of the Amber City Inner City District Security Office and the signatures of the reviewing officials. Nicely done. Chen Luen praised satisfactorily. After breakfast, Chen Luen casually handed Flowey her identity documents along with a copper badge. "What's this?" Flowey asked curiously. "Necessities for us to move around in the inner city district," Chen Luen explained with a smile. "Keep them safe, and if we're inspected, just show them. Remember, you're no longer a nun from the Red Apple Church, but a lady from a declining noble family from out of town, Floy Wolf." Upon hearing this, Flowey instantly realized that the items in her hand were fabricated identities. "Are we preparing to leave this place?" "To the inner city district." She nodded and asked softly. Her fingers gently traced the pattern on the copper badge, and the name of a family surfaced in her mind. A Wolf. This noble family from out of town's ancestors didn't matter anymore. Likely there were no descendants left. With this name, Flowey could live securely in the inner city district. "Yes, we should be leaving in the next couple of days," Chen Luen answered softly. Flowey suddenly felt a hint of reluctance, although she had only lived at number 7 on Denton Street. For about a week, she had grown somewhat fond of the place. "Don't worry, we'll have the chance to come back and visit Mrs. Caroline," Chen Luen said as he ruffled the back neck fur of the border collie, which looked confusedly at him. "And you don't need to worry about Mrs. Caroline being lonely by herself. I plan to leave this guy here." "Woof,
The dog spun around in place, visibly reluctant. Chen-Luan simply ignored it. He did not know the situation in the inner city district yet, and taking Chloe with him was already a stretch on his resources. If Connie ultimately agreed to go with them, they would need to be even more cautious. It was better to leave the dog here to keep Mrs. Caroline company, at least providing it with a shelter, so it didn't have to roam any longer. Knock. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Chen-Luan went to open it, and Connie stood outside with a smile on her face. "Mr. Jack, I finished modifying the firearm." Chen-Luan raised an eyebrow, surprised at her efficiency. Seeing the undeniable fatigue on her face and the bandages on her fingertips, Chen-Luan guessed that she must have been fully engrossed in her research these past couple of days. Perhaps it was also a way for her to forget her pain. Connie took a seat on the sofa and placed the modified blunderbuss on the table. "With my design, its stability has greatly increased, and it's unlikely to misfire anymore." Chen-Luan picked up the blunderbuss to inspect it. "Raging Fire, custom-made firearm, improved version, item description, a carefully modified flintlock gun with clever design enhancements to improve stability without any reduction in firepower. The expanded muzzle allows for formidable lethality at close range with no restrictions on the type of ammunition used. A small steel ball can be shot with such force that it makes you cry in pain. An excellent modification. I didn't misjudge you, Connie." Chen-Luan put down the blunderbuss and smiled as he complimented her. Connie blushed and hesitantly picked up the mechanical glove again. Looking at it, her tone carried a hint of discouragement. "I designed several plans for this mechanical glove, but none of them worked. I tried adding some functions to it, but that didn't seem right either. Instead, it became impractical." Chen-Luan knew that the glove was actually a failed imitation, crafted by the craftsmen of the Iron Fist gang by copying the design of another, lacking the true soul. He looked at Connie, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, so he took out the Mad Hand prototype drawing. "Palm fireworks." Connie was extremely surprised when she saw the exquisite painting. "This painting, so this is what it's like." She seemed very excited, pointing at the mechanical glove in the painting. "This weapon is forged in imitation of the glove in the painting, but the forger got it wrong. It shouldn't be like that. Its structure may be complex, but its function should be simple, related to fire. I feel flame, light, and change from it." Connie stared at the painting, completely absorbed. As if the patterns on it were revealing answers to her, speaking of secrets that were felt rather than said. Chen-Luan did not disturb her, quietly sipping his tea, and in arrived. Suddenly, Connie felt the painting in her hands wasn't just a sheet of paper, but a piece of red-hot iron. Her palm grew warm and the painting subsequently landed on the table. She felt a bit dizzy and nauseous, and began to feel an overall sense of heat. "Don't look at it anymore, have a cup of tea and rest," Chen-Luan said softly. He knew that Connie's discomfort was due to staring for a long time at an item that possessed extraordinary powers, causing her sanity value to decrease and her body to react adversely. Connie reluctantly nodded, choosing to heed Mr. Jack's advice and shifting her gaze away from the painting. "Mr. Jack, if I could observe that painting frequently, I'm confident I could forge the mechanical glove depicted on it." Connie took a sip of the tea, saying firmly. She then added, "It will be completely different from this kind of mechanical glove." Connie gestured towards the Mad Hand on the table. Chen-Luan nodded, seeing that Connie truly understood the drawing. He also grew more eager to recruit this talented individual. "Don't look at the painting for too long, it could harm you," he cautioned. Connie had already sensed that the painting had a kind of magic power that mysteriously conveyed extensive knowledge about mechanical forging, but at the same time, it contained a threat, giving her a constant sense of danger, as if her hair were standing on end. "Connie, what are your plans for the future?" After resting a while, Chen-Luan casually asked. Connie looked at the teacup in her hands and was silent for a moment. "I plan to repay your money and then move to the Technical Academy to study knowledge and peace. Are you interested in coming with me to the inner city district?" Chen-Luan inquired tentatively. Connie looked up in surprise. "I have high hopes for your talent, Connie. Just so you know, I might need an excellent assistant like you in the future to complete my plans. If you are willing to go with us to the inner city district, I can sponsor your studies at a better academy, and you won't have to worry about the expenses for research either." Chen-Luan offered Connie the invitation earnestly. Connie's eyes widened. After musing for a moment, she fidgeted with her small hands. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Thank you for your esteem, Mr. Jack, but I know my skills are still far from adequate. May I have some time to consider your offer?" Connie was tempted, but she did not immediately give a reply. Chen-Luan nodded in understanding. Chloe and I may be leaving in a couple of days. Take your time to think about it." Chapter 51. Chapter 51 Night Exploration. Night. Under the purple moon, the outer city district was engulfed in darkness and silence. In contrast with the distant inner city district, This place seemed more like a stagnant pool of water at the moment, separated by a wide river. One could vaguely see many tall buildings in the inner city district in the distance. Their lights were brilliant. Like stars in the night sky, reflected on the ink-black river were rivers of stars, the all-night revelry of the wealthy. If one looked long enough, it seemed as if one could hear the clinking of wine glasses and loud laughter coming from over there. Chen Luan had been standing behind a tree by the river for quite some time, observing a grand bridge through the railing. The bridge was manned with checkpoints, 5 people per team, with several teams on rotation. By crossing this bridge, one can enter the inner city district from the outer city district. Chen Luan thought to himself. He had come here under the cover of night, intending to scout out the situation in the inner city district in advance and prepare for the upcoming plan. The separation between the inner and outer city was quite rigid. To prevent people from crossing the river, railings 5 to 6 meters high had even been erected on both banks. The metal railings, coated in black paint and spaced narrowly apart, were no wider than a palm, and their tops were as sharp as lance points. Anyone attempting to climb over the railing would risk disembowelment if they were not careful. Moreover, on the surface of Amber River and along the shore of the inner city district, police officers and guardians patrolled in intersecting routes, leaving virtually no blind spots. This was probably due to the chaos of the outer city district. The inner city district was home to those at the upper echelons of power and money. If free passage were allowed between the two areas, it could pose a danger to the residents of the inner city district. The more noble a person was, the more they feared interacting with the lower classes. The clear division that Amber City has formed today owes much to the influence of the elites on the council. This is indeed strict. Chen Luan sighed. Infiltration seemed difficult under such conditions, but he did not need to infiltrate. Luckily, I already have an identity proof. At most I'll just be questioned. After a brief pause, Chen Luan moved quickly, like a swiftly gliding ghost, and disappeared from his spot. In front of the bridge checkpoint, 2 guardians who had just finished inspecting a merchant caravan's carriage were standing idly, and soon they saw a tall figure of a man approaching slowly. Sorry, please present your identity proof. One guardian, with a short sword slung at his waist, stretched out a gloved hand. Chen Luan handed over a small leather booklet. The guardian opened the identity proof to check it, scrutinizing the black-haired young man in front of him under the light of the street lamps on both sides. Seeing the well-dressed man holding a book, just as described in the identity proof, the guardian handed back the identity proof and touched his left chest with his right hand in a salute. Mr. Jack, may the sun shine upon you. He gestured with an open hand and then stepped aside to let him pass. Chen Luan nodded his head and walked straight onto the bridge under the watchful eyes of several guardians. Walking on the bridge and overlooking the river on one side, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, as he had expected, it would be extremely difficult to navigate the inner city district without an identity proof, let alone get past this checkpoint. Once he really entered the inner city district, the first thing to do was to find a fixed residence to avoid being frequently questioned. After crossing the bridge, Chen Luan arrived at an exceptionally wide street. The view was quite astounding. The streets were paved uniformly with grayish-blue stone bricks, with tall and orderly buildings on both sides. Most of those buildings appeared to be various shops, among which Chen Luan also found a branch of the Silver Dragon Trade Association. Unlike the outer city district, electricity was widely used here, as if there were 2 completely different systems operating on their own. Colorful signs gleamed in the night, with carriages and well-dressed pedestrians weaving through the streets. In days, Chen Luan seemed to see the shadow of his previous life. He walked along, following street signs to Viscount Manor located on 2nd Street. Fashionably dressed women in groups were often seen on the streets. Some would even turn their heads to wink at Chen Luan, then leave with a giggle. If at that moment Chen Luan approached them with his magnetic voice and said, "Beautiful miss, please give me the chance to invite you for a coffee," then the likelihood of these women providing their contact information would probably be 100%, but he had no time to flirt. After taking nearly 2 hours in detours, Chen Luan finally found 2nd Street, and by that time, it was already deep into the night. The inner city district is situated on elevated terrain, and it gets higher the further you venture inward. Gazing out from over the railing here, one could see the broad Amber River and the pitch-black expanse of the outer city district. Number 9, 2nd Street, Pompey Manor. He had arrived at the perimeter of a vast estate. The rustling sound of the wind stirred the lush trees within the manor, casting dancing shadows that swayed gently. Peering through the elaborate floral black railings, one could vaguely make out a lawn and, in its deepest reaches, several villas with lights shining brightly. Walking around the perimeter fence, Chen Luan mentally estimated the area's size. So large, how shall I search? Chen Luan couldn't help frowning. As he was pondering, suddenly his expression changed, and he quickly hid behind a tree, concealed in the shadows. The sound of footsteps followed soon after, as 2 security officers with lanterns in hand, and a big dog on a leash, passed by. Lately, the order from above has been to extend our patrols, one sighed. I was hoping to spend more time at home with my daughter.
Can't be helped, just endure it, buddy.
After the incident at the Garten restaurant, even the son of Congressman Lawson died there, so strengthening security is inevitable. The two officers chatted idly, with one of them complaining, those damn extremists, to commit such a heinous act.
You believe the explanation from the higher-ups?
Forget it, I saw investigators from that secret department at the scene. This was most likely not the work of ordinary people. As they gradually walked away, the big dog at their feet seemed to detect something and stood still, refusing to move. The IT stared intently at where Chen Luen was hiding, and let out a soft, low growl. The officer noticed the tension in the leash and also became aware of the dog's abnormal reaction.
What's wrong, Charlie? Following the direction of the dog's gaze, the two officers looked toward a tree outside the fences of Pompey Manor.
Years of experience told them something was off in the shadows behind the tree. They exchanged glances and, as if on cue, pulled out their batons, moving in a pinching motion and slowly approached Chen Luen. One of them even put a whistle to his lips, ready to blow it at any moment to call for backup from nearby officers. Chen Luen's heart tightened. He didn't want to be discovered, as it would disrupt his plans.
His index finger glowed faintly, and he beckoned to the big dog. The dog sprang free from
its leash and raced over to Chen Luen, passing the officers. Charlie.
Before they could react, the dog named Charlie ran back to their feet, wagging its tail. It presented a silver ducat it had held in its mouth. A silver ducat? What a good boy. Since when did Charlie learn to pick up money?
Buddy, I think we might get rich off of him. The two officers breathed a sigh of relief, kidding with each other for a few moments before leaving with the dog. The big dog looked back and saw a thumbs up emerging from behind the shadow of the tree. Its tail wagged even more energetically. After the officers had gone, Chen Luen stepped out from behind the tree. It seems I was too optimistic.
He glanced at Viscount Manor beside him, musing to himself. His original plan was to find an opportunity to sneak in, locate Philip's legacy, and leave, but now, the plan seemed rather unrealistic. Pompey Manor was too large. Even if he used animals to search inside, it would take a considerable amount of time.
And he couldn't afford to be seen frequently in this area, as it would raise suspicions. Better use the alternative plan, infiltrate the manor first, then look for a chance to search. Having made up his mind, Chen Luen prepared to leave. As he passed by the great gate of Pompey Manor, two middle-aged maids happened to come out from inside. They carried several parcels, apparently preparing to go out.
Miss Rebecca has been so temperamental lately, it's such a headache.
Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. No worries, the Viscount has already found a candidate for a family tutor. It seems to be a professor from the Iris Academy, who will be coming over in a few days.
Then Miss Rebecca won't be so idle, always teasing us for fun. Chen Luen walked past them with an unchanged expression, but his heart sank. Someone was chosen. Was the alternative route blocked too? Chapter 52. Farewell, oh, little Jack, and the adorable little Chloe. Are you leaving today?
Mrs. Caroline stood at the entrance of her flower shop, saying with a look of reluctance, "Yes, Mrs. Caroline." Chen Luen nodded. He was holding a suitcase, and Chloe, in a black dress, stood quietly by his side. Today, she wore a black cloche hat, her pale gold hair cascading down like a waterfall from behind the hat. It's such a shame. Mr. Kent left without a word. The Moriarty siblings moved away, and now you two are also heading to the inner city district. The whole building will become empty. Mrs. Caroline was quite upset. Just then, a striking figure came running down the stairs. Mr. Jack.
Miss Chloe. Please wait for me.
Connie, carrying bags big and small, ran over, panting. Bang, she set down her luggage heavily and looked up. Mr. Jack,
I've made up my mind, I want to go with you.
She pursed her lips, a bit embarrassed. A smattering of freckles adorned her flushed cheeks, making her whole face resemble a strawberry. Chen Luen looked at her and couldn't help but laugh, partly because Connie had chosen to accept the olive branch he had extended, and partly because her current appearance was quite charming. It looks like you've made up your mind, Connie.
Yes, Mr. Jack.
Connie nodded emphatically, then flashed a brilliant smile. Chen Luen extended his hand. Welcome to my team.
Thank you for your trust, I'll work hard.
Connie reached out her little hand, and they shook hands warmly. Mrs. Caroline was surprised, speechless at the sight of the three. After a while, she shook her head slightly. It seems I was wrong, even Connie is leaving.
Now it really will be just this old lady left. Then she looked down at her border collie, somewhat amused. You're not leaving too, are you? Babu? Chen Luen had named the dog Babu, and, hearing Mrs. Caroline's words, it seemed quite eager to try it, but before it could take a step, it was intimidated back into its place by Chen Luen's stern gaze. Obediently crouching at Mrs. Caroline's feet, it wagged its tail and even nuzzled her hand, allowing her to stroke it. Oh, good boy. Mrs. Caroline was pleased. Clearly, there was one who did not want to leave. Connie hid on the side, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, and Chloe couldn't help but smile as well. Mrs. Caroline, we must be going, but we'll come back to visit number 7, Denton Street when we can. All right, little Jack. Oh wait, just a moment. Mrs. Caroline seemed to recall something and dashed upstairs. After a short while, she came running down with a notebook in hand. This is a cooking manual I wrote myself. Every time I cooked for Henry and Oliver, I would note down some insights. They always praised my cooking, and over time, this notebook became full, and now I'm giving it to you, little Chloe, hoping it can help you. Mrs. Caroline said as she handed it to Chloe. Thank you, Mrs. Caroline. Chloe accepted the notebook and discreetly turned her head, glancing at Chen Luen. I will study it well. Inner City District, number 45, on 1st Avenue, Daniel's apartment. In the study, a middle-aged man paced back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He took a cigar from the box on the desk, cut it open, lit it, and took a deep inhale. As the smoke filled the room, his repressed, low voice rose. The Fed man went without returning. The Iron Fist gang dare not make a move. Was it the work of other gangs from the Outer City District? His face was as still as water, his gaze deep and distant. To take out 2 elite bodyguards together, it can't be just any ordinary force. Daniel gloomily slid open the French windows, and a light rain began to fall outside. The rain pattered on the lawn of the garden, splashing up droplets of water. Whoosh! He exhaled another puff of smoke. Damn. My butler has vanished off the face of the earth. How are things supposed to continue? It felt as if there was a lump in his chest, and he had no idea how to vent it. Just then, a painting hanging on the wall of the study eerily came to life. The IT depicted a large mouth with irregular teeth, some square, some round, a very abstract. 5 tongues stretched out from the mouth, each varying in thickness and length. The background was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, which at first glance caused dizziness and disorientation. Daniel. The large mouth in the painting opened and closed, speaking in human language. Hearing his name called, Senator Daniel's face changed color, and he hastily discarded his cigar, closing the French windows. Snap, your lordship, the painted gentleman. He approached the painting, speaking with respect. How goes the research on the item? Research? Daniel clenched his teeth, looked up at the painting, and instantly felt a splitting headache. He quickly averted his gaze, looking down as he spoke. There was progress, but my butler Fedman has disappeared after going to the Outer City District. I still don't know the situation with the craftsman. The large mouth in the painting closed slightly, the corners turning up in a sinister smile, then it emitted a spine-chilling snicker. After a moment, I can choose someone else, Daniel, said the large mouth in the painting. Upon hearing that, Daniel's heart skipped a beat. I've dealt with your enemy for you, that Senator Lawson. He is currently consumed by the pain of losing his son and might act recklessly. If I turn and back him, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to assist me, willing to pay any price. Daniel's courage faltered, and he involuntarily swallowed his saliva. He let out a long breath, surreptitiously wiping the sweat from his forehead. No, painted gentleman, Lawson can't help you. He has no foundation in the Outer City District. He can't organize the manpower needed to forge that weapon for you. Oh? The large mouth in the painting paused, but it seems you have also lost the ability to serve me. Assistance is mutual, Daniel. You can't keep dragging your feet and not delivering what I want. Just give me a little more time. Your lordship, the painted gentleman, Senator Daniel clenched his fists. He took a deep breath and straightened up. I will dispatch new personnel as soon as possible to complete your commission. Very well, I'll give you another half a month's time, but the amount of money owed next time, I'll need double, as compensation for your breach of trust. Senator Daniel kept a stoic face, squeezing a single word from his throat. Fine. The colors on the painting twisted, the large mouth slowly closed, the disordered tongues and uneven teeth retracted. Eventually, the painting stilled, no longer changing. Senator Daniel, veins bulging on his forehead, left the study without a word. In a painting studio at the other end of the Inner City District, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only a young man suddenly lifted his head, staring at a painting on the wall. The hand in the painting, bizarre with 7 fingers, began to move. 1 of the fingers extended, its sharp nail writing within the painting. The nail, like a knife, traced over the flesh of the canvas, inscribing a line in blood. After half a month, assassinate Senator Daniel. Chapter 53, a dazzling entrance. Inner City District. No.
9. On 2nd Street, Pompey Manor, the early morning sunlight was full of vitality, seemingly illuminating the entire world and brimming with energy. The great gate of the manor emitted a long creaking sound as it was pulled open from the inside. 4 or 5 maids worked together to swing the gate wide open and secure it, while an elderly man resembling a butler stepped out. He raised his hand, clad in a white glove, to adjust his deep blue cravat at his chest, then waved to the maids. "Professor Ulysses will be here shortly, don't disgrace the Viscount," he said. "Yes, Mr. Binos," they replied. The old butler stood erect, hands crossed in front of him, standing by the gate, quietly awaiting the arrival of the distinguished guest. 2nd Street was located at the heart of the inner city district, where the residents were either rich or noble. Consequently, the nearby environment was considerably pleasant, with both greenery and layout giving a sense of comfort and luxury. Compared to other parts of the inner city district, the buildings here were more aesthetically pleasing and grandiose. The structures were spaced widely apart, providing a broad view that was refreshing to the spirit. Moreover, the elevated terrain allowed for a distant view of the entire Amber City, enticing many middle-class families to use their leisure time for strolls in the area with their loved ones. Viscount Pompey was a low-key person, not well known by the general populace of the inner city district. Pompey Manor had stood on 2nd Street for many years, yet few people knew what went on inside. "Hey, look over there," said someone. A group of young women dressed in light yellow shirts and brown skirts passed by. They were students from the nearby Laburnum Girls' School, each carrying a regulation satchel. One of them pointed at the entrance to Pompey Manor, drawing the attention of her companions. "Is Viscount Pompey expecting a visitor?" one of them asked. "Oh, have you forgotten about Miss Rebecca in the 2nd year? She ignored the advice on the excursion and hurt her leg riding a horse. I overheard my mother and her friends talking, and Viscount Pompey has found her an excellent tutor, who is said to be a scholar from a public academy." Another whispered. Another student displayed an expression of surprise and recognition, saying softly, "No wonder Mrs. Megan has been in a foul mood during classes lately. It's probably because she wasn't asked." Giggle. The girls covered their mouths and laughed. At this moment, a carriage rolled to a stop at the entrance of Pompey Manor. The coachman, wearing a tall top hat, disembarked and lifted the curtain of the carriage. A middle-aged woman of distinguished attire stepped down, her head adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. "Oh, it's Lady Ulysses," the students exclaimed in surprise. "I know her. She's a professor at the Iris Academy and author of the Elk Poetry Collection. I've also read that book. It's simply marvelous." The students conversed in hushed tones. "Miss Rebecca is so lucky to be educated by Lady Ulysses. Well, her father is Viscount Pompey after all." When Mr. Binos, the old butler, saw the middle-aged woman descend from the carriage, he confidently strode forward with his chest puffed out. "Lady Ulysses," he greeted her. He saw her removing her gloves, readying for a hand-kissing greeting. Unexpectedly, the lady turned and lifted the carriage curtain again, and under the gaze of all present, a tall and handsome young man emerged, dressed in a black suit with a felt cape over his shoulders and a black top hat on his head. He slowly stepped down from the carriage. Taking a moment to look around. Upon seeing the group of female students, he gave them a polite smile. "Oh, my goodness! Who is that gentleman? He's so handsome." Suddenly, Mr. Binos, the butler, was taken aback. He did not know who this young man was. Arriving with Lady Ulysses in the same carriage immediately afterward, Mr. Binos felt a weight on his hand and looked down to find Lady Ulysses had already extended her hand to him. "May the sun shine upon you, my lady," he said. He kissed the back of his fingers and blessed her. After Mrs. Yulie had put her gloves back on, Binos looked at her with puzzlement. "May I ask who this is?" "Oh, this is my good friend, Mr. Jack," Mrs. Yulie introduced to Binos. The old butler nodded, shook hands with Chen Lewin, and greeted him warmly. "But, Mrs. Yulie, Viscount Pompey invited you alone to dine today," Binos said politely, pausing especially on the word alone. He suspected that this groomed young pretty face must be Mrs. Yulie's love interest, yet from what he knew, it was unlike Mrs. Yulie to be so impolite. It was very probable that this pretty face, upon hearing of her invitation from Viscount Pompey, had the audacity to tag along uninvited. There was no shortage of people from the inner city district wanting to ingratiate themselves with Viscount Pompey. "Oh, I believe Viscount Pompey wouldn't mind," Mrs. Yulie said with a smile. Binos felt displeased and cast a glance at the young man with black hair, without showing his feelings. The latter, however, keenly noticed his gaze and returned a polite smile. "Mrs. Yulie, surely you understand the reason Viscount Pompey has invited you." "Yes, I am well aware." Mrs. Yulie cut off Binos' words, promptly made an apologetic gesture, and added, "Mr. Jack is here for this reason. I have been unwell recently and may not be able to continue as Miss Rebecca's tutor, but I recommend him." "Him? This gentleman?" Binos looked incredulous, setting aside the fact that he had never seen this young man before or heard of any academic achievements to his name. His appearance and age did not seem to fit that of a distinguished scholar. Even with Mrs. Yuli's recommendation, the Viscount would certainly not agree. "I shall explain the matter personally to Viscount Pompey, Mr. Binos," Mrs. Yuli whispered. The old butler was silent for a moment and finally nodded. "Follow me, both of you." He and a few maids led the way, guiding Mrs. Yuli and Chen Luen into the manor. The path stretched deep into the estate, with broad lawns on either side much like a prairie, covering a large area. Chen Luen looked around with interest as he walked. He had found out about Mrs. Yuli's whereabouts in advance from the clues at the Iris College and waited at her doorstep until he managed to board the carriage using the hypnosis capabilities of Mermaid's Song. The effort had taken a considerable toll on him. To save time, he had frequently used the hypnosis necklace, which by now had depleted over half of his sanity value. Bearing the dull ache in his head, Chen Luen let out a silent breath. "I have finally made it inside. Now the task is to persuade Viscount Pompey to accept me as his daughter's tutor. If needs be, I shall resort to Mermaid's Song." But he had a feeling that this matter was not going to be straightforward. The manor was vast, and it took Binos and the two others more than 10 minutes to arrive at the villa entrance. "The Viscount and Lady Pompey, as well as Miss Rebecca, are waiting inside." He pushed open the brown wooden great gate and gestured for them to enter. "Please come in." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Thank you. Mrs. Yuli nodded in thanks, adjusted her wide-brimmed hat, and walked in. Chen Luen followed closely behind her, nodding to Binos in acknowledgement as he passed by. The old butler watched the young man expressionlessly, yet he was thinking about the scene of him being sent away by Viscount Pompey shortly. Another daydreamer, he thought. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Must Take Her Down. Please follow. Welcome, Professor Yuli. The living room on the first floor of the villa was very spacious. The decorations inside were also extremely luxurious. A middle-aged blond man with a mustache rose from the sofa. He approached Mrs. Yuli, elegantly took her hand, and kissed the back of her fingers. At this moment, two females, one older and one younger, came over. They were Mrs. Pompey and her daughter, Rebecca. Rebecca was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by Mrs. Pompey. "Mrs. Yuli, good morning." They greeted Mrs. Yuli with a friendly kiss on the cheek. "Good morning, esteemed Viscount Pompey, the beautiful Mrs. Pompey, and the lovely Miss Rebecca." Mrs. Yuli politely responded. Viscount Pompey turned and glanced at the young man beside her. "Who might this be?" "Oh, Viscount, this is Mr. Jack, a good friend of mine." Mrs. Yuli began introducing him to Viscount Pompey. During this time, Rebecca in her wheelchair was secretly sizing up Chen Luen. "He's really handsome," she thought to herself, blinking her moist eyes while her long eyelashes fluttered. "More handsome than the other young nobles." After a brief introduction by Mrs. Yuli, Viscount Pompey nodded lightly. "It's a pleasure to have you visit Pompey Manor, Mr. Jack." He extended his hand as he spoke. The voice of Viscount Pompey was very calm, without affectation or any warmth. "Since you are a friend of Mrs. Yuli, you must join us for breakfast shortly." "It is my honor, Viscount." Chen Luen shook his hand, showing a polite smile, but a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes momentarily. Untraceably, he glanced at a ring on the Viscount's ring finger. Viscount Pompey nodded, quickly released the handshake, and signaled to the butler. "Binos, shall we talk over breakfast then?" "As the host wishes, Viscount." Old butler Binos got the hint, and called upon the maids to prepare breakfast. Some maids went to the kitchen to inform the cook, while others began setting up the dining room. Everything was organized smoothly. As everyone took their seats, and before the dishes were served, Mrs. Pompey spoke up. "Mrs. Yuli, Rebecca's education for the next few months will be entrusted to you." "I haven't yet had the chance to explain, Mrs. Pompey." Mrs. Yuli had already taken off her wide-brimmed hat, handing it to a maid. She adjusted her coiffed hair, and her expression was apologetic. "Please forgive me, my body hasn't been feeling well lately. I'm afraid I might not be up to the task." Mrs. Pompey and the Viscount looked at each other, a trace of confusion visible on their faces. If that were really the case, Mrs. Yuli wouldn't have accepted the invitation. Viscount Pompey frowned slightly. As far as he knew, Mrs. Yuli was in good health. The current excuse clearly seemed contrived for this reason. "I have found Mr. Jack. He is not only a good friend but also a scholar I admire. Mr. Jack has only recently arrived in Amber City, but his capabilities are beyond doubt." Mrs. Yuli said, smiling. "He happens to excel in literature, history, and nature, making him an excellent choice for Miss Rebecca's tutor." Upon hearing her words, Rebecca's eyes lit up, but both Viscount Pompey and his wife's expressions darkened simultaneously. The Viscount eyed the young man beside the dining table and said bluntly, "I have met many young people who are eloquent and can talk about anything, yet are idiots when it comes to taking action. His words were hardly diplomatic, and both Lady Yulif and Chen Luan sensed the distrust in them. I don't think this is appropriate, Lady Yulif. Lady Pompey did not distrust Chen Luan's talents, rather, she was concerned that he was a young man. If he were to become Rebecca's private tutor, it might endanger her daughter's reputation. Moreover, his handsome appearance was a dangerous signal for Rebecca. Facing the resistance from Viscount Pompey and his wife, Chen Luan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. He glanced at the diamond-encrusted gold ring on Viscount Pompey's hand. That ring, it's a mysterious object classed as a spiritual protector. Now this is troublesome. Unable to use mermaid song for hypnosis, convincing Viscount Pompey solely based on eloquence would be very difficult. While he was quietly pondering his strategy, Rebecca suddenly spoke. Let's give this gentleman a chance, Mom and Dad. Seated gracefully, she coquettishly tugged at Lady Pompey's arm. I really long to learn, staying at home is so boring. But, Rebecca, Lady Pompey showed a hint of difficulty, but as she looked at her daughter's lovely face and pitiable expression, she finally relented. All right, let's give this gentleman a chance. She looked at her husband, who grimaced in response. Just then, the maid came in with breakfast, and the butler, Binos, lifted the lids. Viscount Pompey tucked a napkin into his collar, grabbed a knife and fork, and prepared to dig into a steak. Since that's the case, after breakfast, Mr. Jack will give Rebecca her first lesson. He spoke in a rather unenthusiastic tone. He had already decided that after today, there was no need for this man to come back. Nobility still required maintaining certain decencies. He couldn't just disrespect Lady Yulif outright. The Viscount's family breakfast was lavish and the meal luxurious. Everyone ate happily. After the breakfast ended, Lady Yulif took her leave. Possibly for the peace of mind not leaving her daughter alone with a stranger, Chen Luan was arranged to teach Rebecca in the garden. Under a large parasol on the lawn, there were white carved wooden tables and chairs set up. Chen Luan sat opposite Rebecca, holding a Tresor literature anthology and taught straight from the text. His gaze moved beyond the book, observing Viscount Pompey and his wife walking in the garden. Their eyes occasionally swept over, wary of any improper behavior on his part. Mr. Jack, where are you from? Rebecca clearly wasn't listening. Instead, she asked with curiosity on her face. Butler Binos, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood not far away, fulfilling his supervisory duty. My hometown is in the distant Rock State Bronze City, Peacock City. Miss Rebecca, please focus on the lesson, otherwise, I might not be able to come here to teach you tomorrow. Chen Luan flashed a smile, causing Rebecca's eyes to widen. Immediately sunlight poured down, shining on the face of the young man with black hair, making it gleam. Her face involuntarily flushed. No, I'll tell my father that you teach very well. Old Butler Binos couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he being ignored? He grew increasingly disdainful of Chen Luan, just reciting from the textbook verbatim. This level counts as a scholar. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only any moderately literate person picked off the street could do better. Miss Rebecca, how do you view literature? Chen Luan diverted his attention away from Viscount Pompey and his wife and asked Rebecca softly. He was determined to start from this young girl. He must win her over. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. He said, I'm cute, please follow. The culture of this world was steeped in content related to faith. The faith of the seven true gods spread across the entire continent, and the Tresor Empire officially supported two churches, namely the Sun Church and the Moon Church. Of the remaining ones, such as the Constellation Sect, Red Apple Church, History and Ritual Association, Hailing Group, and Madman School, although allowed by the Empire to preach within its borders, were restricted and controlled in various aspects. As a result, the most common beliefs among the Empire's citizens were those in the sun and the moon. If they held reverence for the moon goddess, then their fervor for the sun was unparalleled. The sun represented the Empire. The literature of the Tresor Empire was also deeply influenced. I don't like the sun, Rebecca whispered. That's why I find literature so dull. It's all praises to the sun, nothing novel. Plus, the sun often makes me so hot, I'm drenched in sweat every time I wear a dress outside. The butler, with his sharp hearing, perked up his ears and captured every word Rebecca said without missing a beat. He couldn't help but raise his brow, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. Binos knew Miss Rebecca was usually quite lively, but he didn't expect her to be somewhat rebellious. Although not everyone in the aristocratic circle was a believer of the sun, believing in the sun was politically correct. The Sun King wouldn't care which righteous god the people below believed in, nor had others the right to interfere. But for a noble, believing in other righteous gods was not conducive to integrating into the group and could even lead to subtle ostracization. So what does Miss Rebecca like? Chen Luan put down the textbook and asked with a smiling face, I love the moon. I've told my parents many times that I want to believe in the moon goddess, but they disagree.
Rebecca appeared somewhat despondent. She lifted her head to look at the dark-haired young man in front of her, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Jack, could you write a poem about the moon for me?" "Here it comes." Chen Luen secretly chuckled. He had deliberately steered Rebecca this way, just to do something that would leave a deep impression on her. It was clear that Viscount and Lady Pompey valued their daughter greatly, and as long as she insisted on keeping him as a tutor, the likelihood of his staying was very high. Of course, Miss Rebecca, writing poetry is the most basic skill of a literary scholar. Chen Luen gracefully touched his chest and bowed slightly. Binos secretly scoffed, almost spitting out his saliva on this shameless fellow. Although Miss Rebecca was playful, being a noble, she still had an appreciation for art, not to mention that Viscount and Lady Pompey were right here. Did he really think he could get by with just a couple of makeshift poems? This would only lower Miss Rebecca and her parents' opinion of him, turning their already slight fondness into outright disdain. Russell. Chen Luen took the expensive pen from Rebecca's hand and began writing on the paper, smelling a faint fragrance. He cheerfully finished the poem in one go without pausing. Rebecca watched the handsome man intently, almost starry-eyed. "My goodness, he's really good-looking," and she reluctantly moved her gaze from Chen Luen's face to the paper, her eyes gradually widening. "He quietly casts his gentle glow, filling the valleys and forests. Once again, my soul clears away all troubles." He gently sends his loving gaze, illuminating my dreams cold and deep, like a grandmother's doting eyes, watching over my destiny. Chen Luen capped the pen and gently set it down. This poem was adapted from a playwright from a past life, Goethe, modified slightly to fit the world view here. This poem is truly beautiful. "Mr. Jack, does it have a name?" Rebecca asked curiously, her cheeks flushed. "To the moon." Chen Luen answered with a smile. Rebecca, clutching the paper dearly, suddenly whispered a bit embarrassingly, "Mr. Jack, could you please add a line that says 'A poem for Rebecca' at the top?" Chen Luen smiled. He took the paper, picked up the pen, and wrote another line at the end, "To lovely Miss Rebecca, may the moon goddess watch over her forever." Rebecca held the poem, unable to contain her joy. He called me lovely, oh really? At that moment, Viscount Pompey and his wife accidentally came nearby while taking a stroll. Seeing their daughter in a daydreaming state, Lady Pompey sensed trouble. "Rebecca? Rebecca!" She called twice before Rebecca snapped out of it. The blonde girl immediately straightened up, fixing a stray hair under her soft white hat. Lady Pompey hurried over to the butler and whispered a few questions. Binos whispered back, causing Lady Pompey's expression to turn rather odd. "What's wrong?" Viscount Pompey asked. The lady promptly informed her husband of the unfolding events, and the Viscount was intrigued. "This lad wrote a poem, and it has fascinated Rebecca so much. Rebecca, let's see what great poem Mr. Jack has written." "No way." Rebecca immediately refused. Viscount and Lady Pompey were helpless, so the Viscount had to say, "Without knowing Mr. Jack's abilities, we can't be comfortable letting him teach you, Rebecca." "I don't care." Viscount Pompey took a deep breath and decided to use his usual method with his daughter. "Then you will have to pay Mr. Jack's weekly salary yourself." Rebecca was stunned for a moment, then tried to stand and argue with her father, forgetting that her leg was still in a cast. She swayed and fell toward the ground. Chen Luen quickly stretched out a hand, gently caught her wrist, and then eased her back into the chair. The whole process was smooth, composed, and impeccably courteous, stopping just at the right moment. Viscount Pompey, his wife, and the nearby butler Binos hadn't even had a chance to exclaim before Rebecca was out of danger. "Please be careful, Miss Rebecca," Chen Luen said softly. Thank you." Rebecca stared at him, then nodded. Viscount Pompey and his wife breathed a sigh of relief and also thanked Chen Luen. While Rebecca was still regaining her senses, Lady Pompey quietly took the paper from the table. She held it in her hands, sharing the text with her husband. Beautifully penned, the poem talked about the moon. After reading it, Viscount Pompey felt it somewhat absurd but could not accuse Chen Luen of desecrating the moon goddess. Meanwhile, Lady Pompey nodded repeatedly, a pleased smile appearing on her face during her contemplation. "Kelly, what do you think?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only the Viscount asked tentatively. "It's great, but I think it would be even better if Rebecca's name was replaced with mine." I mean, this poem is quite mediocre, not worthy of Rebecca. I think you understand, Pompey." Lady Pompey coughed lightly and said, maintaining her usual countenance. The Viscount's face instantly darkened. Chapter 56. The home in the inner city district. Chen Luen's dinner was settled at Pompey Manor. Viscount Pompey couldn't overcome the combined willpower of his wife and daughter and eventually decided to let Chen Luen stay. "I hereby officially employ you as Rebecca's home tutor, responsible for her literary and nature studies." Viscount Pompey wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and gestured with his hand. The old butler handed over an employment contract and a small purse to Chen Lewin, a weekly salary of 2 gold pounds and 80 silver ducats, is that acceptable?
Chen Lewin accepted, stood up, and bowed to the Viscount. Of course, it is my honor, your lordship.
Viscount Pompey nodded and glanced at his daughter Rebecca beside him. The blonde girl was sneakily glancing at her new tutor, saw still unattended at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, the Viscount felt a headache coming on, reminding himself to keep a close watch, lest this foreign lad entice away his precious daughter. Thank you for your hospitality, I shall take my leave now. Chen Lewin took his cape and hat from the maid's hands, turned, and gave a respectful gesture to Lady Pompey.
Farewell, beautiful madam.
Lady Pompey was delighted. Feeling pleased to be complimented by a handsome young man, she nodded reservedly in response. However, Rebecca next to her couldn't help but grip her fork tighter, causing it to tremble, and of course, the lovely Miss Rebecca, farewell. Chen Lewin finally bowed to Rebecca, then proceeded to put on his hat and turned to leave. Rebecca immediately beamed with joy, dropping her fork and yelling at Chen Lewin, "Goodbye, Mr. Jack. Don't forget to come early tomorrow for my lesson." Chen Lewin, without looking back, waved his hand to show he heard. Lady Pompey frowned and scolded Rebecca. Such a disgrace, how could the daughter of a Viscount Pompey be so impolite, not ladylike at all? Viscount Pompey didn't bother to intervene, feeling that his wife was probably no better. He waved his hand, indicating Binos to accompany him to the study. Truly a headache. Chen Lewin, having stepped out of the manor, whistled. Today, well, was a triumph for the flatterer. A few compliments, and a weekly 28 it earns. Next up, to find the inheritance Philip hid within the manor. Chen Lewin looked back at the massive Pompey Manor one last time and then departed, at a small manor in the southeastern part of the inner city district. This was where Chen Lewin had chosen to settle down, slightly out of the way compared to the bustling city center but still not cheap in rent. He had also employed 2 maids and a coachman, and rented a carriage from a livery stable. The miscellaneous expenditures amounted to a total cost of 9 to 10 gold pounds a month. The bulk of it was for the rent of the manor and the carriage, with the manor costing 5 gold pounds per month and the carriage 1 gold pound. To ride a rented carriage in Amber City, one trip would cost between 70 and 80 copper cross. Since he often needed to go out, and Chloe and Connie used it as well, he rented one for convenience. The money I earn as a teacher at the Viscount's place is just enough to make ends meet. Life is difficult. Chen Lewin sighed to himself, entering his own small manor. Passing by a recently renovated warehouse, he coincidentally saw Connie talking at the warehouse door with a group of burly men. A generator rumbled near the warehouse, and a light was on above the doorway. Connie had a blueprint in hand, pointing and giving instructions, while the men occasionally nodded in agreement. Connie. Chen Lewin approached and greeted her. Seeing him, Connie stopped the conversation and gave Chen Lewin a smile. "Mr. Jack, I've completed the task you entrusted me with." She indicated the group of men beside her. After settling Chloe and Connie in the inner city district the day before, he had sent a letter to Gary, asking him to send someone to pick up Connie for a trip to the Mudflats. Connie personally selected 10 craftsmen from the Iron Fist gang to bring back to the inner city district. For this, Chen Lewin paid a hefty sum in gold pounds to Gary to bribe the managers at the security office, arranging emergency official identities for these 10 craftsmen. Of course, since all these craftsmen had been captured by the Iron Fist gang, Chen Lewin had instructed Connie in advance to select them under the guise of hiring, choosing only those who volunteered to come. Looking at it now, it seemed quite satisfactory. Chen Lewin nodded in approval. For the time being, these people were staying in the small manor, organized by Connie to start researching and forging. Chen Lewin believed that with Connie, the brain, directing them, the hands and feet, their efficiency would greatly improve. "You've done a good job, Connie." Chen Lewin complimented her. "And Chloe?" "Miss Chloe is studying inside the house. She has been researching the dishes all afternoon and is waiting for you to come back to dine together." Connie seemed somewhat pleased. She mentioned that she had recited Mrs. Caroline's cooking manual for Miss Chloe. After giving a few instructions to the craftsman, she followed Chen Lewin towards the detached villa. For now, the warehouse only had some simple forging tools. Chen Lewin had instructed Connie to order a batch of small-scale machinery, which might take some time to arrive. His wallet shrank once again, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could earn back double. Have you not had dinner yet?" Chen Lewin had already eaten at Pompey Manor and was still quite full. "Not yet." Connie shook her head and came closer, speaking in a negotiating tone. "Mr. Jack, could you let me be the maid here? Miss Chloe needs someone to take care of her." She suddenly paused, seemingly remembering the kidnapping incident that night and how she had held back Miss Chloe, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "It's still uncertain who will be taking care of whom. Connie, you are not a servant now, and I hope you will treat me as a friend. If you like, you can also act as the butler here. After all, I'm rarely here, and it indeed needs someone to manage."
Chen Luen said with a smile. Connie was touched by these words and nodded vigorously. Mr. Jack, please rest assured, I will keep everything in order here. As the two talked, they entered the detached villa. This place certainly couldn't compare to the luxurious Pompey Manor, but it was far better than the conditions in the outer city district. The first floor hall was spacious, with a complete living room and kitchen. The second floor had rooms for the maids and craftsmen, while Chen Luen, Chloe, and Connie lived on the third floor. The attic on the fourth floor was for storage, and that's where Chen Luen would keep his goods. When Chen Luen first rented this place, he had arranged some things and then set out, leaving the organizing and tidying to Chloe and Connie. You're back. Chloe was waiting at the door. Let's have our meal. I've already prepared dinner, she said, smiling and leading Chen Luen and Connie to the dining room. The table was full of food, and Chen Luen was touched by the sight, but he really couldn't eat any more. Connie was obviously hungry, and since Chloe's cooking was indeed very good, she ate with somewhat less concern for appearances. Eat up, why aren't you eating? Connie's cheeks puffed up as she looked at Chen Luen with curiosity. It's delicious, Mr. Jack. I'm not very fond of fish. Chloe also turned to stare at him. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Luen felt that mixed with her anticipation was a sense of threat. Eat. I really love fish. You have to know I grew up by the sea, fishing every day. This is the taste of home. Chen Luen slapped his chest, his palm hitting the Ghostface badge. Come on, brother. Make me hungry. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only he ate with tears in his eyes, the fish head dangling from his mouth, swaying as he chewed. Seeing Chloe's satisfied expression, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then he saw her get up and bring over several new dishes from the kitchen. It was still the fish he hated the most. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Baron Barney's horse died the next morning. Chen Luen left the small manor without eating breakfast. Because he had not digested last night's food yet, the feeling of going to work in a horse carriage isn't bad. Chen Luen remarked in the carriage of the roads in the inner city district were very smooth, without bumps, much better than his previous experiences in a carriage. Soon, the carriage arrived at the entrance of Pompey Manor. Chen Luen instructed the coachman to come back in the evening to wait for him here. The coachman nodded, bowed, and then drove the carriage away. At the entrance, a maid had been waiting for a while, and upon seeing Chen Luen alight from the carriage, she opened the great gate just enough for him to enter. The great gate was too heavy, and fully opening it was a bit difficult for the maid. Mr. Jack, Viscount Pompey is having breakfast. He said if you arrived early, you could join him, Binos said to Chen Luen as they reached the villa entrance. No need, I already ate before I came. Please thank His Excellency the Viscount for his kindness, Butler Binos. Chen Luen nodded, politely replying, then please wait in the living room for a moment. Miss Rebecca's nature class will start at 10 o'clock. Binos led Chen Luen to sit on the living room sofa, greeted him, and then left. Watching the old butler disappear around the corner of the living room, Chen Luen idly surveyed his surroundings. Many framed paintings hung on the walls, mostly oil paintings. It was unclear whether it was the preference of the era or just Viscount Pompey's personal taste. Just past 9 o'clock, Chen Luen heard the rapid sound of wheels rolling. Rebecca approached him by herself, pushing her wheelchair. Huff. Good morning, Mr. Jack. She seemed very excited, and her attire and makeup appeared deliberately styled, looking even prettier than the day before. Good morning, Miss Rebecca. Chen Luen stood up, removing his hat in preparation to bow, but he saw Rebecca quickly remove her white lace gloves and swiftly extend her hand towards him. He was slightly startled, then saw Rebecca looking at him with flushed face. Expectantly, you look very beautiful today, but this outfit might not be suitable for my nature class. Chen Luen took Rebecca's hand and kissed it on the back. Rebecca did not hear his words. He kissed me. Did he smell the perfume I deliberately sprayed on my hand today? Is it too pungent? Ahem, ahem. Lady Pompey coughed twice and walked over quickly. Good morning, Lady Pompey. Good morning, Mr. Jack. After amiably greeting each other, Lady Pompey said to Chen Luen, hearing of your arrival, Rebecca left breakfast unfinished and pushed herself here with her wheelchair. Saying this, she squinted and glared at Rebecca. Rebecca, unfazed, stared back. I'm truly sorry for that. It seems Miss Rebecca is very eager to learn. Chen Luen feigned apology, showing an embarrassed expression. In that case, may we begin today's lesson? Yes, yes. Rebecca nodded, ignoring her mother's watchful presence, and pushed herself towards the door, fearing she may stumble on the doorstep. Butler Binos hurriedly followed her. 10 minutes later, Chen Luen sat under a sun umbrella, sharing his views on nature with Rebecca. Honestly, he actually felt quite passionate about this topic. Whether it was his past experiences exploring maps alone or his understanding after becoming a beast tamer. Animals are an indispensable part of nature. Look at this snake, he said, pointing at a venomous snake on the table, and spoke eloquently to Rebecca, already frightened, pale and huddled up in her chair, not daring to move. The green scale shone under the sunlight, its small body coiled up, lifting its little head and staring at her. "It's staring at me," Rebecca said with a tremble in her voice. "Oh no, this is just a fake snake, as I said, merely a prop." Shenluen picked up the venomous snake and placed it in his palm. "See, it won't bite. Don't be scared, Miss Rebecca, come, feel it." "Ah." Shenluen grabbed Rebecca's hand and gently placed it on the snake, cold, with a tangible texture. Rebecca slowly opened her eyes and her face gradually revealed a look of surprise. "It's really fake, but it looks so realistic, it's amazing." In the distance, Viscount Pompey, not quite at ease, glanced at his wife. "That's really a fake snake?" "Yes, Binos has already checked," Lady Pompey explained. "Besides, Mr. Jack is a scholar, not a madman. No one would carry a venomous snake in their pocket," she said, then shifted her attention back to Shenluen. This dark-haired young man had a certain charm while lecturing, which was no wonder why his daughter Rebecca liked him. Shenluen finished discussing each part of the snake in detail, along with its habits and origins. Rebecca's eyes shone with realization and admiration. She had never attended a class so seriously, and although she didn't like such knowledge originally, once Shenluen lectured, she firmly memorized it. What she didn't see, however, was that when Shenluen unnoticeably stuffed the fake snake into his pocket, it accidentally fell onto the lawn like a drop of green water. It fell into the green ocean and disappeared without a trace. The scene also went unnoticed by the Binos and Viscount Pompey couple. "Let it go check out the backyard first," Shenluen thought. "Hey, be careful." Suddenly, everyone heard a loud shout. Shenluen looked up to see a brown stallion bursting out from the other end of the garden. It galloped vigorously, dashing recklessly, followed by a male servant desperately chasing after it. Rebecca screamed. The Pompey Viscount couple and the Binos butler were all startled. They saw the horse charging straight towards the parasol where Rebecca was. If it hit her, Rebecca would definitely be in mortal danger. "Stop it quickly!" Viscount Pompey roared, but it was already too late. In an instant, amid a loud crash, the horse knocked over the tables and chairs, toppled the parasol, and then rushed towards Rebecca. Bang! A dull thud followed by complete silence ensued. Rebecca. The Pompeys rushed over immediately. With the toppled parasol blocking their view and path, they had to go around to the back. Their hearts pounded, fearing to see their daughter in a gruesome state, but what they saw was Mr. Jack supporting Rebecca on the side, with the horse lying on the ground, bleeding from its mouth. "Oh, thank heavens, Rebecca, you're okay." Lady Pompey rushed forward anxiously, embracing Rebecca. "Thank the sun for its protection." "No, Mom, you should thank Mr. Jack. He saved me," Rebecca said surprisingly calmly to Lady Pompey. Her words were also overheard by Viscount Pompey and the Binos butler. Everyone stared at Shenluen in surprise. A frail young man subdued a runaway stallion. What a joke! They merely thought that Shenluen had pulled Rebecca away from the collision at a critical moment, and the horse happened to die on the spot. Only then did their speculation seem to make sense. This horse was fed something strange, which caused it to go mad, and ultimately its heart burst and it died, Shenluen explained after examining the horse's corpse. This made them even more certain of their assumption. Only Rebecca knew that it truly was Mr. Jack who subdued the mad horse and saved her. At that critical moment, she had widened her eyes in fear and saw Mr. Jack step forward, standing in front of her. With just the extension of one hand, he struck the mad horse down, as if swatting a fly. Upon waking up, she could hardly believe it. Was he an angel? No. He was her knight. Shenluen quietly made a shushing gesture towards Rebecca, who blinked back in understanding. "Don't worry, Mr. Jack, this will be our secret. What was up with that horse?" Viscount Pompey asked sternly, facing the belatedly arriving male servant. "Viscount, I'm not quite sure," the servant swallowed nervously. "In fact, it had run amok before, but the specific reason is unknown." "When did this happen?" The servant glanced at Rebecca. "The time when Miss Rebecca secretly rode it to school." Viscount Pompey frowned. "So, was that the reason Rebecca injured her leg last time, because of this insane horse?" He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Luckily, last time Rebecca only injured her leg." Viscount Pompey suddenly realized how inappropriate it seemed to think this way, but he didn't dwell on it further. Then he sternly asked to read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. "Where did this horse come from?" It was you, Viscount, who brought it from Baron Barney's place." Viscount Pompey stiffened. He remembered now. This horse was indeed one he had obtained from his friend, Barney. Damn. Chapter 58. This region uncle is awesome. Baron Barney was invited to Pompey Manor as a guest the next day. Shenluen arrived on time in the morning to clock in for work and discovered a unique carriage at the entrance of the manor. After entering the villa, he saw a slightly portly middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing with Viscount Pompey. "Come, Barney, let me introduce you." Viscount Pompey enthusiastically introduced Shenluen to his good friend. "This is Mr. Jack, the tutor I found for Rebecca," said the Viscount. "Hello, Mr. Barney." Shenluen extended his hand in a friendly manner. Baron Barney sized him up with a few glances and shook his hand with a smile. "So young, I didn't expect Mr. Jack to be a scholar at such a young age." He immediately turned his head and asked Viscount Pompey with a look of curiosity, "I remember you had Mrs. Eulalive, didn't you?" Viscount Pompey smiled awkwardly and explained briefly, brushing over the matter lightly. The Viscount then told Shenluen that Rebecca had been frightened the day before and was still resting. He suggested Shenluen to look around the villa on his own and feel free to wander around the manor. After speaking, he and Baron Barney settled back onto the sofa. Shenluen picked up on the implicit message from Viscount Pompey. He didn't want his conversation with Baron Barney to be disturbed. "It's about the horse yesterday," he thought to himself. Viscount Pompey probably wanted to clear up the matter with Baron Barney, but considering the old friend's face, he wouldn't let outsiders be. Present, Shenluen found Butler Binos, who was directing the maids to clean in another hall. Butler Binos. He walked over and greeted him. "Mr. Jack, what can I assist you with?" The old butler saw him, stood up straight, and said with a smile, through Shenluen's performance over the past 2 days, Binos had gained a better impression of the young man. It was evident that Viscount and Viscountess Pompey were not as repulsed by him as they were at the beginning. As the manor's butler and someone who had served under 2 generations of Viscount Pompeys, the old man would naturally align more with the master's opinions and, as a result, show a slightly better attitude. Towards Shenluen, his lordship indicated that I could tour the villa, and I'd like to visit the study, if that's all right? Shenluen said politely. Binos had an expression of realization. "Oh, of course, Lord Viscount wouldn't turn away a scholar who loves knowledge, especially since he is Miss Rebecca's tutor." The old butler gestured towards the upstairs with his hand. "Come, Mr. Jack, please follow me this way." Shenluen followed Butler Binos upstairs. The spiral wooden staircase was spacious and bright, as the maids scrubbed it clean every day. On one side of the second floor, there was an exhibition hall filled with artworks. Without lingering, the old butler led Shenluen through and entered the other side of the exhibition hall. "This is it, Mr. Jack. If there's anything else you need, you can find me." After saying this, he bowed slightly and left. Shenluen looked around at the books that filled the room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, with so many books, there's got to be one with supernatural knowledge, right? He thought to himself and got started right away. The library was located on the side of the art exhibition hall but was slightly larger than the exhibition space. A chandelier hung from the ceiling with 8 light bulbs, illuminating the entire library. The place was airy and the bookcases lining the 4 walls reached the ceiling, neatly filled with various large volumes. 2 wooden ladders were placed on the side for easy access to the books. In the middle of the library was a large desk and several chairs for sitting down to read and transcribe. For Shenluen, this was very nice. Time flew by swiftly. He had not yet finished flipping through the books on one wall when he picked up a thin, yellow-covered book and began to read. "You have discovered a mystic book of the nature faction. On the instinct of survival, progress 5%. Through careful reading, you've gained 25 experience points. You have discovered complete knowledge of a hidden supernatural pathway. Nature Faction Sequence 9, Wildman." Shenluen's face lit up with joy. "There is one. And it's another hidden pathway. Could I be of a lucky lineage? It must be." He took the book in his hands and hurried down the wooden stairs. He sat down at the desk, read intently, not wasting any time. Another hour passed. "On the instinct of survival, progress 15%. Through careful reading, you've gained 50 experience points. Through careful reading, you have gained some understanding and have comprehended the skill, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest LV1, passive, skill description. Your years as a beast tamer have given you a deeper understanding of nature. In the animal kingdom, it's survival of the fittest, a natural law of selection. With your ability to draw parallels, you can enhance your own attributes by observing the ways in which animals survive and thrive. This is limited to strength, agility, endurance, charm, and insight, and allows for a 1-point increase to the cap of each, not to be granted again. A passive skill that enhances one's own attributes? Shenluen was somewhat surprised. Such skills are quite rare, and though the attributes they enhance are limited, the benefits are permanent. After all, one must be strong oneself. Panel attributes are the foundation of strength. He was very satisfied with the skill. Chen Luan allocated 4 skill points to it, pumping them in instantly to max it out. Survival of the fittest LVMAX, passive, skill description. Limited to strength, agility, endurance, charm, and insight, with each cap increased by 5 points, not to be granted again. 5 attributes, each can be raised by 5 points, adding up to 25 points. This was a considerable number. It was almost like gaining the profits of leveling up 10 levels out of thin air, and it includes 2 special attributes, charm and insight, which cannot be increased with attribute points and are extremely valuable. I've hit the jackpot. Thankfully, the Destiny faction pathway I'm on overlaps with this Nature faction pathway. Chen Luan mused to himself. Theoretically, each sequence could only acquire skills related to its own path through the corresponding supernatural knowledge, but there were exceptions, such as the situation Chen Luan was in now. In his past life, he had vaguely guessed from these phenomena that perhaps each sequence had unknown connections and secrets to one another. Knock, knock, the soft sound of 2 knocks at the door. Chen Luan turned to look, and the old butler Binos was standing at the door. Making an apologetic gesture, "I apologize for interrupting your reading, Mr. Jack. The Viscount invites you to join him for lunch at the dining room. In addition, the Viscount's family and Baron Barney will be going out this afternoon to visit the Verdant Scream Zoo. The Viscount has asked me to inquire if you would like to accompany them." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Chen Luan stood up and stuffed the yellow-covered book he had been holding into a corner of the bookshelf. As his hand left the spine, he couldn't help but stroke it a few times, reluctant to part with it. "This book is amazing. I'll grace it with my presence again next time." He then turned to the door and displayed a polite smile. "Of course, I would be delighted to accompany them. It would be my honor." Chapter 59. Chapter 59. A trip to the zoo. At the luncheon, Baron Barney sipped fine wine, laughing and chatting with Viscount Pompey and his wife. It was evident that the issue with the horse had come to a conclusion. Chen Luan ate in silence, listening to their conversations about amusing incidents within the noble circle, and the latest decisions from the parliament. "Little Rebecca, that horse caused you to fall and hurt your leg, and it almost hit you afterwards. Uncle Barney feels very guilty, so let me apologize to you here." Baron Barney raised his goblet, smiling and nodding to Rebecca, who sat across the table. Rebecca quickly put down her knife and fork, also lifting her own wineglass. "It's okay, Uncle Barney. It wasn't your fault, I was the one who was being playful." After both had drunk the red wine, Viscount Pompey began talking about the afternoon itinerary. "Barney, I heard that the main investor behind the Tweedy Zoo is Earl Bradley?" "Oh, it seems there's nothing that can escape your notice, Pompey." "Yes, Earl Bradley has invested a considerable sum there." Baron Barney, having finished his meal, took the napkin a maid handed him to wipe his mouth and spoke with enthusiasm. "The place is doing well at the moment, so many people visit every day. With so many tickets sold, the return is a handsome amount of gold pounds. It's truly enviable. They've just received 2 new elephants, we could go see them." Rebecca, upon hearing this, showed much interest and immediately started coaxing Mrs. Pompey. Overwhelmed by her pestering, Mrs. Pompey agreed, as if placating a child. After all, the plan was to visit the zoo in the afternoon, and spending extra time to see the elephants was not an issue. "Mr. Jack, you'll come too, won't you?" Rebecca turned to Chen Luan and asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Of course, Miss Rebecca. That would be wonderful." Rebecca seemed very happy, and then, remembering to be more ladylike, she lowered her voice and added, "You'll have to teach me about the animals, just like a lesson." "No problem, consider it an outdoor practical class," Chen Luan replied with a smile. After the luncheon, Butler Binos had the carriage prepared in advance, with Mrs. Pompey and Rebecca in one, and the 3 gentlemen in another. This arrangement made Rebecca pout with dissatisfaction. The carriage left the manor's great gate and traveled down the road. Baron Barney sat across from Chen Luan, looking at the young man and laughing. "Mr. Jack, you are quite accomplished for your age, having diagnosed the precise cause of death of my horse with just a simple examination. Truly worthy of a scholar in this field." However, Viscount Pompey, sitting beside him, revealed a puzzled expression and cast an inquiring look at Chen Luan. "Does the study of nature also include knowledge of veterinary medicine? The situation was urgent yesterday, but in hindsight, it does seem a bit presumptuous." "Mr. Jack? Baron Barney's affection towards you has decreased, he is now in a hostile state." Chen Luan saw the notification and also noticed Viscount Pompey's suspicion. "There's something off about Baron Barney." He thought anxiously, though he kept his expression unchanged. He wondered what Barney and Viscount Pompey had discussed that had allowed the horse incident to blow over, but Chen Luan knew that the horse had consumed food containing superhuman strength, which had caused it to become frenzied. Based on Rebecca's encounter, it was very likely that the attack was specifically targeted at Viscount Pompey's family. However, the superhuman powers that could make a horse act to this extent weren't limited to a single sequence, and Chen Luen could not yet speculate which it might be. The Viscount, I purposely learned about veterinary science in the past for my studies, Chen Luen lied with a straight face. Viscount Pompey nodded, not pursuing the topic any further. Baron Barney, on the other hand, gave him a deep, probing look. After a while, the carriage came to a stop. The group alighted, and not far away stood a grand archway with guardrails extending on both sides. A large sign hung above the gate. Tweedy Zoo. Streams of people came and went as Butler Binos tied the carriage to the post outside and returned after paying for the entrance tickets. He took responsibility for pushing Rebecca's wheelchair, while Mrs. Pompey opened a floral umbrella to shield her daughter from the sun. The group slowly entered the zoo. Mr. Jack, I heard you're from out of town. This trip with us is also a way to show you around the city. Baron Barney laughed heartily. Chen Luen nodded politely to him and then said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Baron. But I believe the most convenient way to understand a city is to find out how its people work, love, and die. I've stayed in the outer city district for a while and I already understand it quite well." Baron Barney's smile stiffened, and he said, "No more, Mr. Jack, so you've actually stayed in the outer city district. Is it fun?" "I've never been there. I want to go see it too, but my parents don't allow it." Rebecca looked at Chen Luen with curiosity. "It's not fun there, Miss Rebecca." Chen Luen said evenly, glancing at Mrs. Pompey beside her, "The life you have now is one those from the outer city district dream of, yet cannot attain." "Is what Mr. Jack saying true, Mom?" Rebecca turned her head to Mrs. Pompey for confirmation. Mrs. Pompey nodded. "Yes, Rebecca, there are many bad people in the outer city district. They do evil things all day long just to move to the inner city district. Do you remember the son of Congressman Lawson? That young man was killed by someone from the outer city district." Rebecca was successfully frightened by her mother's words and covered her mouth immediately. She looked at Chen Luen, her gaze once again filled with familiar admiration. Mr. Jack is so amazing. The bad people of the outer city district can't do anything to him. Kelly, don't talk about these things with Rebecca. Viscount Pompey and Baron Barney, walking ahead, turned back and instructed his wife. Mrs. Pompey patted Rebecca on the shoulder and teasingly said, "Our dear Viscount is very concerned about you, Rebecca." The group saw many animals along the way. To Chen Luen, these were not anything exotic, but here, only residents of the inner city district have the financial resources and time to visit often. The cost of a ticket isn't much, but to the poor, it's half a month's expenses. Mr. Jack, are those two gorillas kissing? Are they a couple? Rebecca pointed at a large cage, where two black gorillas were embracing, and asked curiously, No. Chen Luen glanced over and explained to Rebecca, "They're both males. They just fought over mating and are now comforting each other. Kissing for them has a reconciling meaning, much like how we shake hands." Ah! Rebecca was somewhat surprised. The others also heard Chen Luen's explanation and were surprised by it. But remembering Chen Luen's identity, they silently chose to believe this explanation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only, such as The Charm of Authority. You have witnessed the courtship process of the gorillas. Survival of the fittest LVMAX, passive, is activated. Strength +1, agility +1, charm +1. Chen Luen was slightly taken aback, not expecting the skill activation criteria to be so simple. He looked around, suddenly filled with anticipation. Chapter 60. Beast Tamer makes an appearance along the way. Chen Luen followed Viscount Pompey and his group as they toured the zoo. Whatever they visited, he observed, whenever something interesting came up, Rebecca would ask him like a curious child, and Chen Luen would always explain on the spot. The Viscount Pompey couple felt fortunate that this knowledgeable family tutor could join them, adding more significance to this trip. For the most part, the visit didn't trigger the survival of the fittest passive skill. It was only when animals were seen eating or courting that Chen Luen actually received the corresponding attribute points. Even so, by the end of the round, the attributes he could collect were fairly substantial. Just then, Chen Luen suddenly noticed Baron Barney, who was walking ahead, slightly moving his hand behind his back. The motion was natural and didn't attract attention. But Chen Luen squinted his eyes. He slightly tilted his head and scanned the surrounding crowd. A young man selling ice cream from a small cart seemed to lower his cap brim because of the glaring sun. In a large iron cage nearby, a staff member was feeding a lazy tiger. Two women were distributing circus flyers, vigorously promoting the evening show. Everything seemed normal. "Oh, Pompey, excuse me for a moment, I drank too much at lunch," Baron Barney said to Viscount Pompey. The Viscount nodded in understanding and then asked everyone to wait under the shade of trees for Baron Barney's returned. Chen Luen frowned as he watched Baron Barney's departing figure. At that moment, a disturbance arose from the crowds around, followed by tourists up ahead turning around and running frantically. They screamed, panicked, as if they had seen something terrifying. Seeing this, Viscount Pompey's family also grew nervous. What happened? Binos? Viscount Pompey asked, frowning. The old butler Binos stared at the crowd for a few seconds and shook his head. There are too many people, I can't see clearly. Your Excellency, should we leave now? It might become dangerous here. Viscount Pompey glanced in the direction Baron Barney had left, then looked at his wife and daughter. Let's not panic, everyone, let's wait a little longer. Barney hasn't come back yet, and I'm worried he doesn't know the situation. Boom! A trumpeting sound, accompanied by the trembling of the ground. Behind the crowd, two massive beast shadows appeared. They were two frenzied elephants. They charged toward the crowd, causing injuries to many bystanders in their path. Your Excellency the Viscount, let's hurry up and go. Binos urged anxiously. Damn it. How could this happen? Let's go. Viscount Pompey bit his lip, directing everyone to avoid the crowd and leave along the side under the shade of the trees. Clang! Suddenly, an ice cream cart came crashing sideways, blocking the path of Viscount Pompey and his group. Of the crowd was startled, and Lady Pompey let out a brief scream. The young man wearing the cap took off running, disappearing into the crowd. All around was chaos and noise. Seeing the path blocked, Rebecca clutched the corner of Chen Luen's clothing in fear. Don't be afraid, Miss Rebecca, Chen Luen said softly. Rebecca nodded, a bit reassured. Roar. A loud roar and a conspicuous yellow-brown fierce beast broke out of its cage. Don't panic, everyone. This way. The two women distributing flyers yelled loudly. Panic spread as they pushed through the crowd, intentionally squeezing refugees to one side, seemingly helping to evacuate. They actually split the crowd, completely blocking the escape route for Pompey's family. The tiger that had escaped its cage, drooling, charged violently toward the group with the Viscount. Watch out. Barney. Viscount Pompey's heart skipped a beat, instinctively calling out to the old butler. Barney, old and steady, gradually calmed down after the initial panic. He instantly understood the Viscount's intent, spun Rebecca's wheelchair around, taking the lead to clear the way. However, the old butler, due his age, couldn't push through the crowded throng of people. As the tiger lunged, Barney gritted his teeth and stood in front of Viscount Pompey to protect him. At that critical moment, everyone heard Mr. Jack's voice from behind. Little cat. Come here. Whiz, the sharp whistled. The tiger roared and bypassed the old man trying to risk his life, attacking the dark-haired young man instead. Chen Luen lowered his finger from his lips, dodged to the side, and evaded the tiger's pounced eye. In the blur of their crossing paths, he raised his hand, fingers coming together like a beak plunging into water, and gently pecked at the tiger's flank, quickly withdrawing his hand. The sequence of movements was as quick as lightning, unnoticed by the onlookers. The tiger, failing in its attempt to bite, rolled on the ground, roaring in pain, but unable to rise. On Chen Luen's thigh, the pitch-black gloss on his fingertips slowly faded, returning to normal. Animal mimicry. LVMAX, stork peck, skill description. You have learned the characteristics of a shoebill stork, able to momentarily harden your fingers and deliver explosive damage. This was a new trait Chen Luen had acquired from a rare shoebill stork he encountered during the tour, using his animal mimicry abilities simultaneously. He also obtained another ability characteristic, stork stomach, which gave Chen Luen powerful digestive capabilities. At the same time, Chen Luen pruned away such trash traits as ant-eating and tree climbing, allowing his 10 characteristics to excel in their respective areas, adopting a well-rounded development route to adapt to combat in various situations. This tiger, just like the crazed horse yesterday. Chen Luen took a quick glance at it and thought to himself, the tiger, having lost its sanity, could not be communicated with, so Chen Luen had no choice but to physically subdue it. Mr. Jack. Rebecca exclaimed in alarm. Viscount and Lady Pompey and Barney were all shocked, turning their heads to stare at Chen Luen. They hadn't expected the frail-looking tutor to willingly draw the fierce tiger's attention to protect them. Are you hurt, Mr. Jack? Rebecca wheeled herself over, asking with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Luen shook his head. It didn't catch me, just fell over itself. Seeing the tiger Chen Luen pointed at, writhing on the ground in agony, everyone felt a lingering fear. When ferocious animals are caged, they are merely objects of human entertainment. Once they break free, they transform into fierce beasts of nature, dragging humanity back to the primal fight for survival, where the strong live and the weak perish. Now is not the time for chit-chat, let's get out of here. Chen Luen warned. Viscount Pompey nodded and directed Barney to lead everyone to push through the crowd and escape into the distance. Chen Luen turned around, eyeing two rampaging elephants, pondering briefly. Your Excellency the Viscount,
You go ahead and leave, I'll go back and look for Baron Barney.
Viscount Pompey, concerned for his old friend, nodded as well. Take care, Lord Jack.
We'll wait for you outside.
Show respect to the man who saved his family's life. Viscount Pompey used an honorific. Chen Luen turned and walked back. Under Rebecca's worried gaze, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. He had just received a mission. Trigger D-Class mission. Beast Tamer's debut. Mission description. A zoo riot has erupted at Green Tree Zoo. It's time for you to perform, tame the wild animals and shine on your own stage. Mission rewards, 800 experience points, 70 silver ducats, and 1 low sequence mysterious substance of the Destiny faction. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. The Great Mr. Jack. Actually, the task was just something he took on in passing, because he had already planned to go back and find Baron Barney. The chaos at the zoo and the deadly trap set for the Pompey family today were mostly inseparable from him, and Chen Luen was ready to capture this ringleader for a thorough interrogation. Mommy. In the middle of the street, a little girl cried out, pushing the unconscious woman lying on the ground. Two elephants trumpeted and flung aside everything in their path with their thick trunks. The mother and daughter had been knocked down by the crowd during the turmoil at the zoo, and in trying to protect her daughter, the mother had unfortunately hit her head and fallen into a coma. Roar. In the midst of the thunderous vibration, an elephant had already approached, casting a massive shadow over the little girl. Those at the back of the pack looked back to see this scene and their hearts skipped a beat. They didn't have the courage to go back and save the girl, so with clenched teeth and faces showing compassion, they turned and fled. The elephant lifted its foot, and in the next second, it would stomp the mother and daughter into a pulp. Boom! A tall figure appeared out of nowhere, leaning an elbow against the side of the elephant. The tremendous impact made the elephant stagger, and the earth trembled beneath it. Rhinoceros impact. The little girl's eyes widened as she looked at the figure standing in front of her and her mother, her thoughts coming to a halt. Her face was still streaked with tears, and she wore a blank expression. The next second, she felt herself lifted into the air, cradled in someone's arms. Take care of your mom and don't let the monsters take her away, okay? The girl heard a man's voice and felt a large hand stroke her head. Then she soon realized that she and her mother were inside a small shop, beside several young tourists hiding under the counter, who gave her awkward smiles. Chen Luen returned to the center of the street, blocking the way for the two elephants. Seeing the little guy who had knocked into it, the elephant was particularly enraged and swung its long trunk forward. Bear strike. The white exoskeleton on Chen Luen's elbow vanished. His fingers spread, and a pad appeared in his palm, slapping the elephant's trunk away. Roar. The long trunk swung wildly in the air like a swing broken by a capricious child. Seeing its companion at a loss, the other elephant charged over to relieve it. Chen Luen leaped on the spot, nimbly flipping onto the elephant's back and grabbing its ears, then slapped its forehead with his palm. Bear strike. Strikes again. Boom. The elephant's vision shook immediately, dizzy and disoriented, its front legs collapsing unwillingly onto its knees. Roar. Chen Luen tugged at its ears and made trumpeting sounds close to its ear, trying to communicate with it. These two elephants aren't influenced by supernatural powers, so you could try to convince them. The task specified tame rather than kill, and Chen Luen had also noticed they were merely provoked by humans. He believed that with his professional expertise and high charm attributes, he could complete the physical persuasion. After several minutes of communication, the anger of the two elephants subsided, and they regained their calm. A big part of the reason was that they couldn't beat him. In their feeling of fear and awe, they chose to submit. You have successfully tamed the furious elephants, completing the D-level task, Beast Tamer's entrance. Receive task rewards, 800 experience points, 70 silver ducats and low sequence Destiny faction mysterious substance, *1. Chen Luen didn't pay attention to the prompt for the time being, and had the two elephants stay put. He then headed towards the location where Baron Barney had previously disappeared. What he didn't notice was that in the small shop where the little girl was, among the group of young tourists, a man excitedly picked up the camera on his chest and pressed the shutter several times at his retreating figure. Oh my god. By the sun. He actually subdued two furious elephants all by himself. Chen Luen searched the men's restroom but found no trace of Baron Barney. He went outside and flicked out his tongue to collect Barney's pheromones, but to no avail. This guy is very cunning, he never came here. He probably left straight away. Thinking about it was normal. If he really was the mastermind, he wouldn't stay at the scene to secretly observe unless he was extremely twisted. Chen Luen set this matter aside for the time being and kept it in mind. 10 minutes later, Viscount Pompey's family, anxiously waiting outside the zoo's great gate, saw a tall figure approaching from afar. They hurried forward to meet him. Mr. Jack, are you all right? The Viscount asked. I'm fine, but I haven't found Baron Barney either. Chen Luen shook his head. A hint of regret appeared on Viscount Pompey's face. May the sun bless him, I hope Barney can take care of himself. After a prayer, the Viscount turned to Chen Luen again, looking serious. And Mr. Jack, thank you so much for your actions just now. You are truly a great and noble person. If it weren't for you distracting that tiger, I'm afraid Binos and we. Chen Luen feigned a look of lingering fear and gently waved his hand. Actually, I just acted instinctively at the time, subconsciously believing that my deep research in animals would allow me to control the situation. Fortunately, it tripped over itself, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. In any case, we are very grateful to you, Mr. Jack. Viscount Pompey sincerely thanked Chen Luen, and both Lady Pompey and Binos also gave him grateful looks, especially Rebecca, her eyes brimming with almost overflowing admiration. At the Pompey Manor dinner table, the Viscount took out 50 gold pounds as a token of appreciation, but Chen Luen declined graciously. He joked that he simply wished to take a few books from the study, as knowledge was priceless. The Pompey family was greatly surprised. They hadn't expected anyone to be so indifferent to fame and wealth, solely pursuing knowledge, which commanded their heightened respect. Chen Luen's image once again surged in their minds, becoming that of a scholar both profoundly knowledgeable and bravely fearless. Viscount Pompey declared on the spot that the money must be accepted, and that books from the study were his to take as he wished. Chen Luen gratefully accepted with dignified righteousness. On the way home, he couldn't help but snicker quietly to himself. 50 gold pounds in the bag, and in the study, apart from that yellow-covered book he hadn't finished, he wondered if there was any other supernatural knowledge. This was like Emperor Qin Shi Huang getting a shock from touching an electric wire, a total win. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Stop the carriage. Clattering of the coachman pulled the carriage over to the side of the road. Chen Luen lifted the curtain and stepped down while the coachman looked at him with a puzzled face. Sir? Stay here and don't move, wait for my return. Chen Luen surveyed his surroundings and then dashed off in one direction with a stern face. During the day at the zoo, he had improved his insight by 4 points using survival of the fittest and had suddenly felt a whiff of danger while he was in the carriage just now. His sixth sense told him that someone was watching him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Who could it be? Chen Luen flitted under lampless shade, moving only within the shadows each time. The sense of imminent danger was not strong, but it was there, faint yet perceptible, like being targeted by a gun. Bang! A gunshot pierced the quiet night. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Who was trying to frame me? The bullet hit the trunk of the tree, splintering wood chips. In his line of sight, the tall figure disappeared into the shadows. Damn it! Hiding behind a building, the assassin cursed. In a nearby corner, another masked man urged, hurry up and find him. Finish the job within 30 seconds. The patrolling guards will be here any minute. Got it. The assassin replied impatiently, about to change positions when a large hand suddenly grabbed his protruding head. Crack! The strength in the hand was immense, and the man realized he couldn't break free. Looking up, he saw the unexpressive face of his assassination target. The other man's face was hidden in backlight, leaving only a pair of cold vertical pupils. The assassin made a snap decision, withdrawing the short dagger from his waist and stabbing towards Chen Luen's abdomen. Clang! The expected sensation of the blade piercing flesh didn't come, and the assassin's face turned pale. The sharp dagger seemed to have struck steel, ringing out clearly. That fleeting dark golden sheen was the last color in his vision. Chen Luen shoved the hand holding the assassin's head, then pulled back, his 5 fingers snapping together at the man's throat. Blood-stained fingers wiped across the assassin's collar, and he turned to walk away. Thud! The assassin had just collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. You have killed a member of the Black Knife Brotherhood, gaining 50 experience points. The Black Knife Brotherhood. Who's put a price on my head? Chen Luen sneered. The Black Knife Brotherhood was a notorious assassin organization, similar to the Silver Dragon Trade Association, but all their business involved human lives. Chen Luen had reached the end of the alley. On either side were narrow passageways leading to different streets, but he saw no other suspicious figures. Got away? Lucky you, Chen Luen muttered to himself. He straightened his top hat and turned to leave. As his footsteps faded into the distance, a black-clothed assassin perched atop the wall let out a sigh of relief. He leaped from the wall, rolling on the ground to break his fall. As he raised his head, preparing to retreat, his hair stood on end. He heard a voice by his ear, quite the somersault. Turning his head stiffly, he saw his intended victim quietly standing by his side, smiling at him. Death. The assassin reached for his gun to shoot, but felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Chen Luen kicked his hand, breaking it as it reached inside his coat. He then grabbed the assassin by the neck, lifting him as if he were a little chicken. Who wants my life? A dim glow emanated from the mermaid's song on his chest, trying to hypnotize the assassin. Unexpectedly, the assassin's body stiffened, and he began bleeding black blood from all orifices, dying on the spot. The conspiracy faction's contract. I should have known. Chen Luan casually tossed the corpse to the ground, and scowled in frustration. Trigger sea-level mission, clouds of conspiracy, mission description. It seems you've been drawn into a plot. Someone is targeting Viscount Pompey with a series of murder schemes, and you've inadvertently touched someone's interests. Find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Snuff out the conspiracy and schemes. Mission rewards: 1,500 experience points, 2 gold pounds, Pompey's affection, and a copy of Low Sequence Flesh Faction Mystic Book *1. Find nothing. Chen Luan accepted the mission but had no intention of searching for any mastermind. Although he coveted the Flesh Faction sequence pathway listed in the task reward, Chen Luan had more important matters to attend to and neither had the time nor the inclination to bother with it. Since the task didn't set a time limit, he decided to put it aside for now. The most likely condition for failure would be the death of Viscount Pompey, but as Chen Luan spent most of his days in the manor, he was ready to kill anyone who dared to come after him. Images of Baron Barney flashed through his mind, and the situation mostly likely had something to do with this man. Bring it on, I was worried I wouldn't be able to catch you. The next day, Chen Luan arrived early at Pompey Manor. While Rebecca was still resting, he sneaked into the study to read. The yellow-covered book containing Nature Faction, supernatural knowledge was thin, and Chen Luan took 2 hours to finish reading it. By carefully reading, you have gained 450 experience points. Nature Faction Mystic Book on Survival Instinct, progress 100%, has been completely read. You've additionally gained 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Not bad at all. Chen Luan gave himself a thumbs up and then pocketed the yellow-covered book, planning to take it home after work. Just as he was about to search the study for the next treasure, his interest was interrupted. It was his old friend Binos, who knocked on the door and tactfully reminded him that it was time to go down for lunch. Today's lessons were scheduled in the afternoon, and it was already the time for lunch. During the luncheon, Chen Luan chatted with the Viscount about the Pompey family, indirectly inquiring for some information. Originally, he just wanted to know about some past history, but inadvertently, he learned that Viscount Pompey had an adopted son. Vigry is the son of my comrade in arms. That overseas landing battle was extremely brutal, and my comrade rests forever on that island. His wife remarried afterwards, leaving only Vigry behind, so I adopted him. Viscount Pompey looked melancholic, sipping his drink and reflecting. Vigry is just like his father, wholeheartedly dedicated to the empire, and still actively engaged in military service abroad, seldom returning home. During this, he had butler Binos bring over an album to show Chen Luan a photo. It was a young man with brown short hair, in military dress, and not given to smiling. Chen Luan found him somewhat familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. After the luncheon, Rebecca rolled over excitedly with a newspaper in hand. The wheelchair made a rumbling noise on the floor, scaring Binos, who was ready to come to the rescue at any moment. Mr. Jack, you made the headlines. Chen Luan took the newspaper from her, and following Rebecca's guidance, he found himself featured in a large section, Uproar at the Emerald Scream Zoo. Tiger unleashed. Elephant kills, mysterious young man casts magic to subdue the beasts. Controls the ferocious animals. After reading the title, he saw a photo of himself standing next to 2 elephants, revealing only a blurry profile. Chen Luan frowned. The news report was quite detailed, as if it had witnessed the entire process in person. Moreover, it was highly exaggerated, speculating conspiratorially about Chen Luan's identity and magic. The article failed to mention the injured crowd but instead fabricated a 2-digit death toll, implying the suspicion towards his magic. Although not stated outright, there was an insinuation that he caused the tragedy. The Cypress Leaves Post always comes up with such sensationalist stories, if not tabloids then rumors. Butler Binos, who had finished reading alone, sarcastically expressed his opinion. As if he had thought of something, Viscount Pompey came over and whispered to Chen Luan to read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only this newspaper, just like the zoo, is owned by Earl Bradley. The negative impact of the zoo incident is too great. They probably want to find someone to shift the attention. You may be approached by a special department in the coming days, Mr. Jack. He patted Chen Luan's shoulder. But don't worry, I'll handle them for you. However, it would be best for you to stay in the manor for the time being. I'm concerned they might use some methods against you. Chapter 63, Planning Small Manor, room on the 3rd floor. Chen Luan sat by the window, looking down at his own arm, gurgling. Beneath the skin covered in dark golden scales, his muscles slowly writhed, his entire arm snaking around. The serpent's head rose, revealing two fangs glowing with a faint green luster. Those were two of Chen Luwen's fingers, the serpentine incarnation, snake's kiss, and carp armor. Is it already the limit to exert three attributes at the same time? This is still because they are relatively compatible with each other, otherwise such an effect would not be achieved. Chen Luen dispelled the changes on his arm and began to think and analyze. Since becoming a transcendent, he hadn't systematically planned his power system. After his trip to the zoo, he had gained quite a few new attributes. After sorting and picking, the 10 memory slots left by animal mimicry contained only those he felt were of special value. He intended to make sensible arrangements for himself, allowing his powers to be utilized to a more perfect effect. Molting, serpent senses, scorpion tail needle, stork stomach, stork peck, rhinoceros impact, and bear strike, plus the previous 3 made a total of 10. The former ultrasonic wave he had also eliminated, as its slight controlling effect overlapped with the hypnosis necklace, and was even far inferior. It's a pity that even after obtaining flying attributes, I still can't fly at all. Chen Luen sighed inwardly. This was the limitation of Sequence 9, something he couldn't change through human effort. Perhaps after he advanced to Sequence 8, he could try again. An ascension in Sequence not only brings new transcendent powers but can also cover the prior Sequence abilities and lift their upper limits. I'll try then to integrate the 10 attributes into one, which will most likely produce a qualitative change. Chen Luen felt that it was feasible and was filled with anticipation. He then looked at the equipment laid out on the table, the 3 mysterious objects he currently possessed: a necklace, a hand crossbow, and a badge, ignoring the word damaged, neatly one each from B, C, and D, with the 16 attribute points stored in the panel. I'm about as close as I can be to the limit of Sequence 9, and against a transcendent of 1 sequence higher than me, it's not impossible to put up a fight. Chen Luen rested his chin on his hand and mused, wearing the Dragon King's characteristic Nike smile. Underestimating me would be a lese majesty, and I'd flip them on the spot. Mr. Jack, it's time to eat. Connie's call came from outside the room, and Chen Luen switched his face like a Sichuan opera performer, reverting to normal. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. He packed up the items on the table and got up to leave. Floey, as usual, had cooked a hearty lunch, not only delicious but also filling, generous in portion. But Chen Luen was no longer a simpleton. With stork stomach and surging badge doubling up, he ate all that came without refusal, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, there was no fish, which he disliked, making the meal exceptionally comfortable. Lately, Connie hadn't been going to school, busying herself in the Manor's warehouse, her appetite quite large as well. The two of them cleared the food on the table, and Floey nodded repeatedly, a look of satisfaction and contentment on her face. Chen Luen was thinking of ways to help Connie get in touch with the Iris Academy, planning to send her there for further study. It would be a good time to find Mrs. Ulysses, a professor there. The mermaid song hypnosis must have worn off by now, but subconsciously, there should still be an impression and fondness for Chen Luen, only needing another round of hypnosis. When the time comes, by the way, Floey, I'll be moving to Pompey Manor for a while tomorrow. After lunch, Chen Luen said as he sipped tea, although he was not afraid of the so-called special department investigations. Since Viscount Pompey had invited him, he was naturally willing to stay at the manor for a while, which was also more conducive to his search for Philip's legacy. Floey was slightly taken aback, while Connie's face showed a curious and gossipy look. Mr. Jack, that Viscount's manor must be very large, right? And since you're employed as that Viscount's daughter's tutor, could there be any sparks of love? After saying this, Connie immediately realized she sounded like one of those gossiping ladies from the outer city district, not very ladylike at all. No, I didn't mean that. Her face turned red as she embarrassingly muttered about boiling a kettle of water, then got up and slipped away. Floey silently cleaned up the dinner plates, and after a while, an ethereal voice softly said, "Can I move over and live with you? Connie is busy every day, and I'm a bit bored alone." Chen Luen thought for a moment. In a couple of days, when Connie went to the academy, leaving Floey alone here would indeed be dangerous. Someone had secretly commissioned an assassin from the Black Knife Brotherhood, and it was uncertain whether they would find his small manor. Of course, you can. Then come with me tomorrow. He nodded and said. A smile appeared on Floey's face. In a corner of the inner city district, there was an art studio. The great gate was pushed open, and Baron Barney strode in with a grim face. The empty studio held only a young man, who was back to him and immersed in painting. The walls were covered with bizarre oil paintings, and the area around was scattered with paints and canvases, chaotic with an artistic atmosphere. But Baron Barney clearly had no interest in appreciating the art. He walked up behind the young man and said in a deep voice, "Vigri, something's gone wrong." The Pompey family didn't die. The young man's painting brush paused, then he continued painting without interruption. Baron Barney furrowed his eyebrows and took a deep breath. I need your help now, Vigri. A transcendent has come to the Pompeys, and he's after me. I have to hide and can't show up for the time being. The young man set down his paintbrush and sighed. How many times have I told you not to call me by that name? He slowly turned around, looking at Baron Barney expressionlessly. His brown curly hair fell over his forehead, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. All right. Mr. Dolly, can you help me now? Baron Barney made a helpless gesture and leaned in to ask. The young man turned back to his easel, picked up the paintbrush, and outlined a golden-haired girl on the canvas. No veins popped on Baron Barney's forehead. Dolly, this is a task assigned to us by the oil paint baron. If you stand by, we will both suffer when the time comes. I know, but don't trouble me because of your incompetence. The young man pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating over his painting. He dabbed some blue paint and added radiance to the golden-haired girl's eyes, ultimately giving her the appearance of Rebecca. I have more important things to finish. What things? Baron Barney knitted his brows, feeling irritable. None of your concern, Dolly. The young man ripped the canvas off the easel, and Rebecca was severed in two. He got up, shaking his head. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. This is terrible, absolutely terrible, not even 1% as good as the oil paint baron. Do you think I lack talent in painting, Barney? Looking at the young man talking to himself, Baron Barney took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, how much time do you need? Give me another week. Once I'm done with my business, I'll come to assist you. Fine. Chapter 64, Who moved my inheritance, thanks and adding more. The next day, Chen Luen brought a few sets of clothes to change into, and together with Chloe, they took a carriage to Pompey Manor. He greeted the Viscount and explained that his blind sister had no one to look after her at home, requesting to stay at the manor together. As Chen Luen expected, Viscount Pompey was surprised but immediately nodded in agreement. Mr. Jack, so you have a sister that needs care, if I may be so bold. I have yet to meet anyone in the inner city district who surpasses you in character and morality. Viscount Pompey praised. Then he called for Butler Binos, instructing him to arrange accommodations for Chen Luen and Chloe. Since Mr. Jack is willing to trust me, please feel at ease living in the manor and treat this place as your own home. Chen Luen took off his hat and bowed with his hand on his chest. Thank you, Viscount Pompey. Chloe stood by his side, quiet as a beautiful doll that could not speak, and followed Chen Luen in bending the knee to the Viscount. Binos led Chen Luen and Chloe to the backyard, where there were several unoccupied villas. Chen Luen had no particular requirements for his surroundings. After all, he was only staying temporarily for a couple of days to search for Philip's legacy. More conveniently, however, the environment of Pompey Manor was very good, arguably the best in the inner city district. In the backyard, there were several large trees with robust growth, with one tree even featuring a swing hanging from its branches, decorated with woven flowers on its ropes. Seeing it, Chen Luen thought of Rebecca. Perhaps she used to play here as a child. Here we are, Mr. Jack. You and Miss Chloe may select any room you like here. Each has an en-suite bathroom. If you need anything, you can call for the maids or come find me, Binos said. He bowed slightly, then withdrew. Chen Luen and Chloe had just put down their luggage and had not yet started to unpack when they heard shouting from downstairs. Mr. Jack. Chen Luen went downstairs and saw Rebecca sitting in a wheelchair, her face flushed as she looked up at him. I heard from father you moved in. She stopped midway when she saw the young girl who came with Chen Luen, and her expression changed slightly. Is this your wife? Rebecca asked cautiously. Chen Luen couldn't help but smile, and Chloe spoke from his side. I'm his sister, Chloe. Ah. So you are Miss Chloe. Nice to meet you. I am Mr. Jack's student. You can call me Rebecca. Rebecca said, with a hint of joy in her eyes. So it's just his sister. I still have a chance. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she reached out her hand to Chloe. Miss Chloe, you are very beautiful. No wonder you are Mr. Jack's sister. After she finished complimenting, Rebecca noticed the black silk covering Chloe's eyes and realized that she was blind, which made Rebecca awkwardly think of retracting her hand, but to her surprise, Chloe gently took her hand. You are very beautiful too, Miss Rebecca. Rebecca's expression turned strange. Chloe's voice was truly pleasant to hear, but since she was clearly blind, was she flattering her by saying she was pretty? However, Rebecca couldn't say those words out loud, it would be too impolite. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Chloe. After exchanging a few more words, Rebecca suddenly remembered something and looked apologetically at Chen Luen. Did I disturb you, Mr. Jack? You haven't even unpacked your luggage, have you? It's okay, it's just 2 sets of clothes, Chen Luwen said. He sensed something and glanced past Rebecca towards the door, seeing a flash of green. I plan to go out and take a walk in the backyard, Miss Rebecca. Chen Luwen said apologetically, Ah. Please feel free, Mr. Jack. Rebecca immediately turned her head to look at Flowey. I think we have a lot to talk about, Miss Flowey, can I befriend you? Of course, Miss Rebecca. Flowey said. Rebecca looked pleased, carefully taking Flowey's hand, which stiffened slightly but did not pull away. Mr. Jack, I would like to chat with Miss Flowey here for a while, is that okay? Chen Luwen glanced at Flowey, saw her keeping a smile without resistance, and then nodded his head and walked towards the door. After Chen Luwen's figure disappeared at the doorway, Rebecca silently sized up Flowey. She had to admit that the other's appearance and temperament were fantastic, surpassing her own in certain respects. Rebecca suppressed the slight envy and jealousy rising in her heart and asked softly, Miss Flowey, do you know what kind of food Mr. Jack usually likes? Flowey smiled, her ethereal voice softly saying a fish. Hiss hiss, a small emerald green poisonous snake flicked its tongue, crawling onto Chen Luwen's hand. He casually sat on a swing, receiving the information it had gathered these past few days. A moment later, Chen Luwen frowned, looking at the little snake on his hand. Are you sure? The snake looked up at Chen Luwen, silently flicking its tongue. After a long silence, Chen Luwen's heart sank. According to the information conveyed by the snake, it had thoroughly scouted the backyard of Pompey Manor, but found no trace of any underground space. Could there be an oversight? Chen Luwen thought to himself. He did not want to miss this opportunity because he very much needed it at this stage. From the descriptions in Philip's diary, it can be roughly inferred that Philip had likely transcended the low sequence before his death, because his opponent was very likely a mid-sequence transcendent from the Earth faction, and facing such an enemy, Philip must have been at least a sequence 7 presence. After all, the disparity between low sequence and mid-sequence in terms of strength is vast. Without a qualitative leap, Philip could not have lasted that long, and therefore, Philip's legacy is extremely valuable, equivalent to the belongings of a mid-sequence transcendent, and he was also from the same sequence path as Chen Luwen, which would be of extraordinary help to him. Let's keep looking, can't just give up like this. Chen Luwen released the snake, then summoned a few mice, asking them to help search the manor for any signs. Since he was staying here for the next few days, if there were any clues, he could take the items at the first opportunity. Chen Luwen speculated about Philip's legacy. If Philip had written the last entry in his diary just before his death, then it meant his body would also be here, ultimately releasing his spirituality, which would turn into mysterious objects. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Chen Luwen was very eager to get his hands on this mysterious object and also hoped to acquire the supernatural knowledge required to advance to sequence 8. In my previous life, I never heard of a player obtaining this opportunity. Could it have been unintentionally obtained by an NPC? Chen Luwen suddenly thought of Viscount Pompey's ring, a mysterious object. Could it be that the Viscount accidentally discovered this legacy and then claimed its contents for himself? He thought to himself, planning to search in the Viscount's villa. Perhaps there he would find something. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Cats and Fish. Meow. A faint meow sounded in the back courtyard of the manor. Chen Luwen looked towards the sound and saw a small white kitten hiding under a tree, calling out. It seemed somewhat malnourished. Shivering, Chen Luwen walked over and gently picked it up. Looking into the kitten's amber-colored eyes, he felt a hint of longing and pleading. From its weak cries, he gathered some intermittent, fragmented information. This was a stray cat's kitten, struggling to survive the hardships of life, abandoned by its mother. Starving and cold, it had sneaked through a gap in the manor's fence and, upon seeing Chen Luwen, inexplicably took a great liking to this human, wanting to stay close to him and depend on him. Lucky you, I was just about to go grab something to eat. Chen Luwen stuffed it into his pocket and turned to leave. Afternoon. After finishing teaching Rebecca, Chen Luwen burrowed into the villa's study to continue his treasure hunt. Binos the butler had specially instructed the maid to prepare a bowl of milk for the little white kitten. After eating and drinking its fill, it perked up and jumped around on Chen Luwen's desk. Did you complete the task I gave you? Chen Luwen's gaze shifted from the book in his hand to the little creature beside him. The little white kitten tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unaware of what he was talking about. Well, you're too young to be a spy, that would be too much to ask of you. Chen Luwen smirked. He had originally wanted the little white kitten to scout around the villa and confirm whether Viscount Pompey had already obtained Philip's legacy, but clearly, it was too young to understand such complex instructions. Go play then. He stood up and continued to search through books. There were many books in the study, but with Chen Luwen's efficient searching, more than half had already been gone through. As evening approached, he still had not found anything. Looking at the last wall of books remaining, Shenluen sighed internally. Supernatural knowledge is indeed rare, even in the Viscount's study. I've only found one piece so far. At that moment, as usual, Binos knocked on the door, informing him that dinner time had arrived. Shenluen put down the book in his hand and left with the little white kitten. At the dining table, Mr. Jack, I specifically instructed the cook to prepare a dish for you, he. Rebecca said. She turned her head to look eagerly at Shenluen. Her cheeks flushed. She had initially planned to keep it secret and wait until Mr. Jack saw his favorite dish before reminding him, then make an impression on him, but Rebecca couldn't hold it in. Oh? I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, Miss Rebecca. Shenluen smiled. Rebecca's heart leaped with joy, and she hurriedly signaled the maid to lift the lid. Mr. Jack, this is a fine black cod, Binos added from the side. He knew Miss Rebecca's intentions and gave her his support. Oh, I really like it. Thank you so much, Miss Rebecca, you are truly a thoughtful lady. Shenluen cut a tiny piece of fish, forked it into his mouth, and chewed, showing an expression of enjoyment. In reality, he swallowed it directly. Rebecca was overjoyed and cast a grateful glance at Flowey sitting next to Shenluen. If it weren't for Miss Flowey, she wouldn't have known that Mr. Jack liked fish. She was grateful that Flowey had shared this secret, which had earned her praise from Mr. Jack. Come on, Rebecca, you must deepen your relationship with Miss Flowey and win over Mr. Jack eventually. Flowey slightly turned her head, sensing Shenluen's bitter emotions, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Mr. Jack, please eat, it will affect the taste if it gets cold, Rebecca urged. Ah, of course. Shenluen sensed trouble, his finger hooked slightly under the table, emitting a faint light. Meow. The little white cat leapt up, jumped onto the table, and then snatched the fish from the plate. The action was done in one fluid motion, completely ignoring everyone else. Rebecca was stunned, as were the Binos butler and Viscount and Viscountess Pompeia. It seems that Miss Rebecca's kindness is irresistible even to a little kitten, Shenluen chuckled, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Hearing this, Rebecca's sullen mood slightly improved, though she secretly regretted it. Time quickly passed. A week. A sensational piece of news spread through the entire Amber City. A Congressman Daniel was assassinated. Countless residents were outraged. A good man who dared to speak up for and act on behalf of the common people was brutally murdered. Protest. The security office of Amber City is ineffectual. It must be Congressman Daniel's proposals and stances that touch the interests of the nobles. They must have sent someone to assassinate His Excellency. The murderer must be severely punished. A large number of residents holding signs paraded on the streets like a dragon. There were also many workers who even went on strike, wearing dirty uniforms, joining the ranks and shouting themselves hoarse. However, such situations mostly occurred in the outer city district. The inner city district remained serene, and although the death of Congressman Daniel was shocking, it merely startled the elites, with many middle-class individuals actually clapping in approval. There had recently been an incident at the Garden Hotel, where Congressman Lawson's son died, and now there had been an assassination, leading to the death of Congressman Daniel. The elites felt insecure, so they covertly pressured the security office, hoping to improve the safety of the inner city district. Each year, a hefty amount of taxes maintained the police and guards. How could they allow these high-ranking individuals to live in constant fear? Only a few elites, through the channels of the special department in the shelter, came to know some undisclosed secrets. They breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously making statements, as long as it did not concern them. They were actually safe. Outer City District, Low Tide Floral Bird Tavern. Today, the place was unusually empty, without a single customer. The heavily made-up landlady leaned against the corner, her eyes wide open, blood spilling from her mouth, with a large hole torn through her chest and abdomen. Clearly, she had been killed. In the backyard, the ground was covered with bodies, all members of the Iron Fist gang. A brown-haired young man stood erect at the building's entrance. At his feet knelt a headless corpse, burly in stature. The headless corpse's neck wound was jagged, as if a beast had bitten off the head. Sir, I don't know. I really don't know that person's identity. A member of the Iron Fist gang cowered before the young man. Terrified, this unfamiliar man barged in, started slaughtering without a word. Even Gary the boss was killed by him in one move. It was just a fleeting glimpse. It seemed the stranger merely made a gesture, and Gary's head vanished. Fear spread in his heart. He dared not lie, spilling everything he knew. So, it was this person who killed Daniel's butler and took some of the craftsmen. The young man muttered to himself, looking forward. After killing Daniel, the oil paint Viscount had him take over Daniel's unfinished business, so Vigri came to Low Tide. He shifted his gaze down to the headless corpse at his feet. Control the gang leader. Scout out news about Viscount Pompey and Dolly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only it seems the transcendent within Pompey Manor is indeed him. The young man's face showed contemplation and murderous intent. When was I exposed? It shouldn't be. Could it be divination-type supernatural methods? He pondered for a moment, then decided to make a trip back to Pompey Manor. Everything there was already considered his possession. No matter who this unknown enemy was, they were not allowed to covet it. Chapter 66. Unexplained hostility. Boom! A ball of flame enveloped in black smoke slammed against the steel plate, instantly blackening it as the scorching air wave pushed outward in all directions. Boom! Another flame followed, this time condensed into a basketball-sized fireball, which with a thud smashed onto the steel plate, sticking to it like a persistent maggot and burning incessantly. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the flames extinguished, and the steel plate was burned red-hot, leaving behind some pits and melted traces on its surface. Well done, Connie. Chen Luan looked at the mechanical glove he was wearing and sincerely praised her. Connie's originally nervous expression instantly turned into joy. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Jack. This is the first prototype I made based on the drawings. I thought it had failed. The entrance of the small Manners warehouse, Chen Luan and Connie were testing the newly produced weapon. It looked slightly different from the previous Mad Hand, with more patterns on the surface, and under the reinforced glass, many precise gears and some small mechanical devices could be seen. Unnamed, mechanical glove, item description, a weapon made by a highly talented craftsman, imitating from a painting with mysterious objects. It can spray flames, or in high power mode, shoot high temperature fireballs. Paired with special synthetic fuel, it can adhere to targets, causing continuous burning damage. Flip a hand for stunning sparkles, cover a hand to annihilate. No, it's very successful, Connie. Chen Luan smiled, took off the glove, and handed it back to Connie. Since it's your creation, you should name it. Connie seemed surprised, then with a bit of excitement said to Mr. Jack, let's call it Connie Number 1. Those famous creations in history are named after their creators. I also wish. While speaking, Connie became somewhat embarrassed and her voice lowered. Chen Luan couldn't help but smile. He nodded, agreeing to the new glove's name. Although it wasn't very elegant, it was a great respect to Connie. Connie Number 1, mechanical glove, very good. Connie, take this money, it's the reward you deserve. Chen Luan took out a small pouch containing a dozen gold pounds. Connie tried to refuse, but it was firmly placed in her palm. Your efforts and hard work should not be erased, Connie. Chen Luan smiled at her, then said, I have already made arrangements with the Iris Academy. In a few days, you will be able to go there to study. When you find the time, arrange for the craftsman to continue producing Connie Number 1. Also, we need to produce some blunderbusses and ammunition. Chen Luan instructed her and left the small manor. Connie looked at his retreating figure, her hands tightly clutching the money pouch. Moved, don't worry, I won't let you down, Mr. Jack. Walking along the road, Chen Luan noticed that there were more patrol officers than usual. It was due to the death of Senator Daniel. Chen Luan's face was grim with thought. Things seemed to be heading in an unexpected direction, one he hadn't anticipated. Daniel, who should have died 2 years later, was assassinated ahead of time. Who was the assassin? Was it still Big Appetite Dolly? What had caused this butterfly effect to occur? Had he unwittingly flapped his wings, lacking too many pieces of the clue puzzle? Chen Luan found it difficult to deduce the whole picture at the moment, but he knew that this matter had something to do with the Iron Fist gang. He remembered what Daniel's butler, Fedman, had said just before his death. Perhaps it was because of him that the control of the mastermind over the Iron Fist gang and those craftsmen was severed, thereby affecting a series of subsequent events. After all, it was related to the biggest matter he had been involved with concerning Senator Daniel. We'll face the soldiers as they come, and the flood as it rises. Chen Luan let out a breath. From his decision to save Flowey, it was clear that Chen Luan was not afraid of the butterfly effect. Clutching to an all-knowing advantage for the sake of keeping the plot on track was a coward's act. Having crossed into this world, he had chosen to follow his heart, so he must press forward fearlessly. Chen Luan could benefit from his knowledge of the plot and was not afraid of the world line shifting due to his intervention, because he believed in himself. Today Rebecca didn't want to go to classes. She nagged her parents for a long time and finally convinced them to let her take a day off of the backyard lawn of the manor. Rebecca sat on a swing, gazing at Mr. Jack, who was reading nearby. Flowey was playing with a kitten at the table, their occasional light laughter mingling with the cat's interactions of the bright yet not dazzling sunlight poured down, creating a relaxed scene in the manor. By diligently reading, you have gained 195 experience points. Constellation Faction Mystic Book. Please observe patiently. Progress 100% has been thoroughly read through. You have gained an additional skill point and a tribute point. Chen Luan exhaled and set down the book in his hands. It was the second book containing supernatural knowledge he had found through a comprehensive search in the study these days. Although he had not found any evidence of Viscount Pompey obtaining Philip's legacy, the acquisition of supernatural knowledge had alleviated some of his frustration. The only two pieces of supernatural knowledge in the study I've already reaped the benefits from. Shenluen felt secretly pleased. Apart from experience points, skill points, and attribute points, he had gained a new sequence pathway, the Constellation faction, Sequence 9, a hunter. Counting the supernatural knowledge in his possession, he unknowingly had accumulated 4 pieces: Constellation, Earth, Nature, and Destiny. 2 sequences of the 7 true gods and 2 hidden sequence pathways offered more choices for the players when the time came, Shenluen thought. When other players desperately sought the path to transcendence, those who encountered him would agonize over which to choose. He was really looking forward to such a scene. Miss Rebecca, Master Vigri has returned. The Viscount requests your presence. Butler Binos approached the backyard, bowed to Shenluen's Floey, and then turned to Rebecca. I understand, Mr. Butler, Rebecca said. She declined Binos' offer and, looking at Shenluen, inquired expectantly, Mr. Jack, could you push me there? It would be my pleasure, Miss Rebecca. Shenluen packed up the book, walked over, and gently lifted Rebecca into the wheelchair. Mr. Jack is so strong. His embrace is also very warm. Rebecca looked ecstatic, while Floey walked up holding a white cat, its tail accidentally brushing Rebecca's face. Achoo! Rebecca sneezed and immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Oh, heavens! Mother Moon above, I just behaved so impolitely in front of him. How embarrassing. Mr. Jack surely won't laugh at me, will he? Well, the anticipated laughter didn't come, and Rebecca felt the wheelchair begin to move. Turning her head to sneak a peek, she saw Miss Floey giving her an apologetic expression. Everyone arrived at the Viscount's villa. Upon entering the hall, Shenluen saw Viscount Pompey and his wife chatting on the sofa with a young man. Rebecca, aren't you going to greet your brother? The young man with brown hair stood up and smiled at Rebecca. Brother Vigri, Rebecca said. The young man turned to Shenluen and extended his hand. You must be Miss Rebecca's tutor, Mr. Jack, right? I've heard about you from my father. Thank you for your guidance to Rebecca and for your help at the Tiri Zoo. Shenluen shook hands with him, his gaze sharpening momentarily, yet he then smiled politely as usual. It's what I ought to do, Mr. Vigri. After the two sat down, Viscount Pompey introduced, as I mentioned before, this is my foster son, Vigri. He is on a routine leave, so he came to visit. The young man smiled and nodded at Shenluen, but a warning light lit up in Shenluen's mind the moment they shook hands. He received a prompt: Vigri's affection towards you has decreased, he is now hostile. Moreover, he sensed a strong threat emanating from this young man. He is a transcendent. The young man with brown hair scrutinized Shenluen, thinking to himself as well. He sneered inwardly. It's you. Then, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only this return. He distinctly felt that Viscount Pompey and his wife were far less enthusiastic about him than before, and even Rebecca seemed a bit distant. This made him angry, as if something of his had been taken away by someone else. Mr. Jack is currently staying at the estate, right? Vigri revealed a smile. After dinner, I will visit you, to seek some advice on literary matters. Chapter 67, Midnight Skirmish Night. The first floor hall of the backyard villa. Shenluen and Vigri sat opposite each other at the long table. Floey had gone back to her room early to rest, and now only the two of them were in the hall. Mr. Jack, I heard you're a scholar from out of town? Vigri poured himself a glass of strong liquor. The orange glow from the electric light passed through the ice in the glass, merging with the amber color of the alcohol, distorting the young man's face. Yes, Mr. Vigri. I come from an inconspicuous small city in Rock State. Shenluen picked up his glass and took a sip of milk. Didn't you want to talk to me about literary matters? Vigri didn't respond to him and glanced at the milk in his hand, chuckling softly. Mr. Jack's preferences are quite unique. Drinking milk at night helps with sleep. I suggest you try it, just one glass, and you're guaranteed to sleep better than a baby. Shenluen gulped it down and let out a milk burp. Veins popped on Vigri's forehead, and his voice turned colder. Jack, I won't beat around the bush with you. The mystery circle of Amber City is not something an outsider can get involved in. Shenluen wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. In a nutshell, the other party's words meant that the waters of Amber City were too deep for him to fathom, but Shenluen didn't take the other's threats seriously. Since he wanted to quickly increase his strength, it was inevitable that he would get involved in some struggles. If possible, he would also like to lay low in one place like the supreme sword deity of a small town, but there was no time to allow for that. Whether it was Floey's death countdown, the arrival of the 1.0 version public beta players, or even the later ravaging of the Empire by the Red Apple Church, if these things were left unchecked, then Shenluen's destiny would gradually slip out of his control. He didn't like the feeling of losing control, and it was too cowardly to hesitate and hold back. Lewin looked at the indifferent young man and thought it was a pity. If only he had the scout function that came with the player panel. Although he couldn't get comprehensive and specific information, he could know some basic details about the other party to make judgments. Let me remind you again, Jack. Pompey Manor in Outer City District's sewer beach craftsman are Sir Oil paints things. In Amber City, no one can touch his stuff, not the church, not the shelter. Vigri said in a cold voice, why not? Chen Lewin retorted with a polite smile, this Sir Oil paint you mentioned, is he a saint? Or an angel? Saints and angels are titles of respect for high-sequence transcendence. Saints have transcended the mortal shell and even all life on earth. They are neither human nor ordinary transcendence. They have stepped into the category of mythical creatures. Angels, on the other hand, are beings closer to the end of a sequence. Each sequence path has a countable number of angels. They have another name, a subgods. If Sir Oil paint is such a powerful being, then it's not just Amber City. Even the Sun Royal family of the royal city of Beryl wouldn't dare to offend him lightly. Jack, you're courting death. No sooner had Vigri spoken than he vanished from the chair. The next second, he was propping himself up over the table, pressing down a large hand towards Chen Lewin's head. Bang! Chen Lewin countered with an uppercut, rhinoceros impact. A strong surge of air blasted outwards. The chair Chen Lewin was sitting on instantly disintegrated. Vigri snorted coldly. A large mouthful of sharp teeth appeared in his palm and viciously snapped down. Crack! Squeak! Vigri's eyes narrowed. He saw that on his fist held in his palm, a layer of dark gold scales had grown, and white exoskeletons covered the knuckles. The serrated teeth scraped over, emitting a grating noise. Carp armor. Vigri was surprised that even the large mouth in his palm couldn't chew through this hard bone, so he let go and abandoned the grip. He pushed away Chen Lewin's fist, brought his 5 fingers together to form a blade, and then slashed towards Chen Lewin's neck. A row of sharp teeth emerged along the edge of Vigri's palm, like a meat saw chopping down. Swoosh, a hiss. Chen Lewin dissipated the features on his arm and executed serpentine incarnation, his body twisting to dodge the attack. Vigri's hand turned into a blade, slicing off one side of the solid wood table as it brushed past the corner. With a thud, a loud bang resounded, sawdust and dust filled the air. Suddenly, a gust of air pierced through the dust and struck Vigri fiercely. Bang! Scorpion tail needle. Vigri raised his hand to block Chen Lewin's kick, the great impact causing him to retreat 2 steps. His entire arm started to engorge, muscles bulging and veins protruding as it turned into a red giant arm as if filling with air. Vigri furrowed his brow, spread his hand, and saw the big mouth in his palm writhing uncomfortably. Then he vomited, expelling a pool of black blood. Supernatural toxin? Vigri's complexion turned ugly. Flesh faction sequence 8. Gourmet. From across the debris of tables and chairs, Chen Lewin spoke softly, I thought you could eat anything. Vigri didn't say a word. The transcendent known as Jack was not weak, and Vigri had not gained an advantage. Since his opponent was not a weakling that could be squashed easily, he had no intention of continuing to stubbornly fight without knowing the other's capabilities. He gave Chen Lewin a cold look, flung his arm to restore it to normal. Without another word, he turned and walked out the door. As soon as Vigri's figure disappeared from sight, Chen Lewin exhaled a breath of foul air. He lifted his arm and inspected it, noting a clear bite mark on the back of his hand. A faint pain was also coming from his calf, where his last kick was blocked by Vigri's handblade, inadvertently causing a cut from the counterforce. Fighting above one's level without using my trump card is still somewhat challenging. Chen Lewin sighed inwardly. Although both sides were just probing and did not go all out in the recent exchange, Chen Lewin had more or less gauged his current limits. If he let loose, he was confident he could barely hold his ground against his opponent. But as time went by, he would likely be defeated. After all, the opponent was a sequence higher than him, and the gourmet's abilities were far from limited to what had been seen. It was also possible that the opponent had unknown trump cards. Of course, if Chen Lewin used his trump card, the outcome would remain uncertain. Simultaneously, Chen Lewin also noticed some clues. This Vigri resembles Dali a lot. Based on his memories, the Big Stomach King Dali was a Sequence 8 gourmet, a transcendent who had half-stepped into the Sequence 7 ghoul. If he timed it right, Vigri in 2 years could have reached that stage, but on this alone, Chen Lewin could not be certain, because Dali was a fat man with distorted facial features and ugly appearance. These characteristics Vigri did not possess, but one could not rule out the possibility that he might turn into that due to some accident along the original timeline in the next 2 years. Chen Lewin secretly kept this speculation to himself. Are you okay? A ethereal voice carried from behind him, laced with concern. If Chloe had come down the stairs unnoticed and was standing nearby, she had been startled by the noise of the fight but was unable to assist, which left her feeling dejected. I'm fine, Chen Lewin said with a smile, looking at the disastrous state of the hall. He felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to explain it tomorrow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only was he supposed to tell Viscount Pompey that he had fought with his son, and why was there a corner of the table sliced off, with the two of them fencing in the middle of the night? As Chen Luwen was lost in thought, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Internal test begins. Countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Chapter 68, Internal Testing? Internal Test. Chen Luwen was startled. He suddenly realized he had missed this information, because in his previous life, when he first encountered Era of Mystery, it was already the public beta version 1.0, so he had no recollection of any internal test. Now that he thought about it, there indeed had been a 3-day internal test for players. The flow of time between reality and game was inconsistent, achieving a 1:5 ratio. The official explanation was that it maximized sleep time, thus extending human lifespan in such an innovative way. The 3 days of internal testing, converted to this world's time, amounted to 2 weeks. Chen Luwen casually sat down on a chair and began to ponder. As he reminisced, he remembered more and more. It seemed that there were tens of thousands of slots for the internal test, and these were extremely valuable, even fetching hundreds of thousands of dollars, because apart from a very few slots that were randomly selected from the public, most had already been reserved by big guilds, elite players, and streamers. An internal test was an early advantage, allowing one to familiarize themselves with the game world and get ahead from the starting line. As the world's first global holographic online game at the time, Era of Mystery contained endless business opportunities and wealth, which big consortiums could not afford to miss. The first batch of internal test players will arrive tomorrow morning. Then, Chen Luwen mused, but Amber City can't be the novice village, so meeting them will require a long journey, and that isn't feasible with my time constraints. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luwen dismissed the idea of seeking them out. Tens of thousands of internal test players might seem like a lot, but spread out across the entire Sun continent, they were like a drop in the ocean, unable to make even a small splash. Instead of going to great lengths to find them in some remote towns, it was better to wait for opportunities to come. He planned on leveraging the Iron Fist Gang's intelligence advantage in the outer city district to keep an eye out for him. If they spotted anyone who might be a player, they could report back to him in a timely manner. The next morning, bright and early, 8 o'clock sharp. In Gem State, Fossil City, Emerald Town, outside a rural farm fence, dozens of figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Has the game started? Am I in the game world now? Damn! This is way too realistic. All were dressed in plain linen robes, resembling lower-class civilians. Almost every one of them wore expressions of shock and curiosity, with a few players even flopping to the ground to play with the weeds and soil. Wow! Not only does the soil smell like soil, the grass smells like grass, and how is this cow dung smell so authentic? Ew! A male player holding a clump of what seemed like old recipe ingredients vomited a few times. It looked thrilled. In the corner, a few players were slightly more composed. Though equally curious about the new environment, they did not engage in any shocking performance art. A young man sporting a Polaris game ID stood quietly in place. He glanced at the successor of the old ways and those dancing players, then turned and walked toward the farm by himself. Hello. Nice to meet you, my name is Su King. A female player with wine-red hair ran up to him, calling out. Polaris stopped walking and looked up at the top of her head. Did you use your real name as your game ID? Yes, I debated over it a long time when I was lining up to enter the game and ended up using my own name. Su King laughed. Polaris turned around and continued walking inside, not intending to chat with this woman. But Su King followed him, behaving familiarly. Is there something you need? Polaris glanced at her. Su King pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Can't you be less cold? We are, after all, among the first batch of internal testers. We should help each other. Then why don't you go find those others? Polaris pointed behind him without turning his head. Su King turned to look back and saw several fellows joining the old clan, vomiting in place. But they seemed to be enjoying themselves, even jumping into the farm to roll in the dirt. She chuckled softly and turned back around. I think you're more reliable. Su King slapped her chest and continued, I'm a full-time broadcaster and also run my own video channel, where I like to record content primarily focused on game narratives. This time, I finally got a slot in the closed beta and I plan to create some initial material. That's great, I'll definitely watch your video, Polaris said indifferently. Hey, let's collaborate. If we run into trouble, we can help each other out. I can let you have the resources first, how about that? Su King said, we'll see when the time comes.
Polaris leaped from a haystack into the farm, and Suking quickly followed. You, she pursued relentlessly, gritting her teeth. As they walked, they saw a farmer wearing a straw hat busy in the stable. Hello? Is there anything we can help you with? Polaris stepped forward and tentatively asked. The farmer turned around and looked at them, his face immediately showing surprise. How did two strangers suddenly barge into his farm? Just as he was about to scold them, he paused sharply, then his expression turned to realization. He pointed towards two other barns and casually said, "There are tools over there. You can help me cut the grass in the fields, collect and pack it, or you can feed the livestock or fetch some water." The farmer paused, tapping his head. Right, there's also a room whose roof has been damaged. If you can fix it, that would be even better. Don't worry, I'll compensate you. The next second, both Polaris and Suking received a mission prompt. They exchanged glances and tacitly accepted the mission. Polaris glanced at his panel and tentatively used the scout skill on the farmer. Name, Tom. Race, human, Eastern Continent, level, for life, 50/50. Profession, farmer. LV4, attributes, skills, vigorous thrust. LVMAX, combat power, 5, danger level, medium, affection, indifferent, evaluation. Even if he's a weakling, he can still stab you hard with a hay fork. Polaris didn't like attacking NPCs without reason. He decided to try doing the task first. Suking had the same idea but did not follow Polaris to fetch tools right away. Instead, she walked up to the farmer and started conversing with him. Perhaps it was because the character Suking created looked good, coupled with her gender. The farmer's attitude towards her was noticeably better than his attitude towards Polaris. After chatting for a while, Suking noticed that slowly other players had also started coming in. She politely excused herself and left. The players behind them saw what they did and guessed that they could receive missions from the farmer, so they surged forward in a swarm. Suking headed straight to the barn where Polaris had already come out holding two sickles. Here. Polaris handed one to her, and Suking took it, chuckling softly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Seeing as you're so proactive, I'll share some intelligence I've just gathered with you. Polaris raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Suking lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. As long as we earn enough for 5 copper crow entry tickets, we can enter Emerald Town. There are bound to be more opportunities there than out here in the wilderness, and I heard that the Red Apple Church in town is being reconstructed. Maybe we can join them, might just give us a chance to gain supernatural strength. Chapter 69, The Newbies Stick Together, please follow. Emerald Town, under the scorching sun. The ruins to the west had been cleared, and at this moment, a group of people were diligently working on construction. The recruited men were covered in dust, shouting as they carried and transported stone blocks together, while the women cooked a large pot of vegetable mushroom soup on the side. Polaris wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding his hands caked in black dirt. He sighed quietly. This won't do. Just being treated as low-level laborers doing simple and repetitive physical work. Suking walked over, handing him a bowl of vegetable soup. Polaris thanked her and felt a bit more spirited after taking a sip of the soup. After completing their tasks on the rural farm and earning a few dozen copper cross, they had rushed to Emerald Town. As the farmer had mentioned, the Red Apple Church was indeed rebuilding their church, so they promptly signed up to participate, but contrary to their expectations, they didn't even meet the steward monk, just 2 church guardians who were here to direct them. Thus, their plan to join the church and obtain supernatural knowledge fell through. It's never that simple after all. Polaris drank the soup to the last drop, returned the bowl to Suking, and remarked with a sigh, "It's not entirely fruitless." "You unlocked the worker sub-occupation, and I unlocked the cook sub-occupation," Suking said, offering comfort. "Those people still at the farm probably have their occupation fields blank on their panels." Polaris thought of the other players and couldn't help but sneer. Before they left, they saw players who couldn't bear it any longer attacking the NPC on the farm, though for unknown reasons. Perhaps they wanted to kill the farmer to seize the farm's resources and wealth, or maybe they were simply testing the game mechanics, or they even considered that NPC as a monster to farm for experience to level up. However, all players who acted were killed by the farmer with a single strike from a pitchfork. Even though he was just an ordinary NPC from a novice village, dealing with these new players who had just entered the game was quite easy. What was more laughable, after resurrecting, those few guys were chased and killed again by the farmer's dog, and that dog even stood guard at the resurrection point outside the farm. Having used up their 3 daily resurrection chances, those players had wasted their day. The precious closed beta time was frittered away, and if they continued to court death the next day, using up all 10 weekly resurrection opportunities, they could pretty much consider their participation in this closed beta a bust. Do you know how this church got destroyed, Polaris? Suking suddenly asked. Polaris snapped back to reality, surprised. Wasn't it because of an accidental fire? That's what he had heard from the workers when he arrived, but he quickly realized Suking wouldn't be asking if that was the case. What did you find out? Polaris suddenly felt that partnering with this woman wasn't such a bad thing. Suking indeed knew something, and she giggled. I just learned from a lady that, a month ago, the Red Apple Church was attacked. All the clergy and guardians here were killed, and the church was burned down by that person. Polaris was taken aback when he heard this. As an experienced gamer in the online gaming world, he always prepared well before diving into a new game. Even though the information released before the official start of Era of Mystery was limited, he had captured some through various channels. Among other things, he knew that the entire Sun continent had factions for the 7 true gods, and that each represented a path to a supernatural sequence and was a significant force holding supernatural powers. The audacity of someone attacking the church so brutally meant they were no ordinary thug. Hey, guys, sorry to interrupt. A man's voice came through, and Polaris and Suking turned to look. They saw 3 men approaching, clad in the same burlap robes as themselves, with their game IDs displayed above their heads clearly. They were 3 players. I'm an executive of the Hall of Valor Guild, Horsemen. These 2 are members of the God's Love Guild, Doghead Gold, and Forget No Taboo. The leading man, Horseman, extended his hand with a smile. Are you interested in cooperation? We could start by exchanging information. Polaris and Suking exchanged a glance and nodded. He shook hands with Horseman and asked, what kind of cooperation? Let's talk somewhere else, it's too hot here. The Horseman pointed helplessly to the sun above and tugged at his soaked placket. Fine. Polaris replied curtly. He turned around and applied to quit his job as a church guardian, and ended up getting only 1/10 of his wages, a mere few copper cross, along with a bout of scolding, but he did not care. The group found a shady spot to rest, and the Horseman sat down before speaking first. There are few people in the internal test. You 2 managed to arrive here ahead of the main force, so I'm sure you're wise enough to understand the importance of gaining an early advantage. Our collaboration would definitely yield better results than going at it alone. The others nodded, showing agreement with his statement. The Horseman continued, to show my sincerity, let me share some internal information from our guild. Remote towns like this usually have an official supernatural organization, a shelter, and 1 or 2 other church factions. Although they are the most direct channels to obtain supernatural knowledge, the difficulty is extremely high. Polaris hummed an acknowledgement, mentioning the futile effort he and Suking had made at the Red Apple Church today. You can't do it like this. The Horseman shook his head. The 3 of us never planned to go there from the start. The difficulty is too high, the cycle too long, and since the Empire offers opportunities in every town, there's no need to stubbornly stick it out here. Doghead Gold and Forget No Taboo both chuckled lightly. We took a wolf hunting quest at that farm. Lucky for us, we even unlocked the battle sub-occupation of Wolf Hunter. Suking pursed her lips in annoyance, finding these 2 guys truly obnoxious, wondering what they were showing off for here. She promptly shared some of the information she knew as well. The Horseman's eyes lit up after hearing her. The person you're talking about, is he still in Emerald Town? Someone capable of taking down a church branch single-handedly must be a transcendent. If we can start with him, our chances of obtaining supernatural knowledge would be greatly improved. He should have left already. I saw the wanted poster the Red Apple Church posted. Suking took out a piece of paper she had collected. It depicted a young man with black curly hair and an indistinct face, the name Jack written below him, and his suspected identity as a member of the History and Ritual Association marked, along with a bounty of 100 gold pounds. If Chen Luan saw this wanted poster, he would certainly be surprised, because the Red Apple Church had even employed the divination faction's supernatural power to learn his alias, and the cost must not have been small. This showed just how deep the Red Apple Church's hatred for him ran. Such a pity. Learning that the tough character wasn't in town, the Horseman shook his head regretfully. He immediately suggested we need to make the most of the precious time of the internal test and not waste effort here. It's better to explore the surrounding map and find a big city first, so we can get ahead of others when the official test starts, but we're out of money. The cost of a long journey would be considerable. Polaris frowned as he spoke. The Horseman smiled, pointing out the disadvantage of lone wolves, the lack of crucial information. There's usually a train station near small towns. We can take that to the nearest city. The price isn't expensive, just a few dozen copper cross will do. Let's think about it. Polaris said. The Horseman nodded, and Polaris stepped aside to whisper a few words with Suking. In a little while, the 2 came back. All right, we agree to this plan. What do we need to do? Good. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. The Horseman nodded in satisfaction. It's a bit of a distance from here to the train station,
and we don't have enough money to hire a carriage and guard, so we have to walk. There are likely to be robbers and wild monsters like thieves along the way, higher in level and very dangerous. So, we not only need to gather enough fare in the shortest time but also come up with a way to get a set of gear to protect ourselves on the road. Polaris and Suking nodded. Okay, we'll act separately and set off before tomorrow. Chapter 70. Do not conspire with those of a different number, asking for follow-up reads. Chen Luwen moved a wooden box and arrived at the fourth-floor attic of his small villa. He placed the box in a corner of the attic and covered it with a black cloth. Several similar boxes were already neatly arranged nearby, containing blunderbusses and some ammunition, all crafted by the team led by Connie. There were already 30 to 40 completed pieces. After the initial adjustments, along with Connie's guidance, the craftsman had improved rapidly, and the team's efficiency had increased significantly. Chen Luwen had once handed a repeater flintlock gun to Connie for disassembly, but she had stated that she couldn't replicate it because it used some special materials and parts. Without blueprints, she couldn't manufacture it. Chen Luwen felt regret for a while, and finally, he could only sigh and comment that the shelter's supernatural workshop was damn cunning with such a good security mechanism. Then, he took out a pair of Connie No. 1, the first piece truly crafted. The previous prototypes had been taken back by Connie, as she had found several flaws and had improved them. These gloves, to a certain extent, are better suited to handle low-sequence transcendence. Their lethal capacity is stronger than a regular firearm, comparable to a typical Combat Series D-Class mysterious object. And I can mass-produce these. This is indeed a great path to fortune, he mused. Chen Luwen stored them away as one of his trump cards. After tidying up the attic, he planned to have his coachman take him to Pompey Manor to teach Rebecca. Currently, it was almost certain that Philip's legacy was not in the backyard, and Viscount Pompey seemed not to have got his hands on this treasure. So Chen Luwen decided to focus his efforts on rescuing Chloe in this period. Apart from Vigry's probing, everything else had been calm, and he and Chloe had moved back to his small villa. With only a month left, time was of the essence. He had pinpointed Vigry, Viscount Pompey's adopted son, a Sequence 8 gourmet transcendent, who was very likely Dolly himself. However, the night after their encounter, Vigry had left the Pompey Manor. According to the Viscount, it was because the military had urgently recalled him, interrupting his leave, but Chen Luwen silently doubted this explanation. Clearly, Vigry had decided not to stay at the manor after his probing attempt failed, avoiding conflict with Chen Luwen. Now, this man was most likely hiding in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Baron Barney, the Black Knife Brotherhood, now Vigry, and his so-called oil paint Viscount, Chen Luwen treated it as if being infested with lice, and overwhelmed in debt. One more problem didn't make a difference. All these issues revolved around Pompey Manor. Linked to that ominous mission, with the enemy hidden and him exposed, he was at a great disadvantage. Chen Luwen continued to build up his strength while awaiting the moment to counterattack. Recently, Connie has come up with some great stuff, and I've integrated 2 characteristics to develop a new skill. You'd better not let me catch you, or you'll have hell to pay. A few days later. Clang clang. Polaris sat on the train, watching the scenery outside the window. Their group had gone through struggles and hardships and had finally managed to board the train to the major city. Leaving Emerald Town for the train station, they encountered 4 groups of bandits. The smaller groups had 3 to 4 robbers, while the larger ones had about a dozen. If there were fewer enemies, they could fight desperately to kill 1 or 2, but with more, they faced annihilation. Lately, they had wisened up, fleeing immediately when the odds weren't in their favor. The bandits, encountering such prey, would chase them for a distance before giving up. Then, they would bypass that area and continue their journey. On average, each person had died 2 or 3 times on the road. It was quite a challenging journey. Fortunately, the resurrection point wasn't too far from where they died, otherwise, it would have been really nerve-wracking. This was the price of pioneering uncharted territories, but once they got through it, the future was bright. Ding ding ding. The next stop is Amber City platform. If you're getting off, hurry up. The stop will last only half an hour. A middle-aged man in a uniform and cap, ringing a small bell, reminded passengers along the aisle, "We'll get off here in a moment. The next major city is even further, a 5 to 6 day journey, and we don't have that much time," Horseman said, sitting across from Polaris. Polaris and Suking nodded, indicating they understood. The train soon arrived at the station, crowded with a throng of people carrying backpacks and suitcases. After undergoing checks by police and Empire guards, Polaris and his companions were issued temporary identity cards, restricted to activities within the outer city district. Once out of the train station, Horseman asked about their next plan. "We should split up to gather information more efficiently." Polaris, not used to taking orders, which was why he preferred to work alone than join any guild, agreed reluctantly. Then let's add each other as friends and stay in touch online if there's any news. The horseman neither agreed nor disagreed, simply showing a face full of regret as he spoke. After Polaris and Su King had added each other as friends with the group, both parties went their separate ways on the spot. Walking away, Doghead Gold sneered, "Those two fools really can be naive. By following us, they could have shared some internal information. Fighting alone in such a big city will definitely make it hard to move an inch." The horseman glanced at the two of them and laughed. "Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. When they regret it, they'll have to offer valuable information to exchange for our help." He pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Speaking of which, what is the initial goal of your god's love? What do you think, brother horseman?" Our three major guilds' think tanks all more or less have the same direction: of first lay down an informational foundation to pave the way for the main forces to come. Forget No Taboo chuckled lightly. "Don't tell me your Hall of Valor isn't doing this." The horseman laughed heartily, then patted Forget No Taboo on the shoulder. "Of course, that's exactly it. So no need for me to say where we're headed next, right? Let's go find the big shots in the outer city district. Join them. Although we can't get supernatural knowledge, it's a good place to establish a foothold." Forget No Taboo said. The three figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Polaris and Su King stood outside the train station, discussing their next move. However, after a long while, neither of them had any clue. "We can't possibly go back to manual labor, right? Isn't that the same as just switching places to work?" Su King said, despondently. "No choice, we don't have much money left. We might have to sleep on the streets tonight." Polaris said calmly. Upon hearing this, Su King suddenly became furious, her eyes widened in a way. "I still want to find a place to take a bath. This game is too realistic, I feel like I stink." "That's great, you can record all these experiences to capture the harshness and realism of this world." Su King rolled her eyes. "Please, no one wants to watch the daily life of a beggar, okay?" They chatted briefly, and seeing that it was gradually getting dark, decided to take a walk around first. Unknowingly, the two arrived at Denton Street, but they hadn't taken many steps before they encountered two patrolling guards. "Hey! You too!" The guards looked at their attire, a hint of contempt flashing in their eyes. "Show your ID." Polaris glanced at the guards' armor and short swords, and immediately handed over the temporary identification they had gotten from the train station. After the guards casually glanced at it, their eyebrows furrowed. Clang! One of them drew his short sword on the spot, pointing it at Polaris and Su King. "Your temporary ID has expired. Come with me to jail now." Su King was startled, and Polaris's heart sank. He knew that these two guards saw them as newcomers and were planning to extort them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only money could solve the problem. But the issue was they had no money. If they were captured and kept in jail, this beta test would basically be blown. "What should we do?" Su King sent a private message surreptitiously. Polaris began to feel a slight headache. Chapter 71 Exploitation. Connie came back from class. Today was her first day attending courses at the Yellow Iris Academy. The teacher's lecture was excellent, and although she already possessed some of the knowledge, she gained a fresh perspective on IT. In addition to that, there was a lot of knowledge that couldn't be learned in the outer city district, such as horsemanship, chess, music, and dance, and every month, there were special etiquette teachers who taught them the various etiquettes of high society. As most of the graduates from Yellow Iris Academy could find a decent job in the inner city district, these etiquettes were essential skills for survival in the inner city district. There were a lot of middle-class and even wealthy merchants in the inner city district whose alma mater was this academy, but the only thing that made Connie distressed was that her classmates seemed to look down on her. Some lady, upon learning that she came from the outer city district, dubbed her Miss Grease Spot. Even the life administrator, Mrs. Judy, took her aside to advise her not to wear clothes stained with machine oil to class next time. Connie somewhat anxiously set down her bag, thinking if she should take some time to go out and buy new clothes. Mr. Jack had rewarded her with a substantial sum of money, and it was time to replace the old clothes she had worn for many years. Her eyes caught sight of a letter on the desk, and her face suddenly changed color. "Oh no! I forgot about the task Mr. Jack entrusted to me," she exclaimed in alarm, snatched up the letter, and dashed out the door. Mr. Jack had written this letter a few days ago, asking her to deliver it to the Iron Fist Gang, to their boss Gary. It was just that she had been so busy in the warehouse these days, And she was particularly looking forward to school today, that she'd forgotten about it. Speaking of the Iron Fist gang, Connie had always been astonished. Initially, she and Miss Flowey were nearly kidnapped, but Mr. Jack saved them. Unexpectedly, the entire Iron Fist gang later became a vassal of Mr. Jack, with their boss Gary obeying Mr. Jack's commands. At descending to the second floor, she pushed open the door of the coachman's room, preparing to have him drive her to the outer city district. The coachman, in bed, upon seeing Connie open the door, hurriedly stuffed the book he was holding under the pillow and then awkwardly stood up. "What are you reading, coachman?" Connie looked at the suspicious man with a skeptical eye. Nothing much, just some miscellaneous books." The coachman said, turning his body and with all seriousness added, "Are you looking to go out?" "Miss Connie, I'll get ready right away." Connie, in a hurry, didn't press further, but she did catch a glimpse of the magazine poking out from under the pillow, whose cover seemed to feature the long legs of a lady in black silk. Connie's face turned slightly red as she turned and left the room. It seems unlikely that Mr. Jack would also enjoy these types of magazines. "He's a true gentleman," Connie thought to herself. Once the carriage reached the outer city district, passing by Denton Street, Connie pulled back the curtain to see if Mrs. Caroline was busy in the flower shop. To greet her in passing, instead, she saw a man and woman, both looking like lower-class civilians, being questioned by the patrol guard. Seeing this, Connie's brow furrowed slightly. She was suddenly reminded of Mr. Jack and Miss Flowey. They must have experienced similar situations when they first arrived in Amber City, hadn't they? Having lived in the outer city district for many years, Connie knew all too well the greed of these patrol guards. They did not actively pursue criminals. Instead, they often troubled the lower-class civilians, demanding bribes. Connie called for the carriage to stop and stepped out. "If you don't want to come with us to jail, you can, for a bail of 20 silver ducats. We'll let you off today," came the self-righteous voice of the guard from a distance. "Is there any chance you could lower that amount?" "We don't have that much money on us," Keeing pleaded pitifully, but the guard was unimpressed and scoffed instead. "No money? That's fine, you come with us, and we'll let your man go." "He's not my man." "And what exactly do you two old lechers think you're doing?" Keeing suddenly exploded in anger, cursing outright. That was it, Polaris couldn't stop it in time, and now things had escalated. Having angered the guards, they had no room to maneuver and might be directly imprisoned, or even killed on the spot if they resisted. Even if they were resurrected, they would likely be wanted and have difficulty moving around in the outer city district. "Fine. Come with us now." The corner of the guard's eye twitched, and he brandished his sword on the shoulders of Su Keeing and Polaris, threatening them. Su Keeing still wanted to resist, and the guard was about to prod her with his sword to give her a taste of pain. "Stop!" Connie shouted. All eyes turned toward her. The guard sized up the girl, her uniform grubby, a typical girl from the outer city district. "I would advise you not to meddle in this, girl," he said menacingly. "They are new servants hired by Jack's estate. You've misunderstood. Here are 20 silver ducats, let them go," Connie said, taking out a handful of silver coins and sliding them over after counting them. Su Keeing and Polaris looked at the girl, who was a stranger to them, in surprise, not expecting her to be willing to help them out. The two guards were stunned, not expecting to encounter such a fool. The lead guard took another look at Connie, unable to tell that the girl actually had some money. "You heard wrong. I said it's 20 silver ducats per person, so that's 40 silver ducats for two," the guard said with a smile. A greedy glint flickered in his eye as he glanced at Connie's purse. Connie suppressed her anger and remained silent for a few seconds before taking out another 20 silver ducats from her pocket. "Wait, how can you, a girl from the outer city district, have so much money? I suspect you're involved in a crime, possessing ill-gotten wealth." "Show us your identity proof," the guard said, no longer interested in the silver ducats in Connie's hand, but staring intently at her purse. Inside it, there must be at least a few dozen more silver ducats, and perhaps even gold pounds. "Miss, perhaps we should just let it go, and we'll go with them," Su Keeing said through clenched teeth. Even though she knew this was just a game, everything felt so realistic that Su Keeing didn't want to see a good person get in trouble because of her. It would be no big deal to just die and waste a resurrection opportunity. However, since she had not joined any forces or accepted any quests and had no connections with the people or things of this map, it was possible that the resurrection point would not be within Amber City. She might just miss this beta test. As a small live streamer, her desire to chase after early advantages was not that strong. After all, she had recorded some material along the way, enough to make a pretty good video, but the loss for Polaris would be much greater. As a lone wolf, missing this beta test would greatly increase the difficulty to break into the first tier. She would find a way to make it up to him later. Su Keeing inwardly sighed. "Hey, it's not up to you to say if this counts or not," the guard said with a sneer. He pointed his short sword at Connie. "What Jack estate? Never heard of it." Their identities are unknown, and they are suspected culprits. Now, you're very likely the mastermind behind them, and you must come with us. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only by now. Quite a crowd had gathered around, pointing and discussing the situation, but most of them, used to such sights, shook their heads and walked away. Oh. Connie. The voice of Mrs. Caroline came through. She was holding scissors and a fresh flower, hurrying through the crowd. What has happened here? Chapter 72, Saving Connie. Mrs. Caroline, we are just doing our routine duty, so please don't interfere. A hint of dread flashed across the guard's face. The flower shop under the Viscount Pompey Bruce's patronage was well known to these patrol guards from the outer city district. If it wasn't necessary, they certainly didn't want to offend Viscount Pompey. Connie was unaware of the relationship between Mrs. Caroline and Viscount Pompey, so she didn't want to get Mrs. Caroline involved and simply shook her head in silence. The two guards exchanged a look, knowing they couldn't drag this out any longer. All right, break it up. One guard started to disperse the bystanders, while the other prepared to escort the three away with his sword at the ready. At this moment, the coachman tied the horse to a lamppost and hurried over. He sensed that something was amiss. Miss Connie seemed to be encountering trouble. He then remembered something Mr. Jack, his employer, had instructed him. Miss Connie. The coachman approached Connie and discreetly handed her a silver badge. Mr. Jack said to use this if you run into any trouble. Connie's face lit up with joy as she took it. What are you whispering about? The guard scolded. Connie sneered and shoved the silver badge in the guard's face. Are you sure you want to arrest us? The two guards were taken aback. The silver badge they were now looking at bore a family crest with the inscription Pompey Bruce below. They couldn't fail to recognize it. It was the badge of identity for Viscount Pompey. Nobody dared to falsely claim the name of a local noble in Amber City lightly, as it was too easy to be exposed and arrested for the impersonation. To produce the crest of the Viscount Pompey demonstrated a significant connection. The guards felt a growing anxiety, immediately realizing that trouble was brewing. So you do know His Excellency Viscount Pompey? Why didn't you say so sooner? The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Truly sorry, we made a mistake. All right, then you're free to go. You derelict scoundrels. Mrs. Caroline, having grasped the cause of the incident, reproached them angrily. Poor Connie had just lost her father, and life must have been difficult since accompanying little Jack to the inner city district. And now, back in the outer city district, even the guards were extorting her. It was an insult she did not deserve. I will definitely write to the security office. I'll see you two sorry excuses get what's coming to you. Mrs. Caroline rebuked. The two guards were somewhat irritated but helpless. If it came to a confrontation, they would be the losers. After all, if the matter reached the security office and disturbed Viscount Pompey, their immediate superiors would certainly punish them. So, apologizing profusely, the guards quickly skedaddled. Mrs. Caroline continued to curse at their retreating backs, while Connie stepped forward to console her. Miss, thank you very much for your help. King expressed her gratitude. Connie turned her head and, looking at the man and woman, revealed a slight smile. It was nothing. Polaris suddenly thought of the Jack estate the girl had mentioned and wondered if it could have any connection to the notorious Jack who was wanted by the Red Apple Church in Emerald Town. Polaris discreetly used Scout on Connie without drawing attention. Name, Connie race, human, Eastern Continent. Level, 13 life, 120/120 profession, craftsman LV10, max, butler. LV3, attributes, skills, Genesis Genius LV2, passive, Flash of Genius LV3, passive, Integration Mastery LVMAX, passive, Combat Power, 12, Danger Level, High Level, Affection, Friendly, Evaluation. You don't want to know what weapons she's carrying because by the time you see them, you'll be dead. A friendly reminder, her boss is no simpleton. Polaris was startled, never having expected this seemingly harmless girl to be so strong. That orange danger level signified she was not someone to be trifled with. As for the description of her boss mentioned in the evaluation, could it really be that ruthless individual? If so, this could be a great opportunity. King, this girl is an opportunity. Cling to those coattails, and there might be a surprise in store. Polaris sent a short message. King was slightly taken aback, then looked towards Polaris and nodded gently to show she understood. Miss, we are from the countryside, strangers here, looking for a job to make a living. May I ask about the Jack Manor you mentioned? Do they still need people? Please rest assured, we can work without pay, as long as we have a place to eat and stay. King said to Connie with a pitiful look. These lines were all dictated privately to her by Polaris. Connie showed a troubled expression. wanting to help the young man and woman but not feeling that she could make decisions for Mr. Jack. Oh, so young Jack has already secured a foothold in the inner city district? Mrs. Caroline asked. Yes, Mrs. Caroline. Mr. Jack has bought a large manor and is now tutoring Viscount Pompey's daughter, Miss Rebecca. Connie spoke of Mr. Jack with great pride. She briefly discussed their situation after moving to the inner city district, and Mrs. Caroline repeatedly marveled, believing that Jack was no ordinary person and was bound to make something of himself in the future. Mrs. Caroline then recalled something, fell silent for a moment, and then smilingly invited Connie to sit in her flower shop. Polaris and King were also included in this invitation. Connie, thinking that she still had to deliver a letter for Mr. Jack, felt somewhat troubled. Let's go, Connie, come in for a cup of flower tea. I've missed you so much since you left. Faced with Mrs. Caroline's warm invitation, Connie finally nodded. She glanced at Polaris and King and said with a smile, then follow me for now. I need to ask Mr. Jack about the job, so I can't give you an answer just yet. But Mr. Jack is a kind and upright gentleman. I think he will help you. Polaris and King were immediately overjoyed. Everyone entered the flower shop and took a seat while Mrs. Caroline prepared some flower tea for them. Just a moment, Connie, Mrs. Caroline said softly. She then left the flower shop and went up a side staircase. Polaris sipped the flower tea and suddenly received a short message. Polaris friend, this is Horseman. We found an opportunity in the outer city district, near the sewer strand. There's an underground force called Iron Fist Gang with lots of benefits. Come quickly. Also, I'll tell you a secret, the boss here, Mr. Dolly, is a transcendent. Polaris was slightly startled and turned to look at King, who also had a surprised expression. It seemed she too had received the message from Horseman. What do you think? Shall we go? King asked. Polaris frowned slightly. He didn't want to let go of the opportunity at hand. Wait for a bit. The trio representing two major guilds wouldn't be sharing an opportunity for free, and upon going there, they would most likely have to pay a price. If it had been earlier, Polaris might have gone, but now that he had met Connie, he had a choice. Opportunities found on one's own are always the best. Soon after, Mrs. Caroline came downstairs with 2 letters in her hand. She handed one to Connie. Connie, could you please deliver this letter to little Jack for me, and have him pass it on to Mr. Pompey? And tell him that I don't blame him. Henry has always seen him as the best of friends. Connie tipped the letter in her hand, noticing there seemed to be a metal object within. Of course, Mrs. Caroline. Mrs. Caroline let out a sigh of relief, as if she had let go of years of pent-up feelings. She smiled, waved the other letter in her hand, and looked at the 3 young people. Don't worry, I will surely report those 2 guards who troubled you. Connie was touched but amused, feeling the warmth as well. She thanked her, finished her flower tea, and stood up ready to say goodbye. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only just at that moment, Polaris and King suddenly received a mission alert. Triggered D-level mission, save Connie. Mission description, entrusted by her boss Mr. Jack, Connie is to deliver a letter to the Iron Fist Gang at the sewer strand. However, times have changed, and the Iron Fist Gang has a new leader. If Connie steps into the territory of the Iron Fist Gang, she will be in danger. Whether to reason with Connie to stop her from delivering the letter is up to you. Mission reward, 200 experience points, 1 silver ducat, and increased affection with Connie. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. This NPC is Problemati. Polaris was taken aback that he had not expected things to fall into place so coincidentally. The faction the Horseman had joined turned out to be Connie's enemy. How will you choose, Polaris? I, for one, won't just stand by and watch her walk into death. Suking sent a message and gave him a look. Polaris pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, we'll take this mission path and take a gamble. At least you have some conscience. She just helped us a moment ago. Seeing Suking's text message, Polaris rolled his eyes secretly. Woman, aren't you getting too caught up in this drama? It's just a game. Polaris was simply considering the matter from a perspective of benefit. They needed only to pay a trifling price to earn her favor, making it easier to get close to the big shot behind her. That was much better than joining the faction of the Horsemen over there. One could work oneself to death without any guarantee of reward. More importantly, the Horsemen represented 2 major guilds. At the moment, they were treating them courteously on the surface, but once the open beta started and their main forces settled in, they would no longer show any mercy. They would certainly use all means to drive away a lone wolf like him in order to monopolize the benefits. Years of gaming experience had given Polaris a clear understanding of these guild players. Polaris and Suking accepted the mission. Miss Connie, are you going to the underwater shallows? Suking stood up and inquired. Connie looked surprised but nodded anyway. Yes. The 2 of you just wait here for me. I'll be back after I'm done with my business, and then we can go back to the inner city district together. Su Qiang secretly communicated with Polaris, choosing her words carefully. Miss Connie, I heard that the underwater shallows is quite chaotic. The biggest gang there, the Iron Fist Gang, their boss Gary was recently killed. Could there be danger if you go? Su Qiang expressed her concern. Connie was startled. Is what you're saying true? She looked puzzled. How can you two know this? The friends who came with us, they went to make a living at the underwater shallows and told us the news. Su Qiang composed her speech and directly sold out the horseman. After hearing this, Connie looked troubled, holding the letter from Mr. Jack and then looking at Mrs. Caroline's letter. Are you sure about your information? Connie asked again for confirmation. Positive. Polaris and Su Qiang nodded in unison. Connie no longer hesitated. She immediately bid Mrs. Caroline farewell and prompted the two to leave with her. Once out of the flower shop, the three boarded the carriage. I will explain this matter to Mr. Jack. I'm very thankful for your warning. Connie pondered for a moment. If what these two said was true, then she was indeed in danger. Polaris and Su Qiang were delighted. They both received a mission completion prompt, and Connie's affection towards them had increased. When the carriage passed the checkpoint on the bridge, Connie likewise took out the Pompey clan emblem to vouch for Polaris and allowed them to enter the inner city district without any issues. After passing through multiple layers of protection, Polaris inwardly felt grateful for how right his decision had been. We are very lucky. This inner city district should be a high-level map for us. Being able to enter here, we've already pulled ahead of the other players. Su Qiang saw the message from Polaris and also felt joyful. Let's hope that meeting the big shot behind Connie will bring us some gains. Polaris was secretly expectant. Dusk was falling. The carriage moved slowly and eventually entered Jack's manor. After getting off the carriage, Polaris and Su Qiang curiously observed their surroundings, while the coachman informed Connie that he needed to go to Pompey Manor to pick up Mr. Jack. Connie nodded and watched the carriage leave again. You two can rest in the living room on the first floor of the villa, and Mr. Jack will be back soon. Connie said softly. Polaris and Su Qiang nodded, their faces full of anticipation. When Chen Luan finished work and boarded the carriage, the coachman informed him of the day's events. Connie brought two people back? Chen Luan was inwardly puzzled. Back at the manor, he found Connie waiting for him at the entrance. After getting out of the carriage, Connie handed over both letters to him and explained the events that had unfolded. You've worked hard, Connie, Chen Luan said with a smile as he put away the letter. Connie, however, shook her head, clearly embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, I failed to complete the task you gave me on time, and I also brought back two people without permission. It's okay, go and rest. Chen Luan consoled her, then added a word of caution. Next time you encounter strangers who are both unfamiliar and odd, be careful. You can let me know first. Yes, Mr. Jack. Connie, with a shy look of embarrassment, bowed and left. Watching her leave, Chen Luan sighed to himself. Connie's kindness was excessive, and if she were to encounter someone with malicious intent, it could very well harm her. He decided to find an opportunity to tell her the story of the farmer and the snake. However, it was also due to meeting those two people that they had been able to save Connie with their warning. Chen Luan then reflected on himself. His old gamer mentality hadn't fully shifted yet. Now that he was in this dangerous world surrounded by living, breathing people, he should be more considerate of their safety. For tasks like delivering messages next time, I should have animals do it. After contemplating, he thought of the Iron Fist Gang. As for what those two said about Gary being killed, while the Iron Fist Gang wasn't critical to him, they were useful for handling various trivial matters. Normally tied up with countless tasks, the gang saved him time. Having them taken away was, to say the least, quite irritating. Since Connie had brought back the two who knew something, it was time to inquire further, and moreover, those two are probably players. Chen Luan squinted his eyes. He walked straight into the villa and immediately spotted Polaris and Su Qiang sitting on the sofa. The two sat upright, neither seeming to interact, both seemingly lost in thought. Chen Luan knew that they were probably using the panel for private communication. Ahem. He purposely coughed, and the two startled in response. Mr. Jack. Hello? Su Qiang stood up and forced a smile. The young man with slightly curly black hair before her was oddly handsome. Dressed in a black suit with a short cape, topped with a top hat, he slowly removed his brown leather gloves. An indescribable sense of mystery and a formidably powerful aura washed over them. It's him, isn't it? Though I don't know the specifics of his appearance, the characteristics of the man on the wanted poster are very similar to his. It shouldn't be wrong. Wow! This NPC is terrifying. Polaris replied with a brief message, internally shocked, because he had discreetly used Scout on this Mr. Jack. Name, Jack Spet. Race, human, Eastern Continent. Level, life, profession, attributes, skills, combat power, dash, danger level, extremely lethal, affection, indifferent, evaluation. My advice, kid, is to leg it as far as you can. In the game, once over level 20, no basic information was visible. Coupled with the deep red danger level, Polaris felt almost breathless. Jack's affection for you has decreased, currently it's loathing. Polaris was taken aback. What did I do? Why does he loathe me on sight? He glanced at Suqiang, but her expression remained unchanged, so it's directed at me. Then, Polaris thought, feeling a lump in his throat. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. Prying into others' privacy is very impolite, Mr. Polaris, Chen Luwen said with a polite smile as he pulled up a chair to sit and gestured for them to take a seat as well. Polaris was in turmoil that he actually knew I used Scout? What kind of NPC is this? There's something wrong with him. He must be cheating, right? Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Let you guys have a look at the precious treasure. Chen Luwen chuckled secretly to himself. He glanced inadvertently over the heads of the two, at the two gleaming game IDs that clearly revealed their status as players. This was something Chen Luwen had not anticipated. It turned out that just like the players, he could see their game IDs. With this, wouldn't the players have nowhere to hide in front of him? Furthermore, as an old player himself, he also knew the habits of players, which was to initiate a scout when they encounter NPCs they can't get a read on. This was a panel function that NPCs couldn't sense, but Chen Luwen was not your average NPC, he was a player in NPCs' clothing. These little tricks, he had long since seen through them. Polaris and Suqiang. It's these two, what a coincidence. Chen Luwen was somewhat surprised. He knew both of these players in front of him, with Suqiang even being an old acquaintance. In his past life, Suqiang could be considered his peer and rival. Both were storyline gamers, one streaming and recording videos, the other selling guides and weaving tales. Suqiang had more than once expressed her disdain, stating Chen Luwen was always distorting the storyline, concocting tall tales, being a paparazzi to female NPCs, shameless to the core. She called on her fans, especially her female fans, to boycott Chen Luwen, but Chen Luwen never stooped to her level, just saw her as another sheep to be sheared whenever they met, and afterwards, he would even send her a private message to thank her for advertising for him, which made his business even better. It infuriated Suqiang every time, causing her to have a fit during her live streams. As for Polaris, he was even more famous. An old hand at online games, his presence was felt in all the popular games of the past. He was known for his solitary nature and formidable strength, attracting many fans who sought him out. Polaris later joined the world's first holographic online game, Era of Mystery, and carved out a name for himself, reaching the apex of the player pyramid. Because he took the magic faction sequence path, he was revered by the players as Sorcerer King Polaris, although there was a more down-to-earth nickname, Brother Polar. I heard from Connie that you're looking to work for me? Chen Luwen said, yes, Mr. Jack. Polaris repressed his shock at the man, replying respectfully. Chen Luwen pondered. Polaris and Suqiang exchanged glances, feeling somewhat nervous. Having you work as servants in my manor is not out of the question. Hope dawned on both of them, but Chen Luwen smiled faintly. Polaris felt a tightness in his chest, thinking, could it be that he had lost the bet? Was the opportunity slipping away just like that? I feel you would be wasted on mere servitude. You both have greater potential, I see it in you. Would you like to join my team? Polaris and Suqiang's eyes widened. Jack's affection towards you has increased, currently at friendly. Jack has extended an offer of recruitment. Would you like to join the Jack Manor faction? Chen Luwen toyed with the panel in secret, adjusting the affection toward both of them. After some consideration, he felt he indeed needed these two players to serve as pawns to establish his brand and spread his fame. Only if they reaped benefits from him would more people be drawn to him after the public beta. An influential gamer and a savvy broadcaster. A perfect match. Polaris, seasoning with experience, was well aware of how fortunate it was to latch onto such a benefactor during the closed beta. He sent a quick message to hurry Suqiang in the next second. He chose to accept. You have accepted Jack's offer and joined the Jack Manor faction. Polaris's fingers trembled slightly. He felt as if he had returned to his teenage years, rediscovering the initial excitement and satisfaction of his early days in online gaming. Suqiang took several deep breaths, secretly activating the recording function on her panel. The exceptionally handsome man in front of her was sure to boost her viewership. She'd record him, get some multi-angle shots, she was bound to go viral. Oh, by the way, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you. Chen Luwen acted as if he had just remembered something. Please, do tell.
Jack, my lord. What do you know about the Iron Fist gang down at the Outer City District's Mudflats? You've triggered a level D quest, Curious Jack. Task description: Jack is very curious about the Iron Fist gang. Tell him what you know and you'll be rewarded based on the value of the information. You can rest assured, Mr. Jack is a generous, upright, and kind gentleman. He will definitely not let you suffer. Item reward: depends on the situation. Chen Luwen quietly expressed his amazement, realizing that he indeed could initiate tasks for players like an NPC. However, the difficulty of the tasks and the rewards could not exceed certain limits. These limits, indicated by his panel, are to be measured by his own strength. The rewards were either to be distributed by the panel or by himself. I'm not stupid, letting the panel pay me is too good an opportunity to pass up. Chen Luwen thought to himself. Polaris and Su Qiang didn't even think twice before accepting the task. This was an opportunity to make an impression in front of a key figure. They had to seize it. Lord Jack, my friends have told me. Polaris conveyed the information the horseman had shared with him earlier, and while doing so, he sent a message to the horseman. Brother horseman, I'm very interested in what you said. Can you share more details? I need to prepare. The horseman replied promptly, with a hearty and covertly luring tone, detailing the current situation of the Iron Fist gang beneath the water platforms for Polaris. He even divulged what color underwear the low-ranking members of the Iron Fist gang were wearing, sparing no detail for Polaris. The horseman probably only thought to deceive Polaris and Su Qiang into going there, serving as free labor to show off in front of Mr. Dali. He had no idea that Polaris would translate and relay this information to Chen Luwen. Very good, it seems you know a lot. Chen Luwen looked deeply at Polaris. From the seamless nature of his narration, Chen Luwen deduced that Polaris was communicating with someone on the fly. He hadn't expected that the one occupying the Iron Fist gang would be the glutton Dali. If he really was Vigri, then there would be even more suspicions about him. Moreover, it seemed that other players had come to Amber City and joined the current Iron Fist gang. Perhaps these two players could be used as spies for real-time communication. Chen Luwen thought to himself. After such a long search, he had finally found traces of Dali, and it was time to take action. Your information has pleased Jack. Completing D-level quest, Curious Jack. Received quest rewards, 500 experience points, 20 silver ducats, and an increase in affection from Jack. Polaris and Su Qiang were overjoyed, but the surprises were far from over. They just saw the young man with black hair flip his hand and slap two oddly shaped weapons onto the table. Clap. Wrath homemade firearm. Item description: a flintlock gun intricately crafted by a genius artisan, extremely stable and powerful. The expanded barrel can deliver immense damage at close range and is not restricted by ammunition types. A handful of small steel balls sprayed at you will make you cry with pain. Good stuff. Polaris took a deep breath, eyes glued to the weapons on the table. Since you've joined my command, I won't treat you harshly. This is a very precious weapon. Back in the day, Chen Luwen picked up the blunderbuss, gently caressing it. His demeanor was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of dirtying or damaging it. He suddenly remembered that boastful bard and had a flash of inspiration. Back in the day, I used it to shoot down a flying dragon. These two guns have been great companions of mine. Chen Luwen showed a hint of reluctance, slowly handing the two guns over to Polaris and Su Qiang. I'm lending them to you for now. If you perform well in the future, they might be gifted to you as a reward. Yes, Lord Jack. We will definitely work hard to show our worth. Polaris suppressed his excitement and solemnly received the blunderbuss. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Su Qiang was also secretly amazed, carefully tucking the blunderbuss away, verified the recording was still ongoing. Her excitement barely concealed. This man actually killed a flying dragon? I will edit this first-hand material with all my skills, making it the opening shot to promote my video series, and it wasn't over yet. The young man with black hair then took two more items out of his pocket. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. There are bigger treasures. Polaris and Qiang discovered that a prompt box appeared above NPC Jack's head. Exchange. Both of them chose to open it without discussing. At the same time, the two items on the table also displayed their respective descriptive entries. D-Class Mysterious Object, Surging Badge. Item description: a badge imbued with the power of flesh that, once worn, grants surging strength and vitality. It seems to be a remnant of a church priest who, after being murdered, had his mystical substance and supernatural characteristics solidify into this badge. Eat more. You are the starving butcher. You are the embodiment of strength. Item effect: wearing it grants +2 strength, +2 endurance. Item cost: increases hunger, increases food consumption. Supernatural items? Mysterious objects. Desire surged in Polaris's heart, knowing that owning this small badge could significantly enhance his strength. Equipment that directly adds +4 points to attributes is a rare find, and besides,
the murdered church priest mentioned in the item description, wouldn't it be the Red Apple church priest he killed in Emerald Town? Shenluan's image was refreshed once again in Polaris's mind, even more powerful and unfathomable. Although Qiang found the equipment to be formidable, she didn't crave it as much as Polaris. Instead, she focused on the price of the equipment, her gaze intensifying. Exchange price, 100 contribution points plus 60 gold pounds plus low sequence mysterious substance *2, this expensive? Qiang was startled. She understood contribution value in gold pounds. One represented contributions to a faction, like completing tasks, and the other was the largest denomination of currency in this world. As for low sequence mysterious substance, she was not very familiar with it, but it seemed complex, likely a very precious material. She had none of these items. Polaris, seeing the price, couldn't help but internally wail. How could he afford this at his current stage? Was this not just to tantalize him? The two turned their attention to another item, a piece of paper filled with text, its torn edges jagged as if ripped hastily from a notebook. Supernatural knowledge, Destiny Faction Sequence 9, Hidden Pathway, item description, a sheet containing supernatural knowledge, imbued with the path to Destiny Faction, and once read, one can acquire the main occupation, Sequence 9, Beast Tamer. Only mystery can combat mystery, only the transcendent can conquer the transcendent. The breath of Polaris and Qiang hitched, their hearts beat uncontrollably fast, as if they were about to burst from their chests the next second. Supernatural knowledge. Hidden sequence, I must get my hands on it. This time, the thought emerged in both of their minds. Shenluan, sensing their rapid breathing, sneered silently at the big pie he set out had hooked them. It was the supernatural knowledge he had transcribed using his only piece of low sequence Destiny Faction mysterious substance. Exchange price, 500 contribution points plus 500 gold pounds plus low sequence mysterious substance *5. The exorbitant price made both Polaris and Qiang shudder, but they did not give up because of it. This was a hidden sequence openly priced and placed in the shop. Unlike the main profession pathways of the 7 true gods, even though the game officials did not explicitly say so, any somewhat experienced player knew that hidden professions might not always surpass regular ones, but they definitely had unique advantages. Moreover, labels like rare, special, and high difficulty strongly attracted loners like Polaris. Without relying on luck externally or toiling within official supernatural organizations, completing a series of difficult tasks, this was something you could get your hands on just by gathering the necessary exchange conditions. The way Polaris and Qiang looked at the black-haired youth changed. This is our secret, we must cling tightly to this thigh, and not let the information out. Polaris sent a message. Qiang pondered for a moment and nodded. I know, when the public test comes, we will rely on this opportunity to take off. By then, I will edit the material, so other players won't know that supernatural knowledge and mysterious objects can be obtained here. Shenluan watched them fall silent, knowing they were communicating. Faced with such a big opportunity, he would definitely hold on to it tightly, keep it to himself, and not tell anyone. But unfortunately, this was not something that could be hidden. I still need you to advertise for me a lot more. Shenluan thought silently. He opened the game's built-in forum. This was a feature that appeared after the start of the beta test. Shenluan had tried it before and could only browse like a visitor, not being able to post, forced to be a permanent lurker. Whether it was a bug caused by crossing over or some other reason, he wasn't sure. Why now? The forum already had many posts, enthusiastic discussions from players across the Sun continent, but so far, no player had posted anything about becoming a transcendent. Shenluan casually glanced at a few posts and then closed the forum. This forum would surely have posts about him in the future. Even if Polaris and Su Qiang did not actively advertise, they would become involuntary billboards for him among the player community. The next day at noon, Shenluan was about to head out in a carriage. He just happened to run into Polaris and Su Qiang, who had just come online to find him. I still have to go to work. Look for me in the evening if you need something. Shenluan lifted the curtain and said casually. Polaris and Su Qiang stood there, watching the carriage leave. After a while, so even big shots have to wake up early for work? Is it that competitive? Polaris remarked. Su Qiang rolled her eyes and asked softly, what do we do now? What else can we do? Just stroll around nearby for a bit. Time is precious, maybe we will trigger some quest. After Polaris finished speaking, he headed straight outside the manor. Su Qiang pouted and then followed. Shenluan sat in the carriage, planning to visit Pompey Manor later to ask for a leave from the Viscount. He wasn't going to teach Rebecca that day and was preparing to take a trip to the Shallows. Having found out about Dolly's whereabouts, he decided to take the initiative. The carriage stopped in front of the manor. Shenluan got off and walked in, but when he arrived at the Viscount's villa, he
Found something odd. Good morning, Mr. Jack. Rebecca, sitting in her wheelchair, gave him a smile. Good morning, Miss Rebecca. Chen Luen replied. Rebecca kept smiling and nodded, but said no more. Chen Luen frowned secretly, feeling that Rebecca was a bit off today. Mr. Jack, the Viscount and his wife are having breakfast. Please wait a moment. Butler Binos approached and bowed as he spoke. Chen Luen nodded. Shortly after, Viscount Pompey and Lady Pompey came out. Rebecca is in a bit of a bad mood today. Please don't take it to heart. Viscount Pompey said. Of course not, Viscount, Chen Luen replied, eyeing the Viscount and his wife for a bit before suddenly donning a polite yet eerie smile. Why would I take offense with a dead person? Binos' face changed color. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only Viscount Pompey and his wife were slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Chen Luen whirled around, the back of his hand slashing, ripping through the upper half of Rebecca's body. Bear strike, boom. Blood spurted like paint, and fear was frozen on Rebecca's face. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Blood and the Eternity of Love. What have you done? Binos bellowed hoarsely. Chen Luen ignored him, stepping forward and swinging his hand. The dark, sharp fingers sliced across Viscount Pompey and Lady Pompey's throats. Ugh. The Pompey couple's eyes widened as they clutched their throats and fell to the ground with a thud, blood pooling around them. Ah. Binos fell to his knees, shouting the Viscount's name. Why? Why did you kill them? He was extremely agitated, his old face flushed red, his eyes bloodthirsty, staring fixedly at Chen Luen. Chen Luen glanced at the old butler and sighed silently. Butler Binos, take another good look, they are not the Pompey family. Binos turned his head and saw that the three bodies on the ground had disappeared. Only 3 blank canvases lay on the ground, with oil paints scattered all around, resembling abstract paintings. Binos was stunned. Chen Luen stood quietly, glancing at the mess on the floor. Ever since Rebecca had greeted him, he had sensed that something was amiss. When the Pompey couple appeared, he finally identified the problem. This family had no heartbeat. Moreover, there was a faint, distinct smell of paint about them. What happened here before I came? Chen Luen asked. Binos' mind was blank. He took a few breaths to calm down. His lordship the Viscount received a letter this morning, and then took his wife and daughter out. Went out? Where did they go? Chen Luen continued to inquire. Binos slowly stood up, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thought for a moment, then said, His lordship the Viscount mentioned he was invited to take his family to Lord Barney's house to appreciate a painting. Lord Barney, the oil paint baron. Chen Luen roughly pieced the matter together in his mind. He asked Butler Binos for the address of Lord Barney's house, then left quickly. Lord Jack, are you going to find the Pompey family? Binos asked loudly behind him. Seeing Chen Luen stop in his tracks and turned in awed, the old butler solemnly bowed. Lord Jack, please be careful, the safety of the Viscount's family rests on you. Don't worry, I am Rebecca's teacher, Chen Luen said with a smile. I won't let my student and her parents be in danger. After saying this, he turned and walked away, under the grateful gaze of Butler Binos. In a corner of the inner city district, a painting studio. Dolly, how much longer? Baron Barney asked impatiently. Patience is the fuel for creating masterpieces. Please let me embellish it a bit more. The brown-haired youth sat on a low stool, painting with his brush. In front of him, Rebecca and the Pompey couple sat together, all smiling, their postures elegant, serving as his most qualified models. But the Pompey's eyes were filled with fear, staring fixedly at the young man in front of them, their emotions incredulous, their bodies uncontrollably fixed to the chairs, but their minds still functioning. Viscount Pompey hadn't expected that his foster son, Vigry, and his good friend Barney would turn against his family. These two familiar people suddenly became strangers. I am prepared to name this painting, Eternity of Blood and Love. Dolly stood up, a small knife pinched between 2 fingers. He approached Viscount Pompey, sliced open the chest of his foster father with the knife, and cut off a palm-sized piece of skin. Blood flowed out, but Viscount Pompey's face still maintained a smile, only his eyes revealing pain and anger. Oh, father, don't look at me with those eyes. I am merely preserving a legacy of fame for you. Humming a tune, Dolly then moved in front of Lady Pompey. And her terrified gaze, he plucked out a bone from her finger. Father's skin, mother's bone. Dolly ignored the nearly collapsing gazes of the Pompey couple and walked towards Rebecca. Oh, and of course, the daughter's blood. Only such materials can create a masterpiece of the ages. He revealed a slightly crazed smile, gently brushed Rebecca's lovely face, and wiped away the tears that slid down. Dear Rebecca, don't cry, it will hurt your brother's heart. Dolly gently pressed the knife against Rebecca's lips. Cold, sharp. Rebecca was inexplicably terrified, calling out in her heart for the name of that knight. Mr. Jack, please help me, please save Rebecca.
and Mom and Dad. Dolly grabbed Rebecca's hand and slid the knife across her palm. Blood gushed out, and Dolly excitedly licked it, with the fragrance of a virgin. He then opened his own hand, and the large mouth in his palm devoured the skin of Viscount Pompey, the bone of Lady Pompey, and Rebecca's blood. Slap. Dolly abruptly clenched his fist, showing a joyous expression. His cheeks flushed. He seemed as if he had taken a strong drug, turned to the easel, and began painting rapidly. Once the work is completed, my family will forever remain in the painting, becoming real puppets. I will turn over half of the Pompey family's fortune to the Viscount Sir Oil Paint, and the title of Viscount will fall upon my head. Dolly said while painting, "What about my share?" Baron Barney was puffing on a cigar, slightly taken aback. Dolly suddenly stopped painting, turned around, and appeared enlightened. "Forgot to tell you, someone else took your share." Before Baron Barney could comprehend the meaning of these words, a dagger suddenly pierced through his chest. An unknown masked man had appeared behind him, poking his head out, a commoner also wanting to meddle in such affairs. He gently pushed, and Baron Barney fell face down to the ground. Baron Barney felt severe pain spreading throughout his body, as a pair of black boots came into view. "What a fool," the masked man, cloaked in black, wiped the dagger clean on Baron Barney's blue shirt. Sheathing it. He looked at Dolly, his blue eyes void of emotion. "Viscount Sir Oil Paint told me you needed help here." "Yes, but you weren't necessarily supposed to act, Crow, you were just insurance, understand?" Crow turned, his cloak billowing, and vanished in the next second. The studio echoed with his voice, "Whatever, just make sure my share is given to me on time." Dolly didn't turn back, continued painting, his lips curled into a cold smirk. "Circus organization. After this mission is completed, perhaps Viscount Sir Oil Paint will recommend me for membership." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Inner City District 3rd Street. Chen Luan walked out of a villa. On the wall next to the Great Gate, it was marked 3rd Street, number 21, Barney's. He looked back once, and in the distance, he saw a young maid slowly closing the door. Not here. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Full video recording. Downstairs of the studio, Horseman and his two fellow players were blending in with the ranks of the Iron Fist gang's underlings. They grouped up and took positions separately, guarding the entrance to the staircase leading to the studio. This street was rather secluded, a corner of the inner city district. Most of the shops here were empty, and the residential buildings were uninhabited. Horsemen were really lucky. "We just joined the Iron Fist gang and got a sea-level mission." Doghead Gold was smoking a cigarette on the side, and afterward clicked his tongue in praise, commenting on how high the game's realism was. The feeling of smoke entering the lungs was hardly different from reality. "Yeah. What's more important is that the mission reward even includes supernatural knowledge. If we complete this mission, we're basically skyrocketing to heaven, stepping directly into the ranks of the Transcendents. With such speed, we can be considered the first batch of players to become Transcendents in the beta test." Horseman said with a laugh. His tone contained a hint of excitement, and then suddenly it turned serious as he said, "However, we can't take it lightly. The rewards are so generous, the difficulty must be extremely high. It shouldn't be much of a problem. Mr. Dolly is very strong. With him leading the way, we can just slack off. As newbies, it's impossible for them to give us an unsolvable mission." "Forget No Taboo said, arms crossed and looking relaxed. "It's just a pity that Polaris and that woman were so stubborn to not come here with us. They missed such a rare opportunity." Horseman shook his head with a laugh, a hint of schadenfreude in his gesture, while Doghead Gold snorted and stomped out his cigarette. "Once we become Transcendents, I'm actually looking forward to their expressions." "Huh?" Horseman suddenly showed a look of surprise. Doghead Gold and Forget No Taboo looked at him with puzzled expressions and asked aloud. Horseman chuckled twice and explained, "Polaris sent me a message." Doghead Gold scoffed. "He must be struggling to get by in the outer city district, huh? That's the problem with solo players, always overestimating themselves. I originally thought this Polaris, being an experienced player, would have some tricks up his sleeve, but that's it?" "You guessed right," Horseman said. "I'll invite them over. That woman is a small-time streamer, let her record the process. It can serve as a promotion for both of our guilds. Polaris bro, we're currently at the end of Wanhuan Street, come over now. We're in the middle of a mission, have that female streamer with you start recording, shoot a promotional clip for us, and afterward, we'll recommend you to join the gang." Horseman sent a message. He quickly received a reply. "Okay, I'll be right there, and I will have Suking record the whole process." Bang! The blunderbuss shot out a burst of light, and countless steel pellets sprayed over Horseman's body. A fatal red damage indicator popped up above his head. "You have been killed by player Polaris."
Horseman's eyes widened in shock as he watched the man and woman, then dissolved into a beam of white light and disappeared. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Su King, looking excited, fired her blunderbuss at Doghead Gold and killed him with one shot. The last one left, Forget No Taboo, stood dumbfounded, staring at the pair. What are you doing? Doing a mission. Polaris grabbed a handful of steel pellets and stuffed them into his firearm, then aimed and pulled the trigger at him. Bang! Forget No Taboo turned into a beam of white light and followed his companions. You have killed player Forget No Taboo. Gained 1 contribution degree point. Polaris had a smile on his face. Did you get it all on tape? Yeah. Su King nodded vigorously. Enemies. The other members of the Iron Fist gang finally reacted, pulling out their outdated versions of Mad Hand and Raging Fire, and started pursuing the two of them. Go. We just need to lure them away. Polaris spoke and took the lead, running down an alley. Su King stuck out her tongue at the Iron Fist gang's underlings, then turned to follow Polaris. Half an hour earlier, they had been found by Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack assigned them a task that required them to find their companions and kill them. In the face of the task reward, Polaris accepted without hesitation. It wasn't only about players with whom they had briefly cooperated, even longtime friends. As long as the reward was sufficient, Polaris would kill without error. Of course, if such a situation really occurred, Polaris would still compensate his friends afterwards. After all, he was a shark hand without emotions but understood the concept of sharing. Polaris, have you gone mad? What good does killing us do for you? Horseman sent an exasperated message. Polaris glanced at it and promptly deleted the friend. Damn. Horseman cursed, standing in the backyard of the Iron Fist gang's base, with Doghead Gold and Forget No Taboo walking out of the building behind him. This was their resurrection point. Damn it. Ruining our good deeds. Wait until the public test starts. We will definitely make these two scumbags pay. Doghead Gold cursed and Forget No Taboo also had a grim face. We don't have to wait for the public test, let's go now. Horseman said in a deep voice, we can't just let this go, our task hasn't failed yet. If we rush over now, it's still not too late. The three of them, fueled by anger, quickly left the sewers and headed for the inner city district. Luckily, they had identity proofs given to them by Mr. Dali, allowing them to enter and leave the inner city district. Otherwise it would have been difficult. After Polaris and Su King led away the Iron Fist gang's underlings. A carriage parked on the side of the street, its curtains lifted, and a person stepped out. It was Chen Luan. He instructed the coachman to leave first and then walked straight up the stairs, looking up at the second floor's studio wooden door. He checked his equipment, then placed 2 ink bottles at the top of the stairs, pulling out a transparent thread to secure them. Bang! He kicked open the wooden door. A whoosh. A sharp knife stabbed from behind the door. Chen Luan frowned, raised his hand and flicked his fingers. His pitch-black fingers struck the blade, emitting a clear ringing sound. As the sparks flew, a masked man in black robes appeared before him. The masked man kicked out. Chen Luan responded with a knee, his expressionless face unchanged. Rhinoceros impact. Bang! The two were evenly matched. The masked man uttered a sound of surprise and doubt, then turned his hand. Another short knife appeared in his palm, slashing down fiercely. Chen Luan was quicker, turning his knee into a push scorpion tail needle. The knife was only half a hand's distance from his face when it came to a sudden stop and was flung away. The masked man leaped back, clutching his abdomen, staggering on his feet. He squinted his eyes. Supernatural toxin. Click, the door closed on its own. The young man who had been painting paused his movements and stood up. He glanced at the masked man, Raven, and chuckled lightly. He had been tricked by this move before, and now seeing someone else in the same plight, he couldn't help but feel a little schadenfreude. You've come, Jack. The brown-haired young man turned to look at Chen Luan, casually tossing aside the brush in his hand. I thought you wouldn't come. It seems I underestimated your courage and arrogance. The Pompies stood like statues with a smile, but their eyes were sad to read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only their gaze shifted to Chen Luan, changing from surprise to hope, and then from hope to concern. Rebecca's gaze was the most intense, and 2 more tears fell from her eyes. He had come, he really heard my call and came to save us. Chapter 78, 2 against 1, no martial ethics. What a pity, my masterpiece was almost complete. Dali sighed with regret, but killing you and continuing later is not too late. Dali, Chen Luan looked at the brown-haired youth, thinking that his guess wasn't wrong. The adopted son of Viscount Pompey, Vigri, was indeed Dali. How he turned into an ugly, fat man in the next 2 years was no longer important. How rare, a transcendent of the Destiny faction, yet only a sequence 9. Today, you're dead for sure.
The masked man Crow spoke in a cold voice, "Don't act yet, I want to play with him. I must return the favor from that night." Dolly flexed his 5 fingers. The very next second, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Chen Luan, his palm heading straight for him. Dolly's strength and agility were well balanced. Chen Luan estimated both around 30 points. He could only compete with his strength, far behind in agility. Using Serpentine Incarnation for a surprise might allow him to dodge temporarily, but after being figured out, his situation would plummet dramatically. Bang! The dark golden scales clashed with the white exoskeleton-covered fist, creating an explosive sound. A twitch appeared in the corner of Dolly's eye. "It's that tough hide again." He opened his mouth wide, the corners splitting towards his ears. Then Dolly's head zoomed in fast, completing a biting motion with incredible speed. Crack! Dolly bit through Chen Luan's hair, his constantly wriggling teeth grinding together like gears, emitting a grating noise. His eyes swiveled, catching sight of Chen Luan's neck bent at an odd angle, dodging the strike like a snake, wriggling like a disgusting earthworm. Dolly's face, twisted into a ghastly expression, spoke in a strange voice, filled with disdain. Gurgle. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Luan's left arm became serpentine, coiling upwards, trapping Dolly's right arm, locking it in place. The following second, Chen Luan's right fist struck deep into Dolly's left chest. Bang! Dolly couldn't dodge and took the punch head-on. The impact of rhinoceros impact penetrated the protective membrane over his sternum, piercing straight through his heart. Cough. Dolly spat out a mouthful of blood, taking a deep breath, his face twisted even more ferociously. "A good punch, I like it a lot." Chen Luan's eyes narrowed slightly. Transcendents of the flesh faction were indeed troublesome to deal with such tenacious life force. Not to mention he was a sequence higher than him. A soft click, he drew his repeater flintlock gun, pressing it against Dolly's chest and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang bang bang! With a pained cry, Dolly took the first hit, then forcibly broke free from Chen Luan's hold. He dodged the following shots, deflecting stray bullets with his hand. "You should be dead." Dolly growled and bit off his own thumb, chewing and swallowing it in his mouth. Blood flowed profusely from his hand, but he was unfazed. Instantly, his veins bulged, his eyes turned blood red, and he lunged forward again, his fingerless hand becoming like a flesh-slicing knife, his other hand's large mouth extending a long tongue. Every move he made was accompanied by waves of air pressure. Strength and agility clearly surged. Whoosh! Chen Luan used Serpentine Incarnation to twist his body but didn't fully evade the blade palm, and a gash appeared on his face. As he tried to retreat, his leg was entangled by the long tongue emerging from Dolly's palmed eye, and the next moment, Dolly's kick came hurtling. Bang! Chen Luan was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a dent, with cracks spreading like a spider web. The grotesque paintings hanging on the wall crashed to the floor in a cacophony of cracks and snaps. Chen Luan slid down the wall, staggering to his feet. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but fortunately, the protection from the carp armor spared him from losing a significant chunk of his life. Such disgusting defensive power. Dolly clenched his fists, letting out a raspy, cold laugh. "Crow, let's join forces. I don't want to waste any more time. It's about time. Tough and fleshy opponents are my favorite." Ha! The masked man said. A sense of crisis surged in Chen Luan's heart. Facing Dolly one-on-one, he had always kept an eye on the masked man nearby, holding back in order to prevent a surprise attack, and therefore only utilizing 70 to 80% of his strength. Handling Dolly was already challenging enough, and now with the addition of another transcendent, he feared he might fall into a significant disadvantage. 2 against 1, no honor in combat. Dolly attacked once again. As he moved, his body swelled like inflating to the size of a small giant, almost reaching the ceiling. His palm transformed into a serrated meat cleaver, swooping down in a vertical chop. Whoosh! In such a form, Dolly's strength must have soared to over 40 points, nearing 50. This was the threshold for a low-sequence transcendence attributes, and Chen Luan was unwilling to confront it head-on. He dodged to one side, avoiding Dolly's attack, but in the next moment, a sharp dagger appeared in front of him. Whoosh! With space being encroached upon, Chen Luan had no choice but to raise his hand to protect his throat, his whole body now covered by the carp armor. A hissus, the blade scraped across the scales, producing a startling shower of sparks. Chen Luan took the opportunity to wrap his serpentine arm around the masked man's hand and, leveraging his position, burst out from his side to escape the encirclement, but it seemed that his opponent had already anticipated his intentions. The masked man let out a cold laugh and struck back with his hand, extending a finger. It pierced Chen Luan's back like an iron drill, the tough dark gold scales shattering under its force. With a flick of that finger, a large chunk of flesh was ripped from Chen Luan's back. Chen Luan grunted, rolling forward to increase the distance. Hidden path, conspiracy faction, sequence 8, locksmith, he muttered under his breath. This was an advanced sequence of Sequence 9 a thief, possessing the supernatural ability to unlock, and specializing in agility and assassination. This is bad. I'm completely outpaced. Chen Luwen knelt on the ground, his back throbbing with searing pain as blood surged out, soaking through his shirt. His back turned to the Pompies. The grisly wound was a sight that quickened their heartbeats. On seeing it, the three of them couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Viscount Pompey had not expected that it wasn't just his closest foster son Vigri who was a transcendent with mysterious powers but also Rebecca's home tutor, Mr. Jack. However, Mr. Jack seemed to be at a disadvantage at the moment. Viscount Pompey wanted to speak, but felt helpless to intervene. Viscount Pompey closed his eyes, simply hoping Mr. Jack wouldn't lose his life over this. Mrs. Pompey and Rebecca's eyes showed their anxiousness, especially Rebecca. She desperately wished Mr. Jack would quickly knock that ingrate Vigri to the ground. Mr. Jack, please be safe, you can do it, Mr. Jack. Dolly and Crow, big and small, turned to look at the black-haired youth kneeling on the ground. There's no point in struggling, Jack, Dolly said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Crow had already slashed through the air like a phantom, appearing in front of Chen Luwen. A knife stroke to the head, with the unlock feature embedded in this stroke. Crow's deep blue eyes flashed with cruelty, as if he'd already seen the dagger act as a key, slicing through Chen Luwen's shell-like defenses and cutting him in. 2. Danger. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site-only panel. Chen Luwen thought coolly with a flick of his finger. He allocated all 17 remaining points to agility. Current attributes, agility 38. Equals. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Killing Blow. Whoosh. The dagger flew like lightning, cutting Chen Luwen in half, but the crow's smiling eyes faltered, because he felt he hadn't cut through anything solid, just slashed through the air. Be careful. Dolly warned, rushing in right after. Chen Luwen's speed had nearly doubled, dodging the crow's attack and already reaching his back. Hands braced against the ground, he kicked at the crow's lower back. Scorpion tail needle, thud. The crow screamed in agony, his body flying forward like a cannonball. Midair, he coughed out black, contaminated blood, soaking his mask. With a fierce look in his eyes, just before crashing into the wall, his hands burst into a bright pattern. The anticipated loud crash did not occur. Instead, the crow passed through the wall like a ghost, vanishing from sight. Whoosh. The next instant, he traversed space, appearing from beneath Chen Luwen's feet. The dagger aimed to sever Chen Luwen's entire leg, but this strike also missed. His speed has increased. The crow burst from the ground, his throat erupting with frustrated words. Chen Luwen's figure drew a black Z in the room, bursting through the door with a bang and rushing out. He's trying to escape. The crow shouted coldly. Immediately, he flung his black robe, his body flying out like a dark bird, with the hem fluttering behind him as he pursued. Watch out for tricks. Dolly warned in a deep voice, following him out. The crow, just having charged out of the room, caught a glimpse of Chen Luwen's figure flash past the stairwell below. He pursued with a determined face, completely overlooking a clear thread on the ground. Twang, the thread was tripped by his boot, pulling loose the cap it was connected to. Extreme danger surged in the crow's heart. Glancing over, he noticed 2 black ink bottles at the corner of the stairwell entrance. He wished to use locksmith to escape through the floor beneath his feet, but suddenly, a whistle sounded. Swoosh, his mind grew hazy, stunned for a moment. The next moment, the ink bottles erupted in blinding light. No, boom. A deafening explosion rang out, with light and smoke diffusing far and wide. Countless tiny metal shrapnel tore through the air and smoke, piercing the crow's body and shredding everything in close proximity. Fuck. Polaris, who had been watching the scene while hiding, couldn't help but curse. Behind him, Suqiang rolled her eyes, then quickly her expression turned to one of excitement. The camera was still rolling, capturing all the combat action, bricks and rubble scattered by the shockwave. Dolly, who had been about to step out of the room, was forced to retreat back inside. With a dark expression, he dusted off his clothes and gritted his teeth. How can there be such a stupid person? You have killed a member of the circus organization, Crow, a locksmith of Sequence 8, Conspiracy Faction, and gained 3,000 experience points. Standing at the stairwell, Chen Luwen's mouth curled slightly. The shell necklace on his chest dimmed after a brief glow. The bomb that Connie meticulously crafted was truly useful. After absorbing the mechanical knowledge contained in the prototype drawings of Mad Hand, she created the weapons as per Chen Luwen's request. They were powerful, quick to activate and camouflaged. Chen Luwen named these special bombs Red Ink, symbolizing using the enemy's blood as the ink to write their dismal endings, but due to the complex production process, they could only be handcrafted by Connie for now, and the only 2 available were used here. Additionally, they were expensive to make. 1 bottle of red ink cost 5 gold pounds, which made Chen Luwen somewhat reluctant to use them. Looks like the crow has turned into spicy bird dings, scattered all around. unlikely to be separated out into mysterious objects. Chen Luwen surveyed the surrounding smoke and privately lamented Jack. The smoke was dispelled, and a disproportionately muscular little giant leaped down the stairwell. Dolly's face, bulging with veins and eyes bloodshot, was fixated on Chen Luwen. He slammed his fist down, the back of it covered in haphazard teeth like a meaty meteor hammer. Boom. Dolly's hammer strike, like a small explosive, created a crater in the ground. Chen Luwen's agility was already above his, and being outside with more space to maneuver made avoiding his attacks all the easier. Chen Luwen moved aside, revealing dark golden scales covering his exposed skin. He looked at Dolly with a pair of emerald vertical pupils. If you have any aces up your sleeve, you'd better use them now, or you will die, he said coolly. Dolly sneered back, offering no response. With a stomp, his massive body bore down across the space. The dark-haired young man pulled out a small hand crossbow and aimed it at him. Pulling the trigger, thunk, a red flash cut through the air, incredibly fast. Dolly's heart skipped a beat, barely having time to raise his hand to protect his head. A red crossbow arrow pierced his sturdy arm. Ugh. The intense pain, along with a surging hunger, tormented Dolly. The crossbow arrow dissipated with the wind, vanishing without a trace, but the flesh at the wound was as if gnawed away by an invisible maw, its whereabouts unknown. The hideous wound was a ghastly sight to behold. To handle a beefy bull like this, I still have to rely on it. Thinking so, Chen Luwen raised his hand and loosed 2 more arrows. The tongue of gluttony spat out, the bowstring trembled, swish swish. Dolly's body was large and an easy target. 2 crossbow arrows, one on the left and one on the right, plunged into his thighs. Boom. The flesh on Dolly's thighs was devoured by an invisible mouth. Without the support of his muscles, his massive body knelt on the spot. He gritted his teeth against the pain and hunger, realizing that if this continued, he was in danger of dying. You're forcing my hand, Jack, Dolly said through clenched teeth. He flipped his hand, and a scroll flew from his body. A whoosh, the scroll unfurled to reveal a tightly closed large eye in the center, surrounded by spiraling oil paints. If one looked closely, they could see that the eyelashes of this eye were all curved fingers, attached around the eye, gently twisting, utterly eerie. The eyelid of the large eye lifted slightly, revealing a small part of the pupil underneath. The red, yellow, and blue oil paints were distinct and profound, as if hiding some dreadful power. After a glance, Chen Luwen felt a chill down his spine, a strong sense of crisis washing over him. I can't let it open. He put away the hand crossbow and switched to the blunderbuss. He charged forward, raising the gun and firing at the scroll in midair. Bang! A barrage of steel pellets struck the scroll, causing it to shudder violently, but it wasn't truly damaged. Pupil and painting continued, lifting its eyelids slowly. Seeing this, Chen Luwen immediately switched to his great weapon, the Connie No. 1 mechanical glove. He fine-tuned his fingers, power at full blast. Bang! A half-meter diameter fireball shot out, slamming into the scroll. The high temperature, accompanied by rolling black smoke, engulfed the scroll. The flames turned the scroll to ashes. Only the pattern of the eye in the middle was still struggling to hold on, and the eyelid trembled slightly, seeming to be affected and effective. Chen Luwen was inwardly elated. Die. With all the strength in his good arm, Dolly pushed forcefully, propelling his entire body towards Chen Luwen. By the reaction, the scroll gifted by Jazz Painter was his last card. He couldn't let it be interrupted. Just a little more time, and once pupil and painting was fully opened, the tide of battle would be definitively turned. Bang! Upon their fists colliding, Chen Luwen felt his entire arm go numb. The massive force seemed almost enough to shatter him. Fresh blood spilled from the corners of Chen Luwen's mouth. He persisted with gritted teeth, his mechanical glove gripping tightly onto Dolly's fist. Next moment, it burst into flame, spewing forth from his palm. Dolly tried to get away, but Chen Luwen held fast, the fire clinging to Dolly, causing his upper body to be continuously scorched. Dolly turned into a man of fire, struggling and wailing. Chen Luwen glanced at the scroll in midair. The eye was already half open, with tears of blood putting out the flames on the scroll. Not good. Chen Luwen knew time was of the essence. He must quickly eliminate Dolly, who was in his way, and then stop that eye. Both hands lashed out like 2 great snakes, biting into the sides of Dolly's waist. Snake's kiss. Supernatural toxin injected, rendering Dolly even weaker. Chen Luwen immediately transformed his fingers to fists. Rhinoceros impact, bear strike, then elbows, palms, knees, and kicks followed in rapid succession. A series of moves too fast for the naked eye to see struck Dolly, emitting a series of muffled thuds. Dolly stood rigid, staggered on the spot like a drunk man. Chen Luwen's eyes hardened to die. His fingers came together, staining black. Swoosh. Stork Peck, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only his entire hand plunged into Dolly's left chest, hot blood flowing down his arm. Then his scorpion tail needle, Chen Luwen's fingertips pierced the heart, injecting supernatural toxin again. The finishing blow. Chapter 80. Chapter 80 Conclusion. Dolly tensed up and collapsed with a boom. His huge body shrank, becoming loose and slack, his muscles and bones all destroyed by dense strikes. His bulging veins darkened, the supernatural toxin had spread throughout his body, death was certain. A few seconds later, killing Oil Paint Baron's assistant Vigri, Dolly, Sequence 8, Gourmet, Flesh Faction, gained 3,500 experience points. A prompt popped up, but before Chen Luwen could catch his breath, the pupil in painting had almost fully opened. Boom! He only had time to throw out one last fireball through the heat-distorted air. From inside the flame, he could see that the eye was fully open, the pupil's primary color spun, and Chen Luwen felt as if his heart had been struck hard to thump. Chen Luwen staggered backward 2 steps, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. You have suffered a bewitched heart, mental shock, sanity -2, life points -100. The pupil in painting gurgled as it rotated its pupil, and after giving him a glance, it seemed to lack the strength to continue the attack. Immediately, the eyelashes, countless fingers stretched out from the damaged, charred painting, dragging Dolly's body into the scroll. Then, the scroll burned to ash in the flames, disintegrating with the wind. Puppet Master Baron Barney and Vigri, Dolly, are dead. Completed Grade C mission, Clouds Gathering. Received mission rewards, 1,500 experience points, 2 gold pounds, Pompey's Affection, and Low Sequence Flesh Faction Mystic Book, *1. Phew, Chen Luwen stood in place, letting out a breath of relief. Continuous high-intensity combat had drained a lot of his physical strength, and his injuries were not light, his life points were nearly depleted. That last look from the pupil in painting almost killed him instantly. That's Constellation Faction, Sequence 7, Heart Thief, S ability, Amid. Sequence Transcendent. His heart sank now that Dolly had been killed by him, but he didn't get the anticipated mysterious substance from the High Sequence Flesh Faction, because his body was dragged away by the pupil in painting. The Oil Paint Baron behind Dolly is most likely a mid-sequence transcendent, and that mysterious substance from the High Sequence Flesh Faction is very likely to be in his hands. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense how Dolly in his former life came to possess this mysterious substance. Oil Paint Baron. Through his encounters over this period, those oil paintings imbued with supernormal powers, they must have come from this Oil Paint Baron, an unknown path of a mid-sequence transcendent. Chen Luwen immediately felt an immense pressure. Being a level higher was manageable, but a whole tier higher was a bit far-fetched. To advance from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 meant entering the level of mid-sequence transcendence, and a qualitative change in overall strength occurred. Many weaknesses ordinary mortals had were no longer weaknesses, and they were also difficult to kill by ordinary means, and from the current clues, the abilities the Oil Paint Baron had revealed included Moon Faction, Sequence 9, Medium, and Constellation Faction, Sequence 7, Heart Thief. It's unknown if he still has any other abilities hidden, nor what specific sequence path he possesses. Better wrap up the current situation first, Chen Luwen sighed internally. He walked toward the stairs, intending to go to the studio to rescue Pompey's family. Suddenly, he stopped, spotting a flash of light where Dolly's body had been. He quickly went to the spot of the light, bent down, and picked up a small pendant with a black skull. Token, Society Pendant, Item Description. It appears to be a token of a secret society. Presenting it can prove one's membership and successfully participate in society activities. The pendant's designer seems to have a fondness for the deceased, hence they used it as a symbol. Some trinket. Don't know what bird use it's good for yet. Chen Luwen casually put it in his pocket and turned to go upstairs. Just then, a burst of footsteps came, followed by a man's loud shout. Polaris. Our mission has failed. You this bloody, eh? The Horsemen 3 players seemed as if a stasis spell had been cast on them. Freezing in place, they saw Polaris and Suqiang hiding in the corner, turning their heads to look at the 3 of them with strange expressions on their faces. They also saw a dozen members of the Iron Fist gang gathered around, staring at them in admiration. One of the guys even gave them a thumbs up, seemingly in praise. Lastly, they saw a black-haired young man leaning against the railing on the stairway, looking down at them expressionlessly. The area was a mess, like a parking lot that had been hit by a tornado. Doghead Gold secretly cast Scout and, shivering all over, hesitantly sent the information to his 2 companions. The other 2, upon seeing it, shuddered as well. I knew this task wasn't going to be that simple. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 horsemen once again transformed into white light and disappeared. The Iron Fist gang's members didn't seem surprised by this scene. Kill players horsemen, Doghead Gold, and forget no taboo. Earn 300 experience points and 1 attribute point. Chen Luwen raised an eyebrow. So the rewards for killing players were this generous? His gaze shifted to Polaris and Su King, and both of them, startled, quickly receded back like groundhogs, vanishing by the wall. Forget it. I'll try again during the public test when there are more people. Shenluan muttered to himself and put away his flintlock gun. He continued upstairs. Polaris and Su King were panting heavily, having just about believed they were about to be casually killed by Mr. Jack. That indifferent look, the ease of his actions, was exactly the style of a classic major villain. Task completed. Did you get the prompt? Su King asked. Got it. We're one step closer to that hidden pathway to supernatural knowledge. Polaris took a deep breath. Su King, reviewing the video playback, picked a few exciting clips to show Polaris. Hey, don't you think Jack is quite handsome? She elbowed Polaris, giggling twice. Polaris looked at her with a strange gaze, as if viewing an obsessed fan. Yeah, he's alright, he said casually. Su King rolled her eyes and closed the panel, disappointed. You don't know anything. Wait till I edit the video. When I post it, this NPC is definitely going to attract a lot of female fans. Just don't reveal any secrets about him. I know. Annoying. Shenluan reached the second floor. The stairwell entrance had been blasted open by red ink, with fragments of the protective walls exposing bricks and steel reinforcement inside. As expected, it was blown to pieces. Shenluan found remains of a crow among the debris scattered on the floor. 3 pieces of low sequence conspiracy faction mysterious substance. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sight only. Although it was regrettable that he couldn't obtain a complete, mysterious object, these spoils were not bad. He stored the mysterious substances in his panel and entered the studio. Mr. Jack. Rebecca looked at the door with a surprised face, and then her look turned to one of urgency. Please, save my father and mother. Chapter 81, The Viscount's Collection. What's wrong, Rebecca? Shenluan approached. No matter how much I call them, they won't wake up. Sob, Rebecca sobbed. Kneeling on the ground, Shenluan found that the Pompey family had already broken free from control, but at the moment, the Pompey couple lay on the ground, motionless. He went up to check and found that their wounds were very deep, seeming to have reached the arteries, and due to excessive blood loss, had fallen into a coma. Their faces were now pale, their breathing faint, looking as if they were at death's door. Rebecca knelt beside her parents, appearing very helpless. Don't worry, Rebecca, Viscount Pompey and the lady will be all right. Shenluan comforted her. Fortunately, the wound on Rebecca's palm wasn't deep, and she was not in any serious trouble now. She nodded, seemingly trusting Shenluan a lot. After reflecting for a moment, Shenluan immediately took out 2 portions of the low-sequence flesh faction mysterious substance from the panel, and stuffed the 2 blood-red meatballs into the mouths of the Viscount couple. The mysterious substance of the flesh faction contained an exceptionally strong life force, distinct from the nectar of the Red Apple Church. This mysterious substance was much purer and more advanced. The 2 were not even in the same league. It had no side effects and could even prolong life, healing the blood loss symptoms of 2 ordinary people. It was more than enough. However, using it so bluntly was a bit wasteful, like using rocket fuel to cook rice over a fire, but Shenluan had no better option at the moment. He could only use it for the emergency. Saving lives was crucial. After swallowing the mysterious substance, the Pompey's faces quickly regained color, and their weakened state visibly improved at a noticeable rate. The wounds on their bodies began to heal, and even the severed finger of Mrs. Pompey miraculously grew back. Seeing this scene, Rebecca was overjoyed, her gaze towards Shenluan even more intimate and worshipful. Rebecca's affection has increased. It is currently reverent. Shenluan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Rebecca's affection for him had already grown so high. Affection levels, from low to high, are mortal enemies: hatred, hostility, disgust, indifference, neutral, friendly, close, respected, reverent, and worship. Generally speaking, the initial affection level is indifferent. In less than a month, he had already raised Rebecca's affection to reverence. If Era of Mystery was a dating sim, he would probably be at the final stage of getting what you want. As Viscount Pompey and his wife slowly came to, they were first confused and then gradually calmed down. When they realized they were in a safe state and their injuries were healed, they began to inquire. Rebecca excitedly told her parents how Shenluan had fought valiantly to defeat the villains and used miraculous methods to bring them back to life. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Jack, you've saved our family once again. Viscount Pompey stood up and gave Shenluan a heartfelt salute. Viscount Pompey's affection has increased. It is currently respected. Next to him, Mrs. Pompey also showed her gratitude and curtsied to him. The notification of the increase in affection came once more. Like the Viscount, reaching respected, Shenluan raised his hand to stop the Viscount from continuing his thanks. Your Excellency the Viscount, we should leave this place first. You're right. Viscount Pompey nodded, taking his wife and daughter, and followed Chen Luan out of the studio. Back at Pompey Manor, the Viscount's family was still shaken, feeling as if the day's events had been a nightmare. Viscount Pompey graciously hosted Chen Luan for a meal, with many words of thanks. The Viscount became slightly intoxicated after several bouts of toasting. He began to sigh and express regret at his lack of judgment, not only failing to discern the insidiousness of his old friend Barney but also not suspecting his adopted son Vigri of harboring intentions to harm them. When it came to the mystic realm, he suddenly fell silent. After the dinner, the Viscount soothed his wife and daughter, then asked Chen Luan to stay behind. Mr. Jack, please stay a moment, I have something to show you. Viscount Pompey said earnestly. Chen Luan nodded. He noticed Rebecca sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed away by Lady Pompey. She turned her head to look at Chen Luan and revealed a grateful smile. Chen Luan took off his top hat and placed a hand over his chest in response. Immediately after, Viscount Pompey led Chen Luan up the wooden staircase of the villa, heading upward. I really can't thank you enough, Mr. Jack. Binos followed beside Chen Luan, whispering, It was nothing, Butler Binos. Chen Luan waved his hand dismissively, but respect was even more evident on Binos' face. You truly are a noble person. Binos' affection for you has increased. It is currently at adoration. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow. Does this mean I've gained full access to Pompey Manor? Viscount Pompey took Chen Luan to the art gallery, then lightly twisted the sword scabbard on a suit of knight's armor to the left. Click click. Chen Luan watched in surprise as the wall beside it slowly moved, revealing a small side door. Forgive the crudeness, Mr. Jack, but what lies beyond here is my true collection, Viscount Pompey said. He extended a hand, gesturing for Chen Luan to go inside. When Chen Luan entered the hidden door, he found the space inside wasn't large, but every item on the shelves was exquisitely beautiful and supreme. Jewelry, gems, and even weapons of all varieties were laid out in abundance. They shone brilliantly under the dim light. No wonder the small animals I dispatched found nothing here. Chen Luan suddenly noticed a deer head mounted on the wall. Its eyes turned to meet Chen Luan's gaze for a moment. Grade C mysterious object, wall-mounted deer head, item description, A. Mystical specimen containing powers of nature, outwardly a deer head, identical to its appearance in life. It is suspected to be a remnant of a supernatural creature that, even in death, was protecting someone it wished to protect. Item effect, provides detection and protection, able to isolate malicious gazes and hide objects desired to be protected. When an intruder is detected, it will emit a warning and release a deadly poison gas to kill the enemy. Item cost, ensure the continuation of the Pompey bloodline, otherwise suffer a curse. Chen Luan shifted his gaze away slowly. It seems the Pompey family is not as simple as it appears. He mused silently. Mr. Jack, please feel free to choose any item from my collection, Viscount Pompey said. Chen Luan glanced at the Viscount, realizing that he must understand the supernatural objects here were of great use to him. Only such priceless mystical items could be worthy of his enormous gratitude. Perhaps this was an opportunity that only presented itself after a certain level of affection was reached. Chen Luan passed by row upon row of exhibits, seemingly indifferent to the treasure's worth of fortune. His attention was suddenly captivated by a drop-shaped sapphire earring. Stepping forward, he gently picked it up and received a prompt frowny face. Grade C mysterious object, Maggie's tear, item description, an earring containing natural powers, shaped like a drop of sapphire. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. It seems to be the crystallized tear of a supernatural creature. If I see you, years since we've met, so near yet so far, both real and surreal, how should I greet you then? Only with tears, only with silence. Maggie item effect, can block most mental attacks, mystical contamination, and divination probes, and can enhance sanity recovery speed. Increases charm by +5 when worn. Item cost, after triggering protection, emotions become hypersensitive for 12 hours. Chapter 82, The Past Maggie. Chen Luan silently muttered the name. He had some recollection of it. It seemed to appear in Philip's diary, likely the person Philip loved. But what he hadn't expected was that Maggie could be a supernatural creature. Upon further reflection, he realized that this was just Philip's taste and he came to terms with it. He picked up the sapphire earrings and signaled to Viscount Pompey. The latter bowed slightly, touching his chest in agreement. Then, Chen Luan looked around the collection room again, scanning each item. His mood gradually turned joyful and expectant. Perhaps Viscount Pompey actually obtained Philip's legacy? Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess so many objects from the mystic realm? He thought to himself, looking up. On the top of a cabinet, a rolled-up whip rested quietly. Chen Luan tiptoed to take it down, noting a flash of nostalgia on Viscount Pompey's face. Chen Luan forcibly controlled himself not to think too much, focusing on the whip in his hands. Supernatural item, Philip's whip. Item description: a painstakingly customized whip for a transcendent, used to lash and motivate oneself to keep advancing on the supernatural path. Of course, it was occasionally used for entertainment. Hey, buddy, you are really lucky. With this, guaranteed your path to becoming stronger won't be dull. Don't thank me too much, I am just a pioneer exploring the way forward for you. Item effect: enhances a designated sequence. 9, Beast Tamer skill, limited to 1. Shenluen remained silent. He sneakily glanced at Viscount Pompey and noticed the nostalgia had turned into embarrassment, which soon turned into encouragement. What exactly do you mean by that expression, your viscountship? Shenluen couldn't help but silently complain. I am just doing this to become stronger, just to become stronger, stronger, he silently reminded himself, pretending nothing had happened as he accepted the whip. After checking the collection room one last time, Shenluen found the final item that could be of help to him. D-grade mysterious object. When the grape matures. Item description: a token of engagement received by a transcendent, seemingly transformed from a casually picked supernatural fruit, appearing as a ring set with a sapphire. It contain longing. We will meet again, won't we? Maggie, still on that prairie, by that lake, under that grapevine. Philip. Item effect: dimensional storage space of 5 cubic meters. Item cost: express love to it periodically. Finally, a storage type mysterious object. Shenluen secretly rejoiced. Days without a backpack were tough. The things he could carry were limited and inconvenient. Now with this little backpack, he could finally carry the stock from the attic and some supernatural items with him, safe and convenient. Your viscountship, just these 3 items. Shenluen, holding the 3 selected items, returned to the entrance. It's not that he did not want the other treasures, but he knew when to stop. He had already secured the most valuable items available, and the rest, though precious, were just ordinary items. No need to overly wear out his welcome in exchange for goods. As for the deer head on the wall, it was of no use to Shenluen, and he also did not want to bear the cost. It could stay here to guard the Pompey family. Mr. Jack, won't you take a bit more? If you're not satisfied, I can take you to an auction to choose some more, Viscount Pompey asked. Shenluen smiled and waved his hand. This is sufficient, your viscountship. I am very fond of these 3 items, thank you for your generosity. If Mr. Jack is pleased, that's wonderful. Viscount Pompey ordered Binos to close the secret door, his face showing admiration. Mr. Jack really is noble in character, not greedy or arrogant, knows when enough is enough, and understands restraint. Moreover, he is a transcendent from the mystic realm, worthy of deep association. It was clear that Rebecca was fond of him. If only, forget it, this is not for me to consider. Viscount Pompey reminded himself silently. As he was descending the stairs, Shenluen suddenly realized that the task Philip's legacy had not been completed. Has it not all been taken yet? That shouldn't be the case. I checked everything in the collection room. He was somewhat puzzled. After a moment of thought, Shenluen tentatively asked Viscount Pompey, Your Excellency Viscount, may I ask if you know a person named Philip? Viscount Pompey suddenly stopped in his tracks. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and even Binos by his side looked at Shenluen in astonishment. Mr. Jack, you knew teacher Philip? Viscount Pompey said, I have read his works. Shenluen maintained a look of admiration on his face, but he felt puzzled inside. Teacher Philip. Hearing Viscount Pompey's reference to Philip and seeing the butler's expression, he suddenly realized something. It appeared that Philip had a deep relationship with the Pompey family. Back in the living room on the ground floor, Binos personally made tea for both of them, and Viscount Pompey, holding his teacup, slowly began relaying the past. It turns out that Philip had once served as the family tutor for Viscount Pompey, and that was more than a decade ago. In his youth, Pompey was uneducated. His father, the previous Viscount, found him a home tutor, who was Philip. Philip was young but learned and was also humorous and witty. The two quickly became friends and he frequently took him to the zoo. Speaking of which, when Mr. Jack was last with us, it reminded me of teacher Philip back in the day. Viscount Pompey smiled, taking a sip of his tea. Back then, he would often use a whip to punish me. Of course, without the teacher's discipline, there would be no Pompey of today. I am very grateful to him, as teacher Philip saved an indolent noble youth. He set down his teacup, his face full of emotion. Unfortunately, later the teacher went on a long journey, and I went to join the military, and we lost contact with each other. Shenluen listened silently, his fingers twitching slightly. It was as if he had traveled back in time, becoming the player who delves into the plot of the story, which made him feel pleased. Later, we moved, and although we left contact information at the old address, we have never received news from the teacher, Viscount Pompey said slowly, his tone low. Shenluen's heart skipped a beat. Moved? So this place was not the real Pompey Manor. No wonder the task Philip's legacy has not shown completion. because the burial site is not here at all. Shenluen thought. He organized his thoughts and naturally asked Viscount Pompey for the old address of the manor. Oh, it's in the western part of the inner city district, near Lona Port. Number 4 Wayne Street. Viscount Pompey seemed a bit forgetful, and under the reminder of Binos the butler, he then narrated it clearly. Shenluen nodded, not continuing on this topic. In his mind, however, he planned to visit this old address to retrieve the Phillips legacy. Just as he was preparing to get up to leave, he suddenly remembered a letter Mrs. Caroline had entrusted to Connie to pass on. Your Excellency Viscount, this is a letter from Mrs. Caroline of number 7 Denton Street in the outer city district, entrusted to me for you. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Shenluen took the letter from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. And he relayed Mrs. Caroline's words. She said, "She doesn't blame you, Henry will always be your best friend." He then bowed and left. At the last moment as he left the great gate, he turned back to see Viscount Pompey taking a medal out of the envelope, holding the letter in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 83. Pigeons occupy the magpie's nest. Please follow. Late at night, after leaving Pompey Manor, Shenluen headed directly to the old site mentioned by the Viscount. On the west side of the inner city district, near the ocean, Lona Port stood. The purple moon reflected on the sea surface where several huge ships were docked, and vaguely, numerous laborers could be seen dragging small boats loaded with cargo. Shenluen withdrew his gaze and left the terrace at the end of the street. He entered a small alley on the other side and, after numerous turns, arrived at the entrance of a manor. This was number 4 Wan Street. However, the great gate was locked, and the plaque at the gate had been removed, indicating that no one currently lived there. It was an empty house. Shenluen looked around and, seeing no one passing by, braced himself against the railing and leaped inside. He did not linger, nor did he enter the villa building, but went directly to the back. According to Philip's diary, the inheritance was buried in the backyard. What is this? Shenluen stopped in his tracks. He saw tombstones standing in the backyard, separated by carved stone materials, neatly arranged. It turns out to be a cemetery. Shenluen walked on the little stone path, his eyes scanning over the inscriptions on the tombstones. A few belonged to the Pompey family members, but most were soldiers who had perished in the overseas landing battle. It seemed all were personally inscribed by Viscount Pompey. These soldiers were the Viscount's comrades? Or subordinates? Shenluen guessed. Here, he even found the tombstones of Mrs. Caroline's husband, Henry, and their son, Oliver, my benefactor, a dear friend entrusted with my life. This was the epitaph on Henry's tombstone: a beloved child, an excellent son, a brave man. This was the epitaph on Oliver's tombstone. Below the epitaphs of the two men, both had Viscount Pompey's name and date inscribed. Fresh flowers were placed in front of the tombstones, not yet wilted. Shenluen sighed. He continued walking deeper and discovered a stone spirit temple, its doors securely sealed. Shenluen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers brushed against the crevice of the door. He then used serpentine senses to flick out his tongue and collect pheromones. Someone has been here, but it wasn't Viscount Pompey nor Mrs. Caroline. Logically, such spirit temples are generally the resting places for those of high status, and even for worship, the doors would not be easily opened. Shenluen heightened his alertness and pushed open the door to enter. Vertical pupils do not possess night vision capability, but they can detect heat. At this moment, his vision was pitch black, and he detected no large creatures. With his tongue flickering, he slowly moved to a corner of the spirit temple. A suspicious stone slab showed signs of having been moved. He extended a finger and easily lifted the heavy stone slab, revealing the long staircase below. There's actually a hidden passage here. Shenluen was surprised. If it weren't for the pheromone traces indicating that someone had entered this place, he might have missed this entrance. Shenluen put on the sapphire earrings on his right ear and touched the grape ring on his index finger. After checking his gear, he walked down the passage. As he descended, a light appeared ahead, coming from oil lamps lit on the walls. There really is someone. He became more cautious. At the end of the corridor was a bronze gate, carved with various animal and plant patterns. Just as he was about to push the door open, the bronze gate was opened from the inside. Clang! A backlit figure appeared in his line of sight, followed immediately by a hoarse female voice. Hey! Look what I found! A lucky tomb robber. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman extended a large hand towards him. Today is your lucky day, sir, because you're about to move into a free new home right here, in this coffin, huh? Bang! Two palms collided, huh? The woman's laughter stopped, and she let out a confused sound. Stepping back, a transcendent? The next second, the woman attacked again, mist emerging from her body, and faint sounds of waves emanating from within. A straight punch, with a spiral of wind forming around the fist, extinguished the oil lamps nearby. Smack! Smack smack! Shenluan executed a rhinoceros impact, turning the outer part of his fist to bone, and collided head-on with 3 punches, but he quickly realized that the impact of each punch was dissolved by the opponent's whirlwind and water flow-like movements. The real damage was less than a tenth, a transcendent from the deep-sea faction. Shenluan thought to himself. For the next second, he quickened his attack pace, taking control of the rhythm of the fight. Bear strike, rhinoceros impact, and stork peck were used in succession, becoming more adept. Ping ping pang pang. The sounds echoed in the enclosed underground crypt. The woman grew more and more astonished as they fought, unable to see through the man before her, but she could tell that his strength was not inferior to her own. Lightning! She exclaimed angrily, arcs sparking between her fingers, with blue-white phosphorescence flickering faintly in the mist, but in a blink, she lost sight of the man. Where? Behind you! A calm male voice made her hair stand on end. Thud! Shenluan struck with a back elbow, the powerful impact hitting the woman directly in the back of the heart. She grunted, tumbling forward. The arc in her palm extinguished, the mist around her dissipating. She got up awkwardly and turned her head to look at Shenluan. Who exactly are you? The woman asked sternly. Shenluan glanced at the ornament on the woman's chest, and realization dawned on him. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and casually draped it over his face, revealing only a pair of emerald vertical pupils. The handkerchief was a gift from Rebecca, but he had never used it before. Now, it was just right for the occasion. One of us. Shenluan feigned a hoarse, deep voice. He then took out the black skull token he had obtained from Dali, holding it between his fingers and gave it a shake. In the dark, the woman wore an expression of speechlessness. Your voice is clearly different from before, and this disguise is too amateurish, and that piece of cloth covering your face, how perfunctory it looks. Is this supposed to be child's play? However, she didn't want to fuss over these details. According to the rules of the secret society organizer, Black Skull, possession of the token granted one the right to attend the meeting. Come inside, fortunate gentlemen. The woman had no more to say, taking the lead into the inner parts of the crypt. Shenluan followed closely behind. As his sight shifted from darkness to light, he saw the scene inside clearly. A crude incandescent bulb hung from the low ceiling, barely illuminating the space. Under the dim light was a wooden round table, with 6 people currently seated. They all watched Shenluan with expressions ranging from indifference to curiosity, calm to inscrutable. He has the society's token, so I let him in, came the coarse feminine voice beside Shenluan. He glanced slightly to the side, finally seeing the person he had fought, a woman with pale yellow crew-cut hair, also masked, but with 2 scar lines over her eyelids, deep-set eyes, and a sharp gaze. No problem, since he has the token, he's qualified to join the meeting. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only a burly figure at the head of the round table spoke. He wore a black skull mask that only revealed his eyes, which looked calm. I am the society's host. You may call me Black Skull, and how should I address you? Shenluan surveyed the 7 people briefly, then lowered his gaze and in a raspy, deep voice, he said to Spade. Chapter 84, Mysterious Society, please follow. Mr. Spade, please take a seat. Black Skull hummed thoughtfully and then raised his hand to indicate that Shenluan could sit down on one of the empty chairs. Shenluan nodded, casually picked a chair, pulled it out, and sat down. Since we have a newcomer, why don't we all introduce ourselves first? Black Skull leaned back slightly, resting against the back of his chair. The first to echo in was the rough woman who had competed with Shenluan. You can call me Finn. If there's any towing business, you can find me. The so-called towing is slang, similar in nature to pimping, but more straightforward. This involved directly kidnapping women and delivering them to clients, or kidnapping clients and forcing them to spend money. Shenluan could smell a hint of the sea and a fishy scent on her, indicating that this woman probably lived around Lona Port, and might even work at the port on a regular basis. Is she, Sequence 8 Navigator? He silently guessed in his heart. The other 5 individuals then introduced themselves one after another. A short-haired woman wearing a white mask called herself Spirit Cat, and Shenluan could not feel any supernatural fluctuations from her. The middle-aged man beside her, wearing a skeleton mask inscribed with ancient text, had a robust voice and calm demeanor, and called himself Miser. An elderly-looking man with a hunched back wore a gray hat that covered his face, showing only a few strands of gray beard, and he called himself Knowledge. The other 2 especially caught Shenluan's attention. A slovenly, bearded man, wearing no disguise, with an indifferent gaze and dressed in a linen robe typical of the lower class, stared straightforwardly as he simply stated 2 words, Iron Hammer. The last one was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt underneath, but oddly had a silver pot upside down on his head. It was unclear how he managed to see clearly. He reluctantly spread his hands, and from the silver pot, a muffled male voice emerged. "You can call me gentleman, newcomer." Chen Luwen nodded in acknowledgement but did not respond. He was inwardly cautious. The mysterious society hidden in the old site of Pompey Manor had gathered 7 individuals from the mystic realm, 6 of whom, excluding Spirit Cat, were transcendents, and their sequences were not LOW. At least, Chen Luwen had not sensed the presence of any sequence 9. "I wonder if Philip's legacy has been taken by them." Chen Luwen felt a headache coming on. "It seems that our big eater Mr. might mostly have been killed by Mr. Spade. TSK, when did Amber City have such a strong figure?" Gentleman chuckled softly as Spirit Cat glanced at him and countered, "It's also possible that he picked up the token." He, Gentleman shook his head, and the silver pot on his neck swayed slightly. Miser spoke up from the side, "That doesn't explain how we found this place. Could it be that Shelter captured Big Eater and exposed our meeting place?" Knowledge speculated. Upon hearing the word Shelter, everyone fell silent and a chill fell over them. "There's no need to be nervous, everyone," Black Skull spoke softly. "Just a Shelter alone can't harm us. Perhaps Mr. Spade's information was given by Big Eater. Let's not speculate any further, it's pointless." He tapped the table and continued, "Let's start today's proceedings, beginning with the trading segment." Chen Luwen looked at Black Skull with surprise, wondering why he was giving him an alibi. As the initiator of the secret society, Black Skull seemed to command considerable authority, and upon hearing his words, everyone stopped dwelling on how Chen Luwen found the place. 2 portions of low sequence moon faction mystic substance in exchange for supernatural items. Who wants it? Finn took out 2 crumpled bits of paper, brutally unfolded them to reveal 2 black, glossy balls tinged with purple. The group fell silent for a moment until Gentleman finally spoke up. "Have you been hunting Moon Church monks again? Be careful, you might get caught one day. Mind your own business, urinal head." Finn scoffed. Gentleman shrugged his shoulders and said no more. "I'll take them," Iron Hammer said flatly. "What will you exchange for them?" "Let me clarify, I don't need mystic substance." "How about this?" Iron Hammer took out a strangely shaped umbrella, whose hooked end actually served as a stock and handle, equipped with a trigger, resembling more a 2-handed flintlock gun. A man-made, Class D mysterious object? How does it activate? What's the cost? Finn was intrigued and promptly inquired. "Open the umbrella, pull the trigger, and it fires supernatural incendiary bombs, drawing body moisture as ammunition." Iron Hammer was sparing with words, explaining briefly. "Good. It's a deal." Finn pushed the 2 black-purple pills forward and reached out for the umbrella flintlock gun, but unexpectedly, Iron Hammer pressed down on the barrel of the gun. "What do you mean?" Finn furrowed her brow. "Not enough," Iron Hammer said, then quickly added, "Add another 50 gold pounds." Finn fell silent for a moment, nodded, and grudgingly took out another portion of the low-sequence moon faction mysterious substance. The market price of low-sequence moon faction mysterious substance is around 50 gold pounds, which is reasonable. Black Skull reminded from the side. Iron Hammer didn't respond verbally, just nodded slightly, accepted 3 black-purple pills, and handed the umbrella gun to Finn. Following that, there were 2 more transactions, mostly barter, seldom involving currency. At this stage of their transcendent journey, they rarely lacked money. Rather, their aim was to grow stronger in the mystic realm and progress further along their sequence path. "Mr. Spade, do you have any needs to voice?" Black Skull asked. Chen Luwen noticed that everyone was looking at him and knew he had to do something to avoid suspicion. So, he chuckled lightly, took out a portion of the low-sequence conspiracy faction mysterious substance, a small gray ball. "I'm very interested in sequence paths other than the 7 true gods. If anyone has supernatural knowledge, here is a down payment. We can discuss the specifics in private, and you can set the price." Chen Luwen did indeed need ascension knowledge, but he couldn't be upfront about it. The hidden sequences outside of the 7 true gods, destiny, conspiracy, and nature, these 3 sequences are very rare. I don't have them. Black Skull shook his head after whispering among themselves briefly. Everyone else also fell silent. "All right then, if anyone has relevant information, you can also sell it to me. I will pay with a low-sequence mysterious substance." Chen Luwen feigned regret and said in a somber voice, "Well, if no one else has transactions to make, then let's begin open discussion." Black Skull chaired the meeting. The atmosphere of the society was slightly relaxed and more at ease. "I've heard that the recent turmoil in the council is intense. After the assassination of Mr. Daniel, Mr. Lawson is flourishing, as if he's found a powerful backer," the gentleman joked. From what I know, it's a mid-sequence transcendent, very powerful, and he possesses a class of mysterious object. The miser supplemented. The others were all stunned. Are you sure it's a class of mysterious object? Finn said in surprise, such a level of mysterious object, she had not only never seen, but had not even heard of, which was incredibly rare. That's not his property. The miser said indifferently. The others quietly speculated whether this powerful backer of Mr. Lawson had stolen something from a church or robbed some association's foundation. After discussing this topic further, Spirit Cat spoke. Count Bradley is truly a fool. His wife has long had a lover, and he has been kept in the dark. Perhaps he is not unaware, but pretends to be. The scholar coughed twice, chuckling. Hee. If the Countess's new lover is a powerful transcendent, then Count Bradley would probably not dare to utter a word. That's reality. Others nodded in agreement. Between ordinary people and the mystic realm, there really is a deep chasm. No matter how distinguished your identity or how vast your wealth, before a powerful transcendent, you are just a fragile life that can be extinguished in a snap. Even if there is a warrant from a shelter, one could easily flee to another district. Unless criminal charges are enormous, the Empire would not dispatch excessive forces to pursue. Chen Luan remained silent, reducing his presence while quietly gathering intelligence. Half an hour later, Black Skull stood up to end the meeting. Old rules. Everyone leave one by one in order. The next meeting is 3 days from now. If there's any unexpected event, a code will be published in the newspaper to reschedule. Then, he motioned for Chen Luan to lead the way out, leading him to a side door inside the crypt. Entering the side door, Chen Luan found another dozen branching passages that seemed to lead to different exits. He then realized that the old site of Pompey Manor was just one of the entrances. Black Skull escorted Chen Luan to the exit, then nodded and turned back. Chen Luan noticed that on the cuff of his sleeve hung a bell about the size of a fingertip. He memorized this detail. Exiting, Chen Luan found himself back at the drainage ditch in the outer city district, a massive outflow of the drainage canal. Who designed this hideout? Chen Luan marveled inwardly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only hidden. And well connected, it truly was the ideal choice for a safe house. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Could it be Philip? The exact words in the diary were, I've hidden all my savings and collected transcendent items over the years in the underground of Viscount Pompey's backyard. There, I dug a subterranean maze? Chapter 85, Jack Wellesley Jack Estate, the third floor of the small villa, Chen Luan's room. Awhoosh, Chen Luan sat at the desk, slowly closing a book. Through careful reading, you have gained 500 experience points. The Flesh Faction Mystic Book Art of Butchery, Progress 100%, has been fully read. You have additionally gained 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. You have discovered complete supernatural pathway knowledge. Flesh Faction Sequence 9 Butcher. The Sequence 9 supernatural knowledge in my hand has reached 5 copies, very good. Chen Luan revealed a satisfied expression now that he had half of the 10 sequence pathways in hand. Even though he couldn't use the excess ones, it gave him the pleasure of collecting them. After storing the book in the grape ring, he was about to take out a whip for study when he discovered that the ring had suddenly gone on strike. Unable to open the dimensional space, the amethyst inlaid on the ring was dull and lusterless. Seeming to have lost its strength, Chen Luan was slightly taken aback. Then immediately thought of the cost of using it. It needed an expression of affection from time to time. Chen Luan opened his mouth, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps someone with objectophilia wouldn't have any psychological barriers. He commented, and immediately said to the ring in his hand, you are truly beautiful. Just look at that large gemstone of yours, sparkling and shining. Look at your curved body, smooth and sleek. Ah, how I passionately adore you, moi. After speaking, Chen Luan even smacked a kiss on it. For a long while, the grape ring showed no reaction. Chen Luan pondered, taking a deep breath. It seemed his way of expressing affection was too greasy. It preferred something lighter and couldn't take it, so he decided to change to a more subtle approach. He took the ring off and held it in his palm, scouring his mind for declarations of love from literary greats of the past era. He finally settled on Shakespeare. Gazing at the ring, his eyes filled with love, he spoke in a deep voice, doubt that the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. The ring circles the finger, shining brilliantly. Held in hand at this moment, hand to heart, I love you, like a midsummer night's dream. In the next second, the grape ring burst into a radiant purple glow. Seeming to be very pleased, Chen Luan revealed a smile. Outside the door, Chloe's hand, about to knock, paused in midair. Connie looked on in surprise, covering her mouth with her little hand. Is Mr. Jack practicing a confession?
Connie wore a curious expression, her cheeks blushing. I wonder who the object could be? Viscount Pompey's daughter, Miss Rebecca? Or, knock knock, Flois knock interrupted Connie's murmuring, excuse me. Flois said softly, then pushed the room door open. Connie was dumbfounded by the scene inside the room, while Flois, holding a tray, trembled slightly. They saw Mr. Jack with his perfect back turned, holding a whip in his hand, raised high as if he was about to lash himself. As he turned his head, there was Flois holding a tray with afternoon tea, her face showing surprise, with Connie covering her little mouth, totally incredulous. If I said I was training, would you believe me? Shenluen smiled. Mr. Jack, you. Connie stammered her words before turning to flee. Flois regained her composure and placed the plate on the table as if nothing had happened. I made you some afternoon tea, with cookies and milk. Then she turned to leave, and when she reached the door, she said softly, I am a blind woman, I cannot see. Shenluen noticed a slight blush on her cheeks. You're stating the obvious with your eyes covered, aren't you? Shenluen silently ridiculed her remark, then told himself it was okay, considering it a perk for his people. Cough, could you close the door for me, Flois? I'm going to train. Shenluen stressed the word train very emphatically. Flois replied with a faint voice of a mosquito, then closed the door and left. Slap, Flois trembled at the sound through the door. She heard the sound of whipping and then hurried away. I in the room. Shenluen wore a deadpan expression, mechanically whipping himself. Philip, oh Philip, how I wish you were still alive. I really want to beat you up. Although the whip was somewhat sensational, it greatly assisted Shenluen. Shenluen used his enhanced beast tamer exclusive skill, choosing animal mimicry, which was one of his main skills at the moment. The enhancement effect allowed him to release a greater number of attributes simultaneously. After half an hour of flogging, Shenluen noticed that the effects of the whip were diminishing, so he stopped. Then, he tried to use his skills, and even previously incompatible attributes could be activated at the same time. Compatible serpent attributes reached simultaneous quadruple activation. The effect is still decent. Shenluen exhaled a breath of turbid air and wiped off his sweat with a towel. Rustle, his back muscles writhed, and then he shed a complete layer of dead skin. The red marks left by the whip vanished as well, restoring his skin to health and fairness. Molting Shenluen seldom used this attribute, as it could heal injuries, but the activation process was too long, making it somewhat redundant in battle. I hope it gets reinforced after the sequence promotion, then I'll have an extra card up my sleeve to save my life. Shenluen thought hopefully. After finishing off the afternoon tea prepared by Flois, he took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Then he left the house and headed to the western side of the inner city district, Lonaport. His recent expenses were a bit hefty, so he planned to sell a batch of weapons on the black market there to gather some funds. The location of the black market was something he had learned from Bino Spudler. As it turned out, the inner city district's black market was hidden in the port, but thinking about it, that made perfect sense. After all, with the constant flow of goods and complex personnel, even with strict management, it was impossible to prevent the emergence of such an underground market. Hey, buddy, let's have a drink after the work is done. Sure thing. Bread clearance. Everything half off before we close at 10. Excuse me, sir, watch out for the carriage. On the spacious arcing walkway of the dock, people bustled about, and numerous carriages with goods or dignified gentlemen and ladies moved slowly along. One side of the walkway was the seaside with boats of various sizes moored, while the other side featured brightly lit shops with dazzling arrays of goods. The noise of the crowd was bustling and lively. Shenluen walked along the pedestrian path for a distance, then went down some steps on one side, passed through a long, dim alley, and entered a night market. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only here. The stalls were neatly arranged in the center, with shops on either side. This is the black market, but I need to find the right intermediary, Shenluen thought to himself. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar face flashing through the crowd. Rebecca. Chapter 86, Port Black Market. Rebecca's leg injury had healed quite a bit. She was very happy today because her good friend Gabriella had come to visit her at the manor. Gabriella's mother and Lady Pompey were besties, and they often attended the high society salons together. Rebecca and Gabriella had known each other since they were children and attended the same lessons at the Gillyflower Girls' Academy. Rebecca had been missing her friend as well, so after saying goodbye to her parents, she left Pompey Manor with Gabriella to have a look around. Rebecca, I haven't seen you in almost 2 months. Gabriella wore a high-necked, poofy traveling dress with a long shawl draped over her rough collar, and topped with a coquettish cloche hat. Rebecca's attire was similar, but her gigot sleeves had lace flounces, and her dress was of a more subtly elegant hue. Is your leg really better? We won't have any trouble walking this far, will we? Gabriella asked with concern. It's fine, the doctor has already seen me. As long as I don't engage in strenuous exercise, I'll be all right, Rebecca said. The two walked a fair distance, and without realizing it, they arrived at the docks. Gabriella suddenly whispered secretively, Rebecca, do you know about the Mystic Realm? Mystic Realm, Rebecca suddenly remembered the events of the past few days. Her family was kidnapped, left immobile as if turned into statues, and then she witnessed Mr. Jack fighting the enemy. I heard that there are transcendental powers in this world, like magic tricks. No, they should be called magic. It's amazing, very powerful. Gabriella said excitedly. The incident at the Emerald Aviary Zoo a while back, that man who caused the riot, was a transcendent with mystic power. He wasn't the one who caused the riot. Rebecca was a bit angry. Mr. Jack saved us all, he's my knight, he's not a bad person. Gabriella looked at Rebecca with a bit of surprise, wondering why she was so agitated. Okay, she decided not to continue on the subject and switched to another topic. Rebecca, I've heard there's a secret market around here, with hidden shops that sell items only found in the Mystic Realm. Should we try to find it? Maybe we can have magic too. After hearing this, Rebecca felt an urge to explore. To be honest, she felt that Mr. Jack was perfect, and she was distancing herself from him. If I had magic, Mr. Jack would surely be shocked, right? Rebecca thought to herself with a snicker. Gabriella gave her a puzzled look, and immediately, Rebecca controlled her expression and resumed normalcy, then said nonchalantly, Sure, let's go. Gabriella smiled, took Rebecca's hand, and they began searching the streets. It was either by coincidence or destiny that they found a market hidden among the docks, though they did not realize it was the black market. Curious, they started to wander around inside. Chen Luan saw the two of them but did not approach to greet them. But he noticed that behind Rebecca, there were several men skulking surreptitiously, peering after them. Rebecca! Look! Gabriella excitedly shook Rebecca's hand, pointing to a shop in the corner. The dilapidated sign read Witch's House, but because the light bulbs were old, the word witch was not lit, so from a distance, it was easy to misunderstand. The women exchanged a glance, then immediately entered the shop. A young woman with thick eyeshadow lounged behind the counter, puffing on a pipe. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the proprietor of the shop. She gracefully removed the pipe from her lips with her long, pale fingers, glanced at them indifferently, and said, Sorry, we're closed. Please leave. Ah? Gabriella uttered in surprise, then saw that there was another middle-aged customer in the shop examining old wares. Pointing at the person, she challenged, Why is there still a customer if you're closed? The woman propped her elbow on the table, rested her head on her wrist, and her long hair fell loosely around her in a languid spread. She took a puff from her pipe, smiling lightly, Because he is a smart customer, and you are not. What do you mean? Gabriella frowned. Professor Mollimer? Rebecca suddenly exclaimed, turning her head. Gabriella saw Rebecca's surprised expression and followed her gaze to the middle-aged customer. After a brief observation, she realized that the man was actually the history professor from the Golden Broomstick Girls' School. Oh, it's Rebecca and Gabriella. The middle-aged man turned around and showed a smile. He wore glasses, exuding the aura of a scholar. What are you doing here at this hour? It's not safe at night, Professor Mollimer gently advised, shaking his head. As he spoke, he held a clay pot and walked up to the counter, taking out gold pounds to pay. This is 4 gold pounds, still the usual fake merchandise, Miss Rosa. The woman took the 4 gold coins, asking indifferently, If you know it's fake, why buy it? Professor Mollimer caressed the patterns on it and said sincerely, Although the pot is fake, the craftsmanship is real, consistent with the patterns from the old era, and very valuable for research. You see, that's a smart person. They know it's fake, yet they willingly pay for it, Rosa said with a slight smile. Gabriella, seeing her smile, didn't know why, but she felt a sense of inferiority. The other person did not possess a face that could shock the world, yet she radiated an extraordinary charm. Gabriella averted her eyes, not wanting to look at those calm yet compelling eyes. So you mean to say that we're so foolish we can't distinguish fake merchandise and are likely to get deceived? Gabriella said with a tone of dissatisfaction. If you're in business, why bother warning us? Isn't making money good enough? I don't believe there's such a kind-hearted swindler. Gabriella was somewhat annoyed, both for being looked down upon and for realizing there were no genuine Mystic Realm artifacts here, which frustrated her. Because I don't want trouble, young lady, Rosa said as she inverted her pipe, tapping it lightly against the edge of the table to knock out the ashes. There's nothing here that you want. Please leave. Gabriella wanted to say something more, But Rebecca pulled at her. Let it go, let's go, it's late, Rebecca said. But, okay. Gabriella relented, though still upset. Professor Molimer had been standing on the side, and now he intervened. Do you need me to escort you home? No need to trouble yourself, sir, we will escort these young ladies. A flippant voice interrupted. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw 4 or 5 men in black entering the store. They blocked the doorway, surrounding Rebecca and Gabriella. I don't know you. Rebecca said she was somewhat afraid, regretting wandering so far to such a remote place. Miss, you are being willful again. The boss has instructed us to ensure your safety. It's getting late, let's go back now, one of the men in black said, preparing to drag the 2 women out. Professor Molimer opened his mouth to speak but found himself at the business end of a firearm. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only the man holding the flintlock gun scoffed and shook the gun barrel in a threatening manner. His accomplices also drew their guns, pointing them at the shop owner, Rosa. However, she remained calm and unhurriedly lit new tobacco with a match, smoking her pipe as if nothing was happening. Suddenly, the leader of the men stiffened, realizing he was floating in the air. The boss told me to take you home too. An unfamiliar male voice came from behind him. A young man with black hair, who had appeared from nowhere, was holding him up effortlessly, like picking up a chick. Back to the home for rejects. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. The Silver Witch. Mr. Jack. Rebecca exclaimed with joy upon seeing Chen Luan. Chen Luan gave her a smile. Bastard. The guy Chen Luan picked up cursed angrily. The rest of his companions were shocked and pulled out their guns, pointing them at Chen Luan. Bang bang, 2 straight punches, fast as lightning, smashed directly into the faces of 2 men in black. They didn't have time to react, screamed in agony, and fell to the ground with bloodied faces. Chen Luan followed with a high kick that whistled through the air like a black cleaver, kicking 2 other men in black through the air. With 2 clangs, they flew from the entrance of the shop and tumbled down the steps like rolling gourds. This was still Chen Luan holding back, not opting to kill. Otherwise, with his strength, these 4 would have long been dead. Sir, is there some misunderstanding here? The guy held in his hand let out a huge scare, sweating profusely. He hadn't expected this unfamiliar young man to be so formidable, downing 4 armed companions with a few punches and kicks. What power are you with? Chen Luan asked softly. These men in black dared to brazenly kidnap a noble lady. Probably not a simple matter. The man captured clenched his teeth and remained silent, his face slightly changing. Who else? The Dot Gang from Lona Port. Woman owner Rosa commented from the side. Chen Luan, like a good citizen disposing of garbage, nonchalantly threw the man in black in his hand. A thud of the heavy body hitting the ground was followed by a moan of pain. Dot Gang, Chen Luan muttered and then turned to look at Rosa. The next moment, his pupils dilated and a storm surged in his heart. I asked her? Rosa, how could this woman be here? Chen Luan lowered his gaze, avoiding looking at her to prevent suspicion. The woman before him was no ordinary person, not just in terms of her capabilities but also her identity. She was a Sequence 6 strength holder from the Constellation faction, nicknamed Silver Witch, and the true identity behind the Silver Dragon Trade Association. What was even more unbelievable was that she was not truly a woman. She had once been a man until ascending to Sequence 6, which, she had always been a man. This was a characteristic of the Constellation faction. Upon ascending to Sequence 6, an irreversible gender transformation occurred. All male characteristics changed to female, and mentally, the transformation to female thinking was complete. Firmly believing oneself to be a woman, Chen Luan knew so much about Rosa because he had once sold many close-up shots of this woman that if one ignored her past gender, her current appearance was indeed beautiful, added with the transcendent of the Constellation faction, naturally skilled in charm. Unaware buyers were still very captivated by her appearance and aura. What are you thinking about, handsome? Rosa smiled at him, full of allure, then her eyes narrowed slightly, and she calmly said, Do you know me? No, I don't. Chen Luan controlled his emotions and lifted his head to reveal a polite smile, but it's never too late to meet such a beautiful lady. He took off his hat and reached out his hand. My name is Jack. Seeing this, Rebecca felt somewhat downhearted. So Mr. Jack likes this type of woman, huh? Professor Molimer stood by, watching the scene with interest. He had been to this shop many times and had seen other men trying to flirt with Rosa before, but without exception, they were all dismissed in no time. Although this black-haired young man was handsome, Molimer did not think he would succeed, but the next second, Molimer was proved wrong. He raised an eyebrow as Rosa gently reached out her hand to touch Chen Luan's. Pleased to meet you, Jack. The silver-haired woman owner said, her lips curving slightly as she added, Rosa's affection toward you has increased. It is now neutral. Chen Luan was slightly astonished.
He hadn't expected to earn the other's favor without reason, but this was a good thing, as building a connection with such a strong figure had no downside. Rosa withdrew her hand and sized up Chen Luen. Is this the Mr. Jack that Walsh mentioned? So young, she thought to herself. However, single-handedly destroying a branch of the Red Apple Church is indeed commendable courage. She was only visiting Amber City on a whim, but in the few months she had been there, the steward at the local branch, Walsh, had specifically briefed her with information about Chen Luen that piqued Rosa's interest, so she remembered him. A bunch of useless people. They want me to step in personally. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from outside the store. The crowd turned toward the sound, only to see a muscular woman, with a worn-out backpack, stride in. The moment Chen Luen saw her, he recognized her as a member of the mysterious society, Finn. Her light yellow buzz cut and the scar over her eyelid were too distinctive. Indeed, a couple of pampered young noble ladies. Finn scanned everyone present, and finally her gaze landed on Rebecca and Gabriella, a sneer spreading across her face. There's a big deal happening recently, and you two came just at the right time. She ignored everyone else and walked straight toward them. If it had been any other place, she wouldn't have dared to abduct people so brazenly, but this was Lona Port's black market at her territory, so she naturally didn't worry too much. The blame lay on these two naive young girls. They'd come to the wrong place. Whitley, you're reaching too far, Rosa said softly, smoking her pipe. Don't cause trouble in my store. You can't afford to pay for anything you break. Finn turned her head and glanced at her, frowning slightly. You know me? She then snorted coldly. Don't try to bluff me. If you want to keep eating here, mind your own business less. Say another word, and I'll send you to the fish shop to be sold. The fish shop she referred to was the Nightingale Tavern in the harbor area, frequented by dock workers. It was low class but cheap. After saying this, Finn menacingly reached for Rebecca and Gabriella. Mr. Jack. Rebecca shrank behind Chen Luen in fear, and seeing this, Gabriella also moved closer to his side. Finn sneered, preparing to strike down this bothersome man, but suddenly noticed the deep, meaningful smile on his face. She tensed, sensing that something was amiss. The next moment a sense of crisis surged. Finn abruptly turned her head, only to see the silver-haired woman gently tap her pipe on the counter. Immediately, there was a faint thud-thump, her heart skipped a beat, and a piercing pain erupted. She grunted, blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Finn's eyes widened, bloodshot, as an unprecedented fear overcame her. Rosa took a puff from her pipe, then gently exhaled the smoke, shimmering with starlight, drifted toward Finn, then, like a gust of wind, swept her off the ground. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Impossible. Finn roared in anger, but still could not break free from the control. Her muscular body, like a ragdoll, was effortlessly tossed out. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the door. All returned to silence. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. The suppression at the shelter. So powerful. Rebecca exclaimed in shock. Next to her, Gabriella also widened her eyes. Both girls had not expected that the owner of the witch's house would actually know how to practice magic. Professor Mollimer looked very surprised, but quickly returned to normal, with only a deep look in his eyes that left one wondering what he was thinking. Chen Luen snickered to himself. It was no wonder Finn had kicked an iron plate, as no one would have thought that a mere puddle could conceal a massive shark. This Sequence 8 navigator had encountered a shipwreck. However, Chen Luen could tell that, like himself, Rosa was not keen on killing her opponent. Finn was at worst only injured and made to suffer a bit. Clearly, this powerful figure, who hid away here, did not want to cause too much commotion. Rosa suddenly furrowed her eyebrows. She glanced at everyone and pointed towards the door. You can go now, my shop is closed. Professor Mollimer nodded towards her, tipped his hat, and was the first to leave. Since the other party had issued an eviction notice, Chen Luen did not dare to linger. He left the shop with Rebecca and her friend, yet before departing, he noticed that Rosa gave him a deep look. Bang! The dilapidated shop door closed tightly, and the hanging lamp went out in turn. Chen Luen had not had the chance to comment on Rosa's swift closing when he realized Professor Mollimer had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, downstairs, Finn and her subordinates were eyeing the market entrance as if facing a great enemy. Block the exits. Let no one escape. A man in a high-collared trench coat commanded coldly. Dozens of investigators streamed in, took up positions in an orderly fashion, and began controlling the crowd in the marketplace. Some of them also entered the shops on both sides, either questioning or arresting people. The shelter. Chen Luen thought to himself. At that moment, a short-haired woman standing beside the man in the trenchcoat suddenly turned her gaze towards Chen Luen and his group. Her eyes shimmered with a faint purple light, and her profound gaze seemed like it could see through one's heart. You are being watched by spirit vision. Your information is being probed. The sapphire earrings on Chen Luen's ears suddenly glowed briefly, and the next second, judgment effective, probe immunity granted for this instance. The short-haired woman glanced over the two noble young ladies, Rebecca and Gabriella, and then over the dark-haired young man next to them. Without lingering, her gaze finally settled on Finn, Deep Sea Faction, Sequence 8 Navigator. A special agent of Roderick, there's no doubt it's her, she declared confidently. The man named as Roderick unbuttoned his coat and strode forward, accompanied by 4 investigators wielding repeating flintlock guns. Whitley, codenamed Finn, Dock Gang leader, rogue transcendent, guilty of violating 23 laws, sentenced to death as per the Sun Codex and containment regulations, he explained calmly as the other 4 investigators raised their guns. Damn it! The shelter! Finn roared, and with a blast, mist erupted from her body and her hands were covered in electrical arcs. With a stomp, she shot out like a cannonball, lunging straight at the special agent Roderick. Quiet, Roderick said softly, as he lifted his hand and released a black light eye. In the next second, Finn was frozen in midair, her eyes wide open but unable to move. A black wave of light burst forth from Roderick's palm, piercing straight through Finn's chest. Boom! Finn spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After tumbling some distance, she bit her lip, struggled to stand, and took out an umbrella from her tattered backpack. Whoosh! She opened the umbrella and pointed it at the people from the shelter, pulling the trigger. Hiss, bang! A golf ball-sized flame bullet shot out, tracing an orange arc as it landed amidst the investigators. With a loud explosion, the flame bullet detonated into a sea of fire. The investigators were engulfed in flames, wailing in agony. Just as effective as I thought. Finn spat out a mouthful of bloody spit and snorted coldly, but before she could relish in triumph, Roderick took out a bottle of black liquid and casually tossed it into the flames. The glass bottle shattered, the black liquid splashed out like ink, dousing the flames instantly. The wounds of the burning investigators healed immediately upon contact with the black substance. Finn's eyes widened in shock. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, with flashes of light and bullets pouring down like rain. Finn wanted to escape, but Roderick had anticipated this and aimed his hand glowing with dark light at her. When the soul yearns for slumber, how dare the shell stir? No! Finn stood still, unable to control her body, taking the full brunt of the gunfire. Countless bullets struck her, blossoming into sprays of blood. With a thud, Finn collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like a dead fish and lying in a pool of blood. The supernatural power of Sequence 8 sustained her, preventing her from dying too easily. The short-haired woman stepped forward, sighing softly. I've investigated you, Whitley. You come from a poor background, went to sea to support your family, and you're also a fortunate one with exceptional chances. Yet, you shouldn't have abused your powers as a transcendent. In her hand was a revolver, aimed at Finn's head. I'm sorry, I am your executioner, Mona. Bang! Shenluen stepped forward, blocking Rebecca's view to shield her from the gory scene. Rebecca hid behind Shenluen, clutching tightly to the corner of his clothes. Gabriella pretended to be brave but found her hand trembling slightly and breaking out in cold sweat. Roderick waved his hand and a black shadow flew out from Finn's body. He captured it into the palm of his hand. Well done, Mona. He praised calmly, but next time, spare the talk. When dealing with scum that endangers the Empire's stability, just kill them outright. Short-haired investigator Mona bowed slightly. Without responding, Roderick waved his hand again and his subordinates quickly disposed of the body and collected Finn's umbrella. The black-clad lackeys of the Dock Gang had also been killed in the chaotic fight. With their bodies dealt with together, Mona raised her head and looked toward Shenluen and the others. Shenluen watched Mona approach from a distance, another familiar character. He thought to himself, the famous official character from the previous world's version 1.0 public test. Mona, she held a high position as a mortal, eventually serving as a special envoy to the shelter. Every wild transcendent and even players who underestimated her were severely chastised by her. It proved the might of a mortal, the law of the mystic realm, only the supernatural can defeat the supernatural, had been broken by Mona countless times. Good evening to the three of you. I am Investigator Mona. I hereby inform you not to spread word of what you've seen tonight, or we will pay you a visit. Also, it's best not to come to places like this in the future. Mona presented her identification. This area is now sealed. The shelter will take over. Please leave immediately. Last, may the Moonlight Granny watch over you. After she finished speaking and bowed, she turned and left. Shenluen watched her retreating figure and suddenly felt a familiarity. His thoughts quickly turned to that night when he accidentally intruded on a secret society at the ruins of Pompey Manor. She's Spirit Cat. Shenluen confirmed in his heart, what was going on today? Encountering so many people from the mystic realm in a single night.
The thought crossed his mind, oh, could that leading man also be? Zooming his gaze to the trenchcoat man leading the group, he took another look at his wrist. A string of bells faintly revealed themselves beneath his sleeve, black skull. Chen Luwen was startled. The head of the secret society turned out to be a special envoy from the shelter. One of the members, Spirit Cat, was also a spy planted inside. What were they trying to do? An idiom flashed through Chen Luwen's mind. Oh, catch them all in one swoop. The shelter was fishing. The special envoy had set a trap, gathering all of Amber City's wild transcendents together, and would eventually strike with thunderous force to suppress them one by one. The capture of Finn today was the best proof. I shouldn't go to society gatherings anymore. It's too dangerous. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only anxiety flashed through Chen Luwen's emotions, but then he realized something was off about himself. Why am I so afraid? Right, it's the side effect of Maggie's tear. When the protection is triggered, he came to an understanding. His emotions had become overly sensitive at that moment. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Python Husband Form. Night, under the illumination of the purple moon, Chen Luwen called for a rented carriage, intending to take Rebecca and her friend home. In the carriage, Rebecca suddenly felt that Mr. Jack had become somewhat silent and reticent. Mr. Jack, what's the matter? Rebecca asked with concern. Gabriella, sitting beside her, also looked curiously at Chen Luwen. Rebecca had quietly introduced him earlier. This handsome young man with black hair was her tutor. If only I had such a handsome tutor. His demeanor when protecting Rebecca was so manly. Gabriella secretly envied him nothing. Chen Luwen gave Rebecca a smile from past days, forcibly suppressing the random thoughts in his mind. The side effects of Maggie's tear were greater than he'd imagined, amplifying every bit of emotion. Even the sight of a stray cat on the street could make him feel mercy, worrying about its destiny. Any slight disturbance would make him think of the recent action at the shelter, putting him on alert. To avoid being overly affected by his emotions, Chen Luwen closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and tried to empty his mind. Mr. Jack, my birthday is coming up. Will you come to my birthday party? Rebecca said. Her tone was hopeful yet nervous. Seeing Mr. Jack's exhausted appearance, she worried her invitation was too sudden and might displease him, especially since he had been concerned about her earlier. Oh. Miss Rebecca's birthday, is it? Chen Luwen slightly opened his eyes, showing tired eyes, then softly replied, of course, I'll attend. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Rebecca's heart was joyful, and she smiled playfully. Outer City District. A corner of a tavern. A horseman. I really can't stand it anymore. Do you know what it feels like to be dealing with shit and running errands all day long? Doghead Gold finished his drink and slammed the glass down on the table. His face was a mask of agony as he pulled at his own hair. After spending several days traveling from Novice Village to this vast metropolis, he was about to complete a rare sea-level mission, only to be backstabbed by Polaris and Suqiang Dai. In the end, the sea-level mission failed for no apparent reason. When they tried to regain their footing, they were killed instantly by an unfamiliar NPC. All the hard work leveling up in the Novice Village farm was lost. The Iron Fist gang was now occupied by an NPC named Jack, and the three of them were expelled from the gang, rendered jobless vagabonds. Without Mr. Dolly's endorsement, their identity proofs were invalidated, and now they could only do odd jobs in the Outer City District to make a living. Although Doghead Gold couldn't find a side mission, he managed to find temporary work at a merchant's home, getting by and unlocking a new sub-occupation. The sub-occupation, though, was a bit humiliating. Named Manure Servant. As the name implies, it was a servant specialized in handling one's excrement. My situation isn't much better. Forget No Taboo let out a sigh of despair. Who would have thought I, the vanguard of the gods' love internal testers, would end up working in a factory? Although I also unlocked a sub-occupation, factory storyteller. Telling stories to factory workers every day is torture. The environment was really foul, now thinking about it. Ugh. Forget No Taboo seemed to smell the stench of sweat and feet again, heaving with nausea. Seeing his reaction, Doghead Gold also thought of his own plight, resulting in a chain reaction. Yuck. Ugh. Horseman quietly drank his wine, a sweat of speechlessness running down his forehead. He felt fortunate because he had found work in a barber shop, becoming a barber's apprentice. Although it was not very respectable, it was much better compared to these two. However, he had accidentally given a customer a patchy haircut in the past few days and got scolded heavily by his boss. Binos, what should we do next? There isn't much time left for the internal test, and if we don't achieve something soon, it'll really be a total loss. Doghead Gold wiped the corner of his mouth, unwilling to accept the situation. Why don't we go find Polaris and the others? Forget No Taboo hesitated but still made the suggestion. Doghead Gold furrowed his brows.
a look of surprise on his face as he looked at him. That could be a way. The horseman thought for a moment. They must have clung to someone powerful. Our previous mission was in opposition to theirs. It seems they were the ones who ultimately won, the horseman said, then called over a server to bring 3 more drinks. He then said in a deep voice, those who aspire to great things cannot get stuck on trifles. We don't have much of a feud with them, really. As long as we can share a portion of the opportunities, this closed beta will be a success. Forget No Taboo nodded in agreement and said, yeah, it's okay to humble ourselves now, we're just thinking about the guild. Once the open beta starts, our brothers will remember our good deeds. Only Doghead Gold was not so easily convinced. The script should have been Polaris and Sukiin coming to them for help, so how had it turned around? Doghead Gold, if you're not happy, you can settle it after we've taken off, the horseman advised. They're just 2 individual players. We've got the biggest 3 guilds behind us. In the future, it will be them asking us for favors. All right. But didn't Polaris delete you from his friends? Slap, crack, whipping sounds echoed through Chen Luwen's room. Zip a crack. Chen Luen raised the whip in his hand and lashed it viciously across his back. The effect of the skill, Animal Mimicry LVMAX, has been enhanced. Philip's whip has lost its effect. Phew, Chen Luen stopped his action and tucked the whip into the grape ring. The next second, his expression turned serious as he slowly spread his arms. Swish swish, his body was covered in dark golden scales, as if he was wearing a full suit of golden armor. Under his sweat-drenched black hair were a pair of serpent-like eyes. His muscles writhed, scales rubbing together, giving off a crisp, ringing sound. He raised his hand, opened his palm, his slit-like pupil rotated, focusing on 2 of his fingers, one glowing green, the other glistening with a shiny black lacquer. 5 traits activated simultaneously. In this state, my strength grows yet another notch. I should give this state a name, Chen Luen said as the traits slowly dissipated from his body, a smile spreading across his face. Great serpent form. The whole system was based on the serpentine incarnation as its foundation, adding other traits to create a transformation technique that boosted his overall strength. It allowed Chen Luen to have high-speed movement, strong flexibility, high defense, sharp observation, and a variety of offensive methods. Supernatural toxin was also his forte. Therefore, the name of this state was very fitting, though calling it Python husband form would not be inappropriate either. Chen Luen wiped off his sweat and took a bath. When he returned to the living room on the 1st floor, he found Flowey and Connie discussing something. Ah, Mr. Jack. The butler from Pompey Manor, Binos, has delivered an invitation. Tomorrow is Miss Rebecca's birthday party, so I'm planning to go out with Miss Flowey to buy a dress. Connie said read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only she had also been wanting to change into a different outfit for daily wear, so she planned to pick out a few while they were out shopping. I see. Chen Luen remembered Rebecca's invitation from last night, and since it was her birthday, he knew proper etiquette required a gift. He could have Connie bring something back for him, but he soon had another idea. Connie, after you've returned from shopping, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Chapter 90, Chapter 90 Rebecca's Birthday Dinner, Part 1. The next evening, Pompey Manor was bustling with activity. Various carriages were parked at the entrance, each adorned with different emblems, some bearing noble family crests, others displaying company logos, and among them was a familiar silver dragon head. Chen Luen stepped down from the carriage, turned back to take Flowey and Connie's hands, and helped them alight. All 3 were in grand attire for the evening. Flowey wore a black-purple evening gown, revealing her swan-like slender neck and beautiful collarbones. A matching black-purple tie adorned her head, and her pale golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, creating an overall sense of profound beauty. Connie, on the other hand, was in a light yellow dress, draped with a red paisley fine shawl. Her hair was deliberately coiffed and tied with a plaid tie, giving her a youthful overflow. Neither of them had ever worn such evening dresses before and seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chen Luen was by their side, and his composed demeanor reassured them considerably. Good evening, Mr. Jack, and to the 2 beautiful ladies. Binos stood at the great gate to welcome the guests. Please come in. He respectfully pressed his hand to his chest and courteously gestured towards the interior. Chen Luen and his group followed the manor's path, slowly walking to the villa. Viscount Pompey and his wife were chatting with a few other guests. Seeing Chen Luen's arrival, the Viscount quickly ended the conversation and came over to Chen Luen. Mr. Jack, welcome to Rebecca's birthday dinner. It's my honor, said Chen Luen as he shook hands with the Viscount, and Flowey and Connie followed with greetings. Then Viscount Pompey personally led Chen Luen and his companions through the villa's great door. The bystanders were bewildered, wondering what sort of identity the black-haired young man had to receive such treatment from Viscount Pompey. Viscount Pompey led Chen Luen into the lively living room. The long dining table was filled with various high-end dishes. Maids bustled through the crowd, carrying trays of fine wine for the guests to help themselves. The gentlemen engaged in boisterous conversations, laughing loudly, while the ladies gathered aside, either enjoying desserts or whispering among themselves. Whenever something amusing was mentioned, they covered their faces with colorful feathered fans and giggled. "Let me introduce you. This is Councilman Lawson from the Amber City Council, and next to him is his nephew, Mr. Alvin," said Viscount Pompey. Standing before Chen Luen were two gentlemen, one middle-aged and one younger. The Viscount then introduced Chen Luen and his group to the others. "Hello, young scholar," said Councilman Lawson, his voice deep, hair curly brown. He politely shook hands with Chen Luen, then looked past him and said something to the Viscount, smiling and walking towards a man and a woman. "It's Countess Bradley and Mr. Beckman." "Mr. Beckman is a gallery owner who has sponsored many talented youths," Viscount Pompey whispered to Chen Luen. "Mr. Jack, I'll go greet them first, please wait a moment." Chen Luen nodded in understanding. Following the Viscount's gaze, he saw a richly dressed lady, leaning intimately against the man next to her. The gentleman sported a mustache and was dressed in an immaculate white suit, topped with a white straw hat. Chen Luen recalled the information he'd heard that night at the secretive society. "The Countess and her lover. Are you Miss Rebecca's home tutor?" The young man named Alvin spoke up, drawing Chen Luen's attention back. "Yes, Mr. Alvin." Chen Luen smiled politely. Alvin lightly smiled, casually took a glass of wine from a passing maid, took a sip, and smacked his lips. "How can a home tutor attend such a gathering? No offense, but you're not quite up to par." He shrugged innocently. "It might hurt to hear this, but it's the truth. And this lady next to you seems like she's never been in such a setting before, like a country girl." Alvin was referring to Connie. Hearing his words, Connie clenched the hem of her dress tightly, her face showing an expression of embarrassment. She felt upset but couldn't rebuke him. He soon felt a sense of inferiority rising within his heart. "However, this lady is rather special." Alvin extended his hand toward Chloe, revealing a gentleman's smile. "May I have your name, miss? Perhaps we can dance a waltz later at the ball." "That's very rude of you, Mr. Alvin," Chen Luen said. Alvin glanced at him, unmoved, waiting for Chloe to take off her gloves so he could kiss the back of her hand. He believed that, given his status, she would not refuse him. Coming across such a beautiful girl made Alvin's heart flutter. "I'm sorry, sir, but you stink," Chloe's ethereal voice said. Alvin's expression froze, his mouth slightly agape. "You said, what? Stink?" He raised his hand to sniff himself but could only smell the perfume he had sprayed before leaving the house. Connie snorted with laughter. Alvin immediately turned cold, realizing he had been played. "You, Mr. Alvin, I hope you can apologize to Connie," Chen Luen said with a smile. Just as Alvin was about to scoff, he saw the chilly expression on the young man's face, and it turned extraordinarily indifferent. Those eyes looked at him as if he were a dead man, making him very uncomfortable. "Apologize." A cold voice entered his ears, and a faint glimmer flashed by. Boom! Before Alvin's eyes, the entire banquet hall disappeared, replaced by a boundless sea of blood. He was standing alone on its surface. Suddenly, a golden python emerged from the horizon, drenched in blood. He shivered in horror, watching the sky-obscuring giant python open its massive jaws toward him. Boom! Alvin felt his body being torn apart, extreme pain assaulting his nerves. Only his head sank into the seabed. His vision turned blood red, his mouth and nose filled with thick blood plasma, unbearably foul, until he choked. Ha! Alvin suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping like a fish out of water, his face pale and covered in sweat. The black-haired young man in front of him had regained his polite smile, as if everything that had just happened was a hallucination. "What's wrong, Mr. Alvin?" The other party reached out solicitously, wanting to help him up. Alvin shuddered as if electrified, stepping back several paces. He stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The wine glass he held was not secure, and the wine spilled over him. Don't come near." I'm sorry, miss, I was rude." Alvin felt an extreme fear in his heart, not daring to look directly at the black-haired young man. He bowed an apology and then scrambled to his feet to leave. "Thank you, Mr. Jack." Connie seemed to understand something and said to Chen Luen. She showed a grateful look, enjoying the feeling of being protected by Mr. Jack. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Don't feel inferior about this, Connie, you will become the most dazzling creator one day. Chen Luen whispered softly, "These nobles aren't even qualified to carry your shoes." Connie nodded, moved, agreeing softly. Chloe smiled slightly, remaining silent about it. Chapter 91, Rebecca's Birthday Dinner, Part 2. Miss Rebecca has arrived. Oh, our protagonist for tonight has finally made her appearance. How beautiful! I remember this is her 17th birthday, isn't it?
As she grows older, won't she become the shining pearl of Amber City? Ha! Under the watchful eyes of the numerous guests, Rebecca slowly descended from the wooden spiral staircase. She wore a beautiful evening dress today, white adorned with pink, her hair done up in a bun with red flowers attached. Puff sleeves, petticoats, and cloth shoes all featured colorful flowers, and a carefully prepared string of pearls graced her chest. Rebecca dazzled all the guests. Gabriella, seeing her good friend's stunning performance tonight, was also quietly delighted and gave her a thumbs up. Hey, Rebecca is truly radiant tonight. Who will dance with her during the dance later? A group of young nobles holding wine glasses whispered and chuckled among themselves. Most of the gentlemen were eager to try. They were not only attracted by Rebecca's beauty but also considering an alliance with Viscount Pompey's family through marriage. Alvin, why don't you give it a shot? Someone asked. Since the death of his son, Earl Lawson is in his heyday, and now this nephew, Alvin, has become the focus of grooming as his successor. Doing him a good turn wouldn't be a bad thing. I saw you just chatting with those country bumpkins over there. No need really. Our circle is where you should be. I'll give you the chance to dance with Rebecca this time, how about that? The noble scions smiled and raised their glasses in a gesture. Alvin glanced surreptitiously at Chen Luen and two others, but to his horror, he discovered that the black-haired youth had keenly noticed and returned a polite smile. Indeed, that's true, Alvin said, wiping away his sweat subtly and raising his glass to clink with theirs. Thank you, gentlemen. Please enjoy Miss Rebecca and my dance later. The group downed their drinks with pleasure, laughing joyfully. Lady Bradley, Countess, watched Rebecca, covered her face with her fan, and giggled twice. Pompey, your daughter is truly beautiful today. Thank you for your compliment, Countess, Viscount Pompey said. Earl Lawson took out a cigar box, offered some to the two gentlemen, and personally lit Mr. Beckman's cigar. Viscount Pompey was surprised to see this scene, as the Earl had no need to be so respectful to a gallery owner. Your Excellency Pompey, I have collected a batch of masterpieces recently and will exhibit them in some time. Would you be interested in visiting them then? Beckman asked, smoking his cigar and embracing the Countess next to him. This brazen behavior clearly showed no regard for Count Bradley. But keeping mistresses wasn't uncommon among the nobility. The Countess was just more ostentatious about it, and likely Count Bradley was no better himself elsewhere. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Beckman. Viscount Pompey smiled. He suddenly thought of the kidnapping incident that had happened not so long ago, where he and his family had almost been framed by his foster son Vigry and his friend Barney while attending an art viewing. At that time, all the dignitaries of the inner city district will attend, and I believe they will grant me this face. Pompey, bring your family as well. Without you, the exhibition will lack some of its luster, the Countess said. Yes, I will also invite some friends from the council. Viscount Pompey, please be sure to attend, these masterpieces are rare. Mr. Beckman might travel far away after the exhibition and you might not have the chance to appreciate his works again, Earl Lawson said, leisurely puffing out a cloud of smoke and smiling. Viscount Pompey thought for a moment, and with so many officials and nobles at the art exhibition, it was unlikely that anything would go wrong again, so he nodded in agreement. Very well, since you've extended such a gracious invitation, I will attend with my wife and daughter. Thank you for the honor, Viscount. Beckman bowed to him, and everyone followed with a toast. Rebecca began to give a speech, thanking all the guests present. Viscount Pompey also moved to the front of the crowd in good time to applaud his daughter. Pitter-patter. The audience gently clapped along as the butler Binos directed the maids to push a trolley carrying an enormous, exquisite 7-tier cake. It was then that Chen Luen heard a young boy's voice beside him. Excuse me, sir, may I get through, please? Turning his head, Chen Luen couldn't help but slowly look up, and then his eyebrows rose slightly. He saw a round, large fat man, holding a plate and a fork, looking down at him with a shy face. Oh, of course. Chen Luen stepped aside. The plump young man adjusted his round frame glasses, thanked him, and then squeezed past him to get to the table overflowing with dishes, selecting the food he fancied. However, given his large frame, the dishes in front of him seemed more like small snacks. Watching his retreating figure, a piece of information flashed through Chen Luen's mind. The bloody painter Anoa, like Flowey, when he made his appearance in the past life, he also debuted as an antagonist superboss. However, he appeared a bit later, not until the 2.0 version of the public test. Back then, he had many nicknames, but the most widely known was the Bloody Painter. Apart from that, he had other nicknames like Title Little Fatty and Fake Voice Boss. The nickname Title Little Fatty came about because he could forcibly capture a player's spirituality and trap it in an oil painting, causing the affected players to lose their transcendent powers for a while after logging in, making it no different from a wasted account. Fake Voice Boss was a play on words,
referring both to the mismatch between his appearance and his voice, and to his strength, which was nearly godlike. One of the most sensational moments was when Noah copied the sun and created a shocking masterpiece called Pure White, a painting with power reaching the angel level. That battle left no survivors, only charred and desolate earth. Even months later, players who came close to the battlefield suffered from continuous burning and curses. Such was the horror. Those who witnessed it firsthand had to take a deep breath, feeling partly responsible for the global warming. Chen Luan carefully sensed and found that the current Noah was just a transcendent of the flesh faction. Sequence 9, he hasn't grown up yet. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I can recruit him into my team, and with Flowey, wouldn't I have two super bosses by my side? At that moment, a familiar figure approached Chen Luan, who took off his top hat, revealing a balding scalp. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World site only. Honorable Mr. Jack, we meet again. Uncle Walsh? Chen Luan looked at the balding middle-aged man in front of him and said with mild surprise. Walsh smiled, placed a hand to his chest in a bow, then slightly turned, gesturing with an open palm towards the round young man's back, and said, I'm pleased to see you again. Allow me to introduce you, this is the young master of the Silver Dragon Trade Association, young Master Noah. Chapter 92, Moonlit Waltz. Young master of the Silver Dragon Trade Association. This identity of Noah was unknown to Chen Luan. He suddenly thought of Rosa, whom he had met at the Port Black Market, and wondered if there was any connection between the two. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jack, he. Introduced by Walsh, Noah reluctantly put down his silverware and, bowing his head, extended his hand to Chen Luan. His face bore a shy smile, with traces of cream still lingering on his lips. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Noah. Chen Luan shook his hand politely. Walsh looked around, then pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and on tiptoe, wiped the cream from Noah's mouth. Noah scratched the back of his head and sheepishly said thank you. Oh. Happy birthday. At that moment, the guests began to cheer. Chen Luan looked over, only to see Rebecca making a wish with her eyes closed, surrounded by people, and blowing out the candles. Soon after, Viscount Pompey cut the cake, which the maids then distributed to the guests, celebrating together. Not long afterwards, the mealtime concluded. Up next is the dance. Everyone please enjoy the wonderful time. After Viscount Pompey spoke, the maids cleared the dining tables, leaving a spacious drawing room. A small orchestra specially invited for the occasion took their seats on the middle platform. A pianist, violinists, a drummer, and other orchestral musicians all found their spots. The crisp piano notes sounded, closely followed by the melodious violin. At this point, guests paired up with their dance partners and stepped into the center of the living room, dancing to the music. Young men and women also formed pairs, laughing as they joined the dance floor. Rebecca danced a dance with her father, Viscount Pompey. Happy birthday, Rebecca. I'm old, just danced a few minutes and I'm already a bit tired, Viscount Pompey joked. Thank you, Dad, you're still young. Rebecca giggled. Viscount Pompey, leading Rebecca away from the dance floor, was met by his wife. He released Rebecca's hand, taking his wife's hand instead, and then scanned the surroundings, where many noble youths and other men were eager to approach. Oh, it seems our daughter is quite popular. Viscount Pompey's wife said with a smile. It's now time for you young people, go ahead, Rebecca. Viscount Pompey patted Rebecca's shoulder, the latter nodding shyly. After Viscount Pompey and his wife stepped onto the dance floor, other young men flocked towards Rebecca, preparing to invite her to dance. However, a significant portion of them, upon seeing Alvin, chose to back away. Another portion of noble sons, having been greeted, gave up the chance to dance with Viscount Pompey's daughter to Alvin. Alvin then, under everyone's watch, was first to approach Rebecca, elegantly bowing and holding out his hand. Miss Rebecca, may I have the pleasure of this dance with you? Rebecca looked at the young man before her, knowing he was Lawson's nephew Alvin, but she wasn't interested and politely shook her head. Thank you, I already have a dance partner. I'm sorry, Mr. Alvin. Rebecca turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Alvin frozen in place. Alvin got rejected? The others were taken aback, not expecting Rebecca to reject Alvin so decisively. Suddenly, Rebecca walked straight up to a mysterious black-haired young man, lifted her skirt slightly, and bashfully looked down. Mr. Jack, would you like to dance with Rebecca? Her voice was uncertain, more nervous than she had ever been. Connie glanced at the Viscount's daughter in front of her. It was the first time she had seen Rebecca. It turned out Miss Rebecca was also quite beautiful, truly worthy of a noblewoman, graceful and polite. She then looked at Miss Flowey beside her, only to find her pursing her lips slightly, seeming somewhat displeased. Of course, Miss Rebecca. Chen Luan took the hand that Rebecca had offered. Your leg injury has healed, and our coaching sessions are almost over, so let this dance tonight be a brief farewell. Upon hearing this, Rebecca suddenly felt a tightness in her heart, followed by a sense of inexplicable loss. All her initial joy turned into emptiness and sadness. Rebecca hummed twice through her small nose. Chen Luan pretended not to see the sadness on her face and smilingly led her to the dance floor. Today is your birthday, Miss Rebecca, be happy. The band's tune shifted to the next, slowing down to a piano solo. Ding dong, ding dong. Even if I am no longer your teacher, we are still friends. Chen Luan held her hand, guiding her movements, and whispered softly, smile, Rebecca. Rebecca was suddenly startled. This was the first time Mr. Jack had called her by her first name. She looked up to see Mr. Jack's smiling face, and couldn't help but feel his infectious charm, her lips curving into a slight smile. Ding dong, the piano struck a forte. Immediately the rhythm slowly picked up, with the deep tones of the cello joining in accompaniment. Rebecca and Chen Luan's dance steps moved in time with the tight drum beats. For some reason, the eyes of everyone around the dance floor were all focused on the two of them, as if they were the natural protagonists. Rebecca's beauty, the young man's upright stature, and their respective temperaments melded together with the waltz. As the dance approached its end, Chen Luan took out a small gift box and quietly handed it to Rebecca. Happy birthday, Rebecca, this is a gift from your teacher. Rebecca only felt a small box being added into her hand. Her face showed surprise, and she gently opened it, finding inside a delicate silver snake earring. The earring was simple, but its scales were finely crafted, and at the head of the snake, a green letter J was engraved. Thank you, Mr. Jack, I really like it. Rebecca couldn't resist taking out the silver snake earring and eagerly put it on her ear, adding a touch of mysterious allure with a hint of silver. I'm glad you like it. Chen Luan smiled. This silver snake earring was the ornament Connie had personally crafted the previous night. He planned to create a set of tokens belonging to his own, serving as an identification for the team. Though only symbolic, they held a deeper meaning. For example, the silver snake earring given to Rebecca now shows no apparent function, but in the future, it might serve as a means to protect her. If Chen Luan didn't even have that much confidence, he could hardly consider himself a member of the Transmigrator army. After the ball, the dinner also came to an end. Viscount Pompey and his wife stood at the door, seeing off the guests, as Walsh followed young Master Noah to Chen Luan's side. Mr. Jack, we should go out together sometime. Round-bodied Noah was somewhat shy, but still, encouraged by Walsh, he extended the invitation to Chen Luan. Of course, Mr. Noah. Chen Luan took off his hat and spoke softly. Noah bade him farewell and soon left with Walsh. Chen Luan looked deeply at his retreating figure. From the evening's festivities, it was evident that others were not very keen on interacting with Noah. Despite his respectable status, his appearance was too unattractive. The self-proclaimed elegant nobles were unwilling to befriend such a person. Connie and Chloe stood silently to the side. The entire banquet seemed unrelated to them. Connie felt somewhat disheartened, as not a single man had approached her. She knew it was because she was not very beautiful, with freckles on her face and being a powerless, backgroundless girl from the outer city district. She silently glanced at Miss Chloe. During the time Mr. Jack and Miss Rebecca danced, she noticed that Miss Chloe's mood was off. Although several men had invited Miss Chloe to dance, she had politely declined them all, her tone and demeanor not as gentle as before, but rather too cold. Why is Miss Chloe unhappy? Connie wondered to herself. She began to recall past events, and it seemed that every time she mentioned Miss Rebecca, Miss Chloe would inadvertently interrupt her. It was like she could not bear to see Mr. Jack close to other women. A guess popped into Connie's mind. She hesitated, then prepared to ask aloud, he and I are not biological siblings, Connie. I used to live in darkness and pain until he saved me. He isn't a brother, but he's more than a brother to me. Chloe seemed to know what Connie was about to ask and spoke first. Her voice was still ethereal, but her tone was not as calm. Connie had an epiphany, perhaps, possibly. Chloe was jealous. The three of them rode the family carriage back to Jack's estate. Chloe was somewhat silent on the way. Connie started to speak several times but then stopped, looked at Miss Chloe beside her, then at Mr. Jack opposite her, and eventually resigned herself. This surprised Chen Luan. As the three were about to step through the villa's door, Chen Luan suddenly stopped. Sorry, Chloe, it's not that I didn't want to dance with you at the ball. A smile appeared on his face. It's just that I don't like such settings. I think the best stage is here under the moonlight, just the two of us. Chloe was slightly taken aback. Connie also covered her mouth. Chen Luan took off his hat, extended his hand earnestly, and struck a proper inviting pose. Miss Chloe, would you like to dance with me? Thump, thump. Chloe's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips and was silent for a while. Then she gently picked up her skirt and performed a curtsy. I would be delighted, sir. Chloe extended her hand, placing it in Chen Luan's palm. Connie held her breath, watching as Mr. Jack led Miss Chloe around the estate ground. gracefully spinning together, purple moon hung high, casting down its tender glow. A lively harmonica melody, originating from somewhere, subtly floated into the estate, accompanying the two under the moonlight. Chloe found herself in a cheerful mood, following his rhythm, dancing gracefully, her lips slightly upturned. Her heart raced. The adopted little white cat Beaboo leaped into their dance circle, curiously following at their feet, jumping around, hands touching. It felt like the slowest moment in the world, a moment where time halted, much like a half-painted amber under the starry sky. On tiptoes, it was the moment her heart beat fastest, the tune syncing beautifully with it, writing a poem of the pair under the moon. The scene was deeply etched into Connie's heart. Perhaps Miss Chloe and Mr. Jack are indeed a better match. She thought to herself as the moonlit waltz ended. Chloe's cheeks were slightly flushed as she once again curtsied to Chen Lun. In a corner of the estate, a blond young man put down his harmonica, chuckled softly, and slowly walked away. "I'm sorry, I've never danced before," Chloe said. "It doesn't matter, this was a wonderful experience, wasn't it?" Chen Lun said, *****, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only the three entered the villa, and Chloe returned to her room, her face still flushed. She walked straight to the window and looked up at the purple moon. "You can't die yet, Chloe," Chloe murmured. She raised her hand, feeling the lingering warmth from holding hands, yet from her mouth and eyes, unconstrainable fresh blood began to seep. Chapter 93, the familiar yet eerie title page. The next morning, after having breakfast, Chen Lun picked up the newspaper that Connie had subscribed to. He flipped through a few pages and, finally, in a corner, he saw a small recruitment advertisement. "It's the secret code of the Mystical Society." Chen Lun understood in his heart. Yesterday, he had learned through the coded message in the newspaper that the Society's meeting, which was supposed to take place as scheduled, had been postponed until today. The code he was looking at now was a confirmation of that. He pondered for a moment and eventually decided to go. Although he could almost be certain that Black Skull and Spirit Cat were from the shelter, he also needed to contact other members of the society to find clues to Philip's legacy. It must not be time for them to fully cast their net yet, otherwise, they wouldn't have killed Finn alone, Chen Lun thought, but he had a feeling that the shelter's big move would not be too late, and his time was running out. Late at night, Chen Lun did not take the old route to Pompey Manor. Instead, he chose the previous exit, the drainage outlet at the waterfront of the outer city district. He had prepared in advance to conceal his identity, donning a top hat and completely wrapping his face with a black scarf, leaving only his eyes visible. With his powerful memory, he skillfully navigated through the winding sewer and returned to the underground chamber. The dim light bulb illuminated the round table, where 6 people had already arrived early. Finn, as expected, was absent. "Welcome back, Mr. Spade." Black Skull, wearing a mask, greeted him indifferently. "Please take a seat." Chen Lun took his seat with composure. Iron Hammer remained indifferent, lost in thought as if nothing concerned him. Scholar leisurely read a book. Spirit Cat and Gentleman were engaged in quiet conversation, apparently discussing some trivial matters. Miser was fiddling with a few gold coins in his hand, clinking them together. Another 10 minutes or so passed. "It seems Finn won't be joining us tonight. Let's begin." Black Skull glanced at his pocket watch and said softly. Chen Lun gave him a covert glance, inwardly commenting on his good acting skills. After hearing the chairperson speak, everyone began the first round of trading. Nothing out of the ordinary. Iron Hammer sold another man-made, mysterious object shaped like a metal tennis ball, trading it for 2 portions of low-sequence mysterious substance from Gentleman. The others had their own trades. When it was Chen Lun's turn, Gentleman spoke up first. "Mr. Spade, about the requirement you mentioned last time, I have some information related to it. You can take a look first, and if you're interested, we can discuss it further." The silver pot glinted and passed a manuscript to Chen Lun. Chen Lun picked it up to see that one side of the manuscript had fine pinholes, as if it were a title page fallen from some notebook. He scrutinized the text on the page. "Hey, friend, let me tell you a secret. I've been to a strange place, encountered many odd things, and acquired quite a few weird items. I'm not sure what that place is, but there's an unfamiliar familiarity about it. Sorry, I can't tell you how to get there because I'm not clear on it myself, but I can share with you my experiences." Dark blue ink obscured a section of text, followed by a few keywords written below: destiny, nature, nightmare, and love. "I discovered that my supernatural power was affected there, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. At its strongest, it could even unleash power beyond my own sequence's capabilities, and at its weakest, I was worse than an ordinary person. If I had to describe it in one word, I'd say absurd fits best. I also met my beloved there. She helped me a lot and even built us a love nest. Living in it, we didn't have to worry about strange things happening.
Thus, I had a foothold to slowly explore that place. The experiences recorded below are shown from my perspective alone, for your perusal. The contents of the title page ended here. The signature at the bottom was a name Chen Luen was familiar with. Of Philip. The date was June 8, 4405 of the solar calendar. It had been 13 years to the present day, and 2 years since the last entry in Philip's diary. Special Mystic Book discovered. Philip's dreamland adventure, severely incomplete. Chen Luen's face remained expressionless, holding the title page in his hand, but he was internally complaining, other mystic books are just for a bit of fun. If you really want to get stronger you have to rely on Philip's, and that flamboyance, it even extends to the naming of his own works, truly penal. Now it looked like the belongings Philip had hidden here were mostly in the gentleman's hands. Even if they weren't with him, they were greatly associated with him. Mr. Gentleman, I am very interested in the content recorded on this piece of paper, and I wonder how you would like to trade. Chen Luen said in a hoarse voice. A buzzing chuckle came from the silver pot, who then suggested, since Mr. Spade is interested, that could not be better. However, the subsequent content is not on me right now. If Mr. Spade wants it, he can prepare a sea-level mysterious object, or 10 portions of low-sequence mysterious substance for the exchange. It's not too late to make the trade at the next gathering. That's too expensive. Chen Luen said in a deep voice. Oh, not at all. The content that follows is guaranteed to satisfy you, worth far more than its cost. The silver pot's gentleman used exaggerated body language to express his opinion. Chen Luen pretended to ponder, then reluctantly agreed through gritted teeth. After the silver pot confirmed the deal, his fingers tapped lightly on his thigh, looking very pleased. The subsequent exchange of information was rather bland and unremarkable, which Chen Luen barely listened to. Instead, he was considering how to get his hands on what the gentleman had. He had no intention of spending actual gold and silver to make the exchange, firstly because it was too expensive, and secondly because there was no guarantee it was all of Philip's legacy. Of course, the best method was robbery. This chamber pot head was not harboring any good intentions either, for while reading the title page just now, Chen Luen felt his sanity mysteriously decrease by 1 point. This was not a loss of sand points due to witnessing mysterious content, as his, Maggie's tear, had not been triggered. It felt more like the title page had sucked it away. To use an inappropriate analogy, the title page had stolen his sanity and strangely hidden it. Was it in the river? No, it was not in the river. Chen Luen had never heard of such a bizarre incident. He was temporarily unclear as to why Philip's dreamland adventure would be stealing someone's sanity, but he knew that the gentleman was definitely planning something with this property. That's all for this gathering. The old rules apply, everyone knows, so I won't say more. The Black Skull stood up to arrange for everyone to leave. This time the gentleman was the first to leave the scene. He slowly moved in a dancing step towards the tomb's side door, then inside he would choose a different path to exit. At that moment a large black rat quietly followed him, slipping inside. Tap tap tap, the gentleman swayed with a happy dance, tap dancing through the dark corridor. The heels of his dress shoes tapped a crisp sound on the floor, echoing softly. You read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Crack, he stomped on the rat, splashing out a pool of fresh blood. Heh. The silver pot turned around, glancing back at the tomb behind him. Cheap tricks. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. You are the music. The gentleman was not new to the mystic realm. It stood to reason that the surveillance rats he sent out were detected by others. Chen Luen had anticipated it wouldn't be easy and prepared to seek other methods. By the time he returned to Jack Manor from the secret society meeting, it was already quite late, but to his surprise, the lights in the living room on the first floor of the mansion were still on. Upon opening the door and entering, he found Chloe sitting on the sofa. Hearing him come in, she slightly lifted her head. You're back. A familiar voice came through. I've told you numerous times, there's no need to wait for me, Chloe. Chen Luen spoke softly, walking to the table to pick up the glass of water Chloe had prepared for him and took a gulp. Chloe shook her head slightly, remaining silent. A moment passed. Tomorrow. I want to go to the opera house, she said in a low voice. Chen Luen was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she had suddenly come up with this idea, yet he didn't inquire further. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Go ahead, you can bring Connie with you. However, Chloe shook her head again. Can you accompany me? She paused before adding, to the Dolphin Opera House in the outer city district. I missed the chance to go before. Chen Luen looked at her in surprise. Chloe's intention seemed to be that it should be just the two of them. He gently set down his glass of water and hummed affirmatively, saying, Of course, I can. A smile appeared on Chloe's face. Chen Luen returned to his room. Turning on the desk lamp,
he sat by the window and took out the title page to further study it. After spending some time, he read through the text several times once more, scrutinizing the front and back, and all the details, as well as trying to read it upside down and from different angles. In the end, Chen Luwen concluded that there was no difference. There was just one pattern: every time he read it, his sanity value decreased by 1 point. The more he read, the more he felt the title page exuded a pulling force, not only draining his sanity but even seeming to suck away his spirituality and soul. The IT appeared to be quite eager. Chen Luwen and Floey once again arrived in the outer city district. They stopped by to visit Mrs. Caroline, and were warmly invited to drink a cup of herbal tea, which Mrs. Caroline claimed was brewed using her latest method. Chen Luwen couldn't discern anything special about it, but perhaps due to a placebo effect, it did seem a bit tastier. After declining an invitation to stay for dinner, Chen Luwen quietly gave a few instructions to the border collie Babu, asking it to watch over Mrs. Caroline well. Babu barked twice and affectionately licked Chen Luwen's large hand to show understanding. Chen Luwen secretly took out a dose of low-sequence conspiracy faction mysterious substance, casually kneaded a grey mud pill, and fed it to Babu.at first. Babu backed away somewhat disdainfully but then caught a scent and, intrigued by the pill's peculiar allure, couldn't resist gobbling it down. Good. Chen Luwen petted its head with a soft chuckle. Once Babu digested this mysterious substance, its body would become more agile, and its presence would be less noticeable to others. Although it wouldn't be at the level of supernatural creatures, it would be much stronger than a typical hunting dog. Afterward, Chen Luwen took Floey away from 7 Denton Street and headed to the Dolphin Opera House. Approaching the grand entrance, Chen Luwen saw many numb-faced people emerging from a warehouse on the roadside. Most were dressed in rags and covered in filth, as though they hadn't bathed in a long while. That's the crow shelter, Floey explained at his side. I have Connie read books to me at home often and learned about many things concerning Amber City. That warehouse serves as a shelter for the lower-class citizens of the outer city district. By paying a single copper crow, you can rest there for a night. She shook her head gently, seemingly empathetic. However, it's very crowded inside, with no beds or bedding, and no bathing facilities. There's only a long bench to sleep on while sitting. If the seats are full, then the only option is to sleep draped over a rope. Often, a single rope will have dozens of people hanging from it. Chen Luwen watched these people silently, yet he understood that tragedy was the fundamental tone of this world. Laughter was merely a precious rarity enjoyed by a few. Let's go. The great door of the Dolphin Opera House was wide open, with 3 ticket windows at the entrance. Chen Luwen bought tickets and he and Floey walked in. Although it was called an opera house, it actually resembled a vast park with abundant vegetation, gardens, artificial lakes, and a marine aquarium. The Dolphin Opera House was so named because of the dolphin performances showcased in the marine aquarium for visitors to enjoy. The actual opera house was adjacent. Chen Luwen and Floey walked straight into the opera house and handed their tickets to the attendant at the door. The latter tore the tickets, keeping the stubs for the duo. The seats Chen Luwen had purchased were relatively close to the front, and of course, a bit pricier, but he didn't care about this small amount of money now. Floey had keen senses, but after all, she lacked vision and could not see the specific scenes. They could only try to get her as close to the stage as possible so that the sounds she heard would be clearer. Once they sat down, Floey whispered softly, "Thank you." She had heard Chen Luwen's special instructions when buying the tickets and knew the seats were towards the front. Chen Luwen just smiled in response, then said, "It's starting." With the audience settled, the attendant closed the large doors of the opera house. The curtain on the stage rose, revealing several opera actors in exaggerated costumes. The play being performed was called The Silent Clown, telling the story of a mute boy sold by his parents to a circus to become a clown. The mute boy was bullied in the circus, but because he couldn't speak, he could only bottle it up inside. When angry, he dared not fight back, so he could only vent, to silently scream, through exaggerated movements and expressions. But sadly, the more agitated he became, the more ridiculous he appeared, and the more others laughed and enjoyed themselves. During a solo cello interlude, the mute boy danced frantically on stage, while the narrator sang in a lamenting tone, "Promise me, even if you suffer, don't speak of it to seek sympathy, because you are unique in the world, and so is your pain. It's so distinctive and profound that nobody knows. The sympathy of others will only make your pain commonplace, strip it of its uniqueness, and in turn, degrade your character. Sing high to echo the mountains, yet sighs stay alone in the silent valley. Why is everything so still at this moment?" As the vocal pitch rose, the violin suddenly cut and the opera reached its climax. The circus leader and a nobleman's daughter began an affair while she was in attendance, enraged her father with thunderous fury, and fearing for his life, the leader pushed the mute clown forward as a scapegoat, leading to his public execution on stage by a marksman. The leader and the noblewoman eloped, living happily ever after. The play came to an end from beginning to end. No one loved the clown, his death didn't matter, his heart went unheard. Chen Luwen and Floey followed the crowd and exited. Floey had been silent throughout. She had listened intently to the entire opera, finding the fate of the silent clown strikingly similar to her own, and she had been easily drawn in. One was voiceless, the other sightless. Who is the author of this play? Floey asked out of curiosity. Chen Luwen looked up at the opera house's poster outside, which featured the author and a synopsis of the opera, The Tragedian, Howard. Upon hearing this name, Floey nodded lightly, not wanting her to be continually affected by the opera's sad emotions. Chen Luwen suggested they visit the aquarium to see a dolphin show, and Floey hummed in agreement. Splash, the dolphin leaped from the water, swallowing the small fish thrown by the trainer. With a splash, it dived back in. The two stood by the glass enclosure, watching the performance inside. Do you think I'm like that silent clown? Floey asked. Chen Luwen stood by her side, sensing her mood was a bit negative. He sighed internally. You're different from him, Floey, Chen Luwen began, wanting to comfort her but unsure how to continue. Perhaps, as Floey had said herself, she had never feared death before because being engulfed in darkness was no different from being dead, but he had rescued her from that darkness and shown her what sunlight was. Only, this sunlight was too blinding, leaving her just as unable to see, and the countdown to death was like the scorching sun, causing the waters of life to slowly evaporate under its heat. I'm sorry, I know I'm being too negative. Floey pretended to be lighthearted, but don't worry, I'm just a bit emotional. If only someone could hear the silent clown's heart. Floey, profound sounds cannot be heard by the ears, but as long as someone is listening, that person himself becomes the music. The black-haired youth in front of her looked straight ahead, his words plain. If Floey was taken aback for a moment, suddenly, she had a longing, a desire to open her eyes once more, to see the side of his face at this moment. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Yes, even if that person can't hear my heart, as long as he is listening, I am his most wonderful music. I am not the silent clown, I'm your serene nun of Floey. Chapter 95, Deception and Surprise Attack. It was late in the evening, the opera had ended early, and when Chen Luwen left the marine pavilion with Floey, there were hardly any guests left. The two strolled down the gravel path, flanked by artificial trees rustling in the wind. Chen Luwen suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Floey asked, puzzled. Chen Luwen didn't make a sound but scanned the area silently. The sense of impending crisis that had suddenly arisen in his heart was still not dissipating. Whoosh, the next second, a hand shot out from under his feet, grabbing at his ankle. Chen Luwen, expressionless, neither dodged nor evaded but stomped down. Bang! Ah! A buzzing scream followed. The attacking hand had been stomped on and retracted. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the ground not far in front of Chen Luwen. He was dressed in a suit, with a silver pot on his head and a silver cane in hand. It was the mysterious society's gentleman. He stomped his foot in agitation, shaking his right hand continuously. His palm had begun to turn black, evidently from being hit by Chen Luwen's scorpion tail needle. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The voice came from inside the silver pot on the gentleman's neck. Mr. Spade, your supernatural toxin is really annoying. The blackening on the palm was spreading to his wrist. The gentleman, decisive, summoned some transcendent power, and his body's outline began to blurry. Flipping, the odd sound of pages turning arose. The gentleman's figure appeared and vanished one after another, like the pages of a book being turned. Eventually, the blurred figure stilled and merged with his real body. The blackness on his palm disappeared, returning to normal. A few. That was close. The gentleman exaggeratedly mimed wiping sweat, but in reality, he just wiped the surface of the silver pot. Earth faction, sequence 8, historian? Chen Luwen narrowed his eyes. The opponent's method of dealing with the supernatural toxin just now was clearly a skill unique to historians. He had browsed through history to find himself a few seconds earlier and then used the overlap in histories to restore himself. It was a strong survival skill, but it likely had significant limitations. First, considering his current sequence level, he could at most browse through his own history from the past 10 seconds, and it probably also consumed a lot of physical strength. And that's probably why he said it was a close call. How did you find me? Chen Luwen asked calmly, watching him. Oh, of course, I followed that piece of paper, the gentleman explained, spreading his hands open. It had my historical imprint on it. He did a few tap dancing steps on the spot and then shrugged his shoulders and chuckled twice. I'm just curious, Mr. Spade, why weren't you drained dry by that page? You should know, I've killed several transcendents with that method before. Chen Luwen frowned slightly. What did he mean? In the past, had the gentleman from the mysterious society sold that page to kill other members, then used premeditated schemes to locate the individuals after the fact, and collected their bodies, so sinister, yet called a gentleman. Pfah, but the bit of sanity drained by the page shouldn't be enough to kill someone, right? Could it be because I'm from the Destiny faction sequence, or because of Maggie's tear? Chen Luen guessed privately according to the description in the prompt box. The page came from Philip's Dreamland Adventure. He had only a few connections with Philip, but he didn't know the specific reason. In any case, it seemed he had some special trait that prevented him from being drained dry by the page, but it doesn't matter anymore. Since you came looking, Mr. Spade, if you're not dead, you'll have to die. The gentleman said. As soon as his words ended, he leapt forward, swinging his cane down overhead. Woo! With a light push, Chen Luen tossed Chloe to the side, and she landed steadily outside the combat zone. Instantly, he dodged the cane by shifting his position, appearing beside the gentleman. His fingers formed a beak, pecking toward his side cheek. A jet of blood sprayed out. The gentleman turned at the limit, barely avoiding being pierced by the storkpeck, but the pitch-black sharp fingers still left a wound on his waist. Mr. Spade's speed is really fast. An exclamation came from inside the silver pot's head. His cane didn't stop, and as he twisted his body, it lashed laterally, aiming straight for Chen Luen's head. Woo! The cane broke through the air, creating a sonic boom. Chen Luen dared not underestimate the strike. Deciding to keep using his speed to duel with his opponent, he stepped back half a step, narrowly avoiding the cane, with the wind from the strike lifting his black hair. He was about to brace forward and counterattack the next moment when he found the cane suddenly elongated, with a spear tip emerging from the end, stabbing towards him like a long spear. Clang a slash, Chen Luen subconsciously released his scale armor for protection, but still felt a sharp pain. Amidst the sparks flying, he was shoved back several meters by the cane turned into a spear, dragging 2 long marks on the ground with his legs. Before he could assess his wounds, the cane suddenly separated into dozens of connected spikes, lashing toward him like a steel whip. A streak of silver light flashed under the night sky, with countless spikes reflecting the moonlight, resembling a river of stars in the universe. Chen Luen's rhythm was disrupted by this sudden change, and he realized he missed the timing to dodge. With no room left for maneuvering, making a split-second decision, he took out Connie No. 1 from the grape ring, enduring the whip's blow while he threw out a high combustion fireball. Crack-a-boom! 2 loud sounds erupted simultaneously. Chen Luen tumbled backward in the air, scattering a string of blood beads. His palm supported him off the ground, and he flipped midair to finally stand steady. His brows knitted slightly, the scales on his chest and shoulders had fallen off, and his skin and flesh were grazed away by the opponent's peculiar cane, blood dripping profusely. Looking up, Chen Luen's eyes hardened. That was close, Mr. Spade. You almost got burned to death. The gentleman's cane had retracted into his hand, transformed into a large silver round shield at some point. The ground held the remnants of the fiery sparks, but he was completely unharmed. Clearly, he had used the shield to block the high combustion fireball. The two had crossed hands in the blink of an eye, and the result was Chen Luen at a disadvantage. Chloe at the side bit her lip, her small hand clenched tightly. I don't want to hide behind him anymore. I want to help him, she whispered to herself. After a moment of silence, it was as though she was listening to something. It doesn't matter. My time isn't much anyway. Give me your strength, Chloe said calmly. Black light blossomed from her fingertips, seemingly about to erupt the next second, but then she suddenly lifted her head, and the black light dissipated. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. How can it be so fast? The gentleman's voice of shock came from inside the silver pot's head. His body jerked backward, raising the silver shield to withstand a fierce hit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site. Only a dark golden figure suddenly appeared before him, with arms like pythons, and palms like cannons, relentlessly smashing shadowy afterimages onto the silver shield. Each punch was a rhinoceros impact, each palm strike was a bear strike. On Chen Luen's face, covered in scales, emerged a fierce and sinister grin. His snake-like eyes cold and bloodthirsty, the great serpent form. Chapter 96, Chapter 96. The True Legacy. Dong, 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 dong. A series of dense, thunderous noises of the gentleman immediately felt half of his body go numb from the vibrations, the powerful force transmitted through, almost causing him to drop the silver shield from his hand. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can a Sequence 9 possibly be this strong? An incredulous shout came from inside the silver pot. A whoosh. The ferocious dark golden figure threw another punch, its entire arm tracing a curved arc, bypassing the silver shield and striking towards him.
The gentleman was alarmed, grinding his teeth. He dived towards the ground, retracting the silver shield in his hand just in time, folding it back into its original staff form. Chen Luan's snake arm swung out into empty air as the gentleman had already burrowed into the earth, his body sinking halfway into the ground, trying to escape. Chen Luan uttered a cold snort. He transformed his fist into a palm and lunged at the gentleman, but his grab was deflected by a bump from the silver pot, ultimately only grazing the latter's shoulder. Crack, debris fell, and the gentleman's figure had vanished. This was the ability of Sequence 9, Tomb Robber. After burrowing, they were quite fast, but if the gentleman thought he could escape like this, he was probably underestimating Chen Luan's tracking ability. In his great serpent form, his senses had been enhanced once again, not to mention that even though the last grab had missed, his fingers had touched the target's shoulder. In that instant, Chen Luan had deployed Snake's Kiss, injecting a dose of supernatural toxin into the gentleman's body. This supernatural toxin not only possessed lethal power but was also an excellent tracking pheromone. Floey, wait for me here. Chen Luan turned his head towards Floey and spoke, I'll be back soon. No sooner had his words faded than he transformed into a dark golden afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Laburnum Women's Academy. In a corner of the campus, the soil of a flowerbed suddenly churned. Marjorie slowly climbed out, dusting off the minor amount of dirt and mud from her body and staggering toward the dormitory area. Bang! The door to the staff dormitory was flung open, and she nearly fell to the ground. Propping herself up on a table, she took off the silver pot on her head, revealing the face of a young man, his complexion ashen and blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Is he really a Sequence 9? Even if it's a hidden pathway, it shouldn't be this powerful. Marjorie muttered as she wiped the blood from her mouth and nose. The gentleman was Marjorie's alias, a false identity used for activities within the mysterious society. Her real identity was that of a lecturer at Laburnum Women's Academy, responsible for helping the professors organize teaching materials and prepare lessons, sometimes stepping in to teach when they were too busy. Marjorie sat down at her desk and took out a first aid kit to bandage herself. It had been too long since that time. She could no longer utilize historical retrospection to heal. However, while bandaging her wounds, she suddenly spewed out another mouthful of black blood, her pupils contracting. Big trouble now. Aside from historical retrospection, I don't have a good solution for this kind of supernatural toxin. Marjorie casually wiped away the stench of black blood with a tissue, forcing herself to calm down. I'll just have to ask teacher for help. She bit her lip, coming to this decision. If it weren't a last resort, she wouldn't want to do this. For one, because of her own greed and carelessness, which had almost led to her being killed, she would incur her teacher's disdain. It also risked exposing the teacher's current identity and drawing the attention of the Red Apple Church. The teacher is now tormented by the pursuit of those red lunatics. A slight misstep could result in even more severe consequences. Marjorie quickly wrote a letter and then took out an inconspicuous textbook from the bookshelf. He opened the textbook and took out a green bookmark from one of the pages. He let out a sigh of relief, holding the green bookmark carefully in the palm of his hand. This was something he had inadvertently found in a tomb when he had just joined the secret society. The items found alongside the bookmark were a silver pot and a silver staff. These were originally mysterious objects buried deeper in the tomb, and as a transcendent of the Earth faction, tomb robbing was Marjorie's forte, naturally making it easier for him to discover them. Marjorie had also speculated about the identity of the sacred being who buried these items but never found the answer. Simply considering it a stroke of good fortune, while he had mastered the silver pot and silver staff, the nature of this green bookmark eluded him completely. He had tried the supernatural powers of various factions using techniques of historical retrospection but ultimately managed to pry open the green bookmark with the force of the conspiracy faction, Sequence 8 Locksmith, though not completely successful. A title page had accidentally fallen out. He discovered that this title page had a strong suction but could not be looked at for too long, otherwise, it would suck out his sanity, causing immediate loss of control. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply traded it to someone else, hoping they'd help him understand it. As long as he could use the preparatory work done on the title page to track down the target, he'd be able to recover the fruits of his efforts. It just never occurred to him that this time, the target he picked wasn't a simple Sequence 9 but someone whose strength far surpassed his own. Marjorie was full of regrets and now only thought about how to save himself. Ever since he had pried open the bookmark and a title page fell out, no matter how much he tried, there was no response. But Marjorie had a premonition that it was anything but simple. There definitely was a deeper secret. After packing his belongings, Marjorie picked up the letter and was ready to leave the moment he opened the door. What came into view were 5 black, shiny fingers clenched like a knife, stabbing towards his throat. Dodge!
Majory cried out inwardly, his body desperately trying to evade to the side, but the next second, he heard a flat command: stand still. The seashell-shaped necklace on the other's chest emitted a faint glow, and for some reason, Majory's mind wandered at this critical moment. Putsch! Blood like ink splattered on the wall. A head floated down, and as it tumbled, one could still see the horror on Majory's face. Thud, the headless body slumped to the floor. Kill a member of the History and Ritual Association. Majory, gentleman, Sequence A to Historian, Earth Faction, obtain 3,000 experience points. The History and Ritual Association's affection towards you has decreased. Currently, it is discussed. Shenlong walked into the room unhurriedly, closing the door behind him. He first checked around the room to make sure there was no hidden trap, then picked up the letter of plea written by the gentleman, looked at it briefly, and burned it. Only then did he begin to gather his loot: the gentleman's silver pot and staff, a green bookmark, an artificial mysterious object the size of a tennis ball, 3 pieces of low-sequence mysterious substance, and over 100 gold pounds. Shenlong couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow!" The gentleman, although a bit scheming, turned out to be a generous person, so wealthy and still thinking of delivering packages to him. Shenlong had planned to follow him after the society's gathering, but the rat he was tracking got stomped to death by him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site. Only now the guy had come to him on his own, no telling what was going on in his head. Philip's relic has been obtained, completing the hidden C-rank mission, Philip's Legacy. Receive the mission reward. You've already got it all. What more do you want for a reward? Shenlong was utterly baffled. Chapter 97, Chapter 97 S-Class Mysterious Objects. Please follow. After killing the gentleman, Shenlong didn't linger long in that dormitory building. He returned to the Dolphin Opera House to pick up Flowey, who was waiting for him there. Seeing Shenlong safely return, Flowey secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jack's estate, with the lamp on, Shenlong sat at the desk by the window, carefully examining the loot from the day. He first picked up the tennis ball-shaped artifact, remembering that the gentleman had acquired it from Iron Hammer during a secret society gathering. D-grade mysterious object, coronal flash. Item description: a masterpiece forged with supernatural power by an artisan, appearing as a metallic sphere on the outside with a marvelously intricate interior comprising exactly 1,243 components. Time ticks by, the splendor of a moment, the brilliance of the sun, the coronet of death. Item effect: a single-use incendiary bomb, releasing supernatural flame of astonishing power. Can be triggered instantly or set to detonate later. Item cost: you must hold on to it until the moment it is triggered, requiring you to personally crown your enemy with the coronet of death. Shenlong made a deadpan expression. Based on the description earlier, he thought it was a decent mysterious object because it was a consumable item, hence, its power could potentially reach C-grade and absolutely contribute to his reserve arsenal. But upon reading the final cost of use, wasn't that the equivalent of perishing alongside the enemy? If the situation turned out even worse, maybe due to some accident, he might be the only one to burn while the enemy remained untouched. It was completely a trap. No wonder the gentleman had never used it. He couldn't fathom why he had purchased such a thing. Shenlong properly stored the supernatural incendiary bomb, realizing that the secret society's Iron Hammer must be an artisan from the Sun Church, Sun Faction, Sequence A to artisan, an artisan with the power of the sun, capable of staying behind the scenes to forge mysterious objects with supernatural power, or taking upfront action and fighting on the battlefield. This was a very unique sequence, since forging mysterious objects was not as simple as it seemed. In Shenlong's memory, it appeared that the artisans from the Sun Church were particularly skilled in this art. However, as a member of the Sun Church, why had Iron Hammer gone to a secret society? Shenlong shook his head, not dwelling on it further. He then picked up the silver pot that was even bigger than his head. Called a pot, it resembled more a silver jar, without a spout. It was only good for storing things. D-grade mysterious object, stars in the mind. Item description: a vessel possessing the power of the constellation. On outside, it looks like a peculiar silver pot, but upon closer inspection, you could see the smooth surface adorned with fine, twinkling stars, seemingly left by a transcendent who had long deceived others and ended up deceiving themselves. Where lies the path ahead? In my mind, item effect: wearing it on the head slightly reduces mystical contamination, adds 10 insight points. Item cost: long-term wear could result in a negative state of deceiving oneself. Not bad at all. Shenlong raised his eyebrows, quite intrigued with this silver pot. Any mysterious object that could enhance attributes was good, and this one also added 10 special points and could weaken mystical contamination, which was icing on the cake. Overall, it has reached the ceiling of D-grade mysterious objects. Shenlong nodded. then picked up the silver staff. C-grade mysterious object, astrolabe ritual, item description, a staff endowed with the power of the constellation, ancient, exuding a noble aura of antiquity, seemingly transformed from a diligent knight after his death, a tribute to the constellation in his final battle. I skim the horizon like your tears, item effect. Capable of transforming into 5 different forms, ordinarily a staff but can change into a sword, spear, whip, and shield. Unbreakable and unstoppable, item cost, after use, offer praise to the constellation, otherwise suffer a curse. This staff, Shenluen caressed it, sensing its coolness. In the battle against the gentleman, he had deeply realized the powerful capabilities of this weapon. Its versatility made it difficult for enemies to counter, and its broad applicability meant it could serve as his primary weapon for a lengthy period, and it came at a small cost. A truly exceptional mysterious object. Shenluen set down his walking stick and finally picked up the green bookmark. The next moment, his eyes gradually widened in astonishment. This is S-grade mysterious object, the bookmark of 4 seasons, incomplete, item description, a bookmark imbued with the power of destiny, seemingly missing its other parts, currently 1/4 of the whole, possesses endless life force, symbolizing spring. It has its own name. A wake of insects, item effects, imparts life force, transforms into transcendent wood, partial genesis force, item cost, consumes sanity for fuel, other costs unknown. S-grade mysterious object? Genesis? Shenluen was startled. Good grief, this is too terrifying. He carefully held the ordinary-looking green bookmark, shocked beyond measure, having never encountered such a high-level mysterious object before, clueless about how to proceed. Perhaps an idea suddenly flashed through Shenluen's mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, so he picked up a fruit knife from the table and cut the back of his hand. A featherlight/skin parted, releasing a drop of blood. He quickly grabbed the bookmark, aligning it with the wound. A faint green light flickered, the cut skin merged back together, and his sanity value decreased by 1 point. Phew, it really works. Then isn't this just like a portable spring? The smile on Shenluen's face grew even wider, nearly shouting out in excitement. Following that, he conducted various experiments with the Wake of Insects bookmark, discovering that combining it with the molting attribute could reduce the depletion of his sanity value without diminishing its effects. This was good news to him. Although Maggie's tear helped increase the recovery speed of his sanity, his maximum sanity value was only 8 points, severely limiting the performance of the Wake of Insects bookmark. As for other effects and abilities, Shenluen calmed himself down, pondering deeply. Imparting life force he could understand, but he was clueless about transcendent wood transformation and genesis force, just feeling that they sounded impressive. Perhaps in the future, when my sequence is higher, I will be able to unleash its true strength. Shenluen thought quietly, anticipation building within him. However, in the next second, his expression froze, for he sensed a message coming from the Wake of Insects bookmark, suggesting that he should place it on his forehead. Shenluen hesitated for a moment. He knew that mysterious objects of grade A and above always exhibited some form of active trait, with simple communication being one of them. Since I'm already holding it in my hand, why continue to hesitate? Shenluen steeled his resolve and, clenching his teeth, picked up the Wake of Insects bookmark, placing it on his forehead. Boom. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. He opened his eyes and saw a tree. A towering tree reaching into the clouds, its entirety not visible. In front of him, hundreds, perhaps thousands of vines grew, intertwined and wrapping around an old book. On the book's cover was written, Philip's Dreamland Adventure. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Promotion. Surge in strength. Please follow. So, Philip's Dreamland Adventure was hidden in the bookmark. Shenluen suddenly came to his senses. He found himself back in the room, already holding the old book in his hands. At this moment, the Wake of Insects bookmark once again transmitted a message, indicating that the book could not remain in reality for too long, or it would gradually begin to disintegrate. Only by storing it within the world of the bookmark could it be protected and nourished with an unceasing supply of life force. Maintaining the book's existence, it was a book that should not exist in reality. Shenluen suppressed the excitement welling up in his heart and slowly clenched his fingers. He recalled the title page and took it out, inserting it back into the first page of Philip's Dreamland Adventure. Mystic book discovered. Philip's Dreamland Adventure, complete. Let's see what exactly you've written, Philip. Shenluen's hand stroked the book cover, the rough texture of the fibers providing a hint of historical resonance. He opened the book. A flash of white light suddenly burst forth. Shenluen only felt an unparalleled pulling force dragging him, sucking him into the book. The next second, he appeared on a grassland, blue sky and white clouds, a clear and boundless view. Not far ahead, there was a clear lake with a small wooden cabin beside it, and a
grapevine planted next to the cabin, all was so tranquil and peaceful. Chen Luwen looked up and saw that at the end of the grassland was a twisted expanse of chaos. The profound ashen gray writhed like a vortex, spreading across the edges of the entire world. It was like an oil painting with a lakeside cabin inside and haphazardly smeared ashen gray paint around the edges. Chen Luwen felt an extreme danger emanating from that profound chaos, a strong premonition that one should not look too long, lest they suffer a tragic fate. He quickly averted his gaze and walked forward. Approaching the wooden cabin, Chen Luwen noticed signs that someone had lived here. Recalling what was written on the title page, he guessed that this place could very well have been Philip's former shelter, and this cabin was the safe house his beloved Maggie had built for him. Everything seemed ordinary, and Chen Luwen did not find anything special until he walked into the cabin and picked up a notebook carelessly thrown on the bed. Supernatural knowledge of the Destiny faction discovered. Complete. Destiny faction, Sequence 8, Diviner, advancement conditions met. Do you wish to advance in sequence? Supernatural knowledge. Chen Luwen took a deep breath. He had finally found it. Advancement in the lower sequences did not require any stringent conditions. As long as one's level was sufficient and they had the corresponding supernatural knowledge, advancement would naturally follow advance. He had waited far too long for this moment, and without any hesitation, he immediately chose to advance. A feeling indescribable, profound, and mysterious, Chen Luwen felt that his mind now held an abundance of new knowledge, as if he were born with it. You have comprehended the skill, divination. Divination LV1, skill description. By experiencing and observing yourself and the world, you've finally glimpsed a sliver of the truth of destiny. You have learned to use special means to perform divination and prediction on all things. Influenced by the insight and intelligence attributes, remember, destiny is fickle. To have unwavering faith in divination is worse than not to divine at all. After advancing from beast tamer, I am now a diviner? This skill, Chen Luwen pondered briefly. Divinatory powers are very practical, but are for reference only, and they must be used with the utmost caution. He felt the words in the skill description were correct. Better to be skeptical than overly reliant. The upper limit of the divination skill was level 3, so Chen Luwen directly allocated 2 skill points to max it out. Divination LVMAX does not make his divinations more accurate but instead grants him more methods and greater proficiency in the art. Chen Luwen continued flipping through the notebook, finding that in addition to the supernatural knowledge needed to advance as a diviner, there were also notes on 2 occupation-specific skills. After careful reading and reflection, you have gained an understanding and comprehended the skill, Peeping Eye of Fate. After careful reading and reflection, you have gained an understanding and comprehended the skill, Spiritual Intuition, passive. Peeping Eye of Fate LV1, skill description. Years as a diviner have enabled you to observe part of a target's fate trajectory at a glance, capturing the hidden information within. This skill is influenced by the insight attribute. The upper limit of this skill is also level 3, and Chen Luwen once again spent 2 skill points to raise it to its maximum. Peeping Eye of Fate LVMAX, it's like an enhanced version of Scout, but for me, it's a must-have. Chen Luwen thought to himself. Without the player panel, he had also lost the Scout function, but now with Peeping Eye of Fate, he could see more information than players. Nevertheless, Spiritual Intuition LV1, passive, skill description. Years of life as a diviner have honed your spirituality, making it more sensitive. Being in constant contact with destiny, you also have a strong premonition that arises from the subtle changes in all things. This skill is influenced by the insight attribute. Additional attributes, insight plus 2. Without hesitation, Chen Luwen spent 4 skill points to upgrade it to the maximum. Spiritual Intuition LVMAX significantly strengthened Chen Luwen's intuition and also added 10 insight points to him. He then checked the experience points he had accumulated. I've unknowingly saved up nearly 30,000 experience points. Chen Luwen was somewhat surprised. Even after the recent extravagant expenditure of skill points, he hadn't depleted them, indicating that his reserves over the recent days were quite rich or few. Now, I'm relieved. He exhaled deeply. Level up. Spending a total of 29,000 experience points, Chen Luwen leveled up 20 times on the spot, bringing his diviner profession to max level. After advancing the main occupation to Sequence 8, the experience points needed per level increased from 500 upwards, each level requiring 100 more. Without the prior accumulation, Chen Luwen's rapid spending speed would have been unsustainable. It can be said that this surge in strength was, at its core, due to the buildup of resources over time. Main occupation level up. You feel your body strengthened. Life limit plus 520, physical strength limit plus 120, sanity value limit plus 7, strength plus 6, endurance plus 6, agility plus 12, intelligence plus 12.
you gain 20 skill points and 20 attribute points. Chen Luwen felt the changes from the surge in his strength. The transformation was not just in one aspect but a comprehensive overall improvement. Though it wasn't yet a qualitative change, it wasn't far from one. The clearest feeling came from his previous abilities as a beast tamer. Chen Luwen was surprised to find that not only were his other skills correspondingly strengthened, but even the traits in the memory slots of animal mimicry had undergone spontaneous integration. Storkpeck, Bear Strike, and Rhinoceros Impact ultimately merged into Steel Bones, Snake's Kiss, and Scorpion Tail Needle merged into Serpent and Scorpion Poison. With this, 3 memory slots were now vacant. He planned to find an opportunity to fill up these empty slots. I can try to acquire some flying traits, Chen Luwen thought to himself. At the next moment, he suddenly felt a slight headache starting. Upon opening his panel, he found his sanity value was at rock bottom. Name: Chen Luwen. Race: Human, Eastern Continent. Template: NPC. Countdown to version 1.0 public beta, 356 days 11 hours 14 minutes 45 seconds, level, 50 experience, 100/1900 life, 800/800 physical strength, 300/300 sanity, 5/15 main occupation, sequence 9, Beast Tamer LV10, max, sequence 8, Diviner LV20, max, Destiny faction, suboccupation, Fisherman LV10, max, Recorder LV10, max, attributes, strength 35, +2, agility 50, endurance 20, +2, intelligence 24, faith 5 special attributes, charm 18, +2/+5, willpower 5, insight 28, luck 3 regional reputation, 1 remaining points, 24 skill points, 22 attribute points remaining wealth, 305 gold 685 pounds silver ducats. 4606 Copper Crow, Low Sequence Flesh Faction Mysterious Substance, *5, Low Sequence Conspiracy Faction Mysterious Substance, *3, Low Sequence Moon Faction Mysterious Substance, *3 Skills, Quick Reflexes LV1, Passive, Seafaring Balance LV1, Passive, Beast Speech LVMAX, Animal Mimicry LVMAX, Friend of Animals LVMAX, Passive, Transcription LVMAX, Divination LVMAX, Peeping Eye of Fate LVMAX, Spiritual Intuition LVMAX, Passive, read latest chapters at Wuxia World site only. Combat Power, 151, Assessment. You are now at the forefront of low-tier transcendence, deserving the title King of the Low End. Chen Luwen had an epiphany. It seemed that staying in the strange space of Philip's dreamland adventure would continuously deplete sanity value over time. Not daring to linger, he chose to leave. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. The only way to relieve anxiety is to gain more points. Back to reality, Chen Luwen rubbed his temples, but the pain didn't lessen. Fortunately, Maggie's tear was constantly providing a recovery effect, making him feel a chill that gradually alleviated the discomfort. This book still has many secrets waiting for me to explore. I'll study it more slowly later on, he mused. He held Philip's Dreamland Adventure in his hands and brought it close to the Wake of Insects bookmark. The next second, green light flickered, and the book vanished. Having been absorbed by the bookmark, Chen Luwen then placed the bookmark and everything on the table into the dimensional space of the grape ring for safekeeping. After finishing all this, he went to the washroom to wash his face. Looking at himself in the mirror with the light on, Chen Luwen flashed a brilliant smile. My current strength should be close to the upper limit of sequence 8, right? He said, as he dried his face with a towel, promoting to the peak. He muttered to himself, far from enough. After hanging the towel neatly, Chen Luwen returned to his room, changed into pajamas, and lay on the bed. Attribute points, he exclaimed, staring at the ceiling with his hands behind his head. His attributes had been improving slowly. The effect of his weaknesses wasn't as pronounced as it was at the beginning. There was no need to save all his attribute points as a trump card like before. Agility had already reached the low sequence threshold of 50 points. Adding more would result in diminishing returns, so Chen Luwen shifted his focus to other attributes. Strength at 35 points was above average for a transcendent of sequence 8, but he wasn't satisfied. Strength, to a certain extent, was akin to the lethality in close combat. His speed was extremely fast, and if he could get a bit stronger, the effect would be even better. Thus, he allocated 5 points to increase his strength to 40 points, reaching the high level of sequence 8. Afterward, Chen Luwen distributed the remaining attribute points between endurance and intelligence. Endurance determined his physical strength and resistance, and intelligence affected the strength bonuses of his skills. These two attributes were becoming increasingly important as he advanced. With 17 points allocated wisely, his endurance reached 31 points, and his intelligence, 30 points, both fairly balanced. As for faith, Chen Luwen felt he didn't need that at all. A faith mainly affected divine arts and prayer-like skills, often favored by church clergy. If favored and watched by the deities, blessings could be bestowed, possibly granting greater strength, but these had little to do with Chen Luan. He'd rather trust his own fists. And then there's the plan for the sub-occupation. Chen Luan pondered. At the beginning of his journey, when he was still weak, every bit of strength was precious, so he didn't hesitate to max out the original fisherman sub-occupation he possessed. However, as his strength grew, this sub-occupation seemed to be holding him back, and it was time to replace it, because at the low sequence level, a player could have at most 2 sub-occupations, and adding more would result in diminishing returns, requiring more experience points to upgrade, which wasn't worth it. The best course of action at the moment was to replace it with something more suitable. Although it isn't hard to wash away a sub-occupation, what should I replace it with? He mused. There were many methods to remove a sub-occupation, and Chen Luan knew at least 10 of them, but they were only viable for the first time. From the second time onward, they too came with corresponding penalties. Therefore, Chen Luan had to carefully consider his options before making the replacement. There is one sub-occupation that isn't bad, it's just, he suddenly thought of something and a strange expression crossed his face, because most of that sub-occupation came from the Red Apple Church, Laburnum Women's Academy. Staff dormitory. A middle-aged man stood in the center of the room, quietly watching as Majory's body lay severed on the floor. Greed is the original sin of the earth. I've taught you that many times, Majory, he said with a sigh. Had Chen Luan seen him, he would have recognized the man. This was the history teacher, Professor Molimer, whom he had met at the port's black market. Molimer took out a small box of matches from his pocket, took out a single match with his fingers, and struck it to light. The flame flickered. Then he extended his other hand and made a strange gesture towards the body around him. The sound of pages turning rapidly out of nowhere filled the room. The room's furniture, beds, and ornaments, as well as Majory's body, all started to outline in an ethereal glow, shapeshifting and flickering. The phantoms, with their jump-cut-like movements, gradually created the illusion of time reversing, unfolding a historical retrospection before Molimer. Majory's ghostly image panic-strickenly pulls open the door, ready to leave, then a dark hand reaches in from outside and severs him in two just as the killer was about to step through the doorway, allowing Molimer to glimpse his true face. Boom! Professor Molimer groaned. All illusions in front of him began to collapse, and the figure of the murderer dissipated with them, supernatural counteracting. He narrowed his eyes, and blood seeped from the corners. The flames began to fluctuate violently, as if they were about to extinguish in the next second. I can't continue looking into his history, or it will trigger an even greater backlash, Molimer thought. He increased his supernatural power to maintain the historical retrospection, but immediately chose to shift his target to the letter written by his student Majory. Around him, countless ash-like phantoms materialized out of thin air and then, like birds returning to the nest, converged, flying towards the match in Molimer's hand. A letter, black as night, slowly returned to its original form in the flames. Professor Molimer extracted the phantom and quickly skimmed through it. Spade? Molimer flicked his hand, extinguishing the flames in his grasp. Rustle. Afterward, all the phantoms in the room returned to nothingness, restoring normality. At another end of the inner city district, Bradley Square, named after Earl Bradley as it was built with his investment, this was the most bustling market area in the inner city district, with Amber City's highest-end shops located here. There was always a heavy flow of pedestrians, and one could often see carriages of the nobility passing through. At the edge of the square stood a lavishly decorated gallery, its grand entrance facing the square, its sign read Time Amber. The gallery was very quiet, with its patrons conscientiously remaining silent, mutely appreciating the paintings on the walls. Those in company would occasionally communicate, deliberately lowering their voices. At the end of the gallery, the backs of 2 men stood facing a large oil painting, their heads tilted back in admiration. The person depicted in this painting was a young man with brown hair and military uniform, turning away at a corner of the battlefield, forming a stark contrast with his comrades charging into the fray. In one corner of the oil painting, its title read Deserter, authored by Beckman. Your assistant died, and you commemorate him in this manner? The man in the black suit asked. Roderick, though I regret it too, this is the greatest respect I can show him. The man in the white suit chuckled softly. This was an important moment when Vigri transformed from a boy into a man, and I believe he would have liked it. Roderick sized up the gallery owner, whose face bore no trace of sorrow. Cold-blooded, indeed. If Beckman weren't a cold-blooded man, he wouldn't be working with him. I once gave him a personal painting as assistance, but in the end, he still died. Of course, from the eyes of that painting, I identified the killer, Beckman said. The killer should now be in your organization's society. Oh? I think I know who it is. Roderick paused to think and then said, when the cleansing operation begins, I'll keep an extra eye on him for you, as a way of avenging your assistant. In exchange, I'll need your help in suppressing Molimer, the branch head of the History and Ritual Association in Amber City. Beckman smiled and shook his head, saying, "A low-sequence ant like him doesn't qualify as my enemy, nor does he merit my intervention on your behalf." Roderick frowned slightly. "Don't forget, I will also help you capture the traitor Fiori from the Sun Church, someone very useful to you, aren't they? Although I'm a special envoy from the shelter, I can't cover the sky with one hand here, and you should understand the considerable pressure involved. He's merely a target for the circus organization, not mine, of course. To maintain my good member image in the circus, I will try my best to accomplish this." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World's site only. Beckman said, "When the time comes, I will fulfill my initial promise and help you destroy that supernatural organization, but I won't lift a finger for your cleansing operation. At most, I could inadvertently pass the word to the Red Apple Church. I believe Bishop Newman would be interested." Roderick pondered for a moment and nodded. "Lately, the Red Apple Church has been fervently pursuing the History and Ritual Association. With Bishop Newman's involvement, Molimer would likely not escape his fate."